Bennett lets it go. Tipped by Kachuk. Save made by Blackwood once and twice and thrice. Holy McKenzie. What a trio of saves by Mackenzie Blackwood. It was deflected down by Kachuk, and then he got his own rebound standing in front after the cross-check and Arturi Lehkonen. Go gadget pad for Mackenzie Blackwood on the left side. It may have been a high stick in the first place, but Blackwood with 3 great saves, pretty maids all in a row.
Nice bounce back for the Avs yesterday. That was a pretty dominant performance. They really took it to them in the first, even though the result didn't go their way. They were down 1-0 after the first period. It felt like you were dominating the style of play. But damn, isn't it fun to have this level of confidence in a goaltender? And it's still been a pretty short journey with Mackenzie Blackwood as the Avs starter. He's now, a handful of games in. Let's call it 9 starts-ish. And the numbers that he is throwing up at that spot, 7-1-1 as a starter with a .940 save percentage and 1.67 goals against. Pretty remarkable. Like, you did that against the defending Stanley Cup champions on a night where they're a good team, obviously, but you're missing Val Nichushkin, you're missing a few different guys in your starting lineup. But you get that level of goaltending, and all it takes is one little flurry, and it feels like you're going to win. You know, Taves scores twice. Wants to get the go-ahead lead, 9 minutes into the third period? And then Mikko going a full 190 feet for the empty netter to close things out. It's a pretty amazing feeling considering where I was about a month and a half ago. Avs with 1 million guys on IR. Goaltending that was, if you got a 3 goals allowed night, you considered that a win. You had a host of different guys that maybe were in and out of the lineup, but even when you had somebody come back, it felt like when they were getting their feet back under them, somebody else would exit the lineup in the rotation. And you're sitting here on January 7th, and I'm as confident as I've been in a long time with the Avs. Like, I mentioned this just a few games into this Blackwood-Wedgwood experiment. You know, maybe a couple of weeks after the trade happened. But it's sincere. It might be foolish, but it's how I feel. I don't think there's a team better than the Avs. And this is without guys in the lineup still. This is missing some huge names still. But you tell me, you got a goalie that's given up 1.67 per game in 9 starts, that's stopping pucks at a .940 rate, on top of your Mikkos and Makars and McKinnons and Druins and Lehkonens and Val when he comes back and Devon Taveses and all these different guys. You tell me, which team would be better? Like, this is what you want to see out of these teams is, okay, bumpy start to the year, whole bunch of reasons for why, now that we're really in the thick of the season. 41 games in. We are at the halfway point right now with the Avs. And I got the feeling that, like, this is the best team in the world. Yeah, it's pretty nice. And it's not some sort of, like rose-colored glasses thinking, because I'm telling you right now, I wasn't feeling that way a month and a half ago. And winning changes a lot. But you know what else changes a lot? Like the way you're winning. It's why I don't feel that way about the Nuggets right now. The Nuggets, from a record standpoint, 20-14, isn't bad. It's not bad. They're the 4 seed in the Western Conference, and they're 2 games out from the 2 seed. Like, that's not a bad place to be. There's only a handful of teams with a better record than that. But the issue is the way that it looks. The Nuggets don't feel like success is something that's predictable. And I know that's like a bad word in the sports world, predictability. But in this sense, it's like, can I predict what my team is going to look like day in, day out? I think it's a good thing. Like, it's why the least shocking result you could have gotten from the Nuggets over the weekend was a back-to-back with San Antonio that you split.
I was actually talking about this with our boss yesterday. We were chatting about how the vibe in Nuggets country, Nuggets nation, Nuggets territory. I guess it's Nuggets nation.
Nuggets nation.
We already have that one determined. How the vibe is. The vibes are off. Everybody is fed up with how inconsistent this team is and how you can score 130 points and then give up 149 at home on any given day of the week.
Yeah.
But as it stands, and also the bench inconsistency. We can hash out all those same old storylines. But you know what's crazy? They're 4th in the West right now, and they're 2.5 games out of the 2nd seed. They're never going to catch Oklahoma City Thunder, so don't even put that in your dreams. But they could catch the Grizzlies and the Rockets, and yet we're acting here like the city of Denver is Chicken Little.
That's the point, though. What you said earlier when you were talking about the 1 seed. Like, I'm not concerned with the seeding part. I think once you get a championship under your belt, the seeding matters less. What matters now is, and this is the difference, if you gave me the Avs against Winnipeg in a 7-game series, I'm choosing the Avs, and it's not even a hard decision. If you give me the Nuggets or the Thunder in a 7-game series, I'm choosing the Thunder. Like, I think they're better. And I think things can change. You know, if this is truly just an effort or maybe a schematic thing on the defensive side, then okay, maybe that gets fixed. But we're about halfway through the year, and I haven't seen it get fixed yet. I haven't even seen nights where, like, they've elevated it. They've only had a couple of games where you could say they played pretty good defense. And so when that's the case, this isn't something that it's not something that you're waiting for them to flip the switch. I don't know if they have a switch to flip. The Avs do. The Avs got another gear, and they're operating at it right now. And I think at times this season, when the Nuggets have been tested, and you've waited for that game for them to come back and be like, yeah, that game was nonsense. We're going to prove that with our performance tonight. They just haven't been able to do it.
And I know it's a word that's used commonly, but anytime you or anyone says schematically, I'll always think of...
Schematically.
Oh, God.
That's all I think of is J.J. Redick choking on his throat lozenge. But actually, so going back to what you were saying about the Avs and having that confidence, do you ever go on Reddit? Are you a Redditor?
I'm not a Reddit guy.
I'm a bit of a lurker.
It's too confusing to me.
It's okay. I'll spare you the old person music for that. But it's a little easier if you get it on the phone. So I was scrolling the NHL subreddit, and they have a post that popped up in my feed yesterday. Who are some of the most depressing players on your team? If I go to the top comment, a Buffalo Sabres fan said, my whole team.
Uh-huh.
Go down there. There's a Boston fan. I don't care what they say. Calgary fan. We could skip that. 4th answer that I see when I scroll down from a Sharks fan. Peak sad. Alexander Georgiev.
Yeah.
Dude plays like fill in the blank, has zero confidence, and the team has no confidence in him. It's just depressing. And then the top reply to that is from an Avs fan saying, sorry about that. And right now, Sharks fans are going, why on God's green earth did we trade for this guy? And then everybody out here is going, why on God's green earth did you give us Blackwood?
Well, it's a combo. The trade happened because the Sharks weren't any good, and they wanted to offload talent in order to acquire future capital. And Georgiev had to be thrown in that mix for cap reasons. And so they just ate that and said, we'll just live through this for another year, and then he'll hit the road. The thing with Georgiev, though, the confidence word is the utmost important thing. When Georgiev was confident, Georgiev was good, but Georgiev would lose confidence quickly. Like, he'd make for a really bad corner. he'd get beaten, and then he'd get beaten again, and then again and again and again and again and again. Because he can't forget things. Can't let them go. Now what you're seeing with Blackwood is peak confidence. Peak. Some of the saves he made were just remarkable last night. But
7-1-1, by the way. You were right. 9 games.
Yep.
7-1-1 as the starter. 940 save percentage. 1.67 goals against average.
That's in 9 games since the trade. And he was always seen, and this was the same type of thing as Georgiev. They just never quite got there. It's if I put him around better talent, will that elevate his level of play? Georgiev was more like if he gets consistent starts, can he elevate his game? And the answer was no. Mackenzie Blackwood is, I take guy from team that's bad, put him on team that's good. Does his level, like, did he save the Sharks from being even worse than what they were? Their determination was yes. Now he comes here and he's balling. So, good win last night for the Avs as we are officially halfway through the year. So the Broncos, I don't know when we make the full-fledged switch over to just talking about the Bills, but I was thinking about something the other day, and I want to get to this in a couple of minutes. I hated the Chargers and Bengals game because I didn't want to have it come down to the final week with all the pressure and everything that's on the line. Looking at it in hindsight, it might be a good thing, which I can give some reasons for in just a couple of minutes. But the biggest detail, I think, in the last month to month and a half of the season was the emergence of Marvin Mims. He provides something to this team that they otherwise did not possess. And in fact, he's the only guy on the team that can do it. You know, I've said this all year. If you're a defensive coordinator and you're playing against the Broncos, what do you fear? What is it? Because I'd say this. You would point to a guy like Courtland Sutton. And I don't think I'd use the word fear. I would. Here it comes. Hang on. There. Got it out of the way.
Huge, yeah.
I would not use the word fear with Courtland Sutton. I would use the word aware. I'm aware of him. But I'm not fearful that Courtland's going to take off and burn me for a 70-yard touchdown. It's a different type of thing. You can't fear somebody who very rarely kills you on big plays that often. And even when Sutton makes a big play like downfield like he did last week, he's never like wide open burning the DB for a walk-in touchdown. It's a contested catch that he's very good at, but it's just a different thing. It's a different animal that you're dealing with. When you talk about Justin Jefferson, you're scared to death that he's going to be 15 yards behind your defense with nobody in front of him. That's what Mims does. That's what nobody else in this roster can do. It was like this missing infinity stone that they had but didn't utilize for a year and a half, year and 3/4, whatever. But they certainly have done it now. You'd be hard-pressed to find a team in the postseason that has a player that had the resume of Marvin Mims before this explosion, that just became a new toy and a new weapon for a playoff caliber football team. I mean, ever since basically about midway through the year, around the Atlanta game, in the last 2 weeks, 13 catches on 13 targets for 154 yards and 4 touchdowns. I mean, really impressive. But he becomes this threat that did not exist before this sort of welcoming to his NFL career. And if you're Buffalo, I guarantee you they're taking a long look at some of the tape here over the last 8 games of Marvin Mims being like, how do we stop that? Because they put him in the backfield, they put him in the slot, they'll put him on the outside. They'll find a way now to get him the football.
Well, one thing that's been crazy with the Broncos this year is I feel like with a lot of teams, you got a quarterback and you got their favorite weapon, whether it's a running back or receiver, and they'll lean on primarily one or two targets for the end zone. I mean, let's look at the game logs from the Bengals. It'll be like touchdown to Chase, touchdown to Chase, touchdown to Chase, running touchdown from their running back who I'm blanking on.
Toss it out to Higgins for one.
Toss it to Higgins, ball game. With the Broncos, Sean Payton and Bo Nix are like Oprah. You get a touchdown. Hey, Vele, you want one. Your boy Michael Burton, you want one. Adam Troutman, you want to take one? Marvin Mims, go ahead. Cortland Sutton, why don't you have one? Bo Nix can run one in for himself. When you look at these Broncos touchdowns, I feel like in any given game, maybe one player has 2 touchdowns, and that's it. Everybody's getting the ball at any time. And I don't notice the pattern. It's just whoever's out there, take your turn. And I think that's something that teams have to deal with when you're facing the Broncos.
Cortland is certainly the go-to guy. Like, if you need a 3rd and 7, I think that most of the defense is going to look at him as the guy you got to shut down. But they're pretty good at spreading the ball around. But Mims is a different thing to deal with. Like Vele, Sutton, 2 guys sure-handed. They get the ball within their catch radius. They're probably hauling it in. But Mims, that's, hey, we're down 7, not anymore. That's an 80-yard touchdown. Like, he's got that type of ability. So I'm going to continue this along with, I hated that they lost the Chargers in Cincinnati, but even with the, quote, JV team out there for the Chiefs, I think it provided something that was necessary heading into the postseason. We'll get to it next. Okay, so the Broncos 9-5. They dropped to 9-7 before the final week of the season, where they play against the JV squad of the Kansas City Chiefs. They get the win. They make the postseason. Everything's all good. At the time, I was upset. I wanted them to close that out earlier. I wanted them to fight for a higher seed and potentially get to where like the Chargers are at, where instead of playing, on the road at Buffalo to start your postseason journey, you're playing against the Texans. Or whatever. Like, that felt like a missed opportunity. But I would say this. If, or with the Broncos winning against the Chiefs the way that they did, I don't think that the players care who was on the field. All that matters to them is they played a damn near perfect game. No points allowed, scored virtually every drive until you really started to throw in the towel. You open the game with a touchdown drive, and then you finish the half with a field goal drive, but the only reason you finish with a field goal is because you ran out of time. It would have ended in another touchdown. You have one punt in the second half, and then a touchdown, and then it's kind of, we're giving up. Jared Stidham's in the game. Let's punt the ball again. Like, you played damn near perfect. There's something to be said about gaining that momentum heading into the postseason. Say what you want about who was playing for the Chiefs. I don't think it matters to the players. They found a rhythm. Now, it's obviously not going to look the same in the Buffalo game. Not alleging that. But from a purely confidence standpoint, I think it's a massive help. Like, tip of the cap to the Chiefs. Because it allowed you, after a couple of bad weeks where you had opportunities to make plays and you couldn't finish, it gave you the ability to build some momentum. Knicks finishing the year with that type of game, where he starts the game 17 of 17 and he finishes 26 of 29 for 4 touchdowns. Those numbers not seen around here since a guy named Peyton Manning. Also ran the ball for 47 yards. Spread the ball around, 5 catches for Sutton, 5 for Mims, 4 for Vele. Like, making sure that everybody's getting involved in the offense. Like, it was just nice to get everybody kind of a touch. And when you do that and you gain some confidence, which is necessary, think about the difference between just vibes, just feel. For all those people that said that game doesn't matter, it's a glorified preseason game, you can't take anything out of it. Okay, fine. Who do you think feels better about their team right now? Is it Broncos fans or the Steelers fans? Like, the Steelers are riding a 4-game losing streak heading into the postseason. Confidence, pretty damn low.
They were booing Russ.
They don't even want their quarterback to start in the playoff game.
It was like Hell's Kitchen. He burned what he was trying to cook. That was crazy. And I do think, though, Pittsburgh did have seeding implications, right? If they won, they could move up a seed and then avoid going on the road to play Baltimore.
I think it was, I'm trying to remember
they were going to be on
correctly.
the road one way or the other, but I think they could change their seeding one spot.
Well, maybe I have this wrong. I'd have to go back and look again. I thought it had something to do with if they won and Baltimore lost, then they would have been the division winner.
Gotcha, okay.
I think that's how it worked. I can't remember.
Point is, there was a little bit of something, because at first when I heard them booing Russ, I went, wow, we're really booing Russ in a meaningless football game, but I think there was just enough meaning. But also, that's Pittsburgh,
But
dude.
it's just they've looked bad, though, for a month.
They have.
They're heading into the postseason limping, being like, it's the worst place to be. It's win or go home time, and you say, I don't know what our problem is right now. First of all, bad to have a problem. Second of all, bad to not know how to fix it, and they obviously don't know how. Because here's the thing. They've played a really tough schedule in the last month of the season. They played Philly, Baltimore, Kansas City, and Cincinnati. All 4 teams rolling, playing good football, tough places to win. But Those are the teams that are in the playoffs now. That's who you got. In Pittsburgh, they've beaten good teams this year, but having that sort of momentum is crushing. It's the opposite for the Broncos. And you could say it's just one game against backups. It doesn't matter. It's a vibe thing. You head into the locker room playing a damn near perfect game. Now, I'm going to mention this probably about 10 more times before Buffalo rolls around. And the thing is, this isn't so much of a complaint as it is just a clear and obvious observation of fact. You did everything well in that Kansas City game, except the thing that you haven't done all year, which is run the football. I'm actually I'm cringing a little bit when I jump on to the Broncos stat sheet and look at some numbers at the end of the year. So Bo Nix completed 66% of his passes for 3,700 yards, almost 3,800 yards, 29 touchdowns, 12 picks. That's a hell of a season. I mean, not to mention 430 rushing yards and 4 more rushing touchdowns. Really good. The big number, by the way, he only took 24 sacks this year in a 17-game schedule. But this is what hurts. Your leading rusher on the season was Javonte Williams, who played in all 17 games with 513 yards. That feels like it's got to be the lowest of any team in the league, doesn't it? I'm trying to think who the hell else would have less rushing yards. Like, as far as top guy. You know what? I'll try and run through this quickly. Because it would have to be a team that is one of the worst in the league at rushing the football per game. I mean, Denver still had 112 per game, but that's because, Bo Nix added a helping to that number. So, let's see. The Raiders are the worst rushing team in the league. Their leading rusher, there you go. Alexander Mattison had 420 on the year as their leading rusher, which feels hard to believe. 17 games, that's all you got. But everybody else feels like they got one, right? You got somebody there, unless the team just got decimated with some injuries. But if you can't run the football, especially against Buffalo, then it's just going to put, and this is why I'm not optimistic, okay? You're playing against what I feel like is the best team in the AFC. That's number one. Number two, you're doing that without a running game while playing on the road in a pretty cold environment. That's also not ideal. Number three, without a running game, it puts a ton of pressure on your quarterback to play mistake-free and perfect football, which just is unfair to do to a rookie. Texture says, Brett, they ran by committee all season, and against the Chiefs, they were consistently getting 4 yards a carry. The committee thing, you can throw that out there and say, well, it's not just one feature back, it's multiple backs. Here's the problem. No back was good this year. The best you got was Jaleel was okay. That's it. When you say running back by committee, we aren't talking about the Sean Payton Saints, right? Where it was Mark Ingram and then Reggie Bush and then Darren Sproles, or Mark Ingram and then Alvin Kamara, where both guys you felt confident when they had the football were going to do something with it. And say consistently getting 4 yards a carry against the Chiefs. Estime had 14 carries for 53 yards. And it was a consistent sort of boom, 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 boom. The problem is you still finished with 53 yards from your leading rusher and 78 rushing yards overall in a game that was 16-14. Averaging 3.4 yards a carry. There's nothing that Buffalo's going to be worried about when you run the football, which means it's going to be a host of pressure. A host of it on top of your rookie. And you know what? said this about Bo Nix. I think he's got the moxie where that doesn't bother him, which is an amazing trait for a quarterback. It's probably my favorite thing about Bo Nix, if I'm being honest. As somebody who's already admitted his wrongness surrounding his draft selection. To me, the thing that makes him different is that attitude. Like, he's got some salty, sort of, if you doubt me, then bleep you sort of attitude, which I love. Like, if Bo Nix was, for whatever reason, did an interview with us, and he wanted to take the time to tell me how wrong I was in my feeling when he was first drafted, like, go ahead. I wouldn't blame him. And I think that's what gives him the chip on his shoulder, is he takes somebody who's doubted him, and he wants to throw a giant, huge, ET-sized middle finger at you. But that's the moxie and the attitude that I think you have to have for a team like this, because this team can only be successful with how they're currently constituted through being scrappy and, like, being gritty. And that's what he is.
Brett, I haven't seen ET in a while. Did he use his middle finger to phone home? Is that the one you were referring to?
No, I think it was his index, but there was the size. That's the size of the middle finger that Bo Nix can throw out there. Like this picture you got pulled up behind me during the Raiders game where he's got it looks like he's got no eyelids. And he's just going super intense face on, who is this guy, Wilson from the Raiders? Like, that sort of attitude's what I'm talking about, though. That's who the guy is. And that's why I've said this. Like, he is, to me, reminds me a lot of Baker. A lot of Baker Mayfield. Because he's got some of that, I'm going to go out and put my balls on the table. And whether we win or lose, whether it's success or failure, whether I throw picks or not, like all those different details, there's one thing you won't be able to say about me, is that I didn't give full effort. Because that guy does it. He's fun to watch in that sense. And I think it's a massive advantage to have, if there's any, with a rookie quarterback heading into his first sort of postseason foray against a team that, let's be honest, everybody thinks you're going to get your ass kicked. Everyone. And I think this team operates pretty well in that territory. They've only had basically, I would say, 2 games this year in which from the very snap they were not in it with no chance to win. The first one was the first Chargers game in week 6. Chargers went up, I think, 23-0 before a couple of late fourth quarter touchdowns made it a one-score game that didn't feel that way. The next one is obviously the Baltimore game. But outside of that, you were hanging in there and competing with every single team, despite in some games being some massive underdogs. And I think a lot of it's due to that attitude. I'm not counting out the Broncos at all from winning this football game. I think it's highly unlikely. But this is how they've operated all year. Like, here's the detail that separated them from the other teams that just missed out on the playoffs, whether it's Miami or Cincinnati or whoever. They did one thing that if you do this every year, you're probably going to be in the playoffs every single season. If you win the games you're supposed to win as a decent football team, you're in. If you don't have hiccups in that department, you're in. They did that. You know who didn't? Cincinnati. They lost a couple of stinkers because it takes them 8 weeks to find their footing until they finally start taking off. But even in games that you went in as an underdog. Now, I will tell you, do I have a fear that this game could look like the Baltimore game? Sure, I do. That's the matchup stuff that you get to the postseason. It's all about who are you matching up against? What do you do well? What do they do well? What do you do poorly? What do they do poorly? It feels a lot like your biggest strength is defense, but Josh Allen is out there to murder everything that he sees.
Josh Allen?
So even if your defense plays well, you're talking about holding them probably around 24 points. Can you keep up with that? And that especially with a non-existent running game, the answer is probably not. But I don't think Nix cares. And let's be honest. There's a different, we'll get to this next. There's a different level of expectation upon the Bills than the Broncos. And if you are just doing pros and cons check marks, where do the Bills have the advantage where the Broncos? The Broncos have a massive advantage in one category that we'll get to next.
Coach, after the game, almost every single one of your players talked about the chip on the shoulder, people doubting them this season. I'm curious what you think about that as a motivator, and did you carry any chips on your shoulder going into this season?
Well, look, we all like a challenge, right? I mean, it's not necessarily, I guess, just like a challenge when someone says X. The first thing I think of is, all right, who is that someone? You know, when someone during the draft says, well, this is, then, you know, you guys have heard me talk about it. But I think, look, I think that, I think you're looking for competitive players and competitive people in this industry. And so.
Yeah. I was like, let's get to it. We tried. That is Sean Payton's answer on if there's a chip on their shoulder heading into the season.
Relative to saying absolutely nothing.
You know what? The Zoom quality microphone doesn't help either. Doesn't help. Sounds like he's doing a phoner. Now, here's what I wanted to get to, by the way. About pressure. As much as you don't want to be in this position, it is kind of envious. And here's what I'm talking about. You don't want to be in the spot of underdog who, if they lose, they're supposed to. But there is a massive advantage with it. If you're somebody that, let's say, Josh Allen is under an immense amount of pressure to prove, much like Lamar Jackson, that the regular season stuff translates to the postseason and they get postseason wins, which in turn gets them to a Super Bowl. Like, they have that pressure on them as quarterbacks who have been in the league for a while. You don't got jack. People are shocked that you're even here. You ever been in a place before where you look around and you're like, I'm not supposed to be here. Why am I here? Because that happens to me all the time. Like, when we're out doing some sort of like charity golf thing live from the radio show and we're at a sanctuary or the Ridge or something like that, I'm looking around, I'm like, why am I here? I'm not supposed to be here. You guys know you don't allow people like me here.
That was me at the Mile High Dreams Gala. I was looking around and I go, there are at least 4 or 5 professional athletes in my periphery. Everybody's wearing suits. I don't think I'm the target demographic.
But that's the Broncos. Like, they're in a place that they aren't supposed to be. And it's really cool. I'm not supposed to be here, but I am. This is really neat. But Buffalo is supposed to be there, and they're supposed to be like the ringleader of it all. The pressure that comes with expectation is so much different than where the Broncos are at. The Broncos could literally go out there and lose by 50 points, and nobody would think a thing about it. Not a single thing. It wouldn't be an indictment on Bo Nix. It wouldn't be an indictment on Sean Payton. It would be nothing. Nothing. And it gives you the ability to play loose. I wasn't supposed to be here. If I get my ass kicked, who cares? But it's like you're Buster Douglas. You're in the ring with Mike Tyson at the peak of his powers. If you got knocked out in one punch, everybody would be like, you know what? That's what Mike Tyson does. It's what Tyson does to people. Doesn't matter. But you got the opportunity to, like, after a couple of rounds of you hanging in there, people are going, whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? Like, it's a pretty cool spot to be. Now, you want to strive to be where the Bills are at. You want to strive to be the team that has expectation because it means you're good and you're supposed to be good. And you're living up to it. Like, all those different things. But there's a load of pressure that comes with it that can make teams play tight. And the Broncos should be the last team to do it. Like, there shouldn't be a tense grip anywhere on that 53-man roster. Sean Payton should be just going, bleep it, play action, give me a heave to Mims downfield. Hey, let's throw out a reverse, double reverse pass. Like, whatever you got, it doesn't matter. I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't. Because the result, anything beyond this, and this is where the game last week changed everything. They beat the Chiefs, and that was my line of delineation. We talked a lot about this year, and some people have criticized me for this, saying, Brett, you're moving the goalpost way too far for the Broncos. And I said, I don't think I am. They're 9-5. They should make the postseason. Guess what? Where my goalposts are at, Nelly, the kick went through the uprights. It's good. How much more yardage do you got on it? That's it. And, again, if they went out there and got their butts kicked on Sunday, fine. Fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact that you had a successful season. You hit where, look, man, you already went beyond the preseason expectation. I moved the goalposts out farther. You exceeded that. Anything beyond this is how many cherries on top do you want? The Bills, if they lose this game, it's a disaster. Now, think about this for a second. Team with nothing to lose heads into the fourth quarter, and it's a 3-point game. Think about how tight Buffalo's going to be. For them, not that we care about what the national media thinks here in Denver, but for Buffalo, if they lost, it would be an embarrassment. Potentially, could lose a good head coach in McDermott his job. If they lost to Denver, for sure it could. But Texture says this, I love how you say it's a bad matchup. The Broncos defense matches up really well with Buffalo. Corners advantage over Bills wide receivers. Broncos D-line and edge rush advantage over Bills offensive line. Broncos win 24-17. Yeah, all that's great. There's one problem with that logic. Josh Allen lives.
Allen?
Yeah. You can tell me that. And even if I cede that to you, if I say your corners have an advantage over the Bills wide receivers, okay, I give that to you, even though the Bills wide receivers are better than I think people give them credit for. Amari Cooper's okay. Or you like their D-line over their offensive line. Fine. Have you watched Josh Allen escape pressure and chuck a ball 50 yards downfield after buying an extra 3 seconds? Because he does that every week. That's the thing that your defensive game plan cannot plan for. Can't. Or Josh Allen escapes the pocket and takes off and runs for 25 yards. You can't game plan for that. That's the unique beast that you have to deal with. And it would be one thing if you said all those things and their offense looked like Kansas City's this year. Where it's not a lot of skill position talent, feel like you can beat their offensive line. Oh, and Mahomes has turned the ball over more than he has in his entire career, and they failed to score 30 points in any game, or over 30 points in any game this season. The problem is the Bills do that every week. So all those things that you said are true and don't matter because Josh Allen cancels all of that out.
I'm not saying I even want to wish this evil on the city of Buffalo, but you know what would be the funniest way for the Broncos to win? Game goes to overtime. Broncos win the coin flip, score a touchdown on their first drive, beat the Bills. That would be the funniest possible outcome.
Hey, bro, I don't care if they kick a field goal from 45 yards and it hits off the ass of the long snapper and still finds a way to go in. However they would win. Yeah, I don't care how ugly it would look. I'm just saying, in general, the pressure that is going to be felt by Buffalo, especially late in that game, if it's tight, is going to be a hell of an animal to deal with. And the Broncos, for not 1 second, should feel that. Not once. Because it doesn't really make a difference if they win or lose. Obviously, it does to get to, another playoff game and a Super Bowl and all that stuff. But I'm saying as far as what you thought your team was going to be. If their season ended Sunday, clocks hit 0, they lose by 20, the Broncos head into the offseason feeling damn good about themselves. Really good. And almost no result in that game changes it. The Bills, they don't just need to win that game. They need to win the game after, and then the game after. And then they could say, our season was a success.
Has anyone checked the forecast for game day? Are we going to have a good old-fashioned Buffalo home field advantage?
I think it's...
Yeah, with rain.
Well, look, I don't know about snow or anything like that, but I think it's 30 to 31 is the high. And
I'm one of those good weather man.
So let me see. Sunday, a high of 29, and it looks like it's sandwiched in between 2 days of snow on Saturday and Monday, but I don't see it in the forecast for Sunday.
Let's do drills that say it won't rain.
That's one of those things, though. Cold weather. It would be nice to have a running game. I just don't know if the Broncos can conjure one up.
Also, by the way, a couple I almost said Twixters and Tetchers. A couple
Twixters.
Yeah, a couple Twixters pointed out that I forgot the rules are different in the playoffs, that both teams get the chance to possess the ball regardless. So unfortunately, my soul-crushing scenario of the Bills and their overtime woes could not happen. But go out there and shock the world, Broncos. You got nothing to lose.
Can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. And you can shop Safeway's winner 4X points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Click the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. Whole bunch to discuss. Avs with the win yesterday. Broncos. Hey, it's a week leading up to a postseason game for the first time in like 9 years. Soak it in. Moses Lombardi and Kane next.
Bennett lets it go. Tipped by Kachuk. Save made by Blackwood once and twice and thrice. Holy McKenzie. What a trio of saves by Mackenzie Blackwood. It was deflected down by Kachuk, and then he got his own rebound standing in front after the cross-check and Arturi Lehkonen. Go gadget pad for Mackenzie Blackwood on the left side. It may have been a high stick in the first place, but Blackwood with 3 great saves, pretty maids all in a row.
It's amazing how much different you feel, isn't it? Like, Avs take the ice, tough game, defending Stanley Cup champ, gonna need to bring your A game, probably gonna have to score. And you got a goalie right now that in 9 starts is 7-1-1 with a .940 save percentage and a 1.67 goals against average since the trade.
Do you even know what that means?
Do you understand what those numbers mean?
Because what it sounds like, and Brett, I don't mean to get on you early in the morning, and I apologize on a cold, frigid Tuesday morning in Denver.
Yeah.
That's warmer than Winnipeg.
You said, yeah, that's true. You sound like one of those pet parrots that just spitting stuff out that people said to you. 7-1-1.
I will say I didn't use my calculator and do the math myself. I did see that. Somewhere else.
okay.
Yes.
I have a question. Can I start the show with a question?
Sure.
And it's a pretty simple one.
Hi.
All right, it's a tight game. It's a 2-1 game. It's late third period. And Blackwood comes up with the save of the game. You know, that pad save, left pad down.
Oh, yeah.
Why was that not a high stick, as Connor alluded to there by Kachuk, to knock the puck down? What
They
constitutes...
didn't call because they didn't call it a high stick right away, Vittorio. And so had the puck gone in, it could have been reviewed, and we would have taken a look at it. And then there we would have seen that, yeah, I thought it was clearly a high stick, but they didn't catch it right away. It did not go in the back of the net. Blackwood made the save, so all was fine. All was good. I mean, they could have ruled it down playing with a high stick right away had they seen it, or maybe they just wanted to let it go. They weren't quite sure.
All right, so where's the line of demarcation, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Crossbar for
Oh, that was
goal.
way above the crossbar.
Yeah, that's what it felt like to me too, bro. That's why I said it on the broadcast as well.
I mean, that was above the defender's head.
It was above, yeah, it was above the ceiling of the arena. Yeah, agreed.
All for naught. I mean, it made it
for
dramatic for no reason. To me,
that's what we're talking about for not.
I don't know what's more impressive, guys. That play, all right, that save, or the fact that you have a player that can take the puck from one end of the ice, basically next to his own goal, and fashion a shot to the other end of the ice and find the other goal. Like it's no problem. Like it's just shooting fish in a barrel. Like shooting target practice. Yeah. Just here you go. Bam. How many shots would I have to give you for that there, Junior?
Am I junior?
Yeah. Well,
You are junior. Today you are. Today you're junior, yes.
Hey, we've all had that shot on goal to make the shot. I made it.
3. Especially, getting it over everybody else on the ice, making sure that it yeah, I think 3 times. 3 shots is all it takes.
He elevates it. He elevates it 190 feet. I mean, come on, man.
Here's the thing, though. Hey, wait.
What's he doing?
We're
It's
getting caught up in the wrong
silly.
details here.
What are our details?
What are you talking about?
Details are we
the
getting
dude
on?
just took the puck.
Vic's talking about sticks being as high as crossbars, and that's the minor thing. Here's the major thing.
Mackenzie Blackwood's the major thing.
You have a goalie that is as good, at least in 9 games. I acknowledge it's 9 games. As good as anybody since this cup run team, this core has been together. It's as good as anybody's been. And the fact that you can do that and get bailed out on a night where, you know what, the offense just wasn't coming. You were going to have to be patient for it. You finally get the bar down goal from Taves. But I don't know, Moj. Like, Nelly was just telling me he was looking at Reddit, and that's something I don't know how to do. But you ask a San Jose fan how they feel about their goaltending right now, they're pretty pissed. Pretty pissed off.
Well, they're probably pissed off about a lot of things. Goaltending's just one of them.
But I mentioned this last week. And I mean this, and I don't think this is being hyperbolic. I think it's just taking evidence in front of me. This team is as good as any team in the NHL right now. They are. Like, they play anybody. I expect the Avs to win. Defending Cup champions, whoever they put across them on the ice. And a huge reason for that is the level of confidence this team is playing with that guy between the pipes is just different. It's different than I've seen in a long time.
I said that to Riker last night on the show. I said, if you're between the benches and you're feeling great about what Blackwood is bringing on a nightly basis, how do you think the guys in front of him feel? I mean, they must be like, whew. I mean, he bails them out at times, does he not? But every goalie has to bail out their team. His flippers are really fast right now. I mean, his ability, the rebound that Tkachuk got, and he makes that kick save after that redirect was brilliant. He just instills a lot of calmness, I think, to the guys in front of him that they can go play their game. And we got a guy here who's going to stop some pucks for us, so let's go. It's really cool right now, man. It feels great.
And don't look now, but the Colorado Avalanche, who, just a while ago seemed no way they can catch Winnipeg, they're only 5 points behind.
Yeah.
5 points behind the first-place Jets, who have lived in first place since the onset of the season.
See, you know what it is about that game, though, Moj? And the reason I'm so focused on Blackwood is before he and Wedgwood arrived, if you held a team to 3 goals, that was a good night for this team. It was. Like, whether you think that's a good night or not, 3 goals was like, I considered that for the goaltending you had, quality start, gave you a chance to win. You're losing that game last night, if that's what you get. You needed somebody who can be able to compete at a level that Bob was competing at last night, because he was fantastic, too.
Yeah, Bobrovsky was great last night. I'm sure that equally Blackwood is having a wonderful time because he's never even remotely been on a team that features in front of him what this team features, right? He's never been on a squad that's got, I mean, obviously this kind of firepower, but this kind of pedigree, this kind of responsibility, this kind of defending. I mean, they're defending well in front of him, too. I mean, they kept the shots down on Florida for quite a while in that game. He's not facing 40 per night. I mean,
what was the stretch that they did from 2:30 left in the first period to how long in the second where they didn't have an even strength shot?
It was like about 8 minutes, something like that. Something like that, like 8 minutes. They had 2 power play two shots on the power play, but no even strength shots. But here's the thing. If you're playing for the San Jose Sharks and you're facing 42 shots in a game and you give up 3, you're doing pretty damn good, right? You make 39 saves. Your save percentage is pretty damn good. If you're playing for the Colorado Avalanche, I mean, you're facing maybe 24 shots and you better give up 1 or 2, right? There's a difference in there. So the responsibility is greater, but also the pressure is not quite as much as you would face on your previous squads.
You like where you're at halfway through the season? We are at the halfway junction of the season right now.
What do you mean, sitting on my couch on this snowy Tuesday? Is that what you're talking about?
Yep. Everything.
Carpet?
All of it.
Floor, rug? What floor are you on? Rug.
The Colorado Avalanche, despite all of the question marks, are sitting there only 5 points out of first. Hottest team in the NHL over the last 10, obviously. A new life on the back end with a new set of goalies. This is a wonderful place to live right now. Wonderful place.
And they're doing this still without some big names, like Val's not even in the lineup right now.
Yeah, Miles Wood's been out forever. Ivan's been out. Shillington's been out. We know about the captain. It's been, you've never had your full team ever, not one time. Here's the contrast last night. I'm sure you guys heard this if you watched the game at all. The Avalanche have used the most players in the National Hockey League. 39 this year. That's how many they've used. Their career high as a franchise was a couple years ago when they used 43. That's a lot. The Florida Panthers have used the fewest amount of players at 24. So it shows you the difference, and the 2 of their studs did not play last night.
Where are the Avs at again?
In Ekblad and Mikkola.
Where are they at?
The Avs are at 39. So there's a difference of 15 different players between the 2 teams. I mean, that's a pretty big contrast.
By the way,
again, Vic, we talk about health. I mean, being healthy is a big deal, and if you can stay healthy, you can get all your stuff cooking. The Avs have not been able to be healthy all year long.
I think Florida's got the toughest names to pronounce in the league. Some of those names are ridiculous. I don't know how you do it.
Like Sam Miskevich?
Yeah, that one, I just want to say sandwich.
But, Okay.
I want to say sandwich every time I see his name.
Balinskis.
Yeah, I wouldn't know where even to start with
Juvis
that.
Balinskis.
How about the one, how about Etu? Help me out with that last one.
Yeah, he doesn't play.
Hang on. Let me see here.
What?
Sam
He played
Benet?
last night.
Is it Sam Benet?
Benet.
He shut up. No, seriously, the Etu guy. He played last night. He had a -1 last night. What's that last name?
There's a lot of consonants in these names.
What?
There's a lot of them.
I don't even know
What are
where
you
to
talking
start
about?
on. I don't even
Hold
know how
on.
to start.
You're talking about Luosterainen. You're talking
Yes.
about you're saying his last name. You're saying his first name. It's Luosterainen.
I am saying his first name. Yeah, I can't even get to that last name. Won't go there.
So you get stuck when you get stuck at the first name and can't even get to the last name. That's a problem.
Is it Etu? Etu Brute?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Luosterainen.
Anyway, the Avs are in a place like halfway through the year. I was talking about this with Nelly in the appetizer. This is where you want your team to be. You're at the halfway point of the season, and my confidence is as high as it's been all year with this team. As high as it's
That's
been.
what's important. Brett's confidence.
Well, no.
So I think everybody could sleep easy now. Take it easy, Denver.
I think
Everybody in the
everybody
Colorado
should
Avalanche
be.
family. Brett's confidence is good now.
Huge.
I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure Beds is up bright and early. He's like, I got to get hit. I got to hit Mojo Lombardi and Kane right at 7 because I got to
Brett's
figure out if
confidence.
Brett. I got to see if Brett is feeling good about us or not. You got to tell the boys today at practice before we take off for Chicago.
I hope they do. I hope he does mention that to
I
them.
mean,
I
just
think
think
it
about
matters.
that comment. My confidence is at an all-time high. Everything is good.
This is an opinion show, and my opinion is my confidence is as high with the Avs as it's been in a long
Vic,
time.
Vic, Ben's going to walk into the room this morning as the guys are gathered up and say, listen, boys, I got up early. And I heard Brett talking about us, and he's really confident in us. So whatever you're doing, just keep on doing it.
Moj, next time the Avs are down in a game, guys, Brett's confidence.
I don't know where this came from.
Do it for powder.
I don't know where this came from. All I'm saying is this team is as good as I can remember since they won the cup. That's how good I feel about them. Now, conversely, we're nearing the halfway point in the NBA, and despite the Nuggets being the 4th seed in the West, which is fine. If you told me they were the 4th seed at the end of the season before the year started, I'd be like, cool, fine, I'll take that. I don't feel that way about them. I don't, because there's a word that I think separates these two teams more than anything, which is predictability. I can predict what the Avs are going to be now. Like, when they take the ice, I can predict what the game is going to look like. The Nuggets, I can't. I don't have any idea what it's going to look like. And that's where, okay, call it predictable, call it confidence, call it whatever you want. That's the difference between the teams right now.
You're not lying there. It is tougher because the Avs have now put forth a form of consistency, right? Now you know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't know what they were because Mosier just mentioned it. They've gone through the most players in the league in the first half of the season. Now you can throw out a consistent lineup with a consistent expectation. And they have your confidence. So put that all together, and you've got exactly what it takes to make a run.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
That's
Okay.
weird. Just in the middle of the.
Go ahead. I gotta run real quick. Okay.
You know what? While we're at it, let me get out.
Yeah. Nelly, can you just smooth jazz for a second? We all gotta take a little break.
What the hell's going on? Go ahead, Nelly. Give us. We need some smooth jazz for those listening to the show. This happens on occasion.
All right, now that we're all gone for a second. All right. Anyway, continue, Vic.
Okay,
Thank
let me make an admission, Vic. You just sparked my memory.
Okay.
Now this is Brett. I'm going to get roasted here, okay? So will you back me up just a little bit, please? I was not making fun of you earlier, by the way.
Yeah.
I was totally
we'll
on
see.
your side.
We'll see.
I forgot to ask Jabara if she'll come on today, so I got to send her a text right now. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, she was at the game last night. I saw her pregame, and I said,
yeah.
Wait. Hang on.
Mosier.
Is that why you left?
Yeah, I had to get my phone. I forgot to text. I forgot to ask
Well,
Lauren if
she's
she'll come
in
on
town
today.
tonight.
Hold on.
She's
No,
in town to do sideline for the TNT broadcast of the Nuggets Celtics. That's a TNT game tonight. So I saw her last night on your Avalanche broadcast, and I texted Mosier. I said, hey, let's get Lauren on, preview the Nuggets game. And, of course, he failed.
Hang on though. There's a bigger question in all of this. Okay, so Mosier forgot to text her. Gotcha. Explain what happens in your head when you say, I'm doing my job. I'm going to leave my job to do something that literally could wait. All it took was 2 minutes. You said,
No,
wait
not
2
really.
more minutes, and then we go to break, and then you could grab your
get
phone.
It out there. Because what would happen if I was sitting next to you would be I'd just pick it up and text her right then. I wouldn't say anything, but I had to go get my.
But you didn't. No. This is where you're not understanding. You didn't have to leave 2 minutes ago.
Yeah,
But I
you didn't
felt
have to
like in
do
the
it
moment
then.
that I did. I felt like in the moment that I did. It sparked. Vic sparked my. He sparked my memory,
Well,
and I had
that
to
should
go
have
do it right
sparked
then.
last night when I sent you a text saying,
Yeah, I know.
Get her on
yeah,
the show.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Anyway,
Why can't you ever schedule people for the show? Why does that always have to fall on me?
See, Brett. This is where I knew I was going to be scolded and yelled at. This is why I need your backup.
No.
And you're not backing me up at all.
I'm not backing
this
you
is
up
zero
because
backup.
Vic's concern is you didn't do the thing he told you to do. My concern is you left your job to go do something that could have waited 2 minutes. That's my
Okay,
concern.
so I
now.
can't. So what you're saying is I can't win in this situation. I can't win.
No, you're done.
You've made a series of bad decisions.
Well, the text has been sent. We'll see if she responds.
Not at this hour. We're the only idiots up at this hour talking sports.
No, she left last night after the second period. She wanted to go get some sleep, and well, it's funny because we were walking. She goes, the altitude's getting to me. I'm like, you've been in town for 20 minutes. What is your problem, dude? You used to live here. This was your home, knucklehead.
All right, look, we'll jump back to the Avs a little bit later. I want to go back to the Broncos and a detail that I think makes Bo Nix primed for a situation like this, being a heavy underdog in his first playoff game. We'll get to it next.
Yeah.
That's what you've earned here tonight. One game. If we played them 10 times, they might win 9. But not this game. Not tonight.
And my confidence is as high as it's been all year with this team. As high as it's
That's
been.
what's important, Brett's confidence.
Well, no.
So I think everybody could sleep easy now. Take it easy, Denver.
I think
everybody in the Colorado
everybody should
Avalanche
be.
family. Brett's confidence is good now.
Hell yeah, brother. You guys like that? I should be able to give him a speech before games. I think they'd appreciate it. You're telling me Devontae's wouldn't kick it up at like another gear? I was like, dude, don't make a liar out of me.
I bet he would. You're a likable little fella. You
I'd
are
be
a
a
likable
great
little
vibes
fella.
guy.
Yeah.
If I didn't play
you
baseball
would.
in college, all I wanted to be was end of the bench Duke player or something like that waves the towel around, maybe chuck up a 3 when you're up 50 at the end of a game. Like, I would have been great in that role. Great. Anyway,
I agree with that.
You know who is who's got a little bit of that, I guess? You're heading into a game this weekend, and I don't know when the proper time to transition fully into Buffalo, but here we go. Buffalo, we all know. I think if you put all these wild card games on the table and said, which team has the least shot to win, the Broncos are one of 2 answers, probably.
That's fair.
I think most people would look at them and say they stand no chance against Buffalo, and they're probably right. But here's the thing. Bo Nix, in maybe his greatest asset that he possesses. I don't know if doesn't have the strongest arm. He's not the most accurate guy. He's not the most mobile. He's got a little bit of all of that. You know what he's got, though? He's got that,
Moxie?
that attitude.
Moxie.
He's got that I don't care whether we're a 10-point dog or a 10-point favorite. It doesn't bother him. He always plays a little chip on his shoulder.
Let's go ahead and go with Moxie.
No, I love it. Like Moxie, sure. But he's got an attitude that I think is, especially for the situation he's in. Let's talk about what he's up against. It's not just the potential MVP in Josh Allen, who's been phenomenal this year. It's not just a football team that's been, for years now, one of the classes of the NFL. He's bringing a team to the postseason that has no running game. And he's in his first year. And all those indicators would tell you that the Broncos, cold weather environment, no running game, a lot of pressure now on the quarterback to play really, really well, doesn't set up well for a rookie. But he doesn't have the attitude of that. He really doesn't. And I think it's a huge, at least advantage in their favor of his mindset heading into this stuff. And that's what I love the most about Bo Nix. I said he kind of reminds me like a Baker Mayfield type, where he's not the most
outgoing.
talented.
Not the same personality as Baker Mayfield.
I'm saying on the football field, though, it's like he'll be willing to lower a shoulder into somebody if it means picking up a first down.
Until Baker Mayfield was selling insurance, you didn't really know that he had a personality either like that, right? I mean, you put Bo Nix out there with some old ladies watering the lawn.
No, they're not the same personality.
Okay.
I can tell you right now.
Let me say this then.
Having talked to Bo Nix plenty of times, he's not Baker Mayfield personally. He's a
gamer. When he's out there with his uniform on and he's playing, Brett, I know exactly what you're saying. He's a gamer. He's welcomes the challenge. Let's go, baby. Come on now.
Well, here's an
Whether
opportunity.
or not he succeeds is a different story. I mean, because there's other great players around the National Football League, but he's got that mentality and he's got that, you know what, I don't give a crap if we're 9-point dogs or not. Let's go. And you love to see that out of your quarterback.
The measuring stick of a franchise quarterback, there are different milestones. You arrive at different pegs, right? Different steps to the ladder that makes you one of the elite. The first one is, just to understand this is the NFL, you have to adjust. He's made the adjustment period. He's gotten through that. First 2 weeks were like, whoa. And now he's developed into that is an NFL quarterback. Then it's, can you make the throws? Yes, he's made the throws. Can you win a game that is a must-win game? I mean, I guess. Does last week constitute a must-win? Wasn't the greatest challenge, but he did it. Can you win a game from behind? And I'm going to give him a check mark on that. If not for a fluky blocked kick in Kansas City, he took his team the necessary distance to set up the game-winning kick. He did what he needed to do. In my estimation, he rallied his team when they needed it most. So, is it on the resume right now? No, but I know he can do it because I saw him do it. They just missed the kick.
There's one thing that they haven't done this year. One thing. They haven't beaten a team they weren't supposed to beat yet. They did the other stuff. They beat the teams.
Kansas City was that team.
Understood. Result's the result, though. You got an L. It's not his fault. It's nothing like that. But they haven't done that yet this year.
What about the Buccaneers game, though?
They weren't supposed to win that game.
I suppose you're right. Sure. Tampa Bay's one of them.
And they not only won it, Kaner, they won it pretty convincingly.
Yeah.
I mean, they beat them down pretty good. And I think look, it's a postseason team. They won their dang division, for crying out loud. And you went to their joint as an 0-2 football team, and you won 26-7. That's saying something.
There's something else on this game, too, that I just want to highlight, which is pressure. So I've been accused and criticized of moving the goalpost maybe too far for the Broncos this year, because before the season started, I thought they'd have a top 5 pick. I thought they'd be that level bad. Then they were 9-5, and I said, well, you got to make the postseason. You have to. They've done that. Guess what? The kick sailed through the uprights. I'm done moving them, okay? This is a success. No matter what happens on Sunday.
So this is a bonus.
If they lose by 50, I don't care. They've done what they were supposed to do this season. Mm-hmm. But Buffalo has this strain because they have something that the Broncos don't, which is an unlimited amount of angst with their fan base where they're like, okay, are you guys going to do this or not? It's the same way that Baltimore kind of feels with Lamar Jackson. It's like, you're great. Can you be great when it matters the most?
Yeah.
And if Josh Allen goes out there, think about if they lose this game. They might fire McDermott if they lose this game. They could. That's a huge level of pressure on them that the Broncos shouldn't feel an ounce of.
The P word is definitely on Buffalo. Pressure. You're exactly right. They should get the pressure. I mean, it's a franchise that, go back in history, 4 straight Super Bowl appearances, can't win it. Can't win it. So close, can't win it. Here they are. This is a chance this year. They're playing great football right now. Everyone's looking at Buffalo. Would you estimate, of the teams in the playoffs, who are your favorites from the AFC? Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore. I would put it in that order.
I put Buffalo first.
Would you really? Mm-hmm. Buffalo, Kansas City.
That's
debatable.
That's pretty high, Brett. But you're probably right in the mix. I mean, if you say Buffalo, you're not wrong. If you say Baltimore and what Lamar's done this year, you're not wrong. I mean, it's defending champions. You're not.
You know
wrong.
what though, Brett? The angst that you give them, and I understand you live with that angst, that anxiety that we have seen here in town with various teams. It's also the greatest weapon because you know they've been there before.
Sure.
When the pressure hits, when the pressure mounts during a playoff game, Josh Allen has been there before. When it's 3rd and 13 late in the game and you're down and you need a first down, they've been there before. They've done it before.
But you know what, Vic? The Buffalo Bills would be like the Avalanche if they hadn't won a cup and the Nuggets if they hadn't won an NBA title.
That's the first thing I was thinking.
Right? You're right up there. You're supposed to win. Your window is open. And right now, you know what they are, Brett? From one of my all-time favorite movies, the scene with Marissa Tomei on the porch of that country house with Vinny. And she's like, my biological clock is ticking. Mm-hmm. Well,
my biological clock is ticking like this.
There you go. Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills, right now with their window, their biological clock is ticking.
Could I say they're Edmonton?
Yeah, I guess you could say that, although I never thought that Edmonton really had enough to win the whole thing. That's my opinion.
I don't think you could call them Edmonton because Edmonton has a pedigree of championships back in the day. Buffalo doesn't have any.
Yeah, but I mean, he's talking about the modern Edmonton.
Understand,
Oilers,
but you got to find me a franchise. I think the Nuggets are the closest thing.
Yeah, maybe, but the Nuggets got it done, right? And they put all that to rest.
Until they got it done, right? Until they got it done.
Now you can go sleep in happiness forever.
They've been primed to get it done, but haven't. Listen, I'm looking at Buffalo's roster, and by the way, they've got a receiver who's been out for personal reasons. Amari Cooper has not been back, and they don't know. I'm not sure. So, but I'm more worried about plays, they just come out, thin air plays with Josh Allen. That's what worries me about this game. because the numbers say one thing. Oh, okay, look at this. Yeah, you can handle that. Yeah. They've got James Cook. He's a 1,000-yard rusher. None of that bothers me. It's the thin air plays. The Broncos have the best, most ferocious pass rush in the league. We get it. 63 sacks. We get it. This is the worst possible quarterback to play with that defense. Because if you pressure him, if you blitz him, he will make you pay for that.
He can run. He can absolutely run. He can get rid of the football. He can do it all, man. Do it all.
In the appetizer, there was a texture that said, the Broncos have the advantage with their corners over Buffalo's wide receivers, and they have the advantage with their defensive line and edge rushers against the Bills' offensive line. And I go, let me just give that to you. I won't even try and argue it. I'll just give that to you. Let's just say that's true.
Say it's true.
Josh Allen's there, and he makes that stuff not matter sometimes. Like, that's how good this guy is. He will escape pressure, buy an extra 3 seconds, heave a ball downfield 50 yards for a touchdown, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, that's what you're up against. He's the ultimate equalizer in a whole bunch of different categories.
They figured him out last season. So take the game plan, whatever you did last season in Buffalo to win that game, and everybody remembers the throw, Russell Wilson running backwards, rolling to his left, heaving it to Cortland Sutton, what looked like no catch, and it was a catch. Whatever the Broncos did in that game, do it again. I'm going to go back and look up that game.
Dude, oh my God.
Watch this. I'm going to use the internet.
I cannot think of a less like scenario than the Denver Broncos of last year versus Buffalo and the Denver Broncos,
Whoa.
Oh, hey.
There's a little frog there. Denver Broncos of this year versus Buffalo in the playoffs. I mean, come on, man. Come on.
I understand they're different teams.
Whatever you did last year.
I understand that. But it's the same quarterback. And however you defended him last season, whatever you brought to the table last season, do that again. That's all I'm saying. Whatever you did to him last season, try that again because it worked. Because last season, as I pull it up right here, Broncos win in Buffalo 24-22. If I told you right now Buffalo's limited to 22 points, would you take it?
Yes.
Oh, 1,000%, yes. 1,000%.
That's like best case scenario.
Yeah.
Here's what they did, though. You're looking at the Josh Allen stuff. Here's the biggest focus. If you want to go back to last year, Vic, because I did that too. Here's the biggest thing. You know what the Broncos did that they failed to do really ever this year, outside of maybe this last week against Kansas City? Mm-hmm. They ran the ball 38 times last year in Buffalo. And time of possession at the end of that game, the Broncos had it for 38 minutes. That's how you do it. You got to commit to it, but you have to be able to be effective.
Yeah.
And it's one of my fears.
We've been saying that.
I know.
All
that's
season.
what I'm saying.
They haven't set it up yet.
They can't do it. They try to do it. They can't do it. Then they stop doing it, right? And then a token run here or there. Then you get Mims involved in that way and so on. But it's just been a bugaboo all year long. And to just think it's going to magically show up on the road at Buffalo in 30-degree weather, I don't know, man. That's a toughie.
You know what else they did? They picked off Josh Allen twice in that game.
Yeah.
They won the turnover battle, which goes without saying. The one reason why the Denver Broncos were able to win 10 games, the one reason they got to the playoffs is Bo doesn't give it up. Outside of that Cleveland game where he looked like he was turnover galore. Remember that? Outside of that, he doesn't give it up.
Here's to Mosier's point, though, the danger in comparing last year's Bills to this year's Bills. Josh Allen has completely negated any turnover plays. He threw 18 picks last year. He's got 6 this season. Like, that's where he's made a massive improvement. Like, he's had the exit of a couple really good wideouts. Like, Stephon Diggs left this offseason. Gabe Davis left this offseason. And he's working with a, quote, lesser talented wide receiving core. But with him not throwing 18 interceptions like he did the year prior to that, like, that's what kind of equalized the game last year, right? 2 picks, you get it in good field position, hang on the ball, convert on third down, okay, keep him off the field. He doesn't throw picks anymore. He's way better at decision-making. And hell, dude, this year, this is actually pretty remarkable. You know how many times he's fumbled this year? Once, and he didn't even lose it.
Yeah, that's again, his ball security is admirable. It's pretty impressive. It's one of the talents and skills he possesses, and Sean Payton has talked about it. I'm looking again at last year's numbers. If I had told you that James Cook ran for 109 yards, their backup running back, their second running back, Latavius Murray adds 68 yards. That's a recipe for disaster, right?
Former Denver Broncos
Yeah,
great. Latavius
they're
Murray.
running the ball on you, and yet the Broncos won that game because they won the turnover battle.
I think what Brett says, though, has a lot of weight to it, and that is the unpredictability of Josh Allen. I mean, you look at his overall numbers this year. He threw for less yards than Bo Nix did. He threw for one less touchdown than Bo Nix did. He threw half the interceptions Bo Nix did, but it's the all of a sudden big play, blam. You're like, whoa. I mean, that guy all of a sudden just makes a play when you least expect it. And he can do it with his legs. He can do it with his arm. He can do it with everything. It's impressive, and it's hard to stop. The unpredictability of a big fella like that is hard to stop.
You know what we need?
That's all.
By the end of the week, if we can get it, it would go – it would work wonders for the Denver Broncos. Can we possibly get Brett's confidence? Because you gave the Avs your confidence, right? You gave them that. Can we get it for this game?
Yeah, I'll give it to you next. You want the confidence meter? Is that what you want? Is that what the people want? Here's my confidence for Broncos Bills this weekend. Not great. Not great. I think the Broncos can win. I don't think it's likely. I think the Bills are better. I think the Bills are the best team in the AFC.
Thus the point spread.
Yeah, keep this in mind, by the way. The Bills, I believe, if I read this correctly, the last week of the season, they're the only team in NFL history to beat two 14-win teams. Because they beat both Detroit and Kansas City this year. They're capable of beating anybody. And
they're also capable of losing. They're capable.
That's what I said. I don't think it's impossible for the Broncos to win. I just think it's highly unlikely.
Yeah.
They're really good.
I agree.
The other part of this, we kind of touched on it for a second. When you go to Buffalo and you're playing against that animal, which is Josh Allen, keeping him off the football field is paramount.
Allen?
We all know. So you got to be good on third down. You got to convert. You got to move the chains. Keep time of possession in your favor. But to do that, you have to be able to run the football. And I just don't think, for whatever reason, the Broncos can do that this year. They haven't. And when you can't run the football effectively, that puts a lot of pressure on your quarterback. And your quarterback's a rookie.
Unless your quarterback is part of the run game. And this is an opportunity this week, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen this season, the New Orleans game was my point, take it back and look at the New Orleans game, go back and look at the stats from that game. Remember the plays from that game? That made my case that he can be a running quarterback when you need it most. And why not do it in the playoffs? I understand the regular season. Hey, stay in the pocket, throw the ball. Stay in the pocket, throw the ball. But now these are the playoffs, baby. None of that stuff counts. If you see green in front of you, go get it.
Yeah, I don't think there should be any sort of hey, man, stay in the pocket and make sure you're making the right reads. If you see open grass, you take it, because who knows how often that's going to happen, especially in the running game. This should be one of those, look, you throw all caution to the wind and you just say, whatever is the easiest available route to pick up some points or pick up some yards, you go and take it. And if that means that Bo Nix needs to run the ball 20 times on Sunday, then run the ball 20 times. I don't care.
I thought before that Kansas City game, though, I thought that Steve Spagnuolo talking about Bo Nix was pretty interesting. He compared him to Josh Allen, which is also pretty interesting. And he's not just giving lip service, because when the dude runs with a purpose, and he's a way, Brett, you would agree with me, he's a way better runner than we knew he was going to be coming out of college, right?
I was shocked at how his top speed, what he can hit, was crazy. Yeah.
And you know what, his maneuverability in the pocket, his ability to escape trouble and then take off is huge. Now, Josh Allen does it, and he's a large body, so he picks up a lot of chunk of ground, with each stride, and then he punishes guys and so on. But Bo Nix has a little bit of that in him. Now, is it going to be enough? I don't know. It seems like there's a formula that has to work. You got to win the turnover battle. You've got to run the ball at least a little bit, and your defense has to ball the hell out. Then you have a chance to win. If those three things do not happen, you do not have a chance to win. That's it. It's just the way it goes.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, when are you going to Winnipeg?
Well, I leave for Chicago today.
Okay, but when is the Winnipeg stop?
This morning. Winnipeg is on Friday. Well, Actually, it's Thursday night. We leave Minnesota. Here's the thing. You're in Minneapolis in the dead of winter, and that's cold enough, man. That's brutal. And then they say, hey, by the way, after the game, you're going to fly due north toward the Arctic and Winnipeg. Ooh. Enjoy. Yeah.
Ask them if they're willing to sell to the United States, given their political unrest right now.
I agree.
With sell Winnipeg?
Yeah, we'll make hockey. We'll give them a hockey champion. Haven't had one of those in a long time.
Well, I mean,
okay,
look,
so
we're already going to take Greenland. That's in the bag.
I'm talking
right?
about the entire country.
No, I know. Greenland's going to be state 51. Canada can be 52. Let's keep adding.
Ask them if they're willing to sell. Seriously, hit the streets of Winnipeg and say, how much?
Oh, my God.
Why is this making you so,
Everything has a
uncomfortable?
price, Moshe.
You ever heard of the Louisiana Purchase?
Sucker?
What is this, 1814?
Dude,
we're literally trying to buy Greenland. Do you understand?
if
We're
there's-
trying to buy it.
yes. And don't forget Panama. Take that sucker right back.
Panama. Okay, Vic, I will do that. Yeah, listen, it's going to be cold, man. I'm going to be probably worried about my survival first and foremost, okay? That's what I'm worried about mostly. And then if I can get to it beyond that, I will.
Hey, by the way, I just saw this come across ESPN, and I wanted to talk about this. So the Bears have requested to interview with Mike McCarthy for their head coaching job. Now, if you remember, Mike McCarthy is still currently a head coach for the Dallas Cowboys. Yeah. And the Cowboys have yet to respond. But the fact that they have not said no yet is weird. The fact that Jerry Jones, who they've been eliminated from the playoffs for 5 weeks, and he still doesn't have an answer if he wants to keep McCarthy or not. Like, somebody just walked up to you and said, hey, bro, can I take your wife for a spin? And you're like, I don't know yet. Ask me in a couple days. That's a weird response.
You have to forgive Jerry. Jerry's been a little busy. He's been hanging out with Billy Bob Thornton. He was on the set of Landman.
I watched the scene with him in it.
He's
a pretty good actor.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Dude, that was really, let me say
Now,
this.
he's playing Jerry Jones.
But he's really good.
Yes.
But he's really good at Jerry Jones. I mean, he's good at himself, right?
Hey, Eminem was good at Eminem in 8 Mile.
That's
I mean,
true.
how hard
Yep,
is it to play yourself?
That's true.
Could you play
I
yourself
reckon-
in a biopic?
Biopic.
Dude, I'm not going to get into this today, Brett. And you're
It's
pissing
'cause
me
I'm
off by
right.
even
Well,
bringing
why
it
don't
up.
you just accept that I'm right? We've already established I'm right.
First of all, that show is the best thing on television. I never miss
Is it
Landman.
really?
Yes.
Is it really?
Well,
I watched the scenes
you can
with
go
him and
back
his
and watch
daughter,
your
and it's
cartoons.
way too,
Listen, you can watch your cartoons. Go back to your cartoons. I'll stick to the big boy stuff.
I heard a conversation between Billy Bob Thornton and the chick who plays his daughter on the show. And the conversation she had about relationships with her father was the one scene that I've seen from that show that was like, I don't know if I can watch that.
Well, that's for the kids.
That's
for the
that's
kids.
an insane conversation to put on TV.
I stick to the business of oil. That's why I watch, and Billy Bob's tremendous.
I like
in it.
Billy Bob.
Billy Bob is fantastic.
He
and
is.
That scene with Jerry when he's talking to John Hamm just about life and how quick life goes by and how you have to cherish the moments with your family. Man, that really hit home. I'm looking at Jerry going, I sort of want to cry a little bit.
Yeah, Billy Bob's hairpiece, though, in that show is a little tough. It's a little tough for me. That's all I'm going to say. Hey, back to the McCarthy thing. Adam Schefter was talking about this, and he was so right on about it. He's like, look, if you give him permission, you haven't decided what you're going to do. If you give them permission to talk to Mike McCarthy, and apparently the Cowboys have exclusive negotiating rights through the 14th. But if you give him permission, it means you're not really serious about keeping him around. But if you don't give him permission, then you're like, how can he not come back, right? I mean, so the Bears kind of put the Cowboys between a rock and a hard place. And the number of guys who would take the Dallas Cowboys job is significant, but the number of right guys who have to deal with Jerry Jones and the entire, quote, family from Landman, right? I bought the Cowboys because I wanted to work with my family, with my kids, or whatever he says, something like that. I mean, man, when you jump in there, you're not making the decisions. If you jump in there, you are making some decisions, but mostly you're just a mouthpiece. Mm-hmm. When Jerry calls up and says, "Hey, why don't you put that old Trey Lance in at quarterback this week? Because I don't want to pay that bread." Then you put Trey Lance in because he doesn't want to pay the bread.
But how does he not have an answer? That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Maybe
How do you
he
not
doesn't
know?
want to keep him. Maybe he wants something in return. Maybe he's waiting for an offer.
Well, he's going to be a free agent here in about 3 days, so.
No, I think it's like 24 hours. I think his contract's up tomorrow.
But they have exclusive negotiating rights through the 14th. I do know that. He can't talk to anybody else until the 14th. Then he's free.
Here's another question I have. Did Aaron Rodgers do this on purpose? It's his exit podium press conference post-game from Sunday. And he was asked this question.
Aaron, Ian Rappaport said this morning, people close to him, I know, are preparing for the fact that this could be his last game in the NFL. What is your reaction to that?
People said they were close to me?
Yeah, people that Ian talked to, yeah.
yeah, I don't have a relationship with Ian. I'm not sure who does in my circle, but it's probably nobody that's talked to me in the last short while. No offense to Ian, of course.
Okay,
Doesn't he come off when you hear Aaron Rodgers talk? He's like a cold-blooded assassin, just slow.
But he said a line.
Doesn't get razzled.
And Moj, I thought that maybe you'd pick up on it. I guess not. My question is, did he say that on purpose? The line that got the laugh. People said they were close to me?
Somebody said they were close to me?
That's.
Well, I mean,
that's.
Does he really have friends? Does he have?
Hang on.
I don't know.
But if you watched the movie Tropic Thunder 20 times, like I have, you would have recognized that.
You have no real family. You're on the wrong side of 40. You're childless and alone. Somebody close to you said, one more flop and it's over.
Tug Speedman?
Somebody said they were close to me?
Was that on purpose?
Tug Speedman.
Was he being funny? Was he being funny is what I'm asking.
I don't know, or is he just playing off the fact that he plays up the I don't have any family or friends
Cue them
type
up side
of thing
by side
pretty
for me,
well.
Nelly. I want to hear him side by side.
That's pretty good, Brett. I never picked up on that, but now, I mean, Tug Speedman, that was a great scene in that movie.
Because I want to hear these side by side, because I think he was making a joke.
Have you guys watched the Aaron Rodgers Netflix deal?
I have not. I have not.
Vic, if you want to put me in like some sort of, if you want to throw me in Guantanamo and throw it on, then go ahead. Then I'll watch it. That's the only way you're going to get me to watch it.
Is that what it's called? Enigma?
It's called Guantanamo is what it's called.
Listen, I'm in this business for research. I would watch it just to research. This is a topic on Aaron Rodgers here. Wouldn't it pay to watch the documentary?
Nope.
This January, the brand new Aaron Rodgers biopic. That's
Biopic.
it. Frog Liquor. We'll dive into what's behind the scenes of this enigmatic figure.
He's out there. But you
licking
know what?
frogs and taking names.
We shouldn't be the same. We're not homogenous. We shouldn't all be the same. It's good to have crazy people. I mean, look at Mosier. It's good.
You're right.
It's what makes this show what it is.
Yep. Well, at least my family. I'm not, I'm not cut off from the rest of my family for life. I don't know. Look, it's none of my business what his story is, man. It's none of my biz.
Yeah. Here's the thing.
I'm not going to watch it though, Vic. I don't listen. Aaron Rodgers doesn't do anything for me. Brett's hated him since the day he was born.
Yeah, but he won't watch it.
I don't know what else to tell you.
Right.
I'm just telling you, use it as a homework assignment.
But what? Why?
Hey, did you guys?
Why do I need to see him trip off ayahuasca?
Do you think he's a psychopath?
No, I think he's just different.
No, he's a narcissist.
Okay. I mean,
okay,
it's different.
I mean, we have a problem, and I'll raise my hand. I'm number one. I'm very judgmental, right? But I think it's all right to be judgmental too. We're all different, man. We all run differently. We all roll differently. We all different people around us. I mean, that's just the way. That's what makes life beautiful. It's beautiful.
I guess I saw a thing where they got a ton of psychologists together, and they went through and they studied characters from films throughout the years, and they tried to find the one character that best exemplified a true psychopath. And you know who it was?
Hang on. Give me the era. What era of movies?
This in the last 20 years.
Scarface?
Patrick Bateman?
Patrick Bateman has to be.
Nope. It's Javier Bardem.
Yeah.
No Country,
in No Country for Old Men.
Yeah, 100%.
They said that that character, Anton, whatever his last name is.
See, he reminds
that guy was the number one. Like all the psychologists said, that's the number one psychopath on film ever.
Moj, he reminds me of Aaron Rodgers because you could poke fun at Aaron
That's why
Rodgers.
I asked you if you think he's a psychopath.
You could try to rattle him. He'll never raise his voice. He doesn't raise his voice. He doesn't get angry. He speaks in that same monotone. He just stares you down with those eyes.
Carries around one of those cow thumpers.
Seriously.
You got to call it. Well, I got to know what I'm calling it for. You stand again, everything, call it.
Call it.
Hey, Mike from Lakewood.
I can't call it for you. You have to call it.
That weapon in that movie, it's on all
That's
the
the
time.
coolest weapon in any movie.
Whatever that is. What is that, Moj? That weapon.
That's the thing you put in the cow's head.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oh, you should know this, Brett.
I have no idea. I thought it was an oxygen tank with a barrel. I don't know what that is.
It's like a spear of some sort, right?
It's a portable.
No, it's like a gun. It's like a gun.
It's a bolt. It's a bolt. It's a portable bolt thing. Blam.
The scene when he gets out of the wrecked car, all jacked up, and the little kids on the bike show up,
and he just limps away. And he just limps away.
Yes.
It is scary.
Tell you what,
God, he was good in that movie. He was so good.
And that guy's begging for his life, and he
You know why he's
slowly
good in that movie,
closes
too?
the shower curtain.
Yes.
Ugh.
You know what? You know what makes him a good psychopath? You got to be a little ugly, and he's a lot ugly. You gotta
Yeah, that
have
haircut, that mushroom haircut was pretty freaky.
Here's the thing: I don't think women would tell you he's ugly. He looks ugly in that movie, but he's not. I don't think he's an ugly man.
Well, whatever they did to make him look ugly in that movie, it worked.
Your name's Javier Bardem. You aren't ugly, bro. Like that's like the hottest name I've ever heard in my life. I wish I was named Javier Bardem.
Yeah, dude, Giancarlo Stanton could look like a gargoyle, but the chicks are going to flock to him because he's got bread and his name's Giancarlo.
Have you met my new boyfriend, Javier Bardem? Everybody's like, oh my God. All right, back after this.
Aaron, Ian Rappaport said this morning, people close to him I know are preparing for the fact that this could be, in fact, be his last game in the NFL. What is your reaction to that?
People said they were close to me.
Somebody said they were close to me?
Have you guys watched the Aaron Rodgers Netflix deal?
I have not. I have not.
Vic, if you want to put me in like some sort of, if you want to throw me in Guantanamo and throw it on, then go ahead. Then I'll watch it. That's the only way you're going to get me to watch it.
Is that what it's called? Enigma?
It's called Guantanamo. Is what it's called.
I would prefer watching Khloe Kardashian get waxed in her intimate areas, and Khloe Kardashian looks a lot like character actor Steve Buscemi.
You know that's probably accurate for Buscemi. I don't like to put him in the character actor sort of category.
About all of this? About 32 months ago, we ran a Aaron Rodgers watch day 6 every single day for about 3 months. We were talking about Aaron Rodgers as if he were the savior. We had Aaron Rodgers on the tips of our tongues on a daily basis. Aaron Rodgers was as good as here.
And
now what? I'm just telling you. You didn't have that same mentality 36 months ago.
Yes, I did. Nothing has ever changed in the way I felt about it.
You were not saying, stay away from... Mosher, let's jog his memory, please. Jog it. Was he saying on these airwaves, stay away from Aaron Rodgers? You don't want to hear that.
I wasn't saying that.
He was begging for Aaron Rodgers.
There's a very underrated quality in people when they can separate the art from the artist. I can separate the art from the artist. Aaron Rodgers' art was amazing at that time, was amazing. And I was willing to take the art despite the artist who makes it. Nobody can seem to do that anymore. It's like if you've done one bad thing in your life, then all the stuff you've ever done now doesn't matter. No, incorrect. Great movies, great TV shows, great music's been made by bad people. Not saying that Aaron Rodgers is a bad person, not my cup of tea. But quarterback at that time, he was incredible. So you figure it out.
No,
I don't know that I don't know that Brett was ever saying don't bring him here, but he certainly was not like, oh yeah, that sounds
the opposite.
awesome.
The opposite. I wanted him here. He's really good at quarterback.
Amazing. It's remarkable when you are a quarterback hungry franchise, as the Broncos have been, until they arrived at Bo Nix, and they did it organically through the draft. But until they arrived at Bo Nix, I just want you to imagine. Just think about the quarterbacks that have come through town and those that almost did. Aaron Rodgers, Enigma, was almost a Bronco. Russell Wilson became a Bronco and then became the biggest dead cap hit in NFL history at the time. I mean, it's truly there's 2 years there of just craziness when it comes to quarterbacking in this town.
Do you think that is going to maybe have teams pump the brakes? Let's just take this. Big quarterback acquisitions over the last few years. Russell, Rodgers. Could you throw Kirk Cousins in the category? Deshaun Watson?
Yeah.
All epic failures.
Yeah.
Does that stop teams from just being like, hey, I will give you the moon?
Nope.
I don't think it does either.
It doesn't.
Nope.
And here's an example. The Atlanta Falcons just gave Kirk Cousins $180 million and drafted Michael Penix. I mean, they teams will do crazy things to get a quarterback.
Yep.
Never underestimate a GM's ability to be stupid and blow their owner's money in desperation for a QB that they beg can get them anything.
Because you know why? I mean, for all those that have failed, you find some guys like Darnold, Baker, who have rejuvenated their careers. There are always coaches and GMs out there who believe they can repair a career. They can fix it. They can make it work.
Those are easier, too, because if that fails...
Jeff Legwold told you, Brett, if a guy's ever like a first-round pick, but certainly like a top 10, top 15 pick, it's an insta-claim.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, hey, listen, this quarterback, like if Bryce Young went on the free market, somebody would still want him. Hey, the Broncos traded for Zach Wilson, for crying out loud, and they're stashing him in a broom closet someplace for whatever God knows what reason.
Dude, Bryce Young looked pretty good at the end of the year. I'm happy for that
guy.
Hey, you know what?
He did.
You know what, though?
And sometimes the light goes on a little bit later for some guys.
Let's be totally blunt here. The Denver Broncos, this is not their first rodeo at throwing a ton of money at an expensive quarterback, a proven quarterback. They did it with Peyton Manning when they didn't know what to expect. Peyton Manning was not cheap at the time. Now, he was a bargain for Peyton Manning, but it was still a hell of a risk to throw that kind of money at a quarterback who was coming off a possible career-ending injury and just putting all stock in, can he heal up in time to play this game?
Vic.
And before, hold on, the first 3-4 weeks of that season, you remember what it was like. Ooh, does he have his fastball anymore? And then, boom, it clicked.
San Diego. It was the Chargers game.
And then, boom.
But keep this in mind, too, that for John Elway and where this franchise was, I'm going to call it what it was. It was a hell of a risk. I don't want to say it was a desperation move, but he even admitted there was no plan B. If you don't get Peyton Manning, there is no plan B. You're right back to where you were, desperate for a quarterback. Now, it worked out to the highest degree. They went to a Super Bowl, lost, won a Super Bowl. It worked eventually.
Are you kidding me? That era?
But it was a gamble.
The Peyton Manning era? Any franchise would take that span of years. You kidding me?
Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt.
No plan B. So let's say that Peyton went and signed with Adam.
Somebody said to John Elway, they asked him the question, well, what was your plan B? He goes, there is no plan B.
Okay, but hang on.
That's it.
What I'm getting at is, let's say he signed with Houston instead. Like he went to the Texans, okay? Does Tebow then just continue to start?
No, they were done with Tebow.
Okay.
Tebow was gone.
No matter
They're
what.
going to move on to somebody else.
Yeah, he was out no matter what.
The brilliant move that Elway made was, you have to understand the allure that Tebow had, the passion of fandom, hook, line, and sinker in this town. Hell, D-Mac wrote a book on it about, the future of Tebow as the Denver Bronco. We all fell for it, right? And the only way to get out from under that is to bring a name like Peyton Manning aboard. And that's what John Elway did. And it was a brilliant move, because any other just also ran quarterback, it would not have worked, because everybody would have said, well, wait, why'd you get rid of Tebow? Yeah, we had Tebow. But you brought in Peyton freaking Manning.
What would Tim Tebow do right now?
With that, we focus on what the Broncos can do for maybe making Bo Nix your own version of what hopefully a Peyton Manning run would look like eventually down the road. And I'm just wondering, when Sunday rolls around, the most important piece to this thing, because I think it's pretty obvious that your defense has to play well. Like, Josh Allen's going to get some yards, he's going to get some points, but they got to play well enough to keep it in check. If there's like a giant positive heading into this, the emergence of Marvin Mims as a big play threat is so huge. Because I'll tell you what he brings that nobody else does. Courtland Sutton has had a phenomenal year, and he's a very good player. Am I accurate in saying this, though? If you're a defensive coordinator playing the Broncos, you don't fear Courtland Sutton, but you're aware. You're always aware of Courtland. Because it doesn't feel like he's going to burn you for a big play that's just going to totally flip the game on its head. It's always going to be like...
He's a very good player, but you're not specifically game planning for that guy specifically, I don't think.
I think Mims is the only guy that terrifies you, that can score in a blink sort of thing.
Well, his ability to get behind you quickly is devastating, yes.
In his last 2 games of the season, Mims has 15 catches for 150 yards and 4 touchdowns. Like, they found it late, but Mims matters in this discussion. Like, he matters in this game.
I brought that up yesterday where, to me, Sean Payton either wouldn't or couldn't install Marvin Mims into any kind of offensive threat. Refused to do it, right? Like, what? Even last year, we're talking to Leggy. Why won't he do anything with him, right? I mean, you got this speed, and you're not utilizing your speed. You'd rather just cruise around at 55 miles per hour. Well, by hook or by crook, it doesn't matter how we got there. Sean Payton got there, and now it's a factor. Absolutely it is. Great game against Kansas City, but the guy's speed, it never has a bad day. Speed never takes a day off.
I think you line him up in the backfield, you put him in the slot, you line him up outside, you use him, if nothing else, let him be a decoy for everybody else on the field. Because I think that he's arrived to a place where defensive coordinators are specifically looking at tape on him and saying, How do we make sure this stops? But there's a lot more we can talk about with that in just a few minutes. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Lauren Jabara will join the show at 9 o'clock this morning as she is in town for
That's Vic's wish.
big TNT game between the Nuggets and the Celtics, which will happen tonight. Was it 8 o'clock tip, right, Vic?
Yeah, late game. Of course. What do you think? It's going to be an early game on TNT here?
Yeah.
It's always a late game.
I was making sure it wasn't like 8:40 or whatever those games are. It wasn't like way dipping late.
No.
But
I do enjoy when we get TNT games. I do enjoy hearing the perspective of the TNT crew to get their unadulterated, unvarnished thoughts on the Nuggets. Ours are quite varnished. I want to hear theirs.
We'll get to Lauren Jabara at 9 o'clock. Stick around. Avs win last night against the defending Stanley Cup champions, as the Avs are the hottest team in the NHL right now. And they look all of the parts that you'd want to see halfway through the season after Game 41, the exact midpoint of the season. Taves with a couple of goals last night, and then Mikko throwing in the 190-footer for the empty netter. But another game with great goaltending. And have you noticed, Moj, between Wedgwood or Blackwood, has anybody had a bad night since being acquired between the two? Hang on, turn his mic on, Nelly. Is Moj's microphone on? There we go. Now I think you're good.
Okay, hi.
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 Hi, everybody.
Hi.
The what you're not seeing, the real issue here is that you're not having any bad goals. You're not leaky at all. Now,
Like
you can get beat.
A goal on the first shot of the game? Those goals?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, but if it's a breakaway and you get burned, I mean, that happens from time to time. But there's the stability is there. When you give up a goal right now, if you're the Colorado Avalanche, it's because you're giving up a goal. It's because it's a 2-on-1, and they make a great play, whoever it may be, right? I mean,
yeah.
You look at last night, that 2-on-1 develops out of the neutral zone. Bam, it's in the back of the net. You look the other night against the Montreal Canadiens, same kind of story. I mean, you had a 3-on-2, and everybody's rushing into the play, and all of a sudden there's the puck around, and it comes out. It's a 2-on-1 the other way. They're not giving up any, floaty type of things that just sort of bounce in. I mean, there's some unlucky stuff that has bounced in and that sort of thing, but isn't it funny when you got a guy or guys, in this case, between the pipes, and they're stopping the puck the way they should, how those squeakers and leakers and those funky-dunky bounces don't seem to happen as much?
Moj, what are you doing on this road trip? What are they doing with Wedgwood out for a bit? Who's going to back up Blackwood?
Well, Trent Miner has been called up from the Colorado Eagles. Now, I'm assuming he's going to play. It's interesting because this is a guy who's got one career game in the National Hockey League, so they don't really have any serious depth in the system anymore after the on-and-in trade and Georgiev and so on and so forth. But, they like these young guys, and they're coming along, and they had traded for Kevin Mandolese from Ottawa some time ago, and so they're putting things in place, but now you have to go to it. Now, I don't know what they're going to do. They're probably going to ride Mackenzie Blackwood a lot.
Well,
I don't think Scott Wedgwood's going to be out forever either. So, I mean, I'm hoping he's going to be back, hopefully sooner rather than later. But yeah, Vic, what do? You got Chicago and Minnesota back to back. So in fact, this is a great test. What is the Vic Lombardi philosophy? If you have Trent Miner and Mackenzie Blackwood, who do you throw in against whom?
Do you get the sure dub in Chicago with your best goalie? Or that's a great question. I think the Avs are at a place right now where you collect as many points as you can. I would throw Blackwood against Chicago and then just roll with it in Minnesota. Get your dub.
Me
That's
too.
what I would do. I don't know. What would you do?
That's what I do.
Well, I don't know what they're going to do. It depends on how they feel about Trent Miner. Again,
well, that's funny. You just asked us what we would do. I asked you, and you said you don't know.
Don't drop an I don't know on me. We didn't say.
You just asked us what we would do, and I asked you what you would do.
What the prevailing philosophy is this, and there's no guarantees, but get the points that you can get, and that would be throw your big gun against the Blackhawks and secure 2 damn points.
So you would say, hey, if I were running the team, I would start Blackwood against Chicago.
If it were me, I'd play him in back-to-back games.
You do have 2 days out before the next one.
Well, no, you're playing back-to-back. Yeah, I mean, you're playing, but you're going to need Blackwood, obviously, for the Winnipeg game on Saturday night. If you're asking me, with the unproven nature of the young Trent Miner, who's only 23 years old and has one career game under his belt. And by the way, he didn't play bad in that relief. Remember, it was Georgie who got pulled in that game, if I remember correctly. They put Miner in, and he played pretty damn well the rest of the entire game. But, Blackwood's only 28 years old, right? Do we need to Do we need to kid glove him, or can we pull the old Marty Brodeur? Because Marty Brodeur back in the day, Vic, I don't know how to tell you this, but he played every damn game.
Yeah.
I mean, he played 70 games a year.
I don't know what this guy's appetite is for that. I don't want to burn him out. I want to make sure he's fresh.
Well, coach is on tomorrow. Why don't we ask him?
That might be a topic we bring up, Moj.
Yeah, that'd be good if you did, Vic. That'd be really good.
But I need to get this straight with you. You say, hey, guys, what would you do? And we go, how about you, Moj? You go, well, I don't know what the Avs are going to do. What is that? What's happening there?
Do that all the time.
Why can't you just say like that? It's not revealing secrets or nothing. It's just like, hey, if I were Bednar, I'd do this. Why can't you do that without 15 qualifiers to it?
I guess I was trying to. But let me say this too.
Can you ask me the question
Chicago,
again? Ask me the question again. Go ahead.
Brett, what would you do?
Well, I don't know what Bednar's going to do. I guess we'll see. That's what you gave me.
The Blackhawks are one of the worst teams in the NHL. In fact, they are the worst team in the NHL. I think this is where it gets funky-dunky. I think you can get away, and this is no offense to Trent Miner, with giving the kid a start, his first career start, and probably get away with it. And then you've got your big gun for the Wild, who you're going to need in the back-to-back because Minnesota's pretty damn good.
Can I ask a really dumb question? What if the Avs, like midway through the second period, are up like 3-0 against Chicago? Could you pull them and then put Miner in, and that could be like 100%, a quasi-rest?
Sure. Yeah, I probably would.
Do teams do that? Is that something they do with back-to-backs?
No, they've done this before, though, where a guy is getting shelled, they yank him early to save him for another time. I mean, they've done that before.
Well, yeah, that's if things go poorly. I'm saying if things go well.
I don't recall seeing that, Brett, to be honest with you. I don't recall that, but I'm sure it's happened. This is one of those tough decisions during the course of an NHL year. If it's Scott Wedgwood as your backup right now, who has more than one career appearance in the National Hockey League, it's an absolute no-brainer. In fact, you could throw Blackwood against Chicago and throw Wedgwood against Minnie or vice versa. It wouldn't make a hillbill of difference because these guys are playing well, both of them well between the pipes. Wedge is hurt. So I don't know what they're going to do. Prevailing thought would tell you get the points while you can. But you're not. It's not like you're playing Boston on one night and Minnesota the next night. You're playing the worst team in the league.
Right. Do we have an update on Wedgwood, by the way? Or, I mean, I know we'll ask Bednar tomorrow, but is there any sort of thought of how much is missing?
The best part is it's not a high ankle sprain. I'm guessing it's going to be a week or two more.
Okay.
That's it. Yeah. I mean, I would think he would be back before they break for the Four Nations.
Okay. Good.
I mean, by far back before that. That would be my prevailing thought.
Speaking of injuries, you will not have Aaron Gordon tonight against the Celtics. Coach Malone
he's been out,
mentioned it.
What's going on?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a calf, and these things linger. And he came back after sitting out a month, played 5 games, and it came back, re-aggravated that sucker. So if you can't play tonight, I don't expect him to play tomorrow night against the Clippers. You got a back-to-back. Then you wait till Brooklyn, Friday night possibly. But now I'm concerned. Now I'm a little worried. Now, when you get injuries like that just keep coming back, that just always in the back of your mind, scares the hell out of me. He practiced yesterday, but Coach Malone said he will not be available tonight against the Celtics.
Yeah,
Tough enough playing the Celtics when you're at full staff, right? Yeah, when you don't have AG in there.
He's sort of the heartbeat, too. I'll give Peyton Watson this. I think he's played all right.
Dude, they don't beat San Antonio without Peyton Watson in the fourth quarter stretch. Peyton Watson was critical in that comeback victory. His length, his defense, his pizzazz, his ability to just do a little bit of everything, that was clutch. Very clutch.
The thing is, having that come off the bench would be even better. It's just make things a lot more palatable at the end of the day. We were talking about this a little bit, but you're still kind of riding the Murray roller coaster. has a good game, has a bad game, don't really know what you're going to get every single night. The one thing that I think, and this matters because Jokic somehow gets better every single year. I don't know how. He always improves on numbers, though, and it just doesn't make sense. Can I say one thing about Porter that I think has flown under the radar with him? Porter's taken a step forward every single year. He's gotten incrementally better. Now, it might not be at the rate of what you want to see out of a max contract guy, but if I told you that this is the rest of what Porter's career is, where he gets you 20 points and like 7 boards or 8 boards a night, shoots 47% from 3, whatever his number is now, that's something you would take for a third, what's supposed to be your third option, right?
Can I give you a quick, I guess this is the way I would describe Michael Porter Jr. today to Nuggets fans. He doesn't give a blank what you think. And I love it. He doesn't give a blank what we think, and I love it. He was asked about being trade bait a couple weeks ago, and he had that passionate response where he just said, listen, man, this is the life we live. This is it. This is a business. For a guy who's gone through as much as he has personally with his family, and I don't think we need to revisit all that. We know what's going on behind the scenes with his family. You think trade rumors bother him? You think being involved in trade headlines? You know how he was answered all that? All the trade rumors? He's answered that by putting up some big numbers, clutch numbers, some critical minutes when they needed it most. They don't win in San Antonio without him. He had 4 points in the first half. All of a sudden, second half comes around, 24 in the second half. He made some huge shots. I love the mentality with which Michael Porter Jr. is playing basketball right now. He don't care.
By the way, you also realize, and this is a factor for me, he's played in every single game.
He's made himself available.
He's played in every single game.
And I can tell you, there have been a couple games, Moj, where he could have easily sat. He was banged up in a couple games. One in L.A. against the Clippers, he could have easily sat. He pushed through and played.
How many guys on, what's the date today? January 7th. How many guys in this league who get major minutes, and he plays north of 30 every single night? How many guys are not dealing with, on occasion or even all the time with nagging this, painful that? I mean, it's not easy. In the National Hockey League, everybody's got a little something going on at some time, and he's played in every single game. He sucked it up, he's hit the floor, and he's played well. I don't know that you could ask for more out of Michael Porter Jr. right now.
I believe he and Russell Westbrook are the only two players that have played every game.
Strother and Watson have been there.
I don't think so. I think Payton has missed a couple.
Has he? Okay.
I think Vic's
I'm just trying to think of the guys off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Can I say one thing about just circling back to something you were just talking about,
Sure.
Vic? Now, there was a stretch when those rumors first came out where Porter had a few bad games. And there was the thought out there that maybe him being rumored maybe affected that. Whether it did or didn't, I will say this. It's not very good business, right? To have one of your max contract guys' names thrown out in trade rumors that seem very, very real, like not invented out of thin air. I don't think that's a very smart tact from the front office because I don't understand what you stand to gain.
How do you know they threw the name out? How do you know it wasn't somebody else throwing?
Well, they got out some.
Well,
they got
could
out
be other
somehow.
teams. I mean, you know how this works, right? Other teams can mention it. The source doesn't have to come from here.
I got it. But there's ways that teams can keep things under wraps. I mean, we didn't know about Russell Wilson trade until it happened, right? That wasn't a single whisper about it.
Here's my comeback to that. The better question might be, how does the player react to being involved in trade rumors?
Sure.
Some players
get pouty.
Some players, they don't play. They don't want to play. Some players, Jimmy Butler, just go full protest.
Well, that's throwing your own name in the trade rumors.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
But to be involved in trade rumors, whether they're true or not, and to play the way Michael Porter Jr. has played is quite impressive. I am proud of that guy. I really am. He has played well.
Yeah. I agree with you, Vic. We got a text earlier from 4545. What's the scenario that brings Jimmy Butler to Denver?
None.
The scenario that I could think of would be the end of Earth. The end of I would say,
The only
10
way that would
kilometer
work-
wide
listen,
meteorite
let's be
hitting
honest.
the Earth. I mean, I don't. There's no scenario out there. The end of times might do it.
No, the only thing the only way Jimmy Butler would become a Denver Nugget is this. There would have to be a heart-to-heart meeting between Jimmy, Nikola Jokic, and the front office about what his role would be, how committed he would be. If your commitment is, man, I need a championship before I'm done with this game, and if that's really what your goal is, then fine. But if the goal is, I want to run the team, I'm looking for an extension, and this is my next stop. No, that's not going to work here because those strategies do not align. If the goal, listen, Russell Westbrook has a simple goal. What is it? What is Russell Westbrook's
Win a
goal at this point in his career? He wants one. He's playing. Look at the price. He's playing at the minimum. He's playing for nothing. All right, that's all he wants here. Jimmy Butler's goals could be different, but if they came together and they figured that out, it could work.
You know what, though? What is the fascination with Jimmy? What is this? A
When
guy
he's-
who was
when
he was once a very, very
Yeah.
good player.
One
in this
kind of
league.
player. Well, I'll tell you what his fascination is. Calm down. The fascination is when he's still playing at the level he can play. He's the kind of guy that can get your team to knock off a number one seed like they did to Boston. That's how good he is.
Even at the age of 35, Brett, he does play with some jam and some attitude. I mean, he's got that too. But everything
He
that
has
comes
been-
with Jimmy Butler at this point is man, it would have to be so laid out, Vic, and so
Hold on.
specific in that meeting. I don't know that you could trust him either. I'm not sure that I could trust him.
I don't know
was
if I could
GM.
trust his health at this point.
I was
Because
just gonna
Pat
say-
Riley has doubted that health.
35 years old, has not played 65 games in a season since 2017.
Correct.
He's averaging the worst numbers of his career, really
Yep.
since his third year in the league. He's got attitude problems. He's
Yep.
making a whole bunch of money, and the things you have to get rid of in order to acquire him, I don't even know if that would work to make your team better. Like, there's nothing that I see beneficial. And I don't know why people are fascinated with it. And I think it's just the NBA. When a big name comes out, everybody wants to have their name in it.
And then you wonder why MPJ's name's involved in talks. Because it's the NBA. Because rumors circulate. It doesn't have to come from Denver. Other teams can bring it up. Listen, bottom line is the Nuggets are in a bit of a bind. They don't have a first-round pick to give away. They have 1 second-round pick to give away. They don't have the necessary assets. They've got a 5th and 6th highest-paid players on this roster. The 5th and 6th highest-paid players on the roster don't play. And
That's
until they
true.
get by that, until they figure that out, to me, that's a huge stumbling block. They've got to figure that out. How many rosters in the NBA, your 5th and 6th highest paid players do not contribute?
I don't think there's one. I don't
Go
think
down,
there's a
go
single
down
one.
the NBA. Go down. That they've got to figure that out. To me, it's not about bringing in another marquee name. It's not that. It's about getting through the issue I just arrived at. You have to play your 5th and 6th highest paid guys.
Can listen
Brett,
to us.
when Vic just said that, though, what did you think of? When Vic just said that, bind. What'd you think of? What went through your brain?
I don't know.
Because what went through my brain was this. He was in a bind because he's way behind. He's willing to make a deal.
I don't know what the
absolutely
hell you're talking about.
Did not think of that. I did not
He was
think
in
the
a bind
devil
because
went
he's
down
way
to Georgia.
behind.
No,
He's
I did
willing to
not.
make a deal.
I mean, I have zero idea what you're talking about.
Can listen to us
Devil went down
anywhere.
to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to
All right,
steal.
that
He
means
was in a
now,
bind
now
because
you
he's way
cut him
behind.
off.
He was willing.
Now you cut. Yeah, thank you very much. Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Lauren Jabara at 9 o'clock. But let's take a look around the last week of the NFL regular season next.
It's 2025. Are you ready to fix yourself? Do you wake up and your energy is down? You aren't sleeping well? Maybe your sex drive's a little MIA. Have you figured out that maybe you're suffering from low testosterone? It happens to a lot of dudes. Early to mid-30s, guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Now, it happens gradually. But before you know it, all of a sudden, you're not the same as you used to be, and you can tell it. Brain fog, fall asleep after dinner, so on and so forth. Well, do yourself a favor like I did. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz on the website. Simple, 10-question quiz with the yes-no answers. Takes 2 minutes, and schedule a consult. You get your blood drawn. Results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review the results with you and discuss your options. If you need it, they're there to help you. And if you start testosterone treatment that day, your appointment is absolutely free. It's only $99 anyway. Do yourself a favor. You get higher energy level, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, wake up feeling better. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men like me. It's worth it. Most men wait a year or longer. Don't do that. There's no need to wait in 2025. Give them a call today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
One final time, take a look around the league that finished Week 18 of the NFL regular season. Starting on Saturday, Ravens take care of the Browns 35-10 as the Ravens had to win that game to secure their highest seed, or at least the divisional seed that they had as the 3 heading into the postseason. They finished the season 12-5. The Browns 3-14. And I don't know what the Browns are going to do this offseason, but they have still a lingering Deshaun Watson question, which I don't know what to deal with. Which, by the way, Deshaun's rehab from that torn Achilles had a setback. So I'm sure they're pumped to hear that.
Oh, no. That's too bad. They gassed Baker. $240 million guaranteed. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
The late game on Saturday. Remember, this had big Broncos implications. Pittsburgh with the ball late, a chance to drive down the field, get in field goal range, and beat Cincinnati. And Russell Wilson inexplicably takes off for a 3-yard scramble at like his own 35-yard line with no timeouts and basically killed any shot they had of making a comeback. So Cincinnati wins 19-17. And I wonder if Pittsburgh is going to stick with Russell. I really do. I think he's going to get the start, but if he's not good, I think they'll go to Justin Fields in the middle of that game.
Well,
they better.
They're not
better.
going to make a move now. Not before the postseason.
Well, they won't. Yeah, they'll start him, Vic, but I'm telling you what, there ought to be a quick yank if he's not doing good stuff. There ought to be.
So Steelers 10-7, Cincinnati finishes 9-8. This was a great game, not one that people really paid attention to. The early slate on last Sunday, not a lot of great games with implications, but Panthers-Falcons was fun. And
Well, the Falcons needed to win that game
to have a
shot.
shot.
Bryce Young. Did you see Bryce Young? He threw for over 250 yards and 3 touchdowns, man. The kid is figuring it out. Give him time.
He's fun
Give
to
him
watch.
time.
Did you see the Steph Curry move he pulled?
Yeah.
He threw a touchdown pass before it was caught. He turned around and celebrated. It was cool.
Not to mention Penix, I think in every start, the Falcons have scored 30 points. Do you guys remember when Kirk Cousins had like 1 touchdown in 7 weeks or whatever that number was?
Yep. He looked old and weary here in Denver when he came to town. Remember that? I mean, dilapidated. That guy was done.
So Panthers finished 5-12, Falcons 8-9. Commanders win over the Cowboys in a close one. Needed a score late in the fourth quarter to win 23-19, but that secured their playoff spot and the 6th seed with a win there.
Washington is 12-5. I mean, my God, Jaden Daniels comes in and all of a sudden that downtrodden franchise is 12-5. It can happen to anybody. It really
Give a lot
can.
of credit. I still credit Cliff Kingsbury, their offensive coordinator, for understanding what it takes for a young quarterback to thrive. And I think he's put his name back in the hat for head coach in this league.
Agreed. And he said he'll maybe someday he'll seek out another head coaching opportunity, but right now he's liking what he's doing.
So Commanders 12-5, Cowboys 7-10 to close out the year. So Bears, after losing, what was the number? Was it like 11 straight heading into that final week against Green Bay? They're on the road at Lambeau. Green Bay had something to play for. If they won, I think they would have jumped, was it Washington for the 6th seed, I believe? But instead, last second, well, if you guys watched the last couple of minutes, all the Bears had to do was basically burn as much clock as they could. And DJ Moore on a screen fumbles the football. The Packers take it. They kick a field goal to take the lead. But Caleb Williams leads them on a last-second drive to get back in the field goal range. Cairo Santos hits the field goal, and the Bears win 24-22, at least ending their season on a more positive note with the number 1 overall pick. As they were 5-12, the Packers 11-6 to close out the year. Houston beats the Texans 23-14.
Titans.
Or, I'm sorry. I did the same thing that they did in the broadcast. Houston beats the Titans, yes, 23-14.
Hey, but they always pull out those uniforms, the old Oilers uniforms against when.
I don't like it. I know that they own the rights. I get it. It went with the franchise. Those belong in Houston. To see those helmets, to see that logo worn outside of Houston, it bothers me.
Yeah, but you know what, dude? It's such a good-looking uniform. I mean, it really is a good
The Derrick
looking
is a Houston.
uniform.
That's Houston.
Agreed.
It's oil fields.
I agree. I'm not disputing that. I'm telling you, it looks damn good. When you see that logo, Vic, what do you think of? What's the first thing that pops in your head?
Earl Campbell.
Earl Campbell. And number 2? Dan Pastorini.
No, that's not number 2 on my list.
Oh.
Tennessee, by the way, with that loss.
Buddy Ryan, number 2, maybe?
No.
Tennessee, with that loss, secures the number 1 overall pick. And the question is, are they going quarterback or are they going Travis Hunter? And I don't think that they can do another year of Will Levis. I think that's done.
Moj, is it Warren Moon?
Oh, come
Warren
on.
Moon was great.
Get some
he
Warren
was a
Moon
great
in there.
Oiler.
No, the answer is Bum Phillips.
Listen, there's a lot of dudes, man. Kenny Burrows. There's a lot of dudes you could throw that Derek on. Agreed, Vic.
Colts and Jags. Colts win in overtime, 26-23. Here's the thing about Jacksonville. Despite being 4-13 this year, firing Doug Peterson, I think that's a job that you'd want. I really do. I think it's a bad division that you could turn it around in a hurry. Not to mention, this has flown under the radar all year. Do you guys know who their first-round pick was? It was Brian Thomas Jr. He has had an unbelievable rookie year. He finished with 87 catches, 1,300 yards, and 10 touchdowns, and nobody knows about it. That's
nobody's
a hell of
paying
a weapon.
attention to that.
Yeah, how's that working for you?
That's even with Trevor Lawrence getting injured.
So Jags 4-13, Colts finish 8-9. So the Patriots win over Buffalo. Buffalo played nobody, but they finished the year 4-13. Gerard Mayo fired, and it's almost like the Lovie Smith thing from a couple years ago with Houston. They are in position to pick number 1, and then they decided to win the last game of the year, and now they aren't picking number 1 anymore. But game meant nothing for Buffalo, so they don't care. They let Josh Allen get his 1 snap. You guys saw that, right? Early in the game, he took the first snap to keep his consecutive start streak going, and then left immediately.
Yep, took right off to the side of the field. Yep.
But the Bills finished 13-4, and the Patriots 4-13. Eagles beat the Giants 20-13 in a game.
Who played quarterback for the Eagles? Anybody?
Tanner McKee.
Tanner McKee from.
Was he
Any
Stanford?
relation to Darren McKee?
Stanford. He's about 2 feet taller.
With a
so
relation
probably
to
no.
Stanford? No. Yeah, and he's 6'6". Both of those things probably not somewhere in the family lineage, is my guess. But they finished 14-3. The Giants 3-14. I saw a clip, by the way, of Malik Neighbors. They were saying Shedeur Sanders was wearing New York Giants cleats during the bowl game. What do you think about that? And he looked very unenthused and said no comment, is what he said.
Wow.
Which was weird.
Bucks. I can't wait for the draft just for that soap opera to play out.
Yeah. Bucks and Saints. Bucks needed that win in order to secure the NFC South, and they got it, but they needed a couple touchdowns late to do so. Yeah. And then, obviously, the cool story of that game, Mike Evans gets his 5-yard reception on the last play of the game to hit his $3 million bonus, and everybody went crazy. But the Bucks, with that win, secured the 4 seed in the NFC, and they finished the season 10-7. Chargers also battling for seeding. They beat the Raiders 34-20. That was another game that was a lot closer than I thought it would be for a minute. Mm-hmm. But they ended up pulling away late. Justin Herbert 346 yards and 2 touchdowns in that game.
That was a Herbert game right there, Vic. I mean, Jim Harbaugh finally said, "Okay, Justin, do your thing." 346 and 2. 28-36. I mean, the guy can do that kind of thing.
What has been the issue with the Chargers for years? You know, they always had it offensively, but defensively couldn't stop anybody. Well, this year, the calling card was defense.
Yeah.
The number 1 defense in the NFL, scoring defense. They gave up the fewest points.
By the way, just a quick yes or no. Antonio Pierce on the sideline for the Raiders next year?
Yes.
I'll say no.
I think they might move on, too.
I think it'll change here.
I feel like he would have been gone by now.
I think once Tom Brady sort of becomes, once he's done with his announcing and they take a long look at the franchise, maybe they make some changes.
Seahawks, Rams. Seahawks win 30-25. They finished the year 10-7, but the Seahawks miss out on the playoffs despite having the same record as the Rams. The Rams entered that game already winners of the NFC West. How about that run for the Rams, by the way? After those injuries early in the year to Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, they just held it together and then went on a run late in the season in order to win a very competitive, what ended up being competitive NFC.
You know, Sean Payton says he drew inspiration from the Rams. When the Rams came to Denver a couple years ago and they trained with the Broncos, they had the joint practices at training camp, and the Rams had a bunch of dead cap money.
Yep.
And they still made the playoffs that year despite that. He said McVay told him about it. He drew some inspiration from that conversation. And look at the Broncos. Same situation. A lot of dead cap hits, and boom, they're in the playoffs.
The Vikings will go to L.A. to play the Rams, and I was reminded by somebody last night who's in the know in this regard, and had to remind me, they've already beat the Vikings once this year, 30-20.
Yeah.
Rams. I think the Rams are going to win that game. I do. I think the Rams are going to win that game.
Minnesota, we'll get to them in a second. But Rams 10-7, Seahawks 10-7, but Rams winners of the NFC West. Dolphins and Jets. Dolphins, obviously, they had to win that game and have the Broncos lose in order to make the postseason, but it didn't matter because the Jets put up 32 points and beat them 32-20. And since then, Tyreek Hill said, and I quote, "I'm out, bro." And if you guys didn't notice his profile picture on Twitter yesterday, he photoshopped his face on the Antonio Brown running off the field with the deuces stuff. So
Crazy.
Good luck, Miami, trying to figure that out.
Isn't Jalen Ramsey singing the same tune?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in Miami, but those guys, like, they lost.
Yeah, why are they running?
And just sprinted as fast as possible away from that team. Jets finished the season 5-2, and the Dolphins 8-9. Cardinals crushed the Niners. What a disappointing year for the Niners. 47-24. I'm going to make this prediction, by the way. I think Arizona is going to pop next year. I do. I'm still unsure about Kyler Murray, but they got a feel of a team that's got a lot of right pieces around there that just need a little bit of time to incubate.
Kyler Murray.
As much as I think that their head coach is a weirdo, he did a pretty good job with them this year. They finished the year 8-9.
And they got a tight end that has popped.
Good.
They got a tight end that's already popped.
Dude, McBride, Marvin Harrison Jr.,
they're playing
James
great.
Conner in the backfield. Like, that's a pretty good offense.
Good team.
Every year they say that.
Yeah, we'll see. And then finally, Lions and Vikings Sunday Night Football. That game was for the NFC North and the 1 seed. And it's 31-9. That game was closer than a 31-9 game.
It was, but you know what, Vic? The Lions thumped the Vikings right in their mouths.
Think about this. Think about this. This could be the year that they better finish the job because Detroit can potentially lose both coordinators. Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson could be gone. They are both up for head coaching jobs.
I would say they're likely gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. The interesting thing about that game that I didn't understand, Kevin O'Connell went for it on 4th and goal, I think, 2 times throughout the course of this year. He went for it 2 times in that game alone. It's like he tried to out Dan Campbell in those situations, which didn't make sense. Here's the other interesting fact. Vikings finished the season 14-3, and they have to go on the road now every game if they want to make the Super Bowl. They've lost to 2 teams this year.
That's crazy.
They lost to the Lions twice, and they lost to the Rams. That's it. And they're the 5 seed in the NFC. Wild. But there you go. Our final look around the NFL as Week 18 comes to a close. Lauren Jabara joins the show next.
Mosier.
Oh, an old classic. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. That was the angry mother yelling Mosier. Lauren Jabaro joins us now. Hi, Lauren. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good morning. How is everyone? That was like one of my favorite quotes ever. Mosier.
What was that about?
During my time here.
What was that about again?
That's when Yoel Kiviranta scored a hat trick in the bubble against the Avalanche when he was playing for the Dallas Stars.
Right after the Avs tied it, though, right?
Yeah, he comes back and he puts Dallas on top, and I stormed out what I thought was to the hallway where nobody could hear us because Jabbar and I are doing the Zoom thing, and apparently he picked up every foul word that I said from here.
All of the foul words. I go, Mosier.
I love it. So, Lauren, you're in town tonight. I know you were with Moj in the booth last night for the Avs game, but in town tonight for the Nuggets and the Celtics. We'll get to that in a second. How'd it feel being back in the barn at Ball Arena?
Yeah, it was weird, almost nostalgic kind of a vibe. And I got to hang out with Mosier and his little soul patch that he has going on right now on his chin. It was really fun, though. I was up there. I'm like, honestly, sitting up there for a game, I'm like, Moj, you're incredible at what you do. It is so hard to see who's who on the ice. I'm like, what the heck? I'm used to sitting ringside or courtside. You see all the players so easily. Up there, it's like they're little ants just scattered
It's
around
impossible. I don't know how he makes out players. Whatever. It's a gift. It's a skill. Hey, Lauren, so you're in town, obviously, for the Nuggets Celtics tonight. Do you work full-time for TNT?
I do work full-time for TNT, but it's cool because they have so many outlets. It's TNT, TBS, Max. You know, so in Eurosport, I was able to do the Olympics this summer through Eurosport. It's all under the Warner Brothers umbrella. So I feel really grateful. I've been able to do so many different things. You know, golf. I just did the last showdown with Rory McIlroy and
I saw that.
Scheffler, which was really cool.
That is so cool that you got to do that. You're getting a little piece of everything. That's awesome.
Yeah,
well,
it is.
Congratulations, because now you get to see the world, right? You're outside of just Denver, and it's what has been since you've been gone. What's been that one moment you're like, wow, this is as cool as it gets?
Yeah, standing up on the stage, handing out the pennant after the ALCS to the New York Yankees. I'm standing up there with Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton, Anthony Rizzo. I mean, I'm looking around and I'm like, they're like, yeah, you're hosting the pennant ceremony. I'm like, I'm doing what? No, what am I doing? And I was like, oh, okay. And I honestly tell you, I heard my producer in my ear. He's like counting down. Okay, Lauren, we're coming to you in 10, 9. I blacked out, guys. I don't remember anything. And I came to at the end of it. I'm like, oh my gosh, I just did that. That was the coolest thing I've ever done. So I think that was like a real pinch me moment. I'm like, wow, that just happened. I just was on stage. I know it was in Cleveland, but, you know, handing out the New York Yankees the ALCS pennant, which was pretty cool.
I get to hand out the Moshi Awards in 2 weeks. How about that?
You get what?
It's our Moshi Awards. I mean, it's not. It's like it's just as cool, I think, as the pennant. But I get to do that. I get to hand out the worst awards for our radio show over the last year. So that's gonna be fun. Go ahead, Moj.
I love that. That's great.
I was just gonna say, I remember when you were given the opportunity to bail on us here in Denver. And go to some magical, TNT, Warner Brothers in the sky, and that was all well and good. But I know it wasn't an easy decision for you, but it was the right one because clearly they've taken you and utilized all your talents across a lot of different, spectrums, including the NBA. Yeah. You've done Major League Baseball with the Braves and obviously the World Series and everything else. So it was the right way to go, but you never forget those fun times, right? Like when we were all together as an awesome group, and the Avs were just starting to build. We do. Just starting to build that goodness that we saw. Man, those were really good times. A great crew.
I know. I remember one of the times that stands out to the most. Well, first of all, my first game ever, and Vic, this was when you were doing both Nuggets and Avs playoffs back in 2019, and I just started. And they were like, yeah, you're doing the Colorado Rapids. And then all of a sudden, the Nuggets had to go on the road for game 3 and 4. And there was no one there to do game 3 for the Avs. And that was the first game Cale Makar ever played for the team, too. And that was my first game ever on the sidelines of like, oh my gosh. And then we went game 5 in 2019 in Calgary where they clinched. And I remember walking with Moj over the catwalk, and he's so scared to walk over the catwalk to get to the press box in Calgary. And that was like the coolest moment of my life because I'm like, wow, I made it. I'm on the road with these guys, and it was just so much fun. And then since then, it was an awesome 3 years that I spent in Colorado. And then I left to take a job with Bally Sports South to do the Hawks and the Braves. And you guys have to go and win a Stanley Cup on me. So, that was tough to watch from afar, but obviously I was rooting for you guys and rooting for the team. That was such an awesome accomplishment.
Well, in town tonight for the Nuggets and the Celtics, and just like you're around a whole bunch of these national people and Chuck and Shaq and all these guys, what's the vibe around the Nuggets? Because it's difficult for us right now. Sometimes they look okay, sometimes they don't. What are the national folks saying about them?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone's super optimistic about the Nuggets, especially I think they're like 9-4 in their last 13 games or something. They figured something out. Their efficiency in terms of their offense has gotten somewhere good recently. I think I was watching Nikola Jokic. Obviously, everyone thinks, some people are arguing for Shea as well to be MVP, but Jokic could possibly win his 4th MVP this year, which is super fun. And I think that we got to see that great battle the last 2 games between the Spurs and the Nuggets, and just seeing Wemby and Jokic kind of battle it out, and having, Nikola Jokic say nice things about Wemby after that. That was really fun. But I think people are pretty optimistic about them. Christian Brown has been really great this season. Yeah. I think Russell Westbrook adds another dimension to this team. And I think he has the most assists to Nikola Jokic on the season in general, which is pretty cool. So I'm actually going to shoot around a little later to talk to some guys on the Celtics side too. But I think people are pretty optimistic about the Denver Nuggets. Obviously, a little tough start to the season, but it's not how you start, guys. It's how you finish, right?
For me, Lauren, tonight's game is just a math equation, because the Boston Celtics, they attempt more than 53s a game. All right, number 1 in the league. The Nuggets.
It didn't work last game.
No, well, it didn't, and that's the thing. They attempt 50. The Nuggets attempt 31. So if you add that, that's 19. The difference is 19. That's 57 potential points in threes that come from a team like the Boston Celtics. If they make their threes, they win. If they miss their threes, they lose. It's that simple when it comes to the Boston Celtics. The question is, how do you guard their threes? And that's where the Nuggets have struggled this season, is navigating screens on the perimeter to get a hand in the face of threes. And that's why I worry about tonight's game. We'll see. It might be a question you ask tonight. See, who's gonna get to the perimeter to defend some of those threes that are being shot by the Celtics.
I know that you're not going to be doing the game tonight. I think she can do her job. It's cool.
No, I love this. Any little nuggets. You're with the team every single day, so you know them better than anyone.
I think you need to ask this question tonight like I would
want
if
you to
I was
ask
on
it
the
just
sideline.
like this. Now, listen, Lauren, clearly you're going to have a hell of a time doing the game. One of the reasons I don't like going to Nuggets Celtics games in Denver, Moj, tell her why I don't like going. Why?
Because the sea of Boston green and mass blanks, it's, and I'm sure you get that around the league wherever you try. I mean, when these heritage teams
Lakers,
go into another,
did a lot with the Lakers.
Oh
LeBron,
my God, it makes you want to. Yeah, it makes you want to barf. It makes you want to barf.
Not doing it, man. Too many Boston fans there tonight. Don't like it. Sorry, I don't like them.
So you're not
Lauren,
even coming.
Let them know I don't like them.
Here's another question for you, Lauren. Find a Celtics fan and say, why are you here?
They're everywhere. Celtics fans everywhere. Lakers fans everywhere. Giannis Antetokounmpo fans everywhere. Crazy.
So the Nuggets just came off a back-to-back with the Spurs a few days ago. Have you done a Spurs game this year?
No, I haven't.
Did you get one last year?
The only Spurs game I've done was when they played the Atlanta Hawks, but then I started with TNT, and so I haven't done a Wemby game yet, which it's on my bucket list to be able to do a Wemby game.
Gotcha.
Sure.
How do you get to who picks your games for you? How does the schedule come out?
Our boss, our scheduling.
So do you know how far in advance do you know what you're doing?
Yeah, I know like a month and a half in advance. Sometimes 2 months in advance what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm actually I don't know if you guys have heard of the new 3-on-3 league, Unrivaled. I'm going to be the studio host for that league on Mondays and Fridays with Chris Parker on TNT. So that will be, and Renee Montgomery. So that will be really fun.
Man, you're doing everything, girl.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. Wow. It's fun.
Do you have a cooking show coming out or anything like that?
I do. What else? Gardening, all of the things. Home goods, everything you need.
What was it like hanging with my boy?
HGTV's on line 3. Can you pick that one up?
What was it like hanging with our boy Barkley in Vegas for that golf event?
Oh, he's just the best. He's just the best. I actually do a segment with him a couple times a month called Guarantees. And so we actually get to sit down and hang out. And, he's one of the best. And I honestly think that's why TNT and Turner has such a great family atmosphere. It starts with the top guys, right? And it trickles down. And Charles is a guy that knows everyone's name. He's kind to everybody. He's hilarious. And it all trickles down from him there. So it's always a fun time hanging out with him.
I don't know how much you can talk about it or not, but we were dismayed at TNT, them losing the NBA, we were absolutely just sideways about it because that show's the best show maybe in sports television, right? And it's like, golly, when does it stop, I guess? But how's everybody taking it over there? Is it pretty tough?
Yeah, I can't speak on it too much, but I know that they're still going to be doing, the inside show, producing it from our studios. I'm not sure in what capacity yet, but
Right.
yeah, I can't talk about that too much. So we're just focusing on
I
the
figured.
season and, putting out the best broadcast possible, but everyone's, in good spirits.
Well, you're still doing a great job. I mean, everybody's still doing a great job. Total pros at it for sure.
Yeah, yeah. And that show is just so much fun to watch. I mean, it's the best show on television in a lot of people's opinions. So they're just funny, they're insightful, they do it all. Their bits, everything. It's the best.
Well, you
So I
can
feel really grateful to be able to work in the same studios as them. It's
for
really
sure.
cool.
For sure.
Uh-huh.
Well, you can see Lauren tonight right there, TNT, for the Nuggets and Celtics at Ball Arena Yevik.
Hold on, Lauren. I can't let you go.
Yeah.
I
Let's hear it.
have a bit of a complaint to make.
Oh no. What did I do?
You missed out. You had I look at the pictures on your Instagram of your wonderful wedding that took place in Colorado. You missed out on the best wedding dancer this side of the Mississippi by not inviting me to that
Are
wedding.
you talking about yourself?
Yeah, and I would have put on a show for you and all the folks there that people would have talked about for years. So it was
I
an
don't know about
opportunity
talked about in a
lost.
good way or talked about in a bad way.
just
Maybe
saying,
I'm
it was-
saving everybody.
Talked about, period, yeah.
It was an opportunity lost on your behalf. I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
That was his way of saying congratulations on the wedding.
Yeah,
by the way.
congrats.
Thanks, Max. I appreciate it. You can live vicariously through my Instagram photos if you want.
Lauren, you're the best. Always good to talk to you, and we'll see you
Love you
on TV
guys.
tonight.
Thank
See
you
you
so
soon.
much for having me.
There you go. Lauren Jabara joined us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Again, you can catch her on TNT tonight for the Nuggets and the Celtics. Back after this. All right, when we were going around the league, I talked about how the Jags might be a job that I think is appealing to people, that they got some talent. Look, if you think you can fix Trevor Lawrence, then maybe it's a really good spot in a bad division.
How much fixing does he really need?
Well, that's the question. And somebody said, I don't think it's a great job. They're keeping Trent Baalke as the GM. Here's what's interesting. This morning, Shad Khan, the owner of the Jags, was on a joint Zoom press conference with GM Trent Baalke. And they were discussing the State of the Union, the off-season plans for the Jags. They're asked a question. Shad Khan answers, and I want you guys to visualize on a Zoom like we have up right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I am Shad Khan. Vic is Trent Baalke.
Can I be Shad Khan?
Sure.
Can you be Trent?
Whatever you want, yes. The point is, we're side by side. Listen to this.
I'd actually like to go back to John's first question, Shad, back to you. I know you noted that if this head coaching candidate was to say, hey, I think the medical needs to be reevaluated, the health and wellness, if they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it, okay?
He said that with Baalke right there. He was next to him in the meeting. He basically said if a coach comes in and says this guy sucks and he should leave, he said, okay.
Well, he was being honest.
I mean, maybe,
just
wild.
Maybe they already had that honest conversation. Maybe before all this took place, they're like, dude, you're lucky to have your job still. We're not going to let you go. We want to keep you around because you know football better than we do. But your future is based on who comes in. You know what? A lot can be said. Very similar situation in Denver, right? George Payton. He didn't know if his job was secure when Sean Payton came in. He had no idea. And it worked out, right? It worked out great.
Can I say one other thing about Shad Khan? Why does he look like he's going to jump through your television into a cartoon and tie a woman to railroad tracks?
It's the mustache. It's the it's that mustache with the twisties on the
He's
end.
going to take the damsel in distress, and he's going to have the train coming, and then it's up to the superhero to save him.
Might be doing that. When you look at jobs that are open, though, I mean, Trevor Lawrence had surgery on his non-throwing shoulder. Now, if it's the throwing shoulder and he's 25 years old, you might be like, oh, God, what are you going to do here? But it's his non-throwing shoulder, and the guy's got talent, man. I mean, imagine if you're the Jacksonville Jaguars and you had Jim Harbaugh available. Would you want to hire him and have him come in and help guide along your 25-year-old quarterback?
Yeah.
I think the answer is yeah.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you're a coach
and
taking
they
that
just
job,
gave him that
correct,
the
the giant contract. So, but I mean, but the point is that he's got his whole future ahead of him, and he's got talent. So you're ahead of the game if you can get that job. Whether or not you want to work for Shad Khan or the Jaguars, who are sort of homeless at times, I mean, they might as well just move half their games to London, for crying out loud, because they play there all the time.
Can I ask Vic a question? Because you said something coming off the Broncos win against the JV Chiefs. And you said, I don't know what you take out of this game.
I want you to ask this question by impersonating somebody.
No, I'm not a jukebox. They win 38-0, and you said that felt like a preseason game. You can't take anything out of it. And I think for us, it's true. Like, I don't know what to make of you put up 38 and you held the Chiefs to nothing when it obviously wasn't the Chiefs. But can I make this argument? That for the players, it doesn't matter. That they went out and executed at a high level, and that could bring some confidence heading into this weekend. That maybe them finding a bit of a rhythm, even though it's against backups, brings a level of maybe consistency in that game that can carry over to playing Buffalo.
Listen, you don't dismiss NFL talent. It may not be top-notch. It may not be starter talent. There were some starters for the Kansas City team out there. Bottom line is, Bo Nix went out there and completed his first 17 freaking passes.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, we talked to Coach. Hard. Yeah, we talked to Coach Sanford about that. Listen, if you're just doing it in the street, it's not an easy thing to do, right? I mean, both 100%. Things have to happen. Yes. You got to put the ball on the money, on time, and dude has to catch it. I mean, they played. I'll put it this way: the Chiefs played nobody, didn't game plan, and the Broncos kicked ass. So those two things go together. It's 38-0. That's how it goes in the NFL.
The Broncos did exactly what they were supposed to do times 10. Times 10. I mean, they put it on them.
Yeah,
Hard.
they did.
I mean, would you rather have 3-0 win going into the playoffs or 38-0?
Don't smile.
What
at
I
that,
struggle
Nelly.
with, Kaner,
I'm smiling at Mosier's dog. Look how good of a boy that is, just sitting behind him there.
That is a good boy.
That's the goodest boy right there.
He's just he's not even
I don't
moving.
know what he's doing.
You know what it
Yeah,
is? He hears my
it's a
voice. He
statue.
understands authority when he hears it.
That's what
right.
it is. He hears your. Here, hold on.
He's
Which one here, Vic?
he's a shepherd
What's the
overlooking
dog's
his
name again,
flocks.
Rick?
Who's your good boy, Rick?
Rick.
Who's your good boy?
Lick Mosier's face hard.
Dude, his eyes are so wide.
Rick.
And it stayed on his head.
Rick,
He
he
can hear
listen
you.
to me.
He's kind of freaking out right now.
Rick,
yeah.
let me reason with
He
you.
kicked him off. Yeah, he's kicking him off. Yeah.
Anyway,
I guess he doesn't respect authority after all.
Would that dog right there eat your cash money if you left it out?
He likes. Yeah, he
Can we
likes to
try?
sniff around things.
Leave a couple
no,
bucks. Let's see if it
I'm
eats
not. I'm not doing. He probably would. I'm not letting him. He'll eat a lot of different things, man. It's kind of weird. And here's the other one. Okay, so there you go. The point is this: is I forget where we were. I apologize.
If that momentum from having
Oh,
a good
yeah, that's what I
performance
struggle
can carry over.
Wait, it can't hurt. Now you're playing the Buffalo Bills, and they are awesome, right? I mean, well coached, well-rounded team, superstar at quarterback who may win the MVP this year. I don't know. To me, I'd give it to Lamar Jackson, but that's me. So your reality's going to set in when you arrive in Buffalo, and you got to go into that damn stadium to take on those Bills. But when you put things together the way you did against Kansas City, and everybody comes out of that game feeling good about your game plan and about the guy standing next to you and lined up by you, I think you can't help but feel it can't help but give you a little bit of boost. Now again, the ball's going to kick off, and you're going to be playing a whole different damn team. But I like the way they're going into the postseason. You rectified a couple of wrongs that you had in the previous couple of weeks. You got a big dub. You played your way in. You didn't back in. So all these kind of things are rolling for you to the tune of now you can take your chances against Buffalo and win the turnover battle.
At the end of the day, the game mattered because it got you a ticket to the playoffs. All right?
Yeah.
That's where it ends. That's why it mattered. It got you into the playoffs. Nothing you've done since matters now. Now it's a different world, bro. Every play is different in the playoffs. Every series. You can't do this 3-and-out thing now. And this is where Buffalo has a distinct advantage. Been there, done that. That dude's been there.
See, I love this, though.
What?
I love that nothing matters now. That it's a restart. Everybody's 0-0 again. And it's a one-game sample. Like, all it takes is a couple of funny bounces of the football.
I agree.
And you can come up with a playoff victory that nobody expected.
Hey, Brett came. There was a time here in 1997, and the Denver Broncos were rolling, baby. They were rolling. 96 season into 97 playoff January. And all of a sudden, here comes this ugly lefty, Mark Brunell, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. Mm-hmm. And they upset the Denver Broncos at Mile High, and it was an absolute kick in the you-know-what. Could that happen? Absolutely it could happen in Buffalo.
You ever get hit in the little tingy?
It could.
Well,
it could.
It could. They beat the Denver Broncos, dude, and we were, Vic, you remember that. We were shattered around these parts. Absolutely destroyed. Now, the Broncos backed that up with back-to-back Super Bowl championships, but it shoulda, woulda, coulda been 3 in a damn row.
See, but
so it can happen. It can happen.
If I remember correctly, that Jags team, was that Jimmy Smith and Keenan McCardell and Fred Taylor? That one?
Yes.
That's a lot of talent on offense, by the way. Like,
It
those
is,
are
but Vic,
really
what
good
was-
players.
All right, Vic Lombardi, let's test your memory, your outstanding steel trap memory. What was the line for that game? Do you recall?
It's like 14, something crazy, 13,
Something like
14.
that, yeah. Even, and by the way, Brett, I would tell you, going into the Super Bowl the next year against Green Bay, the Broncos were a double-digit underdog. I think maybe 2-touchdown underdog to Brett Favre and company.
Yeah.
And obviously they won that game, but The Broncos were a big-time favorite against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they blew it. And the Buffalo Bills, are they capable of blowing it? Absolutely they are.
See, but having that, like, again, not to get too crazy about this or get hyper-focused, but I do think it's a big deal. And I'm not expecting it because it hasn't happened all year. I just wonder who's going to be the guy who carries the load in the backfield. The last couple of games, it's been Jaleel. And I don't know if they continue to give him the bulk of the carries, if they go more of Javonte because he's more the veteran guy, if they go to a guy like Estime because he's more of a bruiser type. Like, I don't know what the strategy is, but one thing I do know, if they can't get a running game going, that's too much pressure on Nix to do it by himself.
You know what's crazy? I'm looking at
By
this.
the way, hold on, Vic, real quick. It was James Stewart, the running back.
Oh, James Stewart, that's right.
But they did have Keenan McCardell and Jimmy Smith. Tony Baselli at left tackle was obviously very good. Leon Searcy was a tackle on that team. They had some good players for sure, but they were a big time dog because the Broncos were rolling.
This will only be the second time the Broncos have played in Buffalo in a playoff atmosphere. Last time they did it was exactly 33 years ago to the date.
1991.
January 12th, 1992. It was the 91 season. 1992, it was the AFC Championship game. That was that string of Buffalo teams that continued to go to Super Bowls and not get it done in Super Bowls. That was Jim Kelly and the bunch that beat the Broncos that day 10-7. John Elway started the game, got hurt. Gary Kubiak finished the game. Broncos actually took the lead. And they returned. I don't know, did they lead or did they come close? They had a chance to tie the game late. They returned an interception for a touchdown. It was crazy. And Buffalo ended up winning 10-7. But as I look at the circumstances from that game, the weather was about the same, 34 degrees. Everything was similar. Hey, man, that was a tight game back then. And Buffalo was heavily favored back then. You never know.
It was the 91 AFC title game played January 12, 92. Correct. Yep. That's it, man. And I think anything can happen. Now,
it was 0-0 at halftime of that game.
The odds are stacked against him, Vic. Brett, the odds are stacked against him. But, stranger things have happened.
Here's something I just thought of. I wanted to look this up. And we can talk more about this tomorrow. But there's a very small list in NFL history of rookie quarterbacks who won a playoff game. Very small. Now, a few of them have happened recently. Last year, C.J. Stroud is one of them. He walked in, Houston Texans, his first year, won a playoff game. Brock Purdy, the year before that, did that for the Niners. If you guys should go back to 2020, Jared Goff got hurt, and John Wolford won a playoff game for the Rams in 2020.
Wow.
I forgot about that guy.
Then you have to go back to Russell Wilson, his first year with the Seahawks. T.J. Yates won with the Houston Texans in 2011.
You're kidding me. T.J. Yates did? Wasn't he a lefty? Was he a lefty?
No, I don't think he was a lefty.
No, I was just looking at him from the other side of the room.
And then listen to some of these names here. Mark Sanchez. He won his first 2 playoff games with the Jets in 2009. Flacco in 2008 won 2. Roethlisberger. And then how about these? Aaron Brooks of the Saints. Remember him? He was fun to watch. Sean King in Tampa in 1999. And then you guys tell me if you've heard of these guys, okay? Both of them Rams quarterbacks. Do you guys know Dieter Brock?
Yes, I've heard of Dieter Brock, yes.
Oh, God, yeah.
He won 2 playoff games his rookie year.
Like what, 1970 what?
1985 was Dieter Brock.
85, copy.
1976, the Rams also had Pat
Vince
Hayden.
Ferragamo. Oh, Pat Hayden. Pat Hayden would played at USC and became their
AD?
AD, yeah, correct, Pat Hayden.
But that's NFL history. Guys who have won a playoff game as a rookie.
What about Vince Ferragamo? What, no Vince Ferragamo in there at all?
Nope.
Oh, man.
So, it's a tall task, okay? It's hard enough for a rookie quarterback to take the team to the postseason. To win a game is a completely different animal. But still, I love the makeup of Bo Nix, and I think he's one of these rookies that he won't react that way. He doesn't feel like the lights will be too bright.
Brett, as we sit here, what's the date?
The 7th.
As we sit here on the 7th of January, 2025, I think anybody listening to this program, anybody listening to sports radio would agree. Bo Nix has exceeded everyone's expectation.
Yep.
And I mean everyone. I want you to think about the most inflated expectation that a Bo Nix fan may have had going into this season. I don't care who you are. And I know we've had a lot of texters say, hey, he's going to be great. And we're like, oh, we'll see. He even exceeded your expectations. He won 10 games. He won 10 games,
That's
dude.
wild.
It's crazy what he's done. He became, what is he, number 2 on the list? All-time rookie quarterbacks throwing for touchdown passes in the league?
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 behind
If
Herbert?
Yeah,
if
I think so.
he can go to Buffalo. If. I don't want to allow myself to think that way here on a Tuesday.
Why?
Maybe when I
Why not?
Maybe when I get to Winnipeg and my brain is frozen on Friday, I'll allow myself to go there and think about a dub.
I will allow myself to go here. I think of young quarterbacks. You know, not even Mahomes was a rookie quarterback. He sat his rookie year. He sat.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't play right away. He became a star after his sophomore season. Man, I'm going to think back 4 or 5 years from now when Bo Nix is carving up the AFC, and we're going to say, God, he came out right out of the friggin' woodshed and started carving teams up. Now, it's not just him.
He didn't come out of the woodshed, start carving teams up.
But he's doing enough. He's developing enough.
But as you go back and you look at where he was, let's go to training camp, all you nerds. And then you go all the way to where we are now. Can you see, when you look at game by game through the preseason and the regular season, can you see the building of the foundation by Sean Payton for his rookie quarterback? And by the way, he's doing this, I'll give him even more credit. He's doing this without the benefit of a healthy, robust running game. I mean, they can rip off some things at times.
But he's got a robust defense, though. That helps.
But he's got a robust defense. But you can see the building blocks around the young quarterback, the outs, the screens, the crosses, the da-da-da. Let's start building our foundation, and let's work our way out from that. And then you get to week 8, 9, 10, you're starting to go over the middle and deep, right? Now you're starting to open things up in that regard. You're starting to find the sidelines. So he really sort of built him up and expanded him week to week all year long. It's easy to see now.
How do you prevent doing what happened to C.J. Stroud this year? How do you prevent that? Because
the letdown?
Would you say he took a step back?
Yeah,
a little bit.
But they're in the postseason. They won their division.
But he didn't. It's not like he didn't barnstorm the league this year like he did last season.
No, but the Broncos will have more weapons in the future for him. But the Broncos are also going to deal with injury, and I don't want to get into that right now. But they've been. Brett, just imagine if the amount of injuries and the positions happened to the Denver Broncos that happened to the Detroit Lions. Where would the Broncos be?
Well, they've been incredibly fortunate. But
okay, where would they be though? If you take those injuries to those positions,
they wouldn't
put them on the Broncos.
They wouldn't be in the postseason.
5 wins, maybe? Would you say 5, 6 wins, maybe? Maybe.
But that's the thing. It's like so
you're gonna have to overcome stuff in the future, Vic. Is what I'm getting at.
The main detail though is the Broncos had one major flaw in their team. And they got lucky because it was never exposed. It's the depth. They have no depth on this team, and they've been fortunate enough to escape an 18-game season or 17-game season without injury. Really, you got a couple of guys.
I mean, your leading tackler went out, yeah, but that's the biggest thing. Your leading tackler, and they found a way to get it done.
By the way, you were talking about ways that you help Bo Nix when it comes to having success this early in his career. There's a stat that I think sticks out more than anything else that proves just that we'll get to next. All right, so let me give you something crazy here. Bo Nix has taken virtually every single snap this season, up until this final drive of the last game of the year, right? Where Stidham came in?
I saw late in the Raiders game, was it? There was another game.
Well, they're blowing somebody out, and then Stidham gets a snap here or there, that sort of thing. But taking virtually every single snap, at least meaningful. And you go back and you think, okay, what did the Broncos invest their money in, and what are they getting out of this? And I remember last year, or maybe it was this offseason, Sean Payton said sacks are more of a quarterback stat than they are an offensive line. Because you guys remember at the end of last season when Stidham came in and he took the same amount of sacks as Russell, but he was kind of like putting that on the offensive line, but Russell would get sacked. He put that on Russell Wilson. So Russell Wilson in 11 games for the Steelers this year was sacked 33 times. How many times Bo Nix has been sacked this season in 17 starts?
Let me think. Let me think this one through. Are you going to give me time to think or not?
I'm waiting.
I will say he's been sacked 18 times.
All right.
I'm going to guess as well. This is just a pure guess. I can't remember that many, though, Brett. I'll say 13.
I'll say 28.
It's not that many by a mile.
You guys still don't know how to play this stupid game. You guess high, or else you take the sting out of the stat. It's 24. 24 times.
24, that's what I meant.
You're like, I don't know, 2. That's not how the game. Play the game right.
But this is. We're here for your own carnival experience. You asked me a question. I'm going to try to answer it.
Vic.
Let me guess your weight. I'm Brett Kane. Let me guess your weight.
No,
how
much
much you
like
weigh?
Vic going,
No.
Hey, Moj, can you guess how many times Nikola Jokic has had a triple-double? And you go, 15,000. It's like, well, now it's whatever number he says.
you sure?
Doesn't sound impressive.
Well, listen, if you want to bring somebody in to just make up stuff, go ahead.
Hey, Vic, didn't you have to guess people's weight at the? No, it was at Lakeside. Did you guess people's weight?
No,
Elitch's.
I did sports. I worked in the radar. That was the radar game.
Oh, the radar gun.
And you had
Okay.
to guess how fast
Copy.
you could throw the ball.
Here's something that can bring this back.
I was in
back.
I was in elite athletics.
Yeah, great. Here's something that can bring this back. I can make the number punch again, okay? He's sacked 24 times in 17 games this year. It is one of the lowest in the league, just so everybody's aware. But compare that to the other rookie quarterbacks in the NFL that have started 17 games, which is Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams was sacked 68 times.
Yeah, over 60. I knew that.
Jaden Daniels has been sacked 47 times, and he's as mobile as Bo Nix is. So think about that. Get the ball out quickly, make a read, make a throw, or buy more time. Bo Nix is really good at it.
This offense is also designed to get the ball out quickly.
Yes.
You know, how many wide receiver screens do we see? Right? It's make him comfortable. You know, and I got to give Sean Payton full credit. Number one goal this season was to develop the quarterback. And if you can develop a quarterback, then you'll get success. And they got both. But developing that quarterback is tough. You have to make him comfortable in the pocket. And he's gotten comfortable.
Yeah.
He's gotten way comfortable. That's a credit to Sean Payton designing that offense around Bo Nix and his strengths.
The last time he looked kind of like a mess, footwork-wise, where it was really noticeable. I know he's had issues on certain plays here and there. But if you go back to, like, the Jets game, right? And I know that was a monsoon, but between that, the first couple of starts of his career, that sort of thing, he's really, like, you wanted to see progression throughout the course of the year. He's so much better now than he was a month and a half, 2 months into the season.
Sure.
And it's clear. It's
you know,
noticeable.
my question, though, a lot of people credit Bo Nix. A lot of people credit the design of the offense. Some will say, you know, you're playing behind one of the most, if not the most expensive offensive line in the National Football League. That always helps. If the line, and I'll agree with you, clearly the line deserves a ton of credit here.
Sure.
If the line, which is paid as much as it is so damn good, how come they can't run the ball?
I don't know. I thought about that too.
I don't know because they've tried it with a variety of different guys. I mean, they tried it with Williams. They certainly tried it with Jaleel. They've tried it with Estime. It's been weird. It's been bizarre because each guy brings something different to the table, but nothing has been prolific.
It's a different thing though. Run blocking is moving people forward. pass blocking is making sure people don't get by you. It's a different sort of
I
thing.
don't know, dude. Quinn Miners is pretty damn adept at moving people forward.
Well, just one guy's not going to be enough, is what I'm saying.
Ben Powers is pretty damn good at moving people forward. I mean, they've got the guys. They just don't do it. And I think it's a design issue. Everybody wants to blame the running backs. You got 3 of them.
Yeah.
You got 3 of them. They're 3 different types of runners, too.
I would argue, though, Vic, because I looked this up. From my count and what I noticed, only one team has a leading rusher that has less yards than the Broncos' leading rusher, and that's the Raiders. Alexander Madison has like 480. Javonte is like 513. But if I just told you how many take any of the 3 running backs on the roster right now would start for any other team in the league, you probably aren't coming up with a lot of teams. Right?
I think if you design the offense to run it, you can run it. It's designed for the quarterback, and I get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a rookie quarterback you're trying to develop. So I'm making it a justifiable excuse as to why they're doing it this way.
One other detail, by the way. So you're going to be playing Von Miller this weekend, and did you guys see the meme that he sent out yesterday? It's the Wesley Snipes holding a gun up to his friend as he's got tears rolling down his eyes.
Did he get flagged for it?
Basically saying, I'm sorry I have to try and do this to you, sort of thing. It is. I kind of forgot.
His heart's still in Denver, dude. His heart is still with the Denver Broncos, but he's got his job. That's kind of funny.
I kind of forgot he was on the roster, to be honest. I forgot Vaughn was there. When I think of the Bills, I don't really think of Vaughn. That's all I'm saying. He's got. I looked it up. He's had 6 sacks this year.
He hasn't been the same impact player that we remember, right? Even when he was with the Rams, he made impact plays.
Yeah.
Since he got to Buffalo, it hasn't been worth the bang for the buck.
Well, he had an 8-sack season, and then remember he got hurt last year. And I can't remember what the injury was, but it was a major injury.
He's 35 years old, bro. I mean, no offense to people who are 35, Brett. But, it's for all the miles he has on his football body.
Also,
we're the same age.
Issues that it wasn't fun being Von Miller the last couple of years.
Okay, so hang on. I'm 35. He's 35. He's 6'3". I'm 6'3". We're basically the same person.
No, you're totally not at all
same
in
guy.
any way, shape, or
same
form
guy.
the same person. Nope. Hey,
we even
before
look
we're out of
alike.
here.
Your quads.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, all your quads are the same.
Yeah.
Before we're out of here today, can I
both have the nickname Quadzilla?
Yeah. Can I get something off my chest? Earlier in the show, I told Nelly I should have known. It's my own fault. I knew Nelly would get it. I thought Brett would get it, but he also didn't care. Nelly did smile, and Vic.
Oh, you're not going to
blew it
reference
off.
your stupid songs again? You referenced a song, and now you're going to make us look like we're dumb because we didn't know the name of the song.
I knew it was The Devil Went Down to Georgia.
Yeah, but I don't know what's worse is that Vic doesn't know The Devil Went Down to Georgia.
I don't know lyrics.
Or he absolutely dismissed it like it didn't mean anything to this planet.
You're a lyricist. I don't
Nelly,
have
you know what
that
I'm talking
gene.
about, right? Nelly, you appreciate what I'm talking about, right?
It's a solid song, man. All-time
Yeah, there
iconic
you go.
fiddle solo. I know what you're doing.
Here's the thing, Moj. In your defense, when it comes
But you
to
just blew it off,
hang
Vic.
on.
You just blew it off. And I was actually helping you because you used the word bind. The Nuggets are in a bind. They were way behind and willing to make a deal.
Yeah, that's way too. That was a reach, though, Moj. That was a reach. So now I'm defending Vic. Now let me defend you again. Vic is a very difficult person to try and attain his interest. For example,
I play sports.
I still remember this, and I to this day think about it sometimes. I'm like, what's the matter with Vic? Huge news breaks months ago. Massive. Like a question that everybody has always wanted answers to. Always. And every government in the world comes out and goes, hey, by the way, just tossing out there, aliens are a real thing. We've seen them. And I said this to Vic, and Vic said his response was, don't care, when's my next tea time?
I ain't got time for aliens, dude.
I
You
just
think
told
I'm going
him
to spend
aliens
more than 4
are an
minutes
actual thing
in my
that,
life?
that everybody is saying, yeah, actually, it's a real thing. And Vic goes, yeah, whatever.
Does it impact my life?
It could.
Does it impact my life? Today, after this show, I got a couple things to do. I'm going to go play a little ball. Does an alien sighting impact my life?
Let me say this. Everybody just settle down for a second. Ellie, if you could just turn that down a tiny bit, please.
Bunch of freaks.
I don't know if
Star
aliens
Trek rerun. What are we doing? Star Trek on the show?
No, because
I don't know
Star Trek
if
was
aliens.
fake.
I don't know if aliens have money or need money. I don't really know. But I would pay good money to have you abducted, Vic.
Oh, me too.
If you're going to choose somebody, and all you want to do is talk about your balling days and how you could have been somebody if you were 6'2", and then they're going to drop you back off.
We're changing this. This is now the fund for aliens to abduct Vic, and we're going to change this to little Vicky on the back.
You know, I was thinking about like my political affiliation. If somebody asked me, what is your political affiliation? I'd say I'm a pragmatist. That's what I am. I live in the pragmatic. I don't play games like you. I don't do cartoons. I don't do aliens. I live my life. I wake up. I do the show. I wash my face. I live my life. I don't have time for cartoons.
I would love for you then to come down and go, hey, fella, you're coming with us. I would just love to see you get abducted and have you come back and say, you know what, it was no big deal.
This is what I'm talking about.
Actually, if they're the small ones, you could post them all up, so you'd probably want to get abducted.
It's not a cartoon though. They said no, these are real things. They're the opposite of cartoons.
Oh,
they're
they're
very
real things. Yeah, they're on the news. I'm interviewing them right now. Yeah, they're real.
Oh, please.
God, you guys are so gullible.
Oh, you know what it is?
That's why these things exist, for the gullibility. The guys like you.
You know what it is, Moj? This is like Men in Black. He's one of those aliens that's just like he's taken over human form and he's trying to throw us off the scent.
100%.
And you're not
Just like Texter 4099. I don't care about aliens. Does it make it easier for me to buy a house? I care about the interest rate. I care about the price of bananas. I don't care about your little imagination.
If
I don't understand anything that you said.
If the movie Independence Day happens, there's no more houses anymore. So you don't have to worry about interest rates.
See,
anyway.
Vic, and here's the other thing that you do
I
believe
care about
in.
how many threes the Celtics are going to jack up tonight. You think I care
agree.
about your little friends?
Would you care if
But
Wemby
hey-
was an alien? Would you consider it cheating? If he was not of this earth.
Who?
Wemby.
He's a human being. I saw him.
Okay. Last thing.
You thought
Vicky,
about it for a second.
You care about this and you know about this, and you're born and raised Italian Roman Catholic. The devil went down to Georgia, and he was looking for a soul to
Nelly,
steal.
hit the button. Hit the button.
He was in a bind. He's way behind.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Yesterday, we were talking about the lateral from the Broncos game. Bo Nix, when he pitched it to Javonte Williams, and then the refs said that it was an illegal forward pass. And Vic, you brought up the formula for momentum, which is P equals MV, and you didn't know what the P stood for. That's what momentum is. P represents momentum equals mass times velocity.
Yeah, well, maybe the science geek who came up with that would maybe use M for momentum instead of mass.
No,
or MN.
M is mass. Always.
Yeah, I get it,
Equals
but
MC
P doesn't
squared,
work.
Bro. E equals mass times the speed of light squared.
You like Latin, right? They took the P from impetus, which is the Latin word for momentum.
Moj, if you're having pee problems, where do you go?
Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
There we go. All right. You guys have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
720-440-7900.
Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Taves winds and fires. Scores! It's a laser from Taser. Taves from downtown. Tipped on. Score! Bennett lets it go. Tipped by Kachuk. Save made by Blackwood once and twice and thrice. Holy McKenzie! But Blackwood with 3 great saves. Pretty maids all in a row. Big draw here for McKinnon against Reinhardt. Wins it back for Taves. Mikko Rantanen takes a look down. Eyes! You betcha! The Moose is loose! Goals in 5 straight for Mikko Rantanen. And he ties a career-low 14-game point streak.
Biggest test the Avs have had all year. Biggest test that Mackenzie Blackwood has faced as a member of the Avs, and they ace it. A 3-1 win over the Florida Panthers last night at Ball Arena. Empty net. Ices that thing for Mikko Rantanen from 190 feet away. As we welcome you to the morning sprint, not with Coach Sanford today, as we welcome a member of the all-hair team, Mark Bertinoli, filling in for Coach, who is at home not having a great time with the norovirus, but Berto, thanks for coming in, man.
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm so juiced up to have you here.
How you look? Man, that drive-in was ferocious, brother.
Terrible.
Am I going to have to deal with this all day? Is this supposed to be snowing all day long like this?
It's going to break off at noon.
Okay, at noon? Okay, that's not bad, then. That's not bad. At least the afternoon drive won't suck. But, man, that's nasty out there, baby. Nasty.
Suppose that's why they call it Sin City.
It's nasty.
Well, you'll be here early, obviously, today. You'll be here late tonight.
Yeah, little Nuggets Celtics, bro. The Avs took on the defending Stanley Cup champions last night. The Nuggets will take on the defending NBA champs tonight. And if they do anything like that. I mean, the Avs put 10 goals on Florida this season. 10. They put 10 on Florida this year in the 2-game sweep over the Panthers.
That ain't bad. That ain't bad. And that one felt real. That game last night felt... I hope to God that's a preview of the Stanley Cup final.
It might be, man. It might be. I mean, Florida is behind. Who are they behind? They're behind. They're second in that division. That's
It's got to be Washington, because aren't they out kicking their coverage?
Oh, you're right. So Washington is at 56 points.
And they're in the Metro.
Yeah. Toronto's got 54. Florida's got 50. The Avs now have 51 after, 51. The Avs are 5 points back of Winnipeg and 3 points back of Minnesota in the division. And, Vegas, does Vegas have the most points in the league now? They do. Somehow Vegas has got 57 points and leads the NHL. But the Avs are chasing 2 teams, and they play both those teams this week. They'll be in Minnesota and in Winnipeg. And those are 2 massive, massive games that the Avs have. But the Avs are probably, hottest team in the NHL right now. They're
statistically, they're the hottest team in the NHL.
They're rocking an 8-game point streak.
The team you just mentioned, Vegas, is hot on their heels. and you ask, like, oh, how have they done that? Well, they've done it the same way that the Avs had.
Just grinding away.
Goaltending, man.
Oh,
goaltending.
Yeah.
The second best goaltending team in the league over the last 10 games has been Vegas.
Okay.
The best goaltending team in the league over the last 10 games have been the Avs. And you look at this, Blackwood is now 7-1-1 with a .938 save percentage, a .169 goals against average, an 8.5 goals saved above average in 9 games, 8 starts, 9 games. In the last calendar month, the Avs lead the league in save percentage at .927. They've climbed to within 5 points, as Berto just said, of first place, 3 points of second place, and they have the best current 10-game stretch in the league at 8-1-1. The second, the Vegas Golden Knights at 8-2.
Gosh, man. They're going to, let me see. Right now, the Avs would face Minnesota in the first round. Vegas would take on Vancouver in the first round. Winnipeg gets Dallas. An Avs Wild first-round matchup, man, that's nasty. That's a nasty matchup.
It's a nasty matchup for Minnesota. I think the rest of the league looks at the Avs and goes, oh crap, the one problem they had is not a problem. It's now fixed. Now that's a strength for the team.
Yeah.
The 477 comes in and says, don't forget the Broncos just beat the defending Super Bowl champions. The state of Colorado is running through championships.
Right. It's no. Listen.
So that tells me on TNT tonight with like an 8-12 tip, I'm sure, this evening.
Yeah,
Have fun being here late, both of you, KJ and Berto. I'm sure you're doing the game, KJ.
Oh, no, not me.
No, not you.
Not
You
me.
got the night off, brother? So Bert's going to be here late, but that tells me we get a Nuggets victory.
Do you think that how much I cannot believe how different the Avs feel just because you changed the goaltending. Now I know goaltending is probably when it comes to the NHL, in the NFL, most important position is the quarterback position far and away. In the NHL, man, the most important position is probably the goaltending position. And when you've got a good one, you can beat anybody. You can do anything. And if you don't, it doesn't matter if you have the best defenseman we've seen in the last 50 years on your team, or one of the best forwards we've seen in a good long while, or a generational player. You know what I mean? Like you still can't do anything unless you get a goaltender. How much does the confidence level, for you as a hockey player, when you know that the guy behind you, the guy between the pipes, isn't going to be able to hold up? How does that change your mentality when you go? Because it feels like, man, Nathan McKinnon seems like he's different. He seems so happy.
He seems so light. Doesn't he seem light?
And you know how, and McKinnon doesn't, that's not how he rolls, bro. That's not his vibe.
When's the last time Mac felt light? Because if you
2
think
years
back,
ago?
I don't know, maybe as a rookie. Because look, he is Mackenzie Blackwood's the best goalie that the Avs have had since Semyon Varlamov should have won the Vezina back when they made the playoffs and then lost to Minnesota in overtime in Game 7. Varley should have won the Vezina that year. Tuukka Rask of the Bruins ended up stealing it away. That was a year where Varley just kind of like dragged the Avs to what was a Central Division crown. And this is the best goalie I've seen since then. I haven't seen Nate this light almost ever in his career. That's what it does to you, man. It allows you just to it allows you to breathe.
Right. Everything's puppy dogs and rainbows. You're like, oh man, you wake up in the morning and you're like, I can't wait to go to the rink.
Right, because not every mistake that you make doesn't feel like it's going to end up in the back of your net.
Right. You don't have to be 100% perfect because you got somebody back there who will bail you out.
Yes.
Instead, right, and I'm sure that's, we're going to talk about it, but just like the pressure that's currently on the Buffalo Bills, there's no pressure on the Broncos this weekend.
Nothing.
All the pressure is on the Bills, and you got to think that pressure was on the Avs. The Avs blue line, when the Avs were letting in goals before they made the goaltending switch, man, I got to imagine there was a lot of pressure, especially that top pairing with Devon and Cale, and you're just like, hey, brother, you cannot make a mistake. 0 mistakes is what I need from the two of you, because if you do, Georgie's not going to be able to stop it, and all of a sudden we're going to be trailing. The Colorado Avalanche already, what was it? Is it 12 come from, or 13? Well, yesterday was a come-from-behind victory, too, because they were down 1-0. So is that
1-0.
like their 13th or 14th come-from-behind win of the season? They got 25 wins total on the year. More than half of those bad boys are come-from-behind wins. And a lot of them had to do when you had George who's letting in 4, you had to score. When they played Florida the first time, they let in 4. They had to score 7 to get the win in that one. And now you're like, nah, bro, we can win 3. We can score 3 and win a game now.
And I see a lot of the questions coming in about, what do you do on the back-to-back, right? Because the Avs have back-to-back games on Wednesday and Thursday.
It's coming up here, yeah.
They see Chicago on Wednesday. They then travel to XL Energy Center in Minnesota to take on the team that's above them in the central standings in the Wild. What do you do?
I didn't think about that. Yeah, I didn't think about that because these are massive games. I think you just play Blackwood both. Can you listen? Bednar doesn't have a problem riding a goaltender for listen. I guess do you start Trent on Wednesday against Chicago? Do you put Minor in between the pipes because it's Chicago and you better not lose the Blackhawks are trash. They're bad, man. You better not lose that team, and you got to win the next night in Minnesota. You don't have to, but you kind of need to win the next night in Minnesota.
So Winnipeg did this against the Avs a couple of nights ago. They started Hellebuck in Game 1 against Nashville, and Nashville is, while still a dumpster fire this year, they're not a good hockey team. So they guaranteed their 2 points against Nashville and then took the chance that like Eric Comrie might be able to stand up and you could steal a point or two in night 2 against the Avs. Chicago's a way worse team. And I heard the morning guys talk about this. And Vic, the overarching theme in the NBA is you play your guys on night 1, you guarantee your win, and then you just leave it up to the basketball gods on night 2 on short rest. I think Chicago's, guys, I'm telling you, if you have watched any Chicago Blackhawks hockey this year, that is a horrendous hockey team.
That's bad.
They can beat Chicago with Trent Miner. They can throw Trent Miner at the Blackhawks and get 2 points and rest Mackenzie
Their
Blackwood.
best player is 19 years old. The best player on that team is 19 years
and
old.
He's regressed. He's regressed. He's not the same. He's not the same Connor Bedard he was last year.
Sitting on 35 points, which is still the most points anybody in Chicago has. Like by 10. Like
they're so bad.
Tara Vinen sitting on 25 points. Yeah, I don't know what Chicago's doing, brothers. You know what? Blow it up again. Blow it up again. Send Taylor Hall and Bertuzzi everywhere. I mean, only hang on to Bedard and get everybody else the hell out of there, man.
Throw the back up against them Wednesday. Allow Blackwood again. If you're gonna have tired legs against Minnesota. And Minnesota's injured right now. They don't have Kirill Kaprizov.
Kirill's
they
out.
don't have Middleton. They don't have their captain in Jared Spurgeon. All those guys are out with injuries.
It's be a big win to get 2 points in Minnesota with how tight it is at the top of the Central. I mean, Minnesota's on a 3-game winning streak. They play St. Louis tonight. They host the Blues tonight. Then they get Wednesday off. Then they take on Colorado, and that's the last of their homestand. Then they're back on the road as Minnesota. I bet you they're looking at that Avs game just like we are. Just like that's a massive game. You got to win that. You got to get 2 points. I mean, Connor was talking about it last game before because you play St. Louis and Winnipeg coming up on these 3 days and 4 nights. You can't take Chicago.
You can take Chicago lightly. Vic is screaming at me right now from his house, but let's be honest. You can take with what the Avs are as of late. You can take Chicago
So
lightly.
you throw Trent in there on Wednesday,
If you
and then
have
you
to
go
win a game
Blackwood
5-4,
Thursday and Saturday.
You just told me how many come from behind wins do they have where they've given
13,
up 3,
14,
4,
yeah.
5 goals.
It's 13,
Is
and
it 13?
they lead the league with the most come from behind wins when trailing by 3 or more.
If
3 or more is stupid.
If you got to win a game 5-3 or 5-4 at United Center, you've already proven to me you can do that.
Yeah.
Screw it. You know who's a better team than Chicago is? Buffalo. You know what you've done against them twice? Come back from 3 and 4 goals.
Buffalo. Those Buffalo games were drunk, though.
Throw
drunk,
Blackwood at Minnesota. Come on, take it. Why not? Let's live a little. Take the gamble.
Yeah,
Let it ride.
Yeah, listen, I'd be fine if you just played McKenzie all 3. I mean, he can handle it back-to-back, but I agree with you. If you want to, get cocky, throw Trent in there.
Get cocky.
Get cocky on Wednesday and just be like, all right, Chicago, here's our third-string goaltender, bro. We'll see what you can do.
And text the guys
We're
in the
about to
morning.
score 8 on you
You could
tonight.
throw Moj at Chicago. You'd be just fine.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Nuggets take on the Celtics. They're going to see if they can make it 3 for 3 for the state. The Broncos beat the Chiefs, defending Super Bowl champions. The Avs beat the Panthers, defending Stanley Cup champions. And tonight on TNT at 8 p.m. and right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 starting at 7:30 p.m. with Berto's pregame show, the Nuggets take on the defending NBA champion Boston Celtics. Can the state go 3 for 3? We'll get into that. So much more coming up on the show. 11:15, our final weekly recap of the NFL on NFL Notes. We'll get into the Broncos, the Bills. Also, of note, we know who the Broncos are playing next year. We'll tell you who it is on the other side.
Well, listen, we shift gears completely. Obviously, there are a lot of challenges. He's had an MVP season. He's strong. I think, look, it's one thing to get to him, but then the other thing is, how many times do we see him come off of the initial tackler? And so, how do you bring him down? Who can bring him down? He does such a good job with plays that are broken down. And so there's a lot that goes into that. But the focus this week will be obviously shifting all towards Buffalo and how to slow down a team that is playing as hot as anyone in the league.
Sean Payton yesterday on his Zoom presser talking about Bills Bills quarterback Josh Allen and how to stop that guy. Likely the NFL's MVP. Lamar's got something to say about it. Joe Burrow
Allen
honestly has something to say about it too.
Yeah, he ain't. I mean, I get it. If the Broncos would have lost that game, if they would have snuck into the playoffs.
If Burrow gets him in?
Yeah, he would have won it, man. He would have, just because those numbers are stupid. Did he get to 5? I mean, did he get to 5? He ended up with a absolutely ridiculous amount of passing yards and touchdown passes to interceptions. This is dumb. You know what?
Burrow led the league with 4,918 yards passing. 70% completion.
See?
43 touchdowns to just 9 picks.
How the hell did you lose all those? They lost 4 of their first 5 games.
God.
Birdo.
How'd they do that, man?
They lost to the Patriots.
Yeah. Good on New England.
They
What's
lost
up, New England?
to the Patriots.
Good up, Listen, though, New England should have kept losing, bro. They got the 4th pick in the draft. They needed it. They're so bad. They needed that top 3.
We're going to get into that at NFL notes. We're going to do our Week 18 recap. We'll also do some common threads and themes around the season. One of those will be who tanked correctly and who screwed up the future of their franchise. In New England, well, they were that team.
Yeah.
They had the number 1 pick all
New York
locked
too.
up.
Although New York did get the 3 pick, but still, man, I thought the Giants should have got the 1st or 2nd. I mean, Shadur's going to end up in Cleveland, man. He's going to end up in Cleveland. That's going to suck.
Deion isn't going to let that happen.
You don't think he's
Deion's not going to let that happen.
Man.
Deion's going to force him to Tennessee. Then Cam Ward's going to go to Cleveland.
And then Travis is going to go to New York?
Yeah. That's what's going to happen. That's my thought. Obviously, a lot can change between now and the draft, but there's in no world is Deion Sanders going to allow the Cleveland Browns to select Shedeur Sanders or Travis Hunter.
I agree. I think the Cleveland Browns are one of the worst run organizations in sports. They're bad. They don't know what they're doing. They're just a bad ownership group, and it's just confusing. And I mean, they've been they're a cornerstone franchise of the NFL, but they've been bad that entire time. They've been bad for 50 years. Like, they suck.
You do know that you would step in and start, though.
But if you're Deion, I guess you do look at that ownership group and be like, they are stupid enough to hand out the first guaranteed contract in the history of the NFL.
If you're trying to get
fully
that bag.
guaranteed. And you're like, if Shedeur gets one of those Deshaun contracts, I'd be more than happy to see him in Cleveland, I'm sure, is
That's
what
a
Deion
big brain
has to
thought
say.
process. That is big brain thinking right there.
Just be like, you know what? I bet you I can get this franchise to pay Shedeur more than they paid Deshaun and guarantee all of it. Let's go. But otherwise, what the hell are you going to do if you're Cleveland? What are you going to do if you're Cleveland, man? And Shadeur's like, nah, I ain't coming there. I'm not coming there. Tennessee's already like, I want Cam Ward. Yeah, whatever. And so you're stuck there, I guess. Then you're Cleveland, you have to take Travis. But you still don't have a quarterback, right? Because what's going on with Deshaun? They just came out and said Deshaun's...
He's got an injury.
Yeah.
Was that an Achilles injury?
Setback. He had another setback to his rehab. So who knows how long that's going to take. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I guess it could go Shedeur, Cam, Travis, or Travis. Like, I don't know, man. I think Shedeur and Travis should probably go 1, 2. Like, I think Shedeur is better than Cam, but we're going to see through the whole draft process here.
How pissed off do you think Deion Sanders is that New England won a game?
Yeah.
That the Jets and the Panthers. I know
he
wasn't going to go to the Panthers, but like the Jets won a game. That the Raiders found a way to win a game.
Because if the Raiders were in the top 3, I think Deion might be looking to find a way to get Shedeur there. Because now you're choosing between Tennessee, Cleveland, and New York. Ah, man.
It'd be honestly, it'd be kind of funny to see him go to Cleveland. See
Shedeur go to Cleveland?
See the media circus around it.
What are they going to do with Deshaun? Are they going to pull a Bronco and just eat that money?
Yep. Denver showed you that you can do it.
Yeah, but Cleveland ain't Denver, man. Like that, so many things had to come together for the Broncos to be successful this season, man. Like, Sean had
But what does Cleveland have going for them that Denver doesn't?
Well, Myles Garrett.
Historical relevance?
Right, other than that, nothing, man.
Denver had expectations. There's a reason why the last decade has sucked so bad here.
You know what?
It's because there's expectations. Right. There's no expectations in Cleveland.
What did Browns fan think was going to happen this year? Obviously, they didn't think they were going to win 3 games. Like, was Cleveland Brown thinking, this is our year. This is our year to get to the playoffs and do some real damage. Is that what they were thinking? And instead, they get the number 2 pick in the NFL draft. Like, I honestly thought the Broncos were going to be here. I thought we were going to have this. We'd be having this conversation about the Broncos at this point of the season, where you're like, man, what should the Broncos do? They got a top 3 pick. Who are they going to take? Can they get Travis Hunter on that team? Blah blah blah. But no. Now you're going to end up with whatever the 17th, 18th pick in the draft because you balled out and won 10 games this year.
If you release Deshaun Watson prior to June 1,
oh, it's a mess. Is it bigger than the Broncos cap hit? Is this just stupid dumb?
It's $172 million.
Yeah, Cleveland, you bad.
That's fake. That's fake money.
You're so bad at what you do, Cleveland.
That's video game money when you turn off the salary cap.
How did you end up in this situation? Like, the Broncos situation is weird, and I thought we'd never see anything like it before, but just because Sean Payton and Russell Wilson were oil and water, and it was never going to work, and somehow Sean convinced the front office to get rid of and eat that cap hit, and it all worked out for the Broncos. You can't tell me it's going to work out for Cleveland, man. No way. That's way too much. You'd have to play with, I don't know, you wouldn't even be able to fill out your full roster.
A post-June 1 release where you can then split it between a couple of seasons, which is what the Broncos have done with Russ, and I think it's, $32 million next year that they have to eat on Russ?
Yeah, it sounds about right.
32 sounds right. If you were to post-June 1 Watson, and you would have to do that because, you simply couldn't field the team, they wouldn't even be able to field the team in 2025. $118.9 million in dead cap in 2025. 53.8 in 2026.
They're just going to have to keep that man on the roster.
You have to keep him on the roster.
That's so crazy. You're going to have Bailey Zappi, DTR, Deshaun Watson, and Shedeur Sanders on your roster. And then whatever happens with Jameis. Maybe he's around there too. Maybe you got 5 quarterbacks, Cleveland. What you going to do with 5 quarterbacks? So stupid, man. So stupid. You know what? Just take Travis, bro. Take Travis, put him next to Jerry Jeudy, and no matter who your quarterback has, you'll have somebody to throw to.
Unbelievable situation out there.
Yeah. If you're a Browns fan, I don't even know what you do. If you've been a Browns fan, if you grew up in Cleveland and you're like 62 right now, what the hell do you even think about?
At least there's hope in Detroit and Buffalo, and there kind of always has been a little bit of a glimmer of hope there.
Yeah, nothing.
They've had a couple of quarterbacks come through. The Matt Stafford years were really fun in Detroit, and obviously the 4 falls of Buffalo and going to back-to-back Super Bowls, but not finding a way to win one. And you still put together some playoff teams in the AFC East. You had Marshawn Lynch for a short period of time that you really liked. Trent Edwards was kind of okay as a quarterback. No. Cleveland's had nothing. Man. They have had nothing.
And they're just so bad at picking quarterbacks, bro.
You can shop Safeway's Winter 4 times points event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. You can click the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. Our friends at Safeway bring you guys the twitch.tv/AltitudeSR Twitch stream every single day. Jump in there in the chat room. Join us at 303-504-0925 in the Shop Mazda text line. 1 price, 1 person, and 1 hour. Berto, I told you before the break, we have the Denver Broncos.
Oh, yeah, let's see it.
2025. I know the season's not over yet, but we're still a couple of days away from the Bills. We have the 2025 Broncos opponents. Ooh. It's here. We know who they're going to play, and we know where they're going to play these opponents. The Broncos get their 2025 regular season matchups. The AFC West will match up with the AFC South and the NFC East. And as we all know...
Oh, okay. These are a bunch of chumps. I thought the Broncos' schedule was going to be tougher this season because of their record. Nah, they're going to play a bunch of bad football teams
with the AFC, right? So the AFC South that's a good draw. The NFC East, I don't really know what's going to go on here. You do match up against the third place teams from the AFC and NFC North, as well as the AFC East. So Denver will host the Dallas Cowboys.
Win.
the New York Giants.
Win.
The Jacksonville Jaguars.
Win.
The Tennessee Titans.
Hella win.
The Cincinnati Bengals.
That's a loss.
And the Green Bay Packers.
That's a loss.
They will travel to the Houston Texans.
Win.
Toss-up. The Indianapolis Colts.
Hella win.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Ooh.
On the road in Philly's probably a loss.
I guess
Let's
it
be honest
depends
with
on
that.
what happens, because what happens if they totally butcher their playoff run and finally Philadelphia just says, let's blow it up.
Like if Philly loses to the Packers
right
on
out
Sunday.
the Packers house them, because they're the game right after the Broncos, right?
They are. Sunday at
Sunday
at 2:30.
Yeah, so the Broncos and Bills play the early game. Packers and Eagles play the late game. Packers roll into Philadelphia and stomp the birds. Stomp the birds. Do they blow it? Do they hey, Sirianni?
Fire him into the sun.
Kick rocks, man. Go join Doug Peterson and his crew. by the time we get to next year in Philly and you go to Philadelphia, that might be a completely different Eagles team.
To Philly, to Washington.
Ooh, see that?
That's an exciting football game.
Man, the Commanders won 12 games this year, bro. 12 games.
12 games, and they're a 6th seed.
That's crazy. That's great. That's true. They got to go. I don't even know what to think about that Commanders-Buccaneers game, bro. What, Commanders and Buccaneers? Who's going to win that thing? That's a 3-6.
Bucks are a 3-point favorite, but that's the 3-point home bump. It's essentially a pick 'em.
Man, I don't even know. I wouldn't even know how to bet that. I wouldn't even know which way to feel about going with that game, man. Because you could get, superstar Baker Mayfield, where he looks like he's one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, but you could also just get one of those games where you're like, man, and when the Broncos
There's 3 picks.
Yeah. You can get one of those games and the Commanders roll. But a lot of the time, even though the Commanders won 12 games, man, it felt like a large portion of their offense was just Jaden. Run the ball, passing the ball. He was doing everything.
They had a few wins that were by the skin of their teeth. And the final game of the season for them was like a last-ditch throw to the back of the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
They win that one. You have the crazy game in the Hail Mary against Chicago where the Bears are pumping up the fans expecting that they're going to go to 5-2 at that point. And then the Bears lost literally every game up until week 18.
Yeah.
They've had a few games where they've just gotten out on the right side. Jaden Daniels is the truth.
Yeah, he's a good player, man. He's a good player. He's obviously going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. I will say this, though. If we're being real, if we're being true, the best offensive rookie in the NFL this season was Brock Bowers. That dude crushed he crushed tight end receiving records this year for a terrible Raiders team. A terrible Raiders team, man. And the records he broke were the records of Hall of Famers, man. Hall of Famers at the tight end position that he just crushed. And I got nothing but love for Bo. And Jaden was great. But if we're being real, it's Brock Bowers, man.
112 receptions, 1,194 yards, just 5 receiving touchdowns on the year, but 112 receptions on 153 targets.
That's the Rookie of the Year,
nuts.
but it's Jaden's going to get it.
Well, he's going to get it because he brought it. He's the reason why the Commanders have 12 wins. He's the reason why they're back in the playoffs right now. And I know it's D-Mac's thing, man. He goes, all those numbers, what'd it do for them?
Nothing.
What'd it do for them? It got him a 4-13 record.
Still, man, he's probably
Your head coach is
responsible
gonna
for
be
3 of
toast.
those wins, man. Yeah, you're right. He's probably going to get got too. Just
and
crazy.
I was one of those guys on draft day where I saw Bowers and I went, I would love to have that guy in Denver.
Yeah.
After the draft, I was able to talk myself into, well, you need the quarterback, so I understand the pick. I was not, oh God, why is it Bo Nix being drafted? I'd rather them trade back. Like if Bowers was there, I think I would have taken him. But if it was get a quarterback, I would have rather traded back, taken the chance that Nix was going to be there, and garnered a few more picks. As the year has gone on, I've realized how wrong I was.
Because you're a Bo-lever?
Why wouldn't I be?
Well, speaking of which, do you know what
I don't know why anyone isn't at this point. I'm not quite D-Mac, but if you're not a believer, I don't know what you're watching.
Right, I get it. There has, and I'm a believer too. Although did you see the Buffalo Bills playoff logo for this year is Bill Leave It. Bill Leave It.
Yeah, and Bo Leave It.
Yeah. And I was like, that's a little weird, man. You stealing our stuff, Buffalo? What you doing here?
Isn't that kind of tempting fate a little bit?
Bill Leave It.
That's a marketing team that hasn't done their opponent research. You have to look at that marketing team and you go, we're touching fire a little bit too close here.
I love Bo. I do. But you know what's crazy is that when I was driving in today, I'm listening to the morning show, and those dudes are acting like Bo is the next. Like Vic Lombardi worships at the altar of John Elway, and he seemed to be acting like he was like, John Elway's trash. Bo Nix is the real deal, bro. This is it. This is it, man. Like the praise for Bo is now, I think, going a little too far. This is going a little too far. Like I love Bo Nix, but yet we're acting like he's going to be the next coming of Peyton Manning, and I don't know that yet. I got no problem with, once again, Bo Nix, do your thing, baby. Get us to the playoffs, do your thing. But I can't, like the people, there's some people in this city acting like he's going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback and better than Peyton and John Elway combined or whatever. And I was like, we need to slow our roll a little bit, right? Just a little bit.
Will never, Bo Nix will never be John Elway. He will never be Peyton Manning.
Well, I wasn't going to go that far, man. Like
ever.
Well,
it's not going to happen.
You don't have to be
but
that
also
player, but can you play like that?
He doesn't have to be that guy. If he turns into Jake Plummer, I'm happy.
Yeah, I guess I'm happy.
Jake Plummer was good enough to get you some wins there.
Yeah, but this city ain't going to accept Jake Plummer. They didn't accept Jake Plummer. Like there's a lot of people in the city that love that man, but they didn't want him to be the quarterback of this team. This city is spoiled. I keep saying it. We are spoiled. And if you're not John Elway and if you're not Peyton Manning, then you're not good enough for us. You're not good enough for us.
That's an impossibly high bar.
Yeah, but that's where we said it, right? That's where we said it.
Right, but if that's the bar and everything south of that is failure, you then run into what happened with Russell Wilson because you're chasing a unicorn. Mm-hmm. And for somehow this organization was able to do it. Somehow you were able to say goodbye to John after back-to-back Super Bowls, and you go through the greasy years where it's like, he's kind of okay, but he's not the guy. Mm-hmm. And then you get Plummer, you get Cutler, where they're kind of like fine NFL quarterbacks. But if everything south of Peyton and south of Elway is a failure, you then run into trying to figure out how to get that guy, and then you trade for and extend Russell Wilson.
Do you think any of the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks of last year's draft will be able to get to a John Elway, Peyton? We're talking if we're talking John Elway and Peyton Manning, we're talking top 5 quarterbacks in the history of the NFL, right? We're talking about some of the. So is any of those 6 guys, including Bo Nix, going to get into that stratosphere? Because what's incredible is that these dudes have been playing some good football. You know what I'm talking about? Like Jaden's kind of balling, and I kind of like Penix, and Drake May's been throwing some laser beams around, and Bo Nix won 10 damn games and got this franchise into the playoffs. Like, you know what? There's going to be some of these guys that you're like, is this whole NFL rookie draft class at the quarterback position going to hit?
All right,
and any of them going to be that good?
I don't know.
Hall of Fame good.
So where this draft class will always be.
J.J. McCarthy, what you going to do next year?
He's going to get traded.
Man, Minnesota situation's drunk, too. That's drunk.
Let's put a pin in this. We're going to get to it on the other side. I want to compare and contrast them with the 1983 draft. I also want to get into the Nuggets and Celtics. You can hear that right here starting at 7:30 with that man's pregame show. It's Mark Bertinoli. He's filling in for Coach Sanford, who's out sick today. It's the Morning Spread on Altitude. It's a 2K Tuesday here on the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Mark Bertinoli. You know him better as Berto from the Nuggets and Avs Network pre-games and post-games. He's filling in for Sanford. It snows once in Denver, and Mike takes a sick day.
Out. He's like, I can't make it. I got a cough.
You know, he has been complaining about how it hasn't snowed enough in Denver.
This is
like
what
the
he
mountains are
gets.
getting pounded.
Yeah. But this is what
it
he
hasn't
gets.
snowed enough in Denver, and he goes, I love winter snow. I love a white Christmas. He's been complaining about it. So, if we put on our thinking caps, is Mike really sick?
Yeah.
Or did Mike take a snow day?
No, he's up in Vail right now.
I know. I've got my Windhorse fingers on right now. Is Sanford really at home?
I gotta imagine
yakking his guts
there's
up
a
with
lot of people
norovirus?
who are sick today who are actually hitting that new powder.
Or is he boarding right now? Is he skiing? Is he having a snowball fight?
No, he's snowboarding as we speak.
Is he
man.
tubing? Are you a tubing guy?
He's carving the fresh pow.
Rank
yes, I
the
have
winter
tubed before.
activities. Rank for me. Let's put skiing and snowboarding in the same category.
Number
we can
one.
do ice skating.
Number 2.
Tubing.
Number 2, ice skating. Number 3.
Snow biking. Have you ever done one of those
Dead
things?
last. I don't know what the hell that is, but it sounds exhausting. It sounds exhausting, man. No, thank you. Like I don't want to be breaking out into a full sweat when I'm out there in the
What about snowshoeing?
dead last.
Dead last.
Not any of this
Dead
stuff.
freaking
let
last.
gravity do its thing, is what I'm saying. I don't need to be out here burning 6,000 calories in 4 hours, snowshoeing through the backcountry.
Like you gotta twist my arm to get me to go for a hike when it's like
sunny,
72
right,
and
right,
partly
when it's
cloudy.
Beautiful. And right. I know exactly
Now
what
you
you're
want me
talking
to
about.
hike in 3 feet of snow?
Nah, not happening. But there's some people who love it.
Dead
love
last.
It. Love it.
Dead last. Last time I went snowshoeing, I bet you I was like 16. And we were out with a group of us, and we were trying to go through a trail, and I saw what I thought was a small creek, but because I was young and dumb and didn't realize that, banks of rivers cover up, what is another probably 2 feet of river on either side of it. I thought I could jump over. I fell into a river.
Yeah, almost died of hypothermia.
Yeah, damn near. Therefore, you could find me dead before you find me in a snowshoe.
No, listen, man. The best snow activity is probably booze, right? Booze and a big fire is at the bottom of the mountain, man. Is where I find my happy place.
My buddy had a bachelor party in the middle of nowhere in Vermont a couple of years ago, and we skied a couple of days, but most of it was doing that type of activity.
Let's just sit around and drink by the fire.
Was do that, and we kind of got bored one day. And have you ever played the famous drinking game Beer Die?
No. Wait, what? What is this?
It's played with 2 dice, and you throw the dice up in the air, and it has to land on the table and then bounce either into a cup, hit a cup. But if it bounces off the table, the defending team has to catch it with one hand. It is the greatest game ever played.
I have not.
Ever
this is a new
played.
thing for me.
And if you guys know that, like 303-504-0925, tell me I'm wrong.
Can
It's
we
the
do
best.
it right now? What's the booze?
Do we have dice? We need dice.
What's the booze situation? I know we can find dice.
There's a refrigerator back there. I know exactly where it is. That's more of a holiday refrigerator.
Okay. Yeah, let's get her done. Let's see what happens.
So we were bored one day, and my buddy and I went out, and we spent 3 hours shoveling out an arena, like a winter classic arena for this thing. And the next 3 days, for the rest of the weekend, we just did that for the entire time. Instead of going on hikes, instead of going to breweries, we just hung out.
That's the way you should do it.
That's the way to do it.
That's how it should be done.
Nuggets take on the Celtics tonight, 8 p.m. tip, a little bit after that on TNT since it's a national game. You can hear it right here on 92.5 with Kaz and Berto with the 7:30 p.m. pregame show. Third chance for the state of Colorado
We
to
already
beat
got
a
dice.
defending
We
champion.
already got the dice, man. Now all we need is the booze.
Well, hold on.
We got the dice.
It's not like
Where's
a roll the
booze?
dice game.
No. Oh, you're right. We got to have actual dice.
Nah,
We need a
I know
table.
you need like dice.
Because
Yeah, what are we doing here?
We got to get it on the digital dice. Don't do me no good. We need actual dice, bro.
Nuggets coming off of a week in which Nikola Jokic is named the NBA's Western Conference Player of the Week. He averages 36.5, 16.5 rebounds, 11.3 assists, 2 steals while shooting .467 from the field, 89% from the free throw line. He now has 3 back-to-back 40-point games this season. The rest of the league combined has 3 of those instances. He has 6 40-point games. He was the first player in NBA history to have a 20-point, 15 rebound, 15 assist triple-double in 30 or fewer minutes.
Yeah, it's dumb.
3-1 in those games.
Greatest player on planet Earth is playing for the Denver Nuggets.
Is he good enough to buoy them past Boston without Aaron Gordon?
Yeah. I mean, you're going to miss AG tonight. This is one of those games that you could really use your best lanky, defender on Tatum and Jalen and what Boston can do. Here's the crazy stat about the Celtics. So the Celtics lost. Their last game they lost. They played OKC, and the Thunder have now won 15 games in a row. OKC might just get ready to run away with the Western Conference if you don't slow them down a little bit. But you know what's crazy? The Celtics went 9 of 46 from 3 in that game. They 9 of 46 in that game, and the Boston Celtics average 50.2 3-pointers per game. They will shoot 50 3-pointers tonight. The Nuggets shoot 30. So there's a 20. There's a
delta.
There's a 20 difference. There's 23's difference.
There's a gap.
So the Celtics are just going to launch. They're going to launch. Now, OKC beat them because they defended the 3-point line well. Like Boston ended up shooting whatever it was, 19% from 3 or whatever. So the Celtics will just spend this entire game against the Nuggets tonight jacking up threes. And it's going to be fun to see. Because, I mean, the Celtics, obviously they're defending champs, but they don't have they're second in the East, and I think, are they second or third overall? They're third overall. Like OKC and Cleveland both have a better record than Boston. Can the Celtics defend that title? Can they? I don't think, is anybody pick, who's the favorite to win the whole thing right now? Who does Vegas have as the favorite? Is it Cleveland, or is it Boston, or is it OKC? You know what I mean? Because the Celtics are a great team, and they got some good players on that team. Kristaps was hurt. He's back tonight. So at least, I mean, although Joker usually works Porzingis, so we'll see how it plays. But the Boston Celtics, are they good enough to defend their title? Like, the Eastern Conference is top-heavy enough that they'll probably make it at least to the East Finals, depending on who they run into the second round. Because in the first round, they're going to play some chump. Whoever comes out of the play-in,
whoever's coming out of the East is likely Cleveland or Boston. Is New York that good, Or is New York good enough?
I don't know. Orlando just got them just last night. The Magic got them, and those are the top 4 teams in the East: the Cavs, the Celtics, the Knicks, and the Magic.
Looking at the futures right now, ESPN Bet has Boston as the odds-on favorite at plus 200, Oklahoma City at plus 340, Cleveland at plus 900, the Knicks at plus 1,000, and then the Nuggets fifth at plus 1,600.
They got the Knicks ahead of the. Is it just because how easy the playoff road is going to be for this team in the East, whoever makes it? Because, I mean, you probably won't face a truly dangerous team in the East until you make the Eastern Conference Finals. Because, like, the Cavs are going to face Detroit or Atlanta in the first round and steamroll those chuckleheads, and then they're going to end up playing like Orlando in the second round. They're not going to run into one of the big dogs into the Western Conference Finals. So,
the West is a brutal trip to the final.
Yeah, the Nuggets
Denver
are currently
right now
fourth.
They're fourth. They're currently matched up with LA, which I think they would run over LA.
First round matchup against the Lakers.
4 or 5 game
series.
Bring that
on,
I would love it.
Bring it on. Knock those turkeys out for the 3rd straight season. Yeah, I would. Oh, I pay good, hard, folding money to see the Nuggets play the Lakers in the first round. LA would want nothing. I bet you LA would lose games late in the regular season to avoid that. The Lakers would rather be the 6th seed and face Memphis in the first round than be the 5 seed and face the Nuggets in the first. No, they would do. I mean, they'd be losing games to like the Utah Jazz. They'd be losing by 20 to the Jazz. Imagine
watching that cat and mouse game between the Lakers and Malone. Because Malone would throw a few games at the end of the year. Just like, hey,
that would be
you think you can get away from us? You come back.
Yeah, he's like, hey, Joker, Jamal, all you get the night off tonight. because we're gonna make sure we take the Lakers on in the first round. The Nuggets and Lakers don't face each other that last month of the season. Their last game against each other is here in March. The Lakers will get I think they play 2 quick games, one in LA and then one here. But yeah, so they would have to. Let's see. They play. Oh man, the Lakers got Oklahoma City twice, Dallas, Houston, and Portland. That's their last week of the NBA season. The Thunder twice, the Mavs, the Rockets, and the Blazers. Man, only one of those games is easy. Yeah, the Lakers might go 1-5 the final 6 games of the regular season just so they can avoid the Nuggets in round number 1. That's absolutely
who does
what's going to
Denver
happen.
have at the end of the regular season?
Oh, the Nuggets play a weird afternoon game to close it out.
Houston,
I think.
This is in reverse chronological. Houston, Memphis, Sacramento, Indiana, Golden State is your final week.
Man, you know what? That's kind of a
week and a half.
That's an eclectic bunch of teams. You got some hard hitters in there, but you also got some chumps. You better be able to beat the Warriors and the Pacers and the Kings before you end up. But you know what? Both Memphis and Houston might be ahead of you in the standings when you get to those games.
So much more to get into today. More Broncos and Bills talk. Berto is asking, can Bo actually be? Can he turn into Peyton Manning or John Elway? And I want to talk about this year's quarterback classes compared to the class that they're going to be compared to the 1983 class for the entirety of their careers. We'll get into that next. We'll recap week 18 of the NFL season at 11:15 in NFL Notes. We'll hand things off to PhD coming up at noon. It's Altitude 92.5. 2K Tuesday in the morning sprint rolls along. Alex Ryan Emmy alongside the silver-haired fox.
What kind of
what you know
remix?
about this?
What's this remix about, man? This ain't the OG. This ain't the OG, though. What is this?
Hey, my fault. This an R&B mix right here by Mario.
Okay, I had no idea Mario remade this song. All right, that's old school. Let me ask you this, Raj. What does the KJ stand for in KJ Granderson?
Kamaje.
Oh,
Is he right?
that. Yeah.
Oh, hell, I had no idea.
You don't think I know what my producer's first name
No, I
is?
did not think you did know what his first name was. I did not think. Why you going with KJ? Why'd you go KJ? Is that just what people were calling you when you were a kid?
No, because like when I was younger, man, a lot of people do. It's Kamaje. It's like super simple. But I've heard every version of that 3-syllable name in my lifetime, and I'm just like, I'm just going to make it simple on everybody. Just KJ. Just keep it simple. Don't.
You thought you were going to get me.
No, yeah, because I had no idea what the hell KJ stood for. And I've been, you know what I mean? I was like, is it Kevin Johnson? Is it Keldon Jamal? Is it Kevin? Like, I had no idea.
That is kind of the way that it goes in rate. Like, for many years, I had no idea that your last name was Bertinoli.
Yeah, nobody knows my name is Mark. When I introduced myself as Mark, they're like,
Mark.
Yeah, I was in a meeting the other day, and they're like, "Oh, I thought we were waiting for Berto," and I'm like, "No, I am Berto. I'm here. My name is Mark. I'm here. This is me."
Well, the amount of people
I'm already made it here.
When you fill in the middays, the amount of people that are like, "Oh, that's what Berto looks like."
Yeah, right. People have no idea. Yeah, right. Because I'm assuming my voice does not match the face of someone. Because people are always like, "Man, you don't look like how I thought."
It never does, man. You guys want to hear something funny? So I grew up in the Denver area, right? So I grew up listening on my drives home from school and from practice. I grew up listening to D-Mac. That was my drive home.
And you had never seen him before.
I had never seen him before.
No idea
right?
what
So
D-Mac looks like.
This was prior to, social media in your face. Everyone's got a front-facing camera. So unless I was like actively going to a website and trying to like see what the dude looked like, you just have to pick a picture in your head. For years.
You thought he looked like Burt Reynolds? I thought
D-Mac looked like Tony Reale.
Oh, really? Yeah,
so
you were way wrong.
The guy who hosts ESPN's Around the
Way
Horn.
the hell wrong with that one, man.
Sharp-looking fella Tony Reale.
No.
I thought that's what D-Mac looked like.
No, that's not what he looks like at all. No, man.
Well, the amount of people that come up and go like, "You're Raj?" When they think Raj, they don't think 5'7" Scandinavian dude.
Yeah, no.
There you go. D-Mac. I thought he looked like Reale. I hope you're listening, buddy. Tony Reale, D-Mac. What were we supposed to be talking about right now?
Yeah, I don't know. How do we even start this?
The draft class. The draft class. So if Bo can find a way to win a playoff game, he will join this list of rookie quarterbacks to have won a game. Most recently, C.J. Stroud last year with the Texans. They lost in the divisional round. They won their first-round matchup in the wild card. Brock Purdy won 2 games and got the 49ers to the NFC Championship game in which they lost to the Eagles, if I'm correct, that year.
Man, yeah, I don't.
Eagles.
They lost the Eagles that year in 2022. John Wolford won a game in 2020 with the Rams. Russell Wilson, back in 2012, won a single game in the wild card round. TJ Yates won one a year prior. Mark Sanchez won 2 games, got the Jets to the AFC title game, lost to, I'm assuming, the Patriots that year. Shocker if it was them.
Was it not the Steelers?
Could have been the Steelers as well. I'm just guessing at this point. Roethlisberger did it in 2004 before Joe Flacco did it in 2008 when Flacco won 2 games and lost the AFC title game. So you can join that list of guys who have won odd games.
Will Jaden Daniels be on that list by the time that? Wait, because who plays first? The Commanders or us?
The Broncos play first. So your wild card round looks like this: the Chargers play the Texans. Chargers are 2.5-point favorites on the road at Houston on Saturday at 2:30. The Steelers travel to the Ravens as 10-point underdogs at 6 p.m. on Saturday evening. The Broncos, the first game on Sunday, 11 a.m., 8.5-point dogs as it sits right now in Buffalo. The Packers go to Philadelphia to take on the Eagles. The Eagles are 4.5-point favorites in that game at 2:30. And then the Commanders take on the Buccaneers on the road. Again, it's kind of a toss-up. Pick'em game there, but the Bucs are favored by 3 at home Sunday at 6 p.m.
All right, so that's a Sunday night game, and then the Monday night game is Vikings-Rams. That's another good game. That Vikings-Rams in L.A. on Monday night, whoop, baby. I have no idea which way that thing's going to go either. But what I'm saying is that of the 6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12 in this upcoming draft, 2 are going to be playing in the playoffs, Jaden and Bo.
Yep.
Jaden and Bo. And next year, Penix is going to be playing in the playoff. You think the Falcons are going to be a playoff team?
I mean, they've got
year?
anyone who plays in that NFC South has a chance.
Mm-hmm. And we don't know where or how J.J. McCarthy is going to be doing because Minnesota's got some decisions to make. Because how many games is Sam Darnold won you? 14 games? What, 14-3, bro?
14-3.
And you're just not going to say, thanks, Sam. We appreciate it. We're going to go to the rookie next year.
You, myself, and Andy Lindahl were on the scramble a couple weeks ago together. And we talked about this. I brought it up, and Sanford and I have been talking about it for like a month and a half. I don't think they're going to go into next season with J.J. McCarthy as their QB. I think they extend Darnold. I think they shop McCarthy around to a number of these teams that are picking that need quarterbacks, like the Jets, the Raiders.
Right, who
the
are
Saints,
all like 6, 7, 8 picks in the draft. You're not going to be able to get a quarterback. Well, you could get a quarterback there, but you'd have to overdraft.
You can argue Miami, Dallas, and San Francisco. You can make an argument there that a rookie quarterback would make sense for them.
San Francisco's an interesting one because what are you going to do? Are you going to pay Brock? You missed.
I don't think
missed,
they're going to pay Brock, man.
Are you going to pay Brock?
No.
Because Brock is going to want $250 million.
It's not worth it. He ain't worth it.
And once again, San Francisco's not high enough in the draft. They're picking 11. They're not going to get a quarterback at 11.
Imagine what you can do as Minnesota there. I have a guy that, like, if J.J. McCarthy was in this draft this year,
right,
he's in the running for the number one
Cam
overall
Shador?
pick. He's certainly in the running for the number 1 pick. And you get to treat him as a rookie. Granted, he's coming off of an injury and 2 surgeries. Not great.
Maybe the New York Giants? But you'd have to make that trade. I wouldn't give up the number 3 pick for J.J. McCarthy. But if I could get it some other way, then then you could trade for J.J. and then draft Travis. And then you have J.J. McCarthy as your quarterback and Travis Hunter going both ways. And let's see what happens, New York City. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do, but they got to do something, man.
Call me crazy. Like, you don't turn. Justin Jefferson's happy right now. You don't want to upset that apple cart.
No, that whole team is happy. But once again, they're happy. They won 14 games. But if LA pops them on Monday night, then once again you have to. Like, if Sam Darnold looks terrible in a playoff game, everybody loves the regular season until the playoffs come around.
And he did look terrible in what was. It wasn't a playoff game, but it was certainly a seeding game that mattered. He did not look good against Detroit in that final Sunday night game.
Yeah,
he was like 18 of 41. He looked flustered. And that's against a Detroit defense that is as injured as any team in the league.
Mm-hmm.
He did look human. He looked more like the old Sam Darnold than what we've been accustomed to seeing this year. So I suppose you could say there's some telltale signs there, but the overwhelming evidence from this season is like O'Connell's figured him out.
So you just keep him as QB1.
Why not?
Next
It's
season.
not like he's old.
Well,
it's not like
because
Sam Darnold's an old dude. He's still in his mid-20s.
I get it,
right?
man. But when you
20s?
use the 10th overall pick in an NFL draft for a quarterback, you kind of want to play him at one point or another, right? You pick JJ at 10.
Tell that to the San Francisco 49ers and Trey Lance.
Yeah.
Tell that to the Jets and Zach Wilson.
I guess you could just keep JJ as the backup.
Tell that to the Broncos and Paxton Lynch.
And shout out to Paxton. Wonder what Paxton's doing right now. What's he doing?
Playing video games.
Maybe he made enough money to just retire, right?
Bag. He's fine.
not selling homes somewhere or something like that, right? He's not going to try to sell you a car if you roll
maybe
into
to stay
Colorado
busy.
Springs. Yeah, just have something to do, man.
He's an Aaron Rodgers understudy regarding ayahuasca.
Man, Aaron Rodgers. That
is a Disney World playing Captain Jack Sparrow.
Shit.
Thank you. I appreciated that chuckle, KJ. I needed that. Your question was, though, are any of these guys in this draft going to turn into Elway or Manning?
Top 10 quarterback of all time. Top 10 quarterback of all time. Do any of the 6 guys? Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Michael Penix Jr., J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix.
History would tell you no. Because the bar is so high for those two guys. But if the question changes to can you be as effective as the 1983 draft, I think there's a good chance that those guys can do that. Because the 83 draft was Elway, Blackledge, Kelly, Eason, O'Brien, Marino.
And is that just 2 Super Bowls between all of them? Is it just John's 2 Super Bowls?
2 Super Bowls between all of them.
Because Marino won nothing. Yeah.
Marino won nothing. Kelly got to 4.
But won nothing.
Did O'Brien win one? No.
No, I don't think so. So
there's-
you're saying all we need is 2 Super Bowls from these 6 guys?
There's a good chance that as a whole, the draft class will be either equal to or better than. Do I think that there is a John Elway in this draft? Do I think that there's a Dan Marino in the draft? No, I don't think so.
Well, because both those guys, their talent was
it's impossibly high.
Right. And both of those guys' talents were immediately, viewable as soon as they hit like those arms were stupid. Like Marino's release and John Elway's rocket arm, like those right away, you can be like, oh man, you don't see that every day. You just don't get that every day. Those are just, those are once in a lifetime kind of quarterbacks.
But can the class be better than or equal to the 83 draft?
I don't know, man.
It could be. It certainly could be.
It probably will be. But once again, in this, like, we're this is America, man. We hear about winners, brother.
America.
Winners, man, and not just winners. We're talking about the best of the best of the best. And you know what? At this point, I don't think you can put John Elway and Peyton Manning in that conversation. Like, if you ask anybody off the street who's the best quarterback in NFL history, who's the best quarterback in NFL history right now, you know who their answer is? I hate it. I hate that
Tom
answer.
Brady.
It's Tom Brady. You know who people would say number 2 is on that list? I would almost guarantee at this point in time, people would say Patrick Mahomes.
Agreed.
Tom Brady, number 1, Patrick Mahomes, number 2. All of a sudden, we're arguing over number 3. Man, I'm putting John and Peyton at number 3, but that's where they are now, at least. Time's a sucker, man. It comes for all of us. And all of a sudden, like, Patrick Mahomes is going to retire with I don't know how many titles. He probably not
We're
going to
just
get
going to hope that it stays where it is.
Man, it better, because the AFC West is getting. You got 3 teams from the AFC West in the playoffs this year. I didn't think that was going to happen. And man, the Raiders are going to figure out their business.
No,
or they're
what
gonna,
about the Raiders organization says they're going to figure out their business? What kind of comment is that?
Because they're going to end up with Shador or somebody, and they're going to actually have some talent on that team.
Stop it.
Aiden O'Connell can kick rocks. Desmond Ridder can kick rocks. You know what I mean? Gardner Minshew can kick rocks. They're going to end up with a good quarterback, and then all of a sudden your entire division is going to be a absolute bear to deal with.
Montana does have something to say about it from the 371. Montana's got something to say about that top 3 conversation.
When I was a kid, that's who all the old heads said was the best quarterback they've ever seen play, was Joe Montana. That's when I was young, when that's what everybody was talking about. That you'll never see another quarterback like Joe Montana. He's the best quarterback, but he's not on that list right now. Joe Montana's is still a top. Well, I don't even know if he makes the top 5 if you're just talking like just random dude off the street, or if you just pull. Look, hey, KJ, man, give me your top 5 quarterbacks of all time.
Oh, man. Okay. In no particular order.
No, you got to put them in order, bro. You can't just be all right. But I'll take what,
no, it's fine.
I'll take what
it's
you
fine.
got.
You know what?
I'll take what you
I'll
give
play
me.
your game.
All
I'll put
right,
them in order real quick here. All right, number 1, Tom Brady.
Yeah.
And because I know this guy's going to win more, I already have him number 2, Patrick Mahomes.
All right.
I have Peyton Manning number 3. And again, I want to make sure I qualify. I didn't see John Elway. So I have John Elway at 5, Montana 4.
Brady, Montana, Mahomes, Manning, Elway. There's your top 5 in order.
Yeah, that's a pretty good list.
There's your top 5 in order.
Because
now.
I'm not one of those, like, once again, we're too young to be throwing like Otto Graham and Johnny Unitas on the all-time quarterback list. Just like I saw Joe Montana play. Matter of fact, I saw a great game between Joe Montana and John Elway, but Montana was playing for the Chiefs at the time on a Monday Night Football game there, and that was insane. So, I mean, I don't know if our list is what you would, but for me, it'd probably be Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes. You went Peyton 3?
I did.
Yeah, I got Peyton at 4. Peyton's at 4.
Man,
the disrespect thrown at Joe Montana is insane right now.
No, but we ain't putting Joe in the top 3, man.
4 Super Bowl wins, 11 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in his 4 Super Bowl wins.
Like there's some, well, oh man.
You just told me this is America.
Yeah, no, this is
wins.
America. We're about winning. We're about
you
to be
told me
in the
this
best.
is America.
We're
he has
about being
2 times as many wins as both John Elway or Peyton Manning does in the Super Bowl. So is it America or is it not?
No, it's America.
It's America.
It's America, bro.
That's Mark Bertinoli is the morning spread on Altitude Sports Radio.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every single day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint with Coach Sanford and myself, Alex Ryanemi. Sanford out, by the way. Says he's got norovirus, but we think he's, throwing snowballs at the kids because he was begging for snow. In all seriousness, no. Coach is sick. He'll be back as soon as he can. Mark Bertinoli has been filling in wonderfully today on the morning sprint.
Thanks, man.
Every single day here we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes, and on Tuesdays we recap the NFL week that was. So let's get to it, the final one of the season, Week 18 recap, and it starts with the Lions 31-9 over the Vikings thanks to Jahmyr Gibbs, a 4-touchdown day.
25. Gibbs got an opening. The acceleration. Jahmyr Gibbs, touchdown Detroit. So 4th and 2. And the Lions going for it. The Vikings bring a heat. The pass is a touchdown to Gibbs. From the 13. Gibbs left. Jahmyr Gibbs accelerates into the end zone. He's got the hat trick.
4 touchdowns on the day brings his season total to 20. 16 rushing touchdowns this year, 4 through the air. He leads the league in those categories for skill position players. Fantastic season from him.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit wins that game. They win the division. They get the number 1 seed in the bye. And as a result, Minnesota at 14-3 has to play a road playoff game on Monday night.
So crazy. It's so crazy. You're sitting there at 14-3. You got to travel. You got to travel and take on the Rams, which is great. I want to ask you about the man, the myth, the legend, Jared Goff. We've already had a conversation about Sam Darnold today, but Jared Goff, you know what I mean, like has slowly but surely like cemented himself in Detroit as the man. And his numbers this year are pretty good. Pretty good numbers for Jared Goff. Is Jared Goff at the age of 30 ready to become a Super Bowl winning quarterback? Do you think he can lead the Lions to the Super even if they don't win it, do you think he can lead him to the game?
They've been the best team in the NFC over the last couple of years. Yeah, they've been. I know the Niners have something to say about that, but what he's doing with how many injuries are on the back end of that defense, man, it's nuts. He is efficient. He has complete trust from his head coach to run that offense any which way he wants.
He seems kind of oblivious, but in a good way, where like if he gets housed and plays bad, it's like the next day it never happened. He's just like, just going along with my business.
Right, and he signs that 4-year, $212 million extension that kicked in this year. He signed through the year 2028. He's got the contract stability right now. Yeah, I think he can get him there.
One of the few trades that worked out well for both teams.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Both teams were like, that was a great trade. Yes. You know what I mean? LA has to be happy because they won the damn Super Bowl. And Detroit has to be happy because they were hot trash for decades. And now they not only are they a winning team and a great team, they're a fun team to watch. You want Ben Johnson, that offense, doing wild stuff. And they're like, yeah, no, man. Detroit's finally a franchise you want to watch play football. And for 35, 40 years, you're like, nah.
No way Ben Johnson stays pat in Detroit.
Nah, he's going there. Somebody, Chicago or New England's going to give him all the money in the world to come. Like, he's going to get a stupid deal. If Chicago knows what's good
for him, you come over the top and you go make Caleb Williams the best quarterback in the league.
Yeah, dude, because Chicago's offense is the exact opposite of Detroit, where Chicago's offense, you're like, man, how does it look this bad and this boring with Caleb Williams, a quarterback, man? Figure something out.
They've got enough guys, too. Like, their skill position players are excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
They won. Bears won 5 games.
They were 4-2. They won 5 games. Think about that for a second. They were 4-2.
Right, because they broke the losing streak with the win this weekend over the Packers, right?
Yes. Unreal. Cardinals 47-24 over the Niners. Kyler Murray ends the season on a high note with 4 touchdowns in that game, and the Jets oust the Dolphins. Well, it was kind of over at that point. If Miami was scoreboard watching, these games were happening at the same time where they realized, like, oh, Kansas City is just laying down on the line because they don't want the Bengals to get in. But Aaron Rodgers does throw for his 500th touchdown pass.
First down and goal. Jets looking for the end zone. Rodgers looking for 500. He's got it to Tyler Conklin. Aaron Rodgers with his 500th career touchdown in what could be his last game.
Just the 5th player in NFL history to have 500 passing touchdowns. He ends the season with a career mark at 503. He is 5 short of Brett Favre for overtaking number 4. He would be 36 short of getting into the top 3. Peyton Manning currently holds that number 3 spot at 539. He is led only by Drew Brees at 571 and the uncatchable Tom Brady at 649.
Aaron Rodgers threw 4 touchdowns against the Miami Dolphins. Aaron Rodgers will not be a New York Jet next year, but will play for somebody, right? Aaron Rodgers isn't going to retire, and the Jets are going to move on, right? The Jets are in full, I guess we're going to have to blow it all up again mode, right? They're not going to have, Tyrod Taylor be their starting quarterback next year. Aaron Rodgers is going to be in some weird city playing for a team that thinks that the only thing they need is a quarterback to make a run. And it's going to end horribly for whatever team. It's going to be I don't know, think of a team that's kind of what Atlanta did this year with Kurt, where you're like, bro, you would have been better just starting Penix the entire season, man. What are you doing? Yep. There's going to be a team that pulls that with Aaron Rodgers. I'll tell you what else. We didn't put in Aaron Rodgers anywhere near our top 10 quarterbacks of all time list,
No,
right?
He isn't. He won 1 Super Bowl. A game. That's it.
Yeah.
Is he top 5 in arm talent? Without a doubt. He might be number 1. He might be the best passer of the football we have ever seen. He didn't win enough, man. He didn't win enough.
Yeah. I mean, I think one championship gets you in the conversation. It's unfortunate, but Dan Marino doesn't get to be in that conversation at all.
He doesn't.
Because you won nothing. You won nothing. We can talk about, what he did great, but he doesn't get to be in the conversation. At least Aaron gets to be in the conversation because he's won one. You got to win at least one, man. Got to win at least one.
How awesome is it that the little silver lining of the Broncos not winning as many games down the stretch as you wanted them to and being in the position that the Chargers are in, right? Because the Chargers go to the Texans to start off the playoffs on Saturday at 2:30. The little silver lining hidden in all of this, you get to match up with the other third-place teams. How awesome is that? You get to play the Jets instead of the Dolphins next year. You get to play who's the other third place team that they get to play? You get to play the Packers, which isn't the greatest.
Right, which isn't super fun, but
you don't have to play Minnesota.
No, you get the Titans. That's right. You get Tennessee. They come to town. You get to hammer them with whatever quarterback they're going to have.
You play everybody in that division. You get to play everybody in the AFC South. The AFC South and the AFC West mesh this year. So you play all of those opponents, and then your leftover games are third-place teams within the AFC East and the AFC and NFC North.
So next year, when the Broncos travel to New York to take on the Jets, the starting quarterback, it'll be Bo Nix versus whom? I don't know.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Kirk Cousins?
It will. Nathaniel Hackett still has a job on it. Nathaniel Hackett, they yanked his play calling ability when they fired Saleh. Whoever the interim was like, hey, Hackett, no more play calling, bro. Just sit there and with your teeth in your mouth and shut up. But he still has a gig right now. He's got a gig. I wonder,
Hold on, who did teeth in your mouth first, you or Moj?
It's neither one of us. It's a guy we used to work with 15, 20 years ago who used to say that all the time. He used to say, shut up. Just sit there with your teeth in your mouth and shut up. And
you're the only two people I've ever heard say
it. Yeah. No. It's a dude we used to work with who used to say it all the time, and it got stuck in our brains.
Seahawks 30-25 over the Rams. Tell me if you knew this. Jimmy Garoppolo is a Ram?
Yeah, I had no idea.
No clue.
Not until then.
No
Not until
idea.
that day. Yeah.
Justin Herbert tosses 2 touchdowns en route to a win over the Raiders for the Chargers. 34-20 is that final as the Chargers go into the playoffs at 11-6.
They're going to beat the Texans in Houston, aren't they?
I think they're going to beat the Texans in Houston.
Man.
And another scary team, man. The Buccaneers, thanks to Bucky Irving, get a 27-19 win over the Saints.
Bucs are first down away from nearly salting this one away. Saints have 2 timeouts left. Evans in motion. What do you do here? Mayfield. Evans is doubled. Looking around. Flips it out. Near side.
Your NFC South champion, the 10-7 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They are 3-point home favorites on Sunday against the Commanders, coming off back-to-back wins. Don't look now, but since the bye week, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are a stunning 6-1.
Really? I would not have guessed that. I would have not guessed
the
that.
Giants, hammered the Giants. They beat Carolina in overtime, and the Panthers have been playing better football since Bryce Young came back from being benched. They beat Las Vegas by 15. They hammered the Chargers 40-17. The only loss they have at Dallas, a 2-point loss at the Cowboys. Then they beat Carolina and New Orleans to finish up the season. So not a murderer's row, but they're hot.
You know what? The 3-year, $100 million extension they gave Bayfield now looks like a bargain, right? You're making the playoffs. You're only paying your starting quarterback $32 million a season or whatever, compared to the stupid, ridiculous numbers that some of these teams are paying their starting quarterbacks. I know. So Baker signed through the 2027 season there in Tampa Bay, and I think he is. There was a lot of people doubting Baker after the first couple of years of his career, but now at the ripe old age of 29, it feels like he's finally found a home, right? A place to call home. So much better than Cleveland, huh, Baker? Baker, man, he had 41 touchdowns this year. He had 41 touchdowns this season compared to 16. I had no idea Baker threw 41 TDs. That's tied for second most in the NFL this year. Baker was flinging it, man. 4,500 yards and 41 TDs for that dude.
Eagles beat the Giants 20-13. The Patriots screw up their draft position by beating the Bills 23-16.
Suckers. Welcome to the fourth pick in the draft, man.
The Colts get the Jaguars, who tank the right way in overtime 26-23.
Yeah,
the Texans
fired their coach.
Speaking of tanking to the number one pick, the Texans beat the Titans 23-14.
Titans did it right.
Also felt weird in that game where you have Houston playing against Tennessee, but the Titans are playing in Oilers uniforms.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
Listen, no. That goes against everything I stand for.
I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I mean, it almost felt like they did it just to be like, hey, Houston.
Guess what you can't do? Guess what we get to do and you cannot
But
do?
no, man, there's something wrong about that. There's something wrong about that. About the Titans wearing the old school Oilers uniforms while they're taking on the Houston Texans. Nah, man, I got issues with that. It's petty, and usually I like that kind of pettiness from a professional organization where they're like, yeah, let's stick it to them. But yeah, I didn't like that at all, man.
It'd be way more petty, though, if you did it on the road.
Yeah. You're in Houston.
You give the Texans a call like, hey, I got an idea.
Man, but you knew you had to lose that game going into it. You knew you had to. But see, if you're Tennessee, you're just like, let's start Will. We're definitely losing this game. We got to get the number one overall pick in the draft. Like, both Will Levis and Mason Rudolph played in that game, and neither one of those dudes are going to be on that team next season, right?
Right.
The Tennessee Titans are going to pick who. I mean, it might be Shedeur.
It's Shedeur or Kim. They're selecting a quarterback number one overall.
Yeah,
they have to find the answer.
It might be Shedeur sitting there throwing to, I don't know, handing the ball to Tony Pollard and throwing to Calvin Ridley or whoever it's going to be.
Bears get a walk-off field goal to beat the Packers for their fifth win of the season. They break that losing streak. Caleb Williams,
they
21-29.
were so excited, man. When it felt like they had won the Super Bowl. Like, Caleb was running around looking for somebody to hug.
Tough season for them.
Yeah, man, it was rough.
They're gonna be better next year. New head coach. If you can find a way to get Johnson in there, you'll figure it out in Chicago. The Commanders beat the Cowboys 23-19. Trey Lance, 244 yards. But that's another one where, like, last-second touchdown to Terry McLaurin wins the game for the Commanders. While, yes, they're very good, and Jaden Daniels deserves the Rookie of the Year. If you look back at that season for them, there's a lot of, like, holy crap, how did they find a way to win that game in the last throw? You take away a few of those, does he still run away with the Rookie of the Year? I think not.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think there'd probably be more call for Bo. But I think more importantly, did you see Jerry Jones go into acting? Did you see Jerry Jones on the show Landsman?
I did not, but I heard it was a Golden Globes-worthy performance.
That's what I'm saying. People were like, yo, man, Jerry was good. Jerry put some emotion
in
it. And I was like,
Jerry's playing Jarrett.
Yeah,
Like, I can play myself on camera.
Right.
That ain't hard.
So he wasn't struggling that bad. But yeah, I was like, man, how you talk that 80-year-old man into going into TV at this late in his career? But alleged, like he was acting with John Hamm and somebody, and Billy Bob Thornton from that show. And he was killing it. Jerry, I bet you Cowboy fans wish that's the only thing you would do. Go do Hollywood nonsense, Jerry. Let the football people start picking the players and figuring something out. Man hasn't won a Super Bowl in 30 years.
To ask these questions, man.
So I see this from the 519, matching the same position as for within conference when we talk about the Broncos and who they play next.
Yeah, their new schedule.
Yeah, their new schedule. However, I don't think that's true, right? Because you're not getting the full NFC North next year. You don't. You only get the Packers, and the Packers are third place in the NFC North. So unless that's just like happenstance and coincidence, you're not playing the full NFC North next year. The only NFC North team that you have next season are the Packers. Here are the opponents next year for the Broncos.
Packers coming here, right? Green Bay comes here to play the Broncos next season.
Packers coming here, yes. The Broncos outside the divisional matchup. The Broncos host the Cowboys, the Giants, the Jaguars, the Titans, the Bengals, and the Packers.
Okay.
They travel to the Texans, Colts, Eagles, Commanders, and Jets. And the rest of the games are your 6 remaining divisional matchups.
Mm-hmm.
So no, you do not get the rest of the NFC North. You get the third place team in the NFC North. And then the other third place team in the AFC North, which happens, unfortunately, for you to, beat the Bengals.
That's a 13-win schedule for the Broncos next season.
13 wins?
If the Broncos don't win 13 games next season, I'm not going to do anything.
You heard it here first from Berto. Unhinged.
13 wins. That's only 3 more wins than you got this season, man. You can't get me 3 more wins than what you did this year with that. Like the cap, you still have a cap hit next year, but it's not nearly as bad as the one you had this season.
Before we hit our final break here, rank the acting performances. Dan Marino in Ace Ventura, Jarrah in The Landman, Donald Trump in Home Alone 2.
It's got to be the first. It's got to be Marino, man. It's got to be Marino, man.
I don't know why I threw the president on there. I have no idea.
It was just it wasn't a brief one scene. Marino was in that movie, bro. Right? He was in the chase scene. They hopped into his ride. Dan Marino was going. He was part of the
yes.
Brett was it Brett Favre in Say Something? What's that movie with Ben Stiller and Cameron Diaz?
There's Something About Polly? Is that it?
No, Something About Mary, right?
Something about Mary,
right? Was it
the Polly movie? Was like Jennifer Aniston and something like that. She had a ferret.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it was Ben Stiller.
Yeah, no. Yeah. And our boy was playing hoops in that one though. But right. Brett Favre was in Something About Mary, right?
I have no idea. I have no clue.
I don't know, man. It's got to be Marino though.
I could peddling be Wranglers in a movie.
Man, I'll tell you what. Peyton Manning killed SNL.
Copper sleeve.
When Peyton showed up on SNL, those were always money.
So good.
Always money. But yeah.
Brett Favre was in Something About Mary.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, he played
The only thing I remember about that film is the hair gel scene. The hair gel scene is all time. All time. We're going to hit things off the PhD coming up at noon. We'll keep previewing the Nuggets and the Celtics tonight. You can catch it on TNT. You can listen to it right here on 92.5 starting with that man, Mark Bertinoli, in his pregame show at 7:30. Nothing like Nelly on a 2K Tuesday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. KJ Granderson on the ones and twos behind the glass. Mark Bertinoli filling in for Coach Sanford, who is out sick today. Drive safely and carefully. Roads were slick. I don't know what they are right now at 11:45, but this morning they were not fun.
KJ, run out there real quick and tell us, bro.
Yeah, hop in the car.
Run out there and see if it's still
one of
snowing
these
out there.
jokers can finish up the show. Go do some donuts in the parking lot.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to leave to do it right now.
Bye. No, I ruined my first car doing that.
Doing donuts?
Doing donuts in a parking lot.
Yeah, I
shattered an axle.
I've almost flipped a car doing donuts in a gravel parking lot. No less. Not great. Not a great plan.
Oh, see, I just lost control of it, and then both tires hit a curb, and then the axle snapped.
I got two wheels up in the air, bro. Two wheels.
Well,
It was one of the. It's one of the first. You know, I do a lot of stupid stuff, but there's only a few times that in the middle of doing it, my brain is like, "This is stupid. You're stupid." And that was one of those times where I was like, "This is so dumb. What are you doing? You are so stupid."
I tried to play it off with my parents, like, "Oh yeah, I hit a pothole on Santa Fe going like 60." My dad goes, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, I know that feeling, bro. I launched a Mustang off a railroad crossing. Like it had like a mini ramp. I thought it was Dukes of Hazzard, and I was stupid because when the car landed, it ripped the oil pan right. The whole oil pan just ripped it right off the bottom of the car. And then I was like trying to think of an excuse. I was like, what am I going to say about what happened at the bottom of this car? And then I just had to be like,
back when those things were steel steering columns, it could have impaled you in the chest.
Launch that thing. My bad on that. I tried to Dukes of Hazzard that thing and it turned out poorly.
It's actually an awesome story.
KJ asked, what's the best actor to go from sports to TV or movie? And I didn't have an answer for him.
Yeah, was there a person who is close to the top of their sport?
I have an answer for you, KJ. It just came to me, and I don't think anybody's going to like it. O.J. Simpson, brother. O.J.
Because he was actually acting. All the other dudes that we're talking about, because we brought up Marino, and people were like, "Oh, Tom Brady and Entourage." Like they're all playing themselves,
right.
And this is all coming from Jerry
Mike Tyson in
playing
Hangover.
himself.
Right.
It's an all-time classic role like that. Tyson in the first Hangover is great. Like you can't beat it, but Tyson's playing Tyson.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
The Rock's a good one. The Rock is a good one.
Like Shaq made a bunch of movies that starred Shaq, but those movies sucked, right? Like Steel. What was that name of the movie? Was it?
He was a genie in something. It was
Yeah,
like a Disney
something.
movie.
Yeah.
But no, to go back to Raj's point, Raj, do we count WWE as like real hardcore sports?
Okay, but do remember,
he did play for Miami. He
did
played
play
football
for Miami.
but that's not professional.
Not
That's still
professional.
college, bro.
And no, WWE is closer to reality TV acting than it is athletics.
Okay.
Like I think I put it on the same level as like MTV's The Challenge. There's a reason why Spring loves The Challenge and loves WWE.
But see, I
They're
think
the same thing.
we gotta throw a wrestler in there, and I'm not talking about The Rock. There is a wrestler who was an amazing actor who made his name as Andre the Giant. Andre the Giant. Shout out to the Princess Bride, bro. Andre the Giant, man. That dude was great.
They all play. Yeah, they all like play themselves.
Do we consider The Rock a good actor?
He's a successful actor.
Right.
He's a very successful actor.
He's made $1 trillion doing the Rock thing and being in movies and being in Fast and Furious, all this stuff. But I don't know if we would consider The Rock a good actor.
All right, I got a caller. Is this Tim? Tim, what do you got to weigh in on here? What's up?
Hey, you're forgetting about Dick Butkus.
Oh, yeah, that's old school, brother.
That's old school, but he was so was OJ. You said OJ, he's old school.
Yeah, you ain't wrong about that. But there's a lot of like, do you remember like Merlin Olsen? Like he was like that too. Like he played forever. Nobody knew who he was when he played until he became a famous actor, right?
Well, same as Euchre. I mean, the same thing.
Oh yeah, you know what? There's another Bob Euchre. There's a name I could
appreciate the call.
I
Tim.
completely
Thanks, man.
forgot about Bob Euchre. Right, that dude was been in everything.
Is the card game Euchre named after Bob Euchre?
I don't know, probably. Knowing that dude, probably. But yeah, he's been in, like, he was in Major League, and that's one of the best movies of all time. Bob, yeah.
You guys are dating me, though. This is before my time.
Yeah, no, Bob Euchre is old school. But he was a catcher? How long did he play for the Brewers? He played forever for the, yeah, none of you fools know. I don't know either. But Bob Euchre, and not only that, he still works for the Brewers, right? He's still
kicking? He's 90, jeez.
And he still does broadcasts with them, I think.
Good for that guy.
Yeah, I think the dude he was been in 1 billion beer commercials. Yeah, good times.
The game is spelled differently from the player / actor. All right, Berto, get me set up for Nuggets and Celtics tonight. The biggest stories around the Nuggets have been, obviously, 1, they can't play defense. 2, can they trade anyone to fix the defense and to fix the bench play? And the only guy that gets brought up, because their hands are tied behind their back, they're not allowed to trade a first rounder. They only have a single second rounder, and you're not allowed to trade the other big time contracts in Jamal's because it's an extension.
Right. Until
It's
next
been
year.
MPJ.
Yeah.
But that dude over his past few games
Has been balling.
He's been balling.
Yeah. I think he's been balling all season long. So even when you're talking about, but that seat, what would you consider a success this year for the Denver Nuggets? What would you consider success? Like at the end of the year when you look back and you're like, you know what, that was a good season.
A Western Conference championship at the least is a success.
Okay, so like
you're the best player on the planet. You should be playing for NBA titles.
You gotta go, like you gotta basically almost win the whole thing for this to be considered a successful season.
The Avs and the Nuggets are the same thing.
You know what's crazy is the Boston Celtics are favored tonight by a lot. Here in Denver, they're favored by 5.5 over the Nuggets in Ball Arena, like right here in town. And it's not like the Nuggets have been playing bad. And the Celtics, listen, Celtics I think are 5-5 in their last 10. It's not like they're tearing up the world either. But you got to get this win, man. Get this win. Because this is a back-to-back. Nuggets play tomorrow night, too. Nuggets the Clippers coming to town tomorrow. So the Nuggets are playing 3 games in 4 nights. The Avs are about to start 3 games in 4 nights. And all these games are against important teams. The Nuggets got to get this win tonight against Boston. Don't be messing around. Don't mess around with this one.
Just after 8 p.m. tip on TNT. You can hear the game right here again. 92.5 starting at 7:30 with that man. Thank you so much for your time and filling in today, Mark Bertinoli. Your pre-games at 7:30 tonight for Berto, for KJ. I'm Mirage. PhD is coming up next. We'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Go Nuggets.
Bush hammers. I love it. Sure what needs to be hammered in the bush, but glad to give it a shot. AAA Home Improvements. We love those folks. Toby Hurdle and the gang. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Tyler Columbus. Good to see you. We're getting a little TV action here a little bit later today. Is that right?
Yeah, CBS is doing a what in the world has happened since 2015?
Man, I'm hearing such a vibe about that. And there's part of me that realizes, yep, that was a long time ago. I get it. All of our lives are different. But then there's another part of me that feels like, it feels like yesterday. I know where I was in 2015 and what was going on. Doesn't feel like necessarily that long ago, but I suppose it was.
No, it feels like a lifetime.
It was PF.
PF.
Pre-firing.
Pre-firing? Yeah.
Well, which time? I mean, there's a lot of firings to,
Well, but in 15,
True, but I've been fired more than 10 times. So my whole
you get good at your job, then
my whole life has been AF.
After firing.
I mean, I've really been fired a lot. Like, I really don't think you should be fired as many times as I've been fired in my career.
You've had a lot. You've had 10 different WTF in.
Oh, I mean, some firings are okay. Like, you see them coming, it's not that big of a deal. Others kind of catch you by surprise and, kind of shake your world. So it sort of depends. But yeah, I mean, well, I was trying to think Tyler was on the team.
I was.
So that probably does feel like a long time ago.
A lot has happened, buddy. A lot of life has happened since 2015.
He had 2 PFs since then.
Yeah, that's true. Were we both at the Fan in 20? Were you there then? I don't remember. Your timeline was a little quirky. It wasn't quirky, but I forget what you were doing.
That's a good question. I don't.
You don't remember? Come on, you got to remember.
I was at the Fan.
You were?
Yeah, because
Were you on with Drew or Mike?
I think by then I was Sandy.
Sandy. Oh, wow. Okay. All
Might
right.
have been Sandy then.
You and Sandy.
Because I remember doing a lot of shows and talking about it. Because I know Mike and I were the Tebow years.
I was playing football in the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, we remember where you were. Well, not the beginning of the year.
True. I was in Atlanta.
Yeah. Your life even changed that year.
That was a good post-firing.
That was very solid, rock solid.
Yeah, that turned out all right.
I was going to retire after that.
Yeah, that was the culmination of, it was so much buildup. A lot of drama that year. By the time the Broncos got to the playoffs, lots of drama.
There's a lot going on that year, man.
God, I actually do not remember who they played in the first round of the playoffs. You guys?
Pittsburgh.
I remember the Chargers game like it was yesterday.
Yeah, we played Pittsburgh, New England, and
okay, so you had a bye.
Yeah,
you got a bye.
Yeah,
okay,
right. It was Pittsburgh, right?
I don't know.
How about this? The last time
it was definitely New England for the AFC Championship. Definitely that.
Last time the Broncos were in the playoffs, there was only 6 teams in the playoffs, and first and second team both got byes.
That sounds familiar. Yeah,
right.
I'm sure you're right about that. Right. Well, the first and second team did have byes, so there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And the Broncos had both home games. It was Pittsburgh?
Yep.
Okay. God, I do not remember that game at all. Do you remember highlights of that game? I don't remember a damn thing.
I don't have a ton of memories of it, to be honest.
I don't feel like it was a very difficult game.
I
I'm not
don't
sure
either.
the score was lopsided or anything, but I don't think it was really even as close as it was.
I remember we played them twice that year. Once was in Pittsburgh.
Don't remember that game either. It's weird. Some of those 2015 regular season games I got, and some I don't. I don't got that one.
That was Osweiler game in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Yep, it was.
Well, I remember that season in kind of big, broad strokes. Like,
right.
I remember
Manning sucks. Manning's hurt. Osweiler
well,
wins.
Dude, that's how I remember my entire career.
Right.
Like details of my career, that's tough.
The beginning of the season started with just Gary and Peyton trying to, figure this
Get
out.
on a page, yeah.
Yeah, and then, of course, it was the fullback, James, what's-his-face, that you got, they got rid of him and got you.
Yep.
The hell was his name? James something or other. But the reason he stood out is because Gary was so insistent Peyton get under center. And you were going to have a fullback. And it was going to be more of a running offense and the whole thing. And Peyton trying to figure it all out. It was just awkward. It was uncomfortable. Gosh darn it. What was that dude's name? Should remember that.
James Casey.
James Casey, yes. Yes, it was like the James KC Broncos.
Yeah.
Because it was going to be such a new thing. But the compromise was the pistol. The pistol was the big compromise. And then Tyler came to town.
Well, we did still end up carrying a fullback on the team that year.
Who?
Gosh dang, I'm drawing a blank on. Oh, who the heck was it?
Bob.
Bill.
Juwan Thompson. Juwan Thompson.
Good memory.
Juwan
Lord.
Thompson.
Oh my gosh! Wow.
Yeah, he was kind of a fullback running back. He was just he was like a
he was a tweener.
Yeah, he was a thick running back, as I remember Juwan. He had a couple nice games, I think, too.
Yeah, he was definitely a tweener
Yeah.
that was probably filling in as a fullback because he was a bigger running back.
Yeah.
Well, CJ was the main running back.
CJ and
Anderson.
Ronnie Hillman.
And Ronnie Hillman, yep. And that was, of course, you beat the Patriots in the regular season, classic overtime game that CJ got the touchdown. And then just everything that year from Peyton's injury to Sunshine was like the ultimate. Jordan Taylor was just doing everything. It was with Peyton working out in the field house and then was back on the field. He made some of the most spectacular catches.
There was something about Jordan Taylor. Jordan Taylor
God.
got a custom suit from Peyton or something that year. I remember.
Yes.
He got something for being his recovery dude.
Well,
because he and Peyton went over because the field house was built.
Right.
You guys at practice, and those two were in there for hours.
All
right?
out. He was Peyton's guy because Peyton didn't need somebody who could run at NFL tempo, and Jordan could do that, no doubt about it.
How many years did Jordan Taylor get?
Not a lot, but
he got a ring.
Yeah.
He was kind of a very quiet but important cog in that machine that year, no doubt about it. Like Peyton needed to be able to throw to somebody, so who are you going to find to do that?
Jordan played longer than you think. First off, do you know how long he was here in Denver?
He's like 3 years, I think.
Yeah, 2015 to 2018.
Yeah,
which was decent, and then he got one more year out there in Minnesota.
Did he? Good for him.
That's more than the average. The average is 3 to 3.5.
Oh,
he got into pension territory.
Yeah,
he was definitely in the storybook, sort of like this guy from nothing to this. And
I'm trying to remember. He was on the active roster that year in 2015, wasn't he?
Oh yeah,
maybe at the end, but I thought initially that's why he was available. They had him as either a practice squad or always inactive, one of the two.
Yeah, maybe.
Hard to remember. But it was also a year where the Broncos started off 4-0, but it was clunky. It was a 4-0 start where it was like, whoa. And I remember I asked Gary Kubiak, I'll never forget this. I said, is there any thought to just resting Peyton, sort of like a load management thing? They're 4-0, and I'm asking this question. And he looked at me like I had three heads. And that question went a little bit viral. And Bob Ryan, who was on ESPN show, right? Bob Ryan.
From Boston.
He comes on that show, the ESPN show, and kills the questioner. Kills me. Not by name, but that's the dumbest question. That's the dumbest thing of all time.
And 3 games later?
Absolutely kills me. Bob Ryan was a hero in our household because he's a sports writer for the Boston Globe. My dad, the next weekend, went out to a book signing and had him sign one of his books to me and said, my son's the guy you were ripping on. Can you sign the book? True story. And Bob Ryan signed it. I should bring it in sometime. It's hysterical. I'm glad that you whatever, but that was really dumb, something like that. But it turned out that sort of comment and questioning was right. Because Peyton was just, the reason why I asked it is the year before was against Indianapolis in the playoffs when Peyton had run out of gas. And it was, the Broncos were so good, you knew they were going back to the playoffs. It wasn't like this. The question was how much gas would be in Peyton Manning's tank at the end. Well, as it turned out, he got rest kind of on accident, right? Like he had his foot injuries and all that.
I mean, I wouldn't say it worked out the way that you would ask the question, but it sort of worked out that way via injury, sure.
It did, and it worked out right at the time around Thanksgiving because that's when Brock went in. You guys played Chicago right around Thanksgiving.
Yep.
And I always circled that
Dude, I'll never forget that game because that was one of those just terrible travel days. We were supposed to get there at 5 o'clock or whatever. We landed at 10:15. We canceled all of our team meetings, all of our positional meetings. We had one team meeting right before we went to bed, and Kubiak just walked in. He's like, look, we got nothing tonight. It's late. Brock, come on up here, say something to the team. And Brock Osweiler was this dude filling in for Peyton Manning, right? Like good luck with that one, pal.
Mm-hmm.
And Brock Osweiler gave one of the all-time greatest speeches I've ever heard. And all of a sudden we're all tired, we're grumpy, we're exhausted, and by the time that
you mean
Scott,
there was fatigue through travel?
Yeah, there you go. Scott knows how this goes, but I mean, we get so many freaking speeches throughout the day, throughout the week that you just tune them out, man. And most of the time you're sitting there thinking about the milk you got to pick up on the way home or whatever, you know. And all of a sudden, Brock, you can see the whole room. They go from slouching back, just tired. All of a sudden, backs are straightened up, and you can just feel it, man. And it was crazy that Brock Osweiler walked in and rallied the team the way he did that night.
Without word for word, because you could never do that. But what was the overall message or tone of the speech?
Look, man, I couldn't even try to replicate the speech, but you know, it was all about the opportunity that we had that year, the legends that were in the room, the Peyton Manning that is sitting down as I'm filling in, and not wasting the opportunities that are in front of us because we don't know if we'll ever have this again. It is along those lines.
I love it.
Pathetic.
They won that game. In fact, with Brock Osweiler as a starter, you guys went 5-2 because technically he gets credit for the start against the Chargers. Should have been 6-1 because you should have beat the Raiders. You lost that game where you should have won it. So Brock Osweiler again was gargantuan, and then of course, you know, the Chargers game. I mean, jeez, that was amazing.
If Manning doesn't come in that Chargers game, Brock Osweiler's 4-3,
dude.
Then you're going to New England for that AFC Championship game, and let's see if that whole story is. Then we ain't got CBS coming in here in the last segment of the show.
It brings up one of the greater, you know, hypothetical Broncos situations of all time. You guys were leading in that Chargers game 7-0, and that's when Emmanuel fumbled at the 4-yard line, and the ball did not go out of bounds. How it didn't go out of bounds is a mystery. You score there. You're up 14-0 on the Chargers. Tyler, you probably don't play in that game. Peyton probably doesn't play in that game.
Right.
You've got to buy. Who is the starting quarterback for the Broncos against the Steelers 2 weeks from that day?
You know, it was a conversation that was being had in the locker room. We were not immune to the conversation. I mean, we knew what was going on, and I remember having hours worth of conversations. James Ferentz and I were both backup offensive linemen that year, and we would sit there talking about that in our lockers like, man, you're Kubiak. What are you going to do here? You got a Hall of Famer. Brock's been playing pretty good. We're rolling right now. What do you do? And you know what, D-Mac, it was never complicated. It was never complicated, ever. You got Peyton Manning. He's a Hall of Fame quarterback. You play him when you can. It's that simple.
Then, fair enough. Why didn't he start against the Chargers that day?
It's a fair question. My best guess is they just truly didn't know if he was healthy enough to play at a high level.
I seem to remember he could have been healthy enough to at least be the backup the week before against Pittsburgh. That was
easy for everybody to say, but where do you get that?
The degree of rehab that was going on. You get little birdies that chirp about this, that, the other thing. You know, as it turns out, you know, all those throwing sessions were being recorded. It wasn't just Peyton and Jordan Taylor in there. There were other people too. People got big mouths about things. I was hearing things were going well. Like Peyton was throwing good, like he was good to go. And then the story gets even more infamous when Gary Kubiak revealed that Peyton Manning at one point turned around and flipped the camera the bird, meaning like, I'm good to go here, coach. And then you get into some really, hey, Peyton did accept the fact that I'm a backup quarterback because if this is my last whatever, then, you know, I'm not going to bail out. I'm going to be with the team one way or the other, which could not have been an easy decision. Listen, that season, and then when you guys got to Santa Clara, oh my God. As soon as I was around you guys, saw how you were prepared, where you were staying at, it was so different from New York. And then you go over to the convention center to cover the Panthers, and they were all wound up just like the Broncos were in Super Bowl 48. And I was like, right on Wednesday. I knew on Wednesday, I was like, oh my God, they're going to win. The Denver Broncos are going to win this Super Bowl. Because the Panthers, it was just too much for them, but there was enough season guys.
Well, that was Cam Newton's MVP year, and that was when they went pure celebration mode in about week 14.
Well, he was so wound up, and I didn't understand it. Like, I was like, what is this guy's problem? Because I wasn't around Cam Newton. I thought he was a pretty cool dude and was playing great. I did not understand why he had such a big attitude and was so weird. And he was all wound up and weird. Meanwhile, you guys are just chilling out. The tents are right next to the hotel. There's Snoop Dogg hanging out. I mean, everybody, the Broncos were well, you tell me. My impression was that you guys were completely relaxed, really ready, confident about the moment. It didn't seem like anything was out of sorts.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember Kubiak made a huge deal out of nothing's changing this week. So we've got more free time on our schedule, but our schedule stays the same. As the year goes on, coaches generally start letting you out of the building earlier and earlier every quarter of the season that goes by. And so by that point in the season, we're generally out of the building by 2:15, and we'd be out of the building by 2:15 then also, right? So we had the same meetings at the same times. Everything stayed the exact same way. About the most exciting thing you could do is go to this little hole-in-the-wall casino that, I mean, right. I can hardly even call it a casino, but it did have blackjack tables in it, and it did have slot machines.
Right.
But, I mean, it was like
nothing.
You felt like you were like in some like illegal casino, you know? There was nothing down there.
Well, the Super Bowl was San Francisco, but seriously,
we did go up to San Francisco one night.
Okay. Pain in the ass
But
from where you guys were
also
at.
think about this with Gary. You're talking about just nothing's changing. He as the offensive coordinator got to go through 2 Super Bowls, and I was covering both those. That was as calm of a team going in for a world championship as you'll ever see in both of those. Mike understood how to get a team ready for that Super Bowl.
We had a dude arrested for hiring a prostitute or something.
Oh, it's a great story.
It was him and his brother.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the dude's name, but he was a practice squatter.
Yeah.
And I'll never forget the next morning. We didn't know anything about it. And Kubiak walks in the team meeting. He's like, hey, so-and-so got arrested last night. You hired a prostitute. He's off the team. All right, now on to the next thing. And it was just like we just moved on. Like it was just like it wasn't even a thing.
Meanwhile, in 33, Buchanan, Man of the Year of the NFL, Walter Payton, wasn't he Green Bay's or Atlanta's Man of the Year or something like that?
It was Robinson. Eugene Robinson.
Yeah.
Because he did the same thing, right? He was playing.
Yeah, well, he was a bigger player. I'm trying to see. That story was so great. Broncos player, prostitution sting. Oh, Ryan Murphy.
There you go.
Ryan Murphy. Now, here's what's interesting, really quick on Ryan Murphy. It was his brother that set him up because he's from the San Francisco area, and he kind of got drug along. Now, why he's looking for a prostitute on like Monday night in his hometown, who knows? Gets caught up in the prostitution spring. He got brought back to the Broncos. He was with the team when they started spring practice the next year. Like they didn't just like get rid of him. And in fact, they didn't even cut him. They just sent him home. He actually did not leave the team. It was kind of weird, but he got sent home, but he wasn't immediately cut. And he was with the team when they started camp the next year. But nobody cared. I remember some of the national media were trying, oh, well, here we go. Here's the distraction.
Yep.
What they didn't really know is that most of the guys on the team didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
So it didn't even matter. And that was it. That's just some of the memories from the last time. Wow, that is cut. Now it feels like a long time ago. Now that we go through all these stories we talk about, I cannot actually believe it's been that long. Like these are the stories that we have to go to. Whew. And here we are against the Buffalo Bills.
Did the NFL have to
Crazy.
go and do something to where they, I don't know, the math, where they add 1 or 2 teams to the postseason so that the teams 1 and 2 both get buys? I mean, it sure seems like, you have Buffalo got to play this week. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, shouldn't they get a bye too?
Well, they kind of did.
How many teams would you have to add for that?
One more.
You'd have to is it 1 more, and then 8 would play 1. No, if you have 1 more, then you one's playing, right? Or no?
Oh, sort of. I mean,
Maybe
it depends
just
how
one
you
more
want to do it.
then, yeah.
I mean, you'd have 3 play 3, 8, 4, 7, 5, 6.
I guess you could do that. Then you get make sure you got.
Sure. I mean, you want to? What do you just want to add another team?
No, I'm just saying to give 1 and 2 a bye, like it used to when you talk about 2015.
Well, listen.
Number 1 and number 2 both got buys.
Here's what's going on, and there's a lot of bitching and complaining these days about fair and not fair, this that. The last week of the year is quirky. You realize the Bills basically did have a bye week.
Right.
They just did it. They did it against New England. They weren't really playing anybody. They weren't showing anything. They really just did have their bye week. So they'll have essentially more rest
Well,
than
and
the
even
Broncos.
Kansas City did that because they were announcing the thing. The one concern Kansas City, they're going to have like 20-some
Yeah,
days before
25
days
Crazy.
before Mahomes and Kelsey and some of the bigger names even see a football field in real competition.
That feels like too much time, Tyler.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a ton of time now. I guess there's pros and cons to the 3 games in 10 days deal that they had. You got all the time on the backside of it, which I think most coaches would be terrified about that amount of time off.
With a young team, for sure. Like Denver, if
I don't
Denver
think
had
Kansas
that, it'd be a
City
little
is.
tougher. But Kansas City,
They're such a veteran squad.
Yeah, and they know it's the Super Bowl. They know what this postseason is about.
A buddy of mine who's in Buffalo still was doing a video sort of deal. I was with him today. They're not gripping about the Broncos, but they're concerned. They've talking to him. Holy cow, the pressure on the Bills right now.
What we talked about yesterday.
Oh man. I mean, it's you could feel it with what he was talking about and how they're feeling about things and everything. They're definitely not taking the Broncos lightly, and all the pressure of the history of the Bills is firmly on their shoulders. I don't know if that can benefit the Broncos somehow. Then I was joking with them and said, we got a spy. When Von Miller talks about the Broncos, it's we and us. It's not them. You know that, right? He was kind of laughing about that. They're wound up. Do you know?
I mean, just think about that for a second. We're sitting here talking about all this time, 9 years, and we're about to play Von Miller.
That's wild.
We're about to play Von Miller. Like Von Miller is still in the NFL. How the hell has he done this?
I don't know. And then you think, wow, yeah, he was the Super Bowl MVP. Then he's won another Super Bowl with the Rams. And is this his 3rd year in Buffalo?
Yeah.
Time, man. Time is crazy.
Still seems weird watching him run out there in a number 10 jersey.
From what I've been told, I don't think he's ready to be done either.
I don't know if he's going to have much choice, though.
Oh, he'll have options out there.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. If he wants to play on the cheap, be a situational pass rusher, he'll have plenty of options.
We want to encourage you to order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery of free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. All right, so what's the deal? Where are we at? Hey, big game in the NBA with the Nuggets and the Celtics. It's PhD on 92.5.
Will Allen again. Peyton gets back on his feet and throws to an open man. It's Sanders. Peyton ducked to avoid the contact with Will Allen. Realized he hadn't been touched. And then got up and completed the longest play of the game for the Broncos, 34 yards.
I know he was not touched. He went down, and I was going to say he gave himself a play.
Will Allen came close to making just even a brush, a little contact, but he didn't.
Yeah, that was the Peyton Manning self-sack in that Pittsburgh. I do remember that. He self-sacked, and he just got up, and he, wait, nobody touched me. I didn't need a self-sack. And then he completed a pass. I do remember that. I guess that game was actually kind of close. I don't have a lot of other memories.
Well, I do remember I remember the first time we played Pittsburgh that year. Antonio Brown went off on us, and Ben Ross. They had a game. You guys can't remember that one at all when we were in Pittsburgh?
I think it was near the end of the season because I have a memory of. No, I guess I don't, but I have a memory that
we lost the game.
I think Peyton could have. I have in my. Was it the second to last game of the season?
No, it was like it there had to have been at least 5 or 6 games left.
Oh, okay,
I think.
Shaky memory.
I had it up here a while ago.
I can put it up.
No, you know what? You're pretty close. It was the third to
last game. Yeah, I just have a memory of I think Peyton Manning, if he wanted to be a backup, could, and he wasn't. What was the game before the Chargers then?
Raiders,
huh?
Yeah, that was
that
was
a low-scoring game.
They didn't want him. He said he wasn't going to be a backup or something. I thought that was a Raider game.
You guys realize we lost 2 out of our final 3 games of that season.
Yeah, and we
lost to the Raiders. We lost to Pittsburgh.
You should have beat the Raiders. I remember that game. That's. Do we have a score there?
And then 15-12 to the Raiders and 34-27.
And then in week 16, we were reeling.
Look at Brock's numbers though.
Wow. We had lost our last 2 games. We were reeling, and New England lost that game right before the Chargers game, and that Chargers game meant something because we knew that New England had lost,
right,
and we could get the number 1 seed because of that.
And home field. So the game did matter.
Yeah,
of course. What a year. Crazy ups and downs. Put up the Raiders game. Because my memory of that is that you guys had it and you kind of blew it. And I don't think it was even Brock's fault. I think there was something else quirky that happened in that game.
Well, you're up 12-0 in the Raiders at halftime.
Okay, so not us.
You give up 9 in the third and 6 in the fourth.
So we had 4 field goals.
Okay, so we couldn't finish any drives.
I think.
Yeah,
couldn't finish them off.
So
the red zone,
the
red
Brock
zone sucked.
Osweiler experiment was winding down to an end.
Well, shoot, he still threw for 308 yards in that game.
Yeah,
he was 35-51. We threw the hell out of the football.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of just have a memory that's kind of bad luck for Brock right there. That should have been another win.
You were asking during the break what guys from that team are still in the league, and I got 4.
I could think of only 2. I think of Vaughn, Prater, and
Aaron Brewer.
Aaron Brewer, long
so
snapper.
There's 3.
Yeah.
And then the 4th, he just got back into the league.
Ezekiel Elliott.
Shaq Barrett.
Shaq Barrett's back in the league?
Yep. He's
for
back.
who?
He retired, and then he came back literally in week 13 or 14.
I did not even know that.
So he was with Miami in the offseason, and they gave him a decent amount of money. He ends up retiring. About week 13, 14, like Scott's saying, he declared himself he wanted to come back. And Miami sat on his rights. He wanted to be released so he could go find work. And Miami sat on his rights. And then finally, a couple weeks back, they ended up just outright releasing the dude so he could go get a new job.
Interesting.
He signed with Tampa Bay just last week.
I did not even know that.
So,
so
he's got another playoff run in him. I think he's on the practice squad for now.
Hey, the guys that are trying to glaze themselves a Super Bowl ring is Shaq Barrett and Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah, he's still in Minnesota. Was it Minnesota? Where he's
No. The story's unbelievable. He goes and coaches a high school team to a Florida State championship. He's a backup with the Lions right now.
That's right. Yeah, I saw him on the field. They showed him on the field the other day.
It's Coach Bridgewater. He's with the Lions now. Did you see? All right, hey, just check and make sure the Broncos didn't miss anything.
That's a good backup quarterback.
Ezekiel Elliott just signed with the Chargers.
Yeah. Practice squad.
Okay, Just checking here. Broncos running game isn't that great. Did they miss out on something?
No. Ezekiel Elliott that is donezo.
I'm checking. No, like we missed on something.
I think Zeke was getting maybe like 6 or 8 snaps a game.
Okay, just checking. We'll get to Jeff Legwold here in a little bit and catch up. Well, like, how you going to do it? How you going to beat the Bills?
Oh, Brandon McManus.
He hit a gargantuan. Wow, that was a great game with the Packers and Bears. You guys catch that?
Yeah.
So he hit what they thought was going to be the winning field goal. He drilled it from 50+. Low liner, got it done. And then they gave up the cookies to the Bears at the end for a walk-off. But Brandon, with the Packers.
5 dudes still rolling. That's pretty cool.
3 of them on special teams, though.
Yep.
So only 2, players. And hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, hanging on for dear life.
Both of them, when you think about it.
Yeah, hanging on for dear life.
Yeah. All right, tonight, are we ready to see 50-plus three-pointers jacked up, Scott, with the Celtics in town?
Well, we saw them in Abu Dhabi to start the season. Everybody was shocked. I mean, Cos and I were calling those games. We'll call the game tonight.
Mm-hmm.
8
o'clock tip.
51 in one and 50 in the other or something like that.
They've been doing it all year.
Yeah. Well, they got 3 or 4 guys that can shoot them. Why not?
Well, they're shooting it. The bench is shooting it. It's not just the starters. If they're putting up 50, that means everybody coming off the bench, like the Cavs, is putting it up too. You just got embarrassed by the Cavs. You did. You gave up 149 points to that sort of strategy. Now, the Hawks tried to do the same thing. The Hawks put up 46 threes. They just couldn't make them. Just not the same quality of team. What's going to be the difference tonight? When you know that's exactly what the Celtics are going to do tonight. Jack up threes.
You got to be in touch with the threes. You can't have a missed game. You can't have guys that in a big game, big environment. If you go back to the Cleveland game, a couple guys you depend on wasn't making their shots, and I know that's whatever. But you're going to be Boston tonight. You're going to have to stay in touch with the threes. Try to hopefully limit some of theirs. No second chance points and run right back at them. You got to run right back at them.
Now,
here's the scary part. Throw this out.
Yeah.
Both teams get 10 shots, 10 straight possessions.
Yeah.
Boston goes 3 for 10, all threes. That's 9 points.
Yeah.
You go 5 for 10, all layups in the paint.
Right.
It's 10-9. You got a 1-point advantage.
Right.
That's the analytics of why everybody's shooting threes.
And that's what happened in the Cavs game. If you remember, there was a series there, about a 2-3 minute series, where Christian Brown got back-to-back dunks. Whew, crowd's going crazy. Cavs had 2 empty possessions, but then they came down on their third possession and hit a 3. This is like a 2-minute span.
It's 4-3.
You picked up 1 point.
Yeah.
But you went on a Cavs went on a 21-2 run or something ridiculous like that. And now you're trading 1 point in 2 minutes or so, even though the 4 points you got were really exciting dunks, Christian Brown running. But they're just hanging out. The Cavs are just like, we missed 1, we missed 2, whatever. You picked up 1 point in 2 minutes. So to me, the one thing you cannot do is you cannot allow one of these huge 3-point shooting teams to go on some sort of ridiculous. You're better off running at guys and tackling them at the 3-point line rather than have them go on a 21-2, a 17-3, 16-4 sort of run. You just cannot allow it. So do anything to stop that, in my opinion.
Well, you got your big 3 shooters are Murray, MPJ, and Strother. Between those 3, 2 of them have to be hot. 2 of the 3 have to be really good from 3, I think. Boston's good.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
And I'm asking, Michael Malone would tell you it's not about scoring, it's about the defense. I'm not joking. You need to attack them at the 3-point line, especially in the second quarter, so they don't go on a run.
I brought this up on one of the telecasts, and Denver was allowing 117 points a game. 22nd in defense. That's all you talk about because you look at the end result numbers. But then you throw in there that you've given the teams during that stretch 20 points a game off of your turnovers. That's your offense that has failed for 20 points for that game. If you could cut that in half. So now what? Now you're holding the team with the same type of stuff.
Without even playing defense.
Yeah, without changing what you're doing defensively, you're now holding them to 107, Which in the league in today's day, you hold a team to 107, you should win, 90% of the games?
I feel like if you keep them under 120, you should win games.
Well,
I feel Tyler on that.
but you know what I'm saying? So say you only cut that, they get 12 instead of 10. So they score 109. Should you not win that game?
We'll dig into it more. Nice game at Ball Arena tonight. You can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame at 7:30. We got.
What'd you get for Christmas?
I got a toy fire truck.
Did you really?
Yeah, but it's a mean question because I called you and told you that I broke it because the cat slipped on it and then I fell on it. I told you that story.
I know.
I got the toy.
Sad day.
I got the toy fire truck that I was dying for.
What's the gas station back east that they give out the toy fire trucks for?
Citgo.
Is it the green one? The green and white one?
Yeah, Citgo.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
There's two. Listen, Citgo's more red. SL is more green and white.
No. ESSO is the one that has the green and white trucks.
Yeah, but like why?
Yeah,
why,
they give them out as Christmas presents. It's like a big deal.
Why would you know that my broken fire truck? Why would you bring that up to hurt my feelings?
I know. Well, because it's some of mine.
Okay.
I have had
Jeff Legwall joins.
I've been under the weather.
I wanted that fire truck so bad.
Yeah.
Jeff Legwall's coming up next.
Hey guys, if you're struggling with hair loss, do yourself a favor and call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration. The best in the business at what they do. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, they've changed tens of thousands of lives, and I want you to be the next one because you deserve it. So if you're looking for a New Year's resolution, how about one that you can keep? Get your hair back. You can do something about it with my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is the absolute best of the best. The entire team over at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best of the best. So you're going to be with the best professionals, you're going to get the best experience, and they guarantee for life that your hair is going to grow. How about that? That's a lifetime guarantee. Your own natural hair is going to start regrowing the very next day. Pick up the phone and call today. You're going to get $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. Simply call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Yeah, we did. We just we have a really good team. We have a lot of guys that are all competitive, all work hard. They're close knit. We got a lot of good relationships on this team. You can really feel and watch the love for one another that we got. Then we go out there and play for each other, play for the guy next to us. There's not a lot of prima donnas on our team, not a lot of issue makers, and we just we all have one goal, and that's to go out there and win for our team. And it's funny, we kind of doubled what a lot of people thought we were going to win. So it goes to show that a lot of talk preseason, but you don't have to be what people say you're going to be.
We're joined by Jeff Legwald from ESPN, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, what to you is the most surprising thing about this year's Broncos team?
Well, I guess, T-Mac, I thought their defense would be good. But even when you dive into the advanced metrics, and even with the last few games there when Riley Moss was out, they're scoring very similar scores in some of those advanced metrics as the 2015 defense. And I thought they would be good, but that to be that good deep into the analytics is a smidge of a surprise. But, Surtain's playing at a level you rarely see, and Benito has made the biggest jump. Zach Allen, enormous season. So I think that was a little bit of a smidge of a surprise. And then I think, Bo Nix showed the ability the last couple weeks that he is understanding how defenses are reacting to him. There was like a 3-week window there when he, I think, was struggling with some of the things that defensive coordinators had decided he didn't like. And I think he's done late in the season. I think he's done a pretty good job of adjusting to some of those things.
Did Riley Moss make more money by being hurt and not playing a handful of games to show his importance to this defense than maybe any other player in a while?
Yes, Scott. I mean, they play more man coverage than anybody in the league, and it's not close. I mean, there's a big jump between them and number 2, especially among the playoff teams. So when he was out, it really impacted a lot of what they do defensively. And then your first game back, I'm not sure you could have found a worse opponent to come back to after a month, on the sideline than the Bengals.
Jeff, give me 3 reasons why the Broncos could beat the Bills.
Pass rush.
Okay.
Run defense. And if they will run the ball, the Bills defense is light across the front 7. And if they're willing to run the ball, I think they can make some hay.
So let me ask you this. I mean, my early gut feel on this game is I think the Broncos, it's not a terrible matchup. Am I telling you they're going to beat the Bills? No, I'm not. But I look at it and I see a lot of areas that I think they could be competitive. Do you feel the same?
I do, because, Tyler, I think defensively, this is a really good team. They've, like everyone these days, it's impossible to play defense these days. That the league wants people throwing the ball. They want, a lot of points, and it's hard to play defense, especially if you're going to be aggressive, man coverage, upfield, through the gaps type of defense, which they are. It's harder to play that than ever before, but they do it well. And I think that if they can keep Josh Allen off the first read and keep him in the pocket, they can be very competitive in this game. They cannot let him stray around and find the second read, the third read off schedule. And if they will run the ball, I've talked to several offensive coaches this morning who faced the Bills, and they are light on defense across the front 7. Light linebackers, defensive tackles are not the biggest. And if the Broncos are willing to play that way, and that's up to the head coach. So, but they can be competitive if they do those 2 things.
Have you seen a growth or an advancement in their run game this season as it's gone on?
When they use it, Scotty, they're built up front to run the ball. I mean, they have guards that are those guys are very good moving forward. Meinertz is one of the best in the league. When you talk to personnel people going forward, it's just they don't always commit to it. I mean, it's I don't know if the head coach has other ideas when he's calling plays, but I think some of it is they have Bo Nix in the shotgun so much, and they're in 3 wide so much to give them that clean look at the defense. It does impact how they run the ball. I will say it's against backups across the board Sunday in the Chiefs defense, but they were under center more in that game than they were in any other game this year. And I thought, again, it's backups, but they dominated, up front.
Well, the screen game obviously works great for the Broncos. It's a safe play. It's a virtual handoff, and it gets you in short yardage on third down for the most part. Doesn't always open things up, but it gives you short yardage. How easy is that to scout out? And do you just have the discipline to run a variety of screens? I mean, they had the fake reverse screen, which was kind of cool. That led to a touchdown, actually. But I mean, how effective can that be, Jeff? And has that been the key for the Broncos in converting third down?
I think D-Mac, I think they've been inconsistent with it. When it doesn't work, they're only doing it with the wide receivers. And that's kind of when I chart it. When they're having a day when they're only throwing the bubble screens to the wide receivers, it's not always been effective, because once the defense sees sort of the people out wide, the one receiver backing off the block, the other backing off to catch the ball, you have safeties just charging that play. But when they get everybody involved in it, a little tight end screen, maybe a little, a couple running back screens, and then the wide receiver screen, I think that's when it's layered, I think it's worked a lot better. But again, you've been up there plenty too. If you get one of those traditional windy days in Orchard Park, you're going to have to adjust how you want to throw the ball, because even the most strong-arm quarterbacks, it swirls a little bit when it comes up over the scoreboard there, and that's always an issue trying to throw the ball.
Hey, let me ask you real fast, and I'm not talking arm strength or anything like this, but is Bo Nix throughout this season shown you a little bit of Allen as far as being able to read and keep the play alive and pick up first downs big with his legs? He's not jumping over guys or trying to run them over like Josh will do.
And he shouldn't. No. He's not that big. He's not 240 like Allen is, or 245. It's and I think since he took the huge shot, people don't remember it, I don't think, but he took a huge shot running out of bounds against the Steelers in week 2. And ever since then, he's been much better about deciding when to get out of bounds, when to get down, when the play has run its course. And, I think he makes good choices running the ball. And that's probably been his greatest strength as a rookie compared to the other rookie quarterbacks other than Jaden Daniels, is he doesn't take very many silly sacks, and he will make a positive, even if it's a 1-yard gain or a 2-yard gain, he'll make a positive out of a quarterback movement when other guys might take the sack.
All right, real quick. There is snow expected on Saturday in Buffalo. It's an 11 a.m. our time.
Imagine that.
Yeah. It's an 11 a.m. start here, 1 p.m. there. Is this team going to leave on Friday, Jeff, rather than Saturday?
I haven't heard that. They've not made much noise about that right now. It's probably a possibility. Now, it's always more difficult for a team to get accommodations for a game that came. There's likely a team that booked a hotel previously, and the Broncos just took those rooms when that team didn't make it. So I bet that's the scenario, but to get that for another night would be far more difficult. So I've asked, I've not gotten a clear answer, but as of now, I think they're treating it like a normal.
Could go the Greenbrier on Thursday.
Yeah, no, I predicted they would go to the Greenbrier this week just because
that's funny.
That's his favorite place to go.
That's funny.
I said that during the game in the press box. I said, see everybody at the Greenbrier. So,
Jeff, we got to let you go. We love it. Thank you, Jeff. We'll talk to you, we'll talk to you next week. We'll see what we're talking about. But it's fun to be back in the playoffs. Thank you, Jeff Legwald. Brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Some fascinating new news for Shedeur Sanders. Details next.
I could not believe how I was blown away.
It's a playoff week for the Denver Broncos. We haven't said that in a while. We will go over the rest. It's the Buffalo Travel Agency is bringing you around the NFL today. So Buffalo Travel Agency is a fascinating place, you know.
We'll get you the hell out of Dodge.
Well, Buffalo's that game where we barely got out in time. Only plane to leave, right? Got into Buffalo
Famous
late.
story.
Yeah.
Famous story. It's October of 98, I think. Or something. Well, 98, I believe. Was it 98? I think.
It was the year they won a Super Bowl, I believe.
I was there. I was in Buffalo at the time. I was on the other end of things. Like, you know, are the Broncos going to get here?
In town.
Are they going to
Well, I
make it
remember we get off the bus. I mean, it was an all-day thing. I mean, first it was a fight just to get to Dove Valley. I mean, I got stuck. People were digging me out, and then I'm helping other people get pushed out. And I mean, it was a journey to get to Dove Valley.
One plane got out.
Yeah, ours. And I remember landing. We landed. I mean, it was late. I don't think we got to the hotel till
wasn't it a
11,
walk-off
11:30.
field goal by Jason?
Ayla.
Yeah.
And it was starting to get nasty and cold and sleety there at that time. But I'll never forget this. God bless him. Sal Palantonio was still a young guy. I wasn't a young guy, but I mean, he was young in his career of doing this, right? And I'm walking off the bus, and Jason's right in front of me. And Sal walks up to Jason and goes, John, can I get a couple questions? I thought he was John Elway. I was like, dude, this is supposed to be your business.
Come on, Sal.
I mean, Jason Eatham don't look like John Elway, does he?
Hey, that was the best day of his life.
That's a weird, confusing.
Right?
It's not even close.
But, dude, you know how many people travel with the team and everything else, and it was, I think we were staying at a Marriott somewhere. I don't know if you know where there's a Marriott semi-close to Buffalo.
Generally speaking, I know what quarterbacks look like.
Yeah. He goes, John, can I get you for a couple questions?
Now, kickers?
I'm Jason.
I got to admit, man, I'm on this podcast thing in Buffalo today, and Buffalo's a beat-up city, man. I mean, like, they do have a great fan base and, you know, the whole thing, but you wouldn't want to.
I tell you, first time I went to Buffalo, or one of the first times, it was a day game, and it was early in the season. Weather was beautiful. It was wonderful outside. The visiting locker room, right, was in that one end zone. You had to go underneath, kind of like the old South stands.
Mm-hmm.
Was their locker room. And I'm walking down, had to come down from where the broadcast booth is. You go down the elevators, and you walk across the concourse, and you take some stairs down. You get down to the
visitors' locker room in Buffalo is
bad.
Awful.
Yeah. But I'm walking down, and I'm like, it was the first time. And then there's like dudes in overalls and and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, they got rednecks in the East. Because to me, rednecks was all a Texas and Oklahoma and Southern thing, right?
So you saw Jim Kelly's family.
They always say New York's like 3 different states.
And I'm like, dude, they got rednecks up here.
It's super Rust Belt, blue collar sort of deal, man.
It was funny, though.
And I'm not even joking about Jim Kelly's family. They're from Pennsylvania, but they would drive up, and he's one of 5 brothers. They'd come up for every game. Jim would do, they tailgate after games in the parking lot.
Right.
You go after the game, and I don't know what Josh Allen does with that stuff, but
the Bills visiting locker room, it's like a hallway. It's like a long closet.
Yeah.
That has got a middle row in the middle of it,
Yeah.
and it goes kind of long, but it's super narrow.
Yeah, super skinny.
I
And the
remember
lockers
this.
themselves are nothing. I mean, it's just so sparse.
And
Oh, you
I'm
wouldn't
thinking
believe how
about-
bad NFL locker rooms are. Visitor locker rooms. All the home ones are great. But
Who
all
was the
visitors-
cornerback that we got from Kansas City that was kind of a turd?
Cornerback from Kansas City was a turd.
Back in the day. He was a good player for a while. And then they signed him. It was a horrible signing. And they lose the game late. And I'm still, young enough that I'm thinking, dude, you lose a game,
Mm-hmm.
this dude comes running and goes, "Where's the hot dogs? Where's the hot dogs?" And that's all he cared. I'm like, dude, you just gave a game away on the road.
And had to get his hot dog.
The team, and all you cared about was make sure to grab a
Hey.
couple hot dogs.
Those halftime hot dogs are good though.
Oh,
Those halftime hot
Well,
dogs,
when I
they hit something different now.
I ain't saying because I am a hot dog connoisseur.
The Bills Stadium, too, is kind of unique, too. It's one of those stadiums where they practice at the stadium. So their locker room was their locker room, like for everything. Like that was just it. But the stadium was old. And when they would have the post-game press conferences, it was in the weight room because there just wasn't any other space for that to make sense. They're building a new stadium, and I've been told that it's 50-50 there, whether they think it's fan-wise, whether it should be indoors or outdoors. It's outdoors with covering. It's kind of like an English Premier, like there's a covering over it, but
Over
still
the fans.
there's no option for a retractable roof. But because they had that whole Buffalo pride, but they didn't want to shovel seats anymore, so they won't have to do that because it's going to cover the seats. But they're not going to be able to have Taylor Swift there in February either, or like the NCAA tournament, because they didn't put a stupid roof over the thing. So to me, that's like
I
the
don't think
most.
Taylor Swift's going to Buffalo anyways, buddy.
If there's 80,000 seats in February and you can make money, and if it's not Taylor Swift, it's the next Taylor Swift. You know what I'm talking about. They'll go wherever you can sell 80,000 seats indoors. Doesn't matter. But they had this kind of weird pride, and there was a debate if they should put it downtown, where the people are, or keep it way out there. And the whole thing was we got to keep it out in the middle of nowhere. That's where Orchard Park is, because of the tailgating. Like that's how much the tailgating matters. Whereas here in Denver, we don't think about that for a heartbeat.
No.
We think about I
remember when the
money.
stadium came up, the one they're in now, when they first built it, and they had to extend the tax they used for the Rocky Stadium for Coors Field, 1 cent on 1 cent, and it was good and worth it. But people were saying there, why don't you build a roof that's retractable? At least you can do that. One, they won the outdoors, and two. And every time you do that, maybe you could get, a Super Bowl. And then they were going, no one's coming to Denver for a Super Bowl. Next thing you know, you're playing in Detroit, you're playing in New York, you're playing in Minnesota, and you're like.
Oh, do you think when, and it won't be if, it'll be when the Broncos build a new stadium.
You are all over the place on that one. I swear you go back and forth on that one like every other month if they're building a new stadium.
I guess they don't have to. It'll be one of two things. It'll be a new stadium.
They will build a new one. I'm with you.
I think they will too. The only other way they wouldn't build a new stadium if they seriously built like 8 McGregor squares around the stadium right now, because that's coming. And we're lucky enough because our company is building a new downtown Denver. If you don't know that, there is going to be a new downtown Denver around Ball Arena, and it's going to be freaking incredible when it gets built over the next 10 years. So they could keep it there if they wanted to, and it would be pretty sweet the way that would all sort of flow from one thing to another. Mm-hmm. But you got to be kidding me with the way it's designed right now. It's ridiculous, and that's not going to stay there forever. Listen, man, you want to put a roof on it, don't put a roof on it. I'll just tell you this. You're a moron organization to not give yourself the choice of a retractable roof. And if you want to keep that bad boy open so it can snow or whatever, well, I guess that's up to you. But you're just an idiot, city, state, to not give yourself that option. And that's what Buffalo's doing because of pride. The big windup here is the pressure is on the Bills. Everything is about freaking the Bills. Everything in that community is resting on the shoulders of Josh Allen. The pressure on them to succeed is kind of crazy. We just don't have that here. Why? Because this place doesn't suck to live. It sucks to live in Buffalo.
Oh, we also don't have history like they've got. I mean,
correct.
They're bad, but you know what? I think a lot of that is overrated. Those players on that team, they're not battling that. They are battling some history because they've got their own history, right? Like that current team has got history of having teams that have had opportunities to win championships and they haven't been able to do it. But they're not carrying the load of the history of the Buffalo Bills.
You don't think so?
Absolutely not.
I mean, that is there every single day.
Absolutely not.
No, I think the fans are.
The fans are.
They're carrying the weight of the last 4 or 5 years where they've fallen short.
That's their hump.
Which is still big. It's still a big thing.
All right. If that's the answer, that's the answer. But you don't think when they just run to restaurants or go shopping or just their average life there in Buffalo, you don't think the players are just hammered with the history of the team?
I hate to say this, players don't care. It's not their town. It's not their home. They don't know anything about the franchise. Like when I went to Washington, Washington does this great job. The whole building's the history is all on the walls. They've got these timelines of the Hogs and everything else. And I'm looking at this like I'm looking at a foreign language. Like where am I right now? The history of that organization did not mean jack squat to me, and it doesn't mean anything to the players that are on the team right now. But Scott's right. They do have their own hump, and that means a lot to them.
Yeah, the last 4 or 5 years have been a pretty big hump.
And that's not insignificant because that's a big one.
Yeah.
I'll just tell you this, man. You want to talk about polar opposites? This is a young, like Sean Payton, a young and hungry Denver team. They ain't thinking about missing they're not thinking about this at all. They're not going down memory lane like we have been today. Not at all. The only two guys that are like that are Cortland Sutton and Garrett Bowles that matter. That's it. There's nobody else. Who else does that really matter to, aside from those two dudes? So this team doesn't care.
You just gave all the same reasons why that's the same truth of that team, though.
I don't know, man. I've lived in both places, in Denver and Buffalo. It felt when I was in Buffalo over freaking whelming.
Yeah, but you were in the middle of the four straight
I was on the
Super
end
Bowl
of it.
losses.
My first year was the fourth Super Bowl.
What years were the infamous Super Bowls that they couldn't win?
90 to 94.
Okay, we're talking about 2015 like it was a lifetime ago. Those players don't know anything about that.
I don't know, man.
There's a big fan base that does, and let Denver get up 13-3, and that fan base is going to be freaking out. But they've been predicted to win the Super Bowl or at least play for a Super Bowl in Buffalo, this team, for the last 3-4 years. And don't they got a couple first-round losses in there?
You know,
I mean, that's the pressure this team feels.
All right, yeah. And let me ask you just a bigger question. When you're playing, and there's not a lot of cities like this. There's not. It's like Buffalo, Cleveland, Detroit. I don't know. Green Bay's won a Super Bowl. Green Bay's won championships.
Oh, I was just talking about, okay.
No, I'm talking about cities that can't catch a break.
Okay.
Okay? And that's three off the top of my head. Buffalo, Cleveland, Detroit. NFL cities that can't catch a break. Got any others out there for me? You want to throw Seattle in there? No, they've won.
The Jets won one long
No,
time
the
ago.
Jets,
But
the Jets are in New York City.
Arizona.
Do they even care? I mean, are there even sports fans in Arizona? I mean, who are they? No. I'm talking about cities where, and I think it's really just three teams, that they've never won, and it means everything. So if the pressure isn't any different, fine. But I don't know, man. It just felt different to me being in Buffalo than here in Denver. And the pressure that is carried there, if the players really don't feel it, fine. But I felt it when I was there.
I'd put the Bengals in that category.
Oh, sure.
Bengal, yeah.
Because they got to a Super Bowl, but they didn't win.
The funny thing is, Denver's lost as many Super Bowls as the Buffalo team did.
I'm just saying,
spread
guys,
over 20 years.
I'm feeling more optimistic at the game because the realization it is house money, man, for the Broncos here. What pressure?
Well, you're young.
What pressure?
You're young. You're dumb. You're just excited to be there. You're happy to
be
there.
You know what? Also, think about this. I thought Bo Nix was afraid of Baltimore. And I would take the statements that he had during the week leading up to Baltimore. Oh, I've never met Lamar Jackson. I hope maybe I can see him.
I grew
after
up watching
game.
this guy.
I grew up watching him. Blah, 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 blah. He's had that now. He's had Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes twice.
And that's
Mahomes went up and talked to him yesterday. And because I've seen in the NBA, guys see that first time they play against Kobe and guys are like, and now all of a sudden he's seen the big. I don't think the light will be as blinding in his eyes.
I would agree with that. And
but it was against Baltimore.
As a young player, it's impossible. It's impossible. I mean, I've told stories about it the first time we played against Brett Favre, and I'll never forget my first time against like the legends that I played, Ray Lewis and all those sorts of things. But then you do it a couple times, you're like, oh, I guess I'm kind of like them. I'm not them, but I'm kind of like them.
Big Al tells a story about Sack and Warren Moon, the first time his idol growing up in Houston. Yeah. And he picked him up. Sorry, Mr. Moon.
All right, I'll get that Shadur story for you. It's a good one. No dumb questions. And yes, Around the NFL brought to you by the Buffalo Travel Agency, where they're desperate for somebody just to visit them. It's PhD on 92.5. No dumb questions coming up in just a little bit. We'll go around the NFL, brought to you by I was corrected, the Orchard Park Travel Agency. They are a subsidiary of the Buffalo Travel Agency. They actually got bought out.
Really?
Yeah. Orchard Park.
See, everybody, I'm not sure, understands that.
Where Orchard Park is compared to Buffalo?
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably don't.
That's where the stadium is.
Right.
Orchard Park Bills doesn't have the ring.
Denver's Denver. And if the football stadium was in Highlands Ranch,
it'd be in Denver.
It'd still be the Denver Broncos. But we all know, Highlands Ranch really ain't Denver. Not really.
I kind of disagree with you on that.
Really?
I think in Colorado, if you are within a 15 to 20 mile radius of Denver, you just say I'm from Denver. You don't say I'm from Highlands Ranch. You don't say I'm from Parker. You say I'm from Denver.
So I should have told people for the past 24 years I'm not from Aurora. I'm from Denver.
It depends if you're talking. It depends on who you're talking to. But yes. That
feels weird.
It's not like back east where you're from towns.
Well,
No,
you're
just from Denver.
You say Denver because that's the conversation, and then if they go Denver, really, what part? He goes, well, actually, Aurora, it's just outside.
Yeah, like people will tell me they're from Boston. I'm like, okay, really, what town are you from? Because nobody's really from Boston.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not like that out here. Like you've been out here all
Just
this time,
we're
and
just
you
Denver?
you haven't figured that out.
Not really, no. I mean, I feel weird telling people I'm from. I mean, I guess if nobody knew anything about Colorado, I'd make it easy and just say I'm from Denver.
I'm from Denver.
But if you met somebody else from Colorado, you'd say you're from Denver?
Absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I would never say that. I'd say I'm from Aurora. I'd lie about that because I was really from Centennial. I'm embarrassed to say that.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. I'm embarrassed by...
You don't seem too embarrassed to brag about your living situation these days.
No, man. I got a Lone Tree life.
All I know is Aurora didn't have a 75-incher.
But I take pride in being from Aurora for up until this past year. I loved saying I was from Aurora. Took pride in that.
Well, you liked Orchard Park too.
You should learn the nuances of where you live.
Okay, I'll take that under. I'll bring that up with the Lone Tree Country Club next time I'm over there. I'll say it to them.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
By the way, the Orchard Park Golf Course.
Mm-hmm.
When I worked at good old 97 Rock there in Buffalo, you guys would love this. It's a public course, but free trade. Great radio back in the day. You get just free stuff. We had trade there. I was working a morning show. No kids. Wife had a full-time job. It was kind of insane for 3 straight years. I would just go play golf literally every day if the weather was good enough with a cart for free at the Orchard Park Golf Course as much as I wanted. Was out there maybe 4 or 5 days a week.
That is kind of nice.
You got to just take my word for it because I'm not a great golfer, but I broke 80 one time in my life.
And it was when you're in there.
You're
telling me about the more you play and practice, the better you get?
There's no doubt about it. And it felt so weird because I was playing by myself, but I wouldn't lie about this because it's golf. I played it straight up, and I had to hit it like a 15-footer to get a 79. And I hit it, and I put my arms up. I'm celebrating.
By yourself.
Way to go, Darren.
Got an eagle on a par 4 in that course, too.
Really?
Banged it in from 175. I didn't even see it. The guys up on the green were like, whoa! They were jumping up and down for me. Anyways, Orchard Park. Mock draft. Here we go. I got something for you guys. This is from ESPN.
What he didn't mention is the distance was like playing at Kennedy.
I take my victories where I can find them. Tennessee Titans is according to ESPN+. ESPN.com. Cam Ward, number 1 to Tennessee. I'm seeing Cam Ward, Tyler, scooching ahead of Shedeur a little bit here. Are you seeing that trend just every now and then, a little Cam Ward vibe over Shedeur?
Well, I think it's been back and forth the whole year. And honestly, for the majority of the year, Cam Ward was a slam dunk number 1 pick. And then it really wasn't until the last third of the season of college football that I would say Shedeur Sanders more or less cemented himself in the majority of mock drafts as the number 1 overall pick. So I'm not surprised at all to hear that there's still conversations being had.
Well, I know as you brought it up the other day, there was a guy came out the other day and said he's got Shedeur with a 2nd-round grade on him. I've never heard that from Cam Ward.
That sounds ridiculous.
Well, yeah, that's the dumbest thing of all time. And look, are there having a second round grade versus predicting where he's going to be drafted are always different things.
Right.
You can have a second round grade on people and be like, yeah, he's going to
Well,
be a top
Bo
10 pick.
Nix had a second or third round grade, right?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
More than not.
D-Mac,
Okay.
if you're going to fight that.
I'm not going to fight it, but by the time the draft rolled around, he was a first rounder all the way.
Okay,
in mock drafts, but it's
a different thing.
Scouting.
That's
Two different
that's a
things.
different thing.
Okay.
Like where you think he will get drafted is different than what your grade on the dude is.
Number 2 is the Browns taking Shedeur. And I just cannot imagine. I just can't imagine Prime being okay with that. I can't picture it.
But what does that mean? What does that mean?
I don't know.
You think he's going to throw a hissy fit and sit out?
I don't know because the Giants are at 3 and this mock has Travis Hunter.
Well,
one could impact the other here with what happens.
We've known now for at least a few weeks that Shedeur and the Sanders family has been more than content to play for the Giants. He put Giants cleats on for the bowl game, so he's A-okay to be there. I don't disagree with your thought process of Dion and the entire family would not be thrilled about playing for Cleveland. I don't know what that means, though. I mean, not being thrilled, what does that mean?
I'm not sure because it's kind of a Sophie's Choice thing. Because if Travis Hunter really is your other son, like has been told a million times, why would you want him in Cleveland too? But you can't both be on the Giants. And it looks like if they're throwing a little bit of a hissy fit, it might come down to one or the other. Meaning, like, you're going to be okay with one of your kids?
Well, it's either going to be Shedeur
or Travis.
Or Travis going to be in Cleveland.
Yep. So what do? What do you do? Nothing? And just be okay?
I think so.
Okay, because all you have to do is throw a little hissy fit, and the Cleveland Browns can trade with the Giants. They could probably pick up an additional first-round pick, and Cleveland gets Travis, and, the Giants get Shedeur.
Does Cleveland leave Travis?
Who's to say
They got Jerry Jeudy.
Oh, you cannot.
They got Jerry Jeudy.
Travis is special. There's no thinking about it. If you just got to take him.
I know players have won in the past doing this, but what's to prevent the organization from being like, screw you, you're playing for us?
Nothing.
Especially since you already have a quarterback that you're going to play next year.
It worked for Eli, though. I mean, I know that's a long time ago.
It's happened twice.
Happened with Eli. Well, there was a lot of pressure from Elway back in the day.
Well, I'm counting that.
Oh, okay, so it's Elway and Eli, and it really hasn't happened since. Listen, I'm just telling you, that would be a fascinating situation. And that's kind of the way the draft is shaking out right now. Now, listen.
It could happen. I'm not denying the premise at all. It could happen. I don't think they would do it, though.
You don't think they would do anything about it?
Nope.
Okay. Well, that'll be fun to see. Meanwhile, in terms of the Broncos, they have Tyler Warren going 14 to the Colts in this mock. I think he's the best choice.
That's the Penn State kid?
That's the Penn State kid. I think we're going to have some easy consensus on this one in the draft this year. I think we're all going to see the need for like the best tight end possible if the kid is really that special. And from all accounts, Tyler Warren's that guy. I don't see us having a lot of debates on that one.
I think I'd rather draft a wide receiver than a tight end in the first round.
Well, Luther Bird in the third from Missouri is who this mock has, and he's one of them guys.
This
supposedly.
one goes all the way to third.
No, and just 21.
The name's the third.
No, he's the third. He's Luther Burden the third.
I think he's in the third.
No,
he's the
we're
third
not.
burden of the family.
He's the third burden.
Well, we're not doing.
So we're not going to get the first two best. We're getting the third burden.
Scott, I only pay attention to the first round of the draft.
Okay,
Have you not picked up on that?
I thought you were going third round. No, and I'm like, seriously, dudes are actually taking their time in January 7th on 3-4 rounds of the draft.
There's 7-round mocks out right now.
Oh,
yeah, I gotcha. All right, no dumb questions. Let's go. Brought to you by Old Chicago. Find them at oldchicago.com. Order online, pick up.
I think
oldchicago.com.
I invented a new car game today. We've all taken the road trips. You do the license plate poker, or you do the alphabet on the signs, right? Everybody's done that at one time or another on long car trips. I think I'm calling this WeCal.
Oh, that's not new. I know that game.
Do you know the week out?
It's my cow. It's my cow.
My cow.
My cow.
Well, what's your?
Are we talking about the same game?
I don't know.
Every time you're on a long road trip.
No.
Anytime you see a cow, you say, "Hey, my cow." And at the end of the trip, you see who counted up the most cows.
Most cows. No. No. No.
Wow.
No, I've never played that one. I'll keep that in mind. This is called WeCal.
Okay.
I'm standing for West Texas or California. When you drive around the snow, you see a guy really struggling or being stupid. It's one of the time they're either overcautious or they're not cautious enough.
And
you sit there and go, okay, that's West Texas right there. I think that's a West Texas guy. Had a guy come in. I was dropping the kid off today. Come in there, just cutting in front of cars, go there, slides out, boom, 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 pulls into the parking lot. 15 minutes before the school starts. You got plenty of time. Slides out, but he's got a 4-wheel drive because they're always safe. And he pulls up and goes, what is dude doing? Look up, California, right on the license plate. So I said, maybe there should be a game when it gets in conditions like this that you got to guess. You have two choices. West Texas
or California.
WeCal.
Okay.
So I just do that. I didn't know if you guys have ever played.
So your game is contingent on driving around in really lousy conditions.
Well, because some of us have to.
So your game is predicated.
Yeah.
On really not paying attention during the most dangerous traffic circumstances.
No. You're paying attention. And
are you? Or you're looking at license plates?
No. You're paying attention because it's these cats doing a stupid thing, and you're like, what's going on? And you're like, well, okay, California, no wonder. No wonder this guy came down to the stop sign down a hill at 20 mile an hour.
Yeah.
And his car won't stop till halfway through the year. I've already stopped because I am paying attention and slides through it. I go.
I think your game,
Texas.
I think your game would be more fun if you could find a hill where cars slide crazily out of control like we see on YouTube.
I got one.
And you just set up shop and, perhaps there's some drinking going on. Not driving, but just like, let's sit on this hill.
Well, you've seen those videos in the city where there's people sitting out in their front yards. And
they're videotaping it for a reason, right?
I saw some house that has been ran into 32 times.
Wow.
From cars and snow. And I'm like, yeah, you got to move, buddy. Yeah. Like, why have you not sold that house?
Or build you one of them metal pole things.
The house has been run into 32 times.
32 times.
Unlike the world according to Garb, that house has not been disaster-proof yet. It's going to take 33 before that house becomes disaster-proof.
Yeah, that's the point. Like, after 17, it's not like, hey, this isn't a good idea.
I mean, who knows how many owners have been in that house? I guess. I guess they could continue to say. Do you have to disclose that?
Well,
is that on the disclosures when you're selling the house?
It should be.
What part of the house is getting run into?
I don't know.
All right, here's a no-dumb question. Is trying to do a good thing count as doing a good thing? Do you get any brownie points when you try to do a good thing?
Circumstances matter.
Circumstances. Well, I'll give it again. Snow.
I say yes.
So I watched this lady drop a kid off to the school today, and there's a little bit of hill.
Yeah.
Of course, she's got one of those. And again, I'm thinking California.
Okay. Well, you're playing your game.
This is like a front drive Lexus.
Again, you're playing your game. You're having a good time.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I'm waiting because I can see she's struggling up this hill.
Yeah.
The next thing I know, the front tires are spinning and the car ain't going nowhere, and all of a sudden it's going backwards. Now the car's trying to get in, car's trying to get out.
Yeah.
I come over and pull over in the parking lot way away from everything, get out, get my hood or get my hat on, got my gloves. I'm going to help her push her up the hill because cars are going around her and everything.
Are you serious?
Yeah, no, I got out of the car to go help push her up the hill.
That
She's got kids to drop it off.
Wow, A+ for you.
By the time I start walking over there, she backs up now because no cars are coming behind her.
She's good?
Goes down to the main street and just pulls into a neighborhood or pulls up the neighborhood that's by the school.
Oh, all right.
It's a dead end. And I'm waiting for her to come up, and I don't know if she's going to try to take a run. So I wait like a minute or so. Oh, well. Came back, got in my car.
Hell yeah, you get credit for that. I can't believe. Yeah, you get credit for that.
Sure.
Dude, that is extraordinary.
Yeah.
Like, you're getting out of your car, you're putting on gear, you're going to help a woman who shouldn't be where she is anyways? Probably from California? Push her up a hill?
Well, there's a little selfish because then I could have asked, hey, where are you from? Then I could have had some,
I just really needed to know.
Yeah,
Here's where you would lose credit. If you do all that, you get up to her, you go, do you need some help? She goes, yeah, but I got to drop my daughter off, and then you go, I can't wait 5 minutes.
No.
Then you don't get credit if you just
Well,
leave.
she's going to drop it up until she got up that little hill.
Listen, you got out of your car. You went out of your way at any effort whatsoever. Hey, you're a better man than me, bro.
We're supposed to do that.
I agree. I'm just right past you. I'm sorry
that
to
would be a we eat cow. He's from the east.
Yeah, no doubt. Jerk cow. Mass, you know that. What's our breaking news, Dan?
Yep, there's no dumb question attached to this.
Ah, wow. The Raiders did fire Antonio Pierce. You know, I thought he might be okay because it's been a couple days.
I think you owe Adam Schefter a few bucks on that one, buddy.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting debate with Adam because he said 7 and 9, and so far there's 5. That's 6. But I did not think that was going to happen. You're right about that. We'll talk to Adam on Thursday.
All right. So you've now got at least one, maybe another if Mike McCarthy goes to the Bears with the Dallas Cowboys. You got the Raiders, you got the Cowboys. Dion?
I don't know how one of those teams doesn't make a run at Dion.
Where are the Raiders at now? Like 7 or something?
That's interesting. Oh, and the Mox? Yeah, they're back
6,
a little bit.
6. It's still firing range.
Yep.
That's definitely firing range.
If you throw a little hissy fit.
I mean, you could jump from 6 to 2.
You can jump from 6 to 2. You can. Okay, let's talk about it. Antonio Pierce gone. Does that open up a slot for Deion Sanders' PhD on 92.5? All right, it's D-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Want to encourage you if things just aren't looking great for you in the love department. If you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, that sucks. No need to live like that. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can give you some better solutions to living a better life. You don't have to have a mediocre sex life. You don't have to have a mediocre relationship. They can get you going in the direction that you need to go. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're amazing. I want you to remember this number, 720-440-7900. The website's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. This is a New Year's resolution that should be easy to keep because I want the best for you. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating thousands of men. Like you? Sure. So let's do it. Let's get a hold of them. You go in, you get a visit for $99. You get a T and PSA test if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. Again, 720-440-7900. Make this the year. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Adam Schefter will be with us on Thursday, right around this time on Thursday. So tune in for that. I thought Antonio Pierce may have survived, seriously. But no.
I will survive.
He did not make it. As Adam Schefter is reporting that Antonio Pierce of the Raiders has been fired. So John Gruden, 2021.
Resigned in disgrace.
Mm-hmm. Josh McDaniels.
Fired.
2023. Antonio Pierce.
How many years did Josh make it with them? Was it 2.5?
1.5. Remember, because that special teams coach came and took over the last half of that year.
Bisaccia.
Yeah.
That guy. Beat the Broncos.
Yep.
Figured out how to do that.
Oh, we've lost multiple Raiders interns. Wait.
Interim?
Thank you.
Maybe interns. Who knows? The Broncos lost everybody.
I mean, what's the difference between an interim and an intern?
Who's the fat quarterback?
No, you know what? Versace was Gruden's.
The guy from Kentucky.
No, not he was a fat guy too. The number one overall bust.
Jamarcus
Russell. Broncos lost to him.
Yeah.
Broncos lost to Jamarcus Russell when he played for the Raiders.
By the way, I watched a movie yesterday called Fat Guy.
How was that?
Sounds sad.
No. It's about Santa Claus, but Mel Gibson is Santa Claus.
Okay.
Name of the movie is Fat Guy.
It's called Fat Guy. Because this assassin's coming to take out Santa Claus.
Hey, if you like that.
Where does a fat guy live? Yeah.
If you like that, watch The Whale.
No.
Okay. With Antonio Pierce, what do you think the plan there is in Vegas?
They don't have a plan. They don't have any money. They
Then
don't have a plan.
Why'd you fire him?
Because you want to act like you're a big boy. You're sitting in the legacy of your father. All that good karma that your father had and left for the Raiders, whatever that was, it might have been on the dark side of it. You've lost all that, man. You moved to Vegas. It's a flu town.
Moving to Vegas was the best thing they ever did, but I'm with you.
Might have been, but you don't have any fan base. You don't have regulars.
So you're an idiot organization.
You're an idiot organization.
Oh, okay, good. You're an idiot organization.
Yeah.
You're going to do irresponsible things. Why wouldn't you make an offer to Prime, hoping that by hook or by crook, if you hire Prime, you can force a deal to do a trade, I guess, with Cleveland. And you can reach up to number 2, or maybe Tennessee to number 1.
Or how about number 3? And if you don't get Shador, you get Travis.
I don't know. Is he really his son? I mean, are you doing a deal where you don't get Shador?
So I do think that they will absolutely covet Deion Sanders.
You do?
I do. But you're asking me why wouldn't you? Because hiring Deion does nothing to guarantee yourself of getting Shador Sanders. It does nothing. I mean, it could give you a desire. It could give you a plan of action that, hey, we're willing to give up the farm to go get him. But you still got two or three other teams that are going to be competing to trade up. You still got Cleveland, who might not want to trade at all because they are just so desperate to get a quarterback. So why don't you? Because there's no guarantee you get Shador just by getting him. You want to, but you can't guarantee that by any means. And who knows? I'm trying to pull up a list of what the Raiders' draft picks are just to see what ammunition they've got. I'll let you know if I find it here. But who knows if they've even got the ammunition to pull it off.
No, they got future draft picks, and they got Max Crosby. I would be stunned if they would consider trading Brock Bowers. There's no way. But I think they would probably deal Crosby in future number 1s.
Problem is,
you don't like that deal if you're, anybody? Max Crosby?
Well, if I'm Cleveland, I'll tell you this right now. I don't think there's anything you could offer me to move off the spot. I've got one option. There's one way out of this hell I'm in right now, and that is drafting a young quarterback. That is the only way out of this hell.
You're also talking about a franchise that have been awful cheap, and they want to send a guy bye-bye and do what the Broncos did?
Whatever.
The history of that franchise?
I mean, at some point, they got to find a way out, dude. I hear you, but they got to find a way out. The Broncos just gave you the blueprint for it. It is the only way out of Dodge. If you trade out of that position, you are stuck in Deshaun Watson for another 2 to 3 years.
Well, you're right, but this is where you'd have to throw a little hissy fit if you're the Sanders family, and you just say, we're not going to Cleveland. In fact, we're not going anywhere except for the Raiders. period. The end.
What if they end up firing their coach and go Dion
to Cleveland? I don't think they're going to do that because Stefanski's actually a pretty good coach, and they've had a run of like kind of weird bad luck. There's actually some really interesting pieces there in Cleveland, and I think if Stefanski was going to get blown out, it already would have happened. So I don't think that's going to happen. I know what you're saying. I mean, that would be one way to make sure Shedeur is there. I mean, it's going to be interesting. You're either going to start throwing little hissy fits, or at least something behind the scenes. Or we know the draft order now. And
who's number one?
Tennessee.
Have they hired a coach yet?
They still have Brian Callahan.
They actually just fired their GM, but they kept their coach. They fired their GM today and kept the coach. That's a fun twist, right? That doesn't happen all that often, but that's what happened with them today. No, I think if Shedeur gets drafted by the Titans, there's nothing to think about. I mean, that's a good city. It's a good division. They're building a brand new $1 billion stadium. You know, that's an all right place to be, I think. Nashville's a pretty cool place.
Yeah, that's a hip place.
Cleveland?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
It's cool. I've been there. We had fun. I had fun in Cleveland. Yeah. But, you know.
Is that the one where you went to the bar and passed out?
I was a disaster.
Unfortunately, he did not pass out.
I had a lot of energy. Passing out wasn't it?
Oh,
I would have done anything for him to pass out.
Passing out would have been a dream come true. No, I was running it, man. I didn't stop that night. It's crazy.
I'm pretty sure he found some booger sugar that night.
Yeah, I did not. I'll have to deny that premise. But I did find two guys on motorcycles that took creepy videos of girls in the back of their motorcycles, and they were having handguns on them. That was super weird.
And you were drinking with those guys.
Drinking. He got on the back of the motorcycle.
I did not get on the back of the motorcycle, but I had about a 20-minute conversation. They're showing me the videos of them picking up really good look. They were really cool bikes. Really cool bikes.
True or false? You went to go get breakfast with them.
That is false, because when they showed me their pistols after about 20-minute conversation, it was quickly like, okay. And that rang the bell for me to go back into the hotel room. But it was a good 20 minutes of looking at their creepy videos of them picking up hot chicks, driving around on their fancy motorcycles with guns.
That could be a movie.
Oh, it could be.
Bikes, chicks, and guns.
Does Prime do an interview with the Raiders?
Nope.
He does not.
Nope.
He does now.
I don't know how you couldn't. I don't know how you couldn't.
Because you're going to wait. You're going to wait to see what Wednesday holds for Dallas.
Well, yeah, I don't know how you turn down that one either if that's open.
Well, generally speaking, even if you want to stay put, you take interviews. Because when you take an interview, it's just leverage. It's just money, even if you do want to stay put.
There are two places that are so uniquely suited for Deion Sanders in the NFL. And one of them now has a job opening, and the other one might by next Wednesday. There's just two, though, really. There's only two that really fit, and that's the Cowboys and the Raiders, and they're both going to have openings. Maybe. With the Cowboys, we'll see. But the Raiders especially. I think the Raiders are actually more so suited for Deion than Dallas.
Where does the Jets pick?
The Jets. He'll never get the Jets job. That makes no sense.
Jets are 7.
Why do you even bring up the Jets?
They're one spot behind the Raiders.
Because I was trying to figure out, he does like New York.
And
yeah.
That is such a terrible fit for him. That makes no sense. That's an obnoxious, overbearing owner. That's not a good spot.
I'm sorry. What'd you say about obnoxious and overbearing and Jerry Jones?
Jerry Jones is different. He's like a father figure to Deion Sanders. It's not Woody Johnson's not a father figure to Deion Sanders. Jerry Jones is just different.
Just saying, you did say obnoxious and overbearing.
But not to Prime. I bet he loves Jerry Jones. I bet he freaking loves that. I'm not saying he's not overbearing. You're right about that. I mean, I get that.
Or intrusive. He's more intrusive.
Okay, but his relationship is different there, though. I mean, plus he's from... Listen, there's so many reasons.
Plus, he's a landman.
He is a landman. He's
one,
got a whole.
one of the greatest cameos of all time.
All time.
Jerry Jones legitimately had a phenomenal acting appearance in Landman.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
It was unbelievable. Tears in his eyes.
Yeah.
Would you be upset with Prime if he took? He has said repeatedly he's staying.
No, I would never be upset. I
You
get
would.
how it goes, man. Especially if you're telling me that he could find a path to coach his son. What? How can anybody hold that against him?
No.
Me neither. No. In fact, I think he'd be dumb to not do it. And forget about all the hundreds of times you said you're going to stay here.
It doesn't matter. Look, life
Return all the
changes.
NIL money that you tried to raise for people and get ready to go back to media.
A lot of times you genuinely mean what you say, and then stuff changes.
It's PHC on 92.5. Early peek on the Broncos and the Bills, and we'll focus on it all this week, obviously, as the Broncos are in the playoffs. But on the surface level, what do you think will be the determining factor in this game? What will matter the most?
Well, I think it's pretty simple. Broncos probably don't have a real puncher's chance at this thing unless they create some turnovers. And that's going to be difficult to do because you pointed out the Bills are outrageously good in the turnover margin this year. So they would have to be out of character. But I do think that if our defense can be the defense that it was for the majority of the season, this is going to be a very competitive football game. It will be. It will be. It'll be a very, very competitive football game. Yeah. Yeah. Jeff Legwold said that they got a light front seven. I have not looked at the actual weight of those guys like apparently Jeff Legwold has, but I would agree that there's an opportunity to run the football. Can Sean Payton, can he control his urge? He's got like this just deep-rooted urge to make his dude be a superstar. And I think Sean's going to really fight that in this game because he's going up against Josh Allen, and he's going to want his dude to look just like Josh Allen.
What they did in Kansas City to begin that game, not that Buffalo will play that type of flat defense, but you got to run it, and then you got a short pass like you're running it. Do that early, get the defense pulling up there, and then see if you can go one over the top. But I did agree with Leggy, but we've been saying it all year long. We got an offensive line built to run the football, though.
We do.
You know?
Well, they were pretty committed to it last week against the Chiefs.
That was week 18.
Do you guys realize how many bubble screens this football team runs?
A lot. That's why
it is unbelievable. Yeah. I broke down the all 22 last night, and we must have ran the same little swing route or a slight variation of it out of the backfield where you bring Troy Franklin into motion, you bring Marvin Mims into motion, or you start him in the backfield and you run that little swing route that is very similar. It's not a wide receiver bubble screen, but it's very, very similar to it, or a different bubble screen. I think there was probably 10 or 11 different variations of it in that game where Bo Nix threw the ball laterally or maybe 2 yards at least 12 times.
Good thing or bad thing?
Well, it's a great thing for a young quarterback to stay in a rhythm. It's a frustrating thing when it doesn't work, and we've had some games where it does not work. We've had some games where it does, man. And I guess with that, I don't even know what the real – see, I could tell you the key to running back screens. I could tell you the key to that and when it's successful and what type of teams you need to be facing off against. Like these bubble screens that we run, I do think we've got enough variations of it that it can work in the majority of circumstances.
That was a pretty cool one, the fake reverse little screen, bubble screen thing. I was like, ooh, that's a new one. That was a great one.
Yeah.
Almost didn't work.
Why?
When there were a tackler right there that got a hand on him like it was catch hit, and he broke that tackle.
Well, I mean, isn't every screenplay like just this close to a total disaster? Like, I mean,
didn't they have also one where one of the tight ends or something came out or tackle blocking a guy too early that was a big gain that got called back? When that was that game or was that the
we had an offensive pass interference?
Yeah, they ended up calling pass interference because
that was on little Jordan Humphrey though.
Yeah, it was like a
he
pick.
was blocking before. The catch was actually made.
Sure, I mean,
that's what you're thinking of.
There's loads of ways these screens can be disasters, but golly, man, they do call a lot. The Broncos
it's like watching the Colorado Buffaloes play in the NFL. That's how the Colorado Buffaloes play offense. They don't have a running game, so they just hit those wide receiver bubble screens all game long.
Will it work against Buffalo?
I suppose if we got weather conditions as good as a plan as anything else.
The weather is interesting. I'm glad you brought that up.
How bad is it going to be?
Well, there's a good chance of some snow on Saturday. But game day looks fine, cold, 20s, cloudy, something like that. But the snow is supposed to come in on Saturday.
But I hope they get hammered. I do. I don't think it's a home field advantage for Buffalo to play in the snow. I don't buy that. I'm sure that they're more accustomed to playing in cold, and that's cool. Listen, man, playing in the cold is playing in the cold. Playing in the snow is playing in the snow. It's a disadvantage to both football teams, and it's always a bigger disadvantage to the superior team.
Should the Broncos go in there a day early? Should they get in there on Friday?
Well, I was told that's Sean Payton's plan was always on the East Coast
Correct.
games to get there 2 days before the game.
Correct.
So have you already made the plan? Maybe it's already planned.
I thought it was interesting that Jeff said he was sniffing around it a little bit, has not heard one way or the other. I think it's a no-brainer to get in there on Friday. I was laughing.
You lose 2 hours in your time difference.
It's not a great start time, frankly, for the Broncos. It's not.
If that's what they've been doing all year long on East Coast trips, then you should do it. If it's not what you've been doing all year long, then just go at your normal time. I'm a creature of habit, and I truly believe that most of these guys are. I remember playing in Seattle. We would have a couple games on the East Coast, and every time we went to the East Coast, we would do that 2-night thing. And it was always a weird, just kind of like out of your element. You get there on Friday, and you're like, you got a short day. You got nothing but time. You go sightseeing. You do something like whatever, right? And you just kind of feel like you're on. Now I don't know what the hell you do in Buffalo, but you just
Niagara Falls.
There you go.
You could, I guess. It's not all that convenient, but you could, I suppose.
But my point is, just stay consistent to whatever your rhythm is.
Okay. Well, we'll see what they do. We'll find out. I do have some interesting sound here. What is Spagnuolo? Someone get that right?
Spagnuolo?
Yeah. He's comparing Bo Nix to Josh Allen.
I'm really impressed. Listen, I didn't study him in college. I heard the name, knew about him. But we played him a few weeks back in that week 9. I thought he was really good then. And he's just even gotten better. Full command of that offense that they run. Has been really smart with the football, and he's a really good athlete. This might sound shocking, but when he tucks it and runs, I get visions of Josh Allen. Like he can go, and he's a pretty good sized guy too. He might not be as big as Josh, but so there's that whole feature, and we've got to get better at controlling quarterbacks from hurting us with their feet.
Is Bo Nix Josh Allen?
Well, if you want to talk about the most athletic quarterbacks in the game right now, Lamar Jackson's the most athletic quarterback in the game. Kyler Murray's probably the second most athletic quarterback in the game. I'd put Josh Allen at number 3, and I'd put Bo Nix at number 4. So does that answer your question?
I'd say that would be a yes.
Who was 1? Jackson 1?
Jackson 1, Kyler Murray 2, Josh Allen 3.
So I don't consider athletic quarterbacks unless you get in the playoffs and do anything.
Okay, well,
Jackson's done it.
Well, I didn't say good. I didn't say good.
Yeah,
I didn't say good.
You gotta be good.
I said athletic.
Yeah. You mentioned Russell from LSU that beat the
Jamarcus.
Broncos. Yeah.
Am I missing anyone in there?
He was athletic, so
well, nice.
You got to win.
Like
Athletics, you got to win. And Bo Nix winning 10 games now, he can be athletic and he won.
Let me throw it this way.
I say yes. He's not as big, but I was thinking that watching Sunday. When he took off run a couple of times, I said, dude, he's running like – and I swear I thought he ran just like Josh Allen. Big, strong thighs, cute butt.
I was going to go there.
Yeah.
Usually like one thing ties into another.
You guys notice he's got a little tick of readjusting himself?
Hello.
He does.
Yep.
Okay.
I tick 4 or 5 times a show.
Let me go through a couple things here real quick. AFC. Is Bo Nix better than? Will Levis?
Yes.
Yep. Deshaun Watson?
Yep.
No.
What? You're drunk, buddy.
Yes.
Gardner Minshew?
Yes.
Drake May?
Good comparison.
Wow. Okay, if these guys were drafted again today, we've done this game too, right?
I mean, you get everything from this year. Yeah.
So
this year counts.
So Jaden Daniels goes number 1. I think Drake May goes number 2. And then it's interesting, right? Caleb Williams.
But I'm talking about today. Today. Is Bo Nix better than Drake May?
I think that is an incomplete answer. I don't think he has to take a back seat to Drake May.
That's fair.
Because
that's fair.
Bo did it for 17 weeks. Drake May got 6, 7.
That's a good way to put it. He doesn't have to take a back seat to him, but I do think most talent evaluators would still take Drake May over him.
That's fine.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, he's better than him right now.
He's not better.
He is better.
He had a better season.
You're splicing some hairs right there,
But
pal.
he also had a better season than Dan Marino. Is he better than Dan Marino?
Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
No.
Okay. Tua Tagovailoa.
Ooh, that's another one.
No.
No?
Yes, because Tua can't stay on the field.
Anthony Richardson.
Yes.
Joe Burrow.
Hell no.
No.
Justin Fields.
Yes.
Yes.
Russell Wilson.
Yes.
Herbert.
No.
No.
Stroud.
No.
No.
Okay. Lamar, no. Josh, no. Mahomes, no. So it's interesting where he sits in the AFC then. Because we're just talking AFC. He's right there in the middle then, kind of in the AFC, which has a crazy amount
And for a rookie, that's good.
of young guys. I mean, almost every quarterback in the AFC is like a highly drafted first-round guy. Almost every single one. NFC paints a different picture. NFC is kind of wildly all over the place. But the AFC is almost cut from the same exact cloth. You realize what this means? That means Bo Nix for the next... Okay, do you think Bo Nix is going to regress or get better?
I don't know how to answer it. I mean, I guess if I had to say one way or the other right now, I would say get better. But I don't know, man. I've been around this game a long, long time, and that sophomore slump. Look at C.J. Stroud, man. Look at Robert Griffin. The sophomore year slump is a real deal.
So you're not sure yet?
They figure you out.
You think he's going to get figured out?
If you're asking me, I would say I have no reason to say he's going to slow down.
But let me ask this.
I think he's doing a lot of great things.
Do the quarterbacks actually get figured out, or is the guys that are making the play calls calling the plays for that quarterback? Do they get figured out?
Yeah, I think it's a combination.
Probably one and the same, but yeah.
My take is that he's not going to regress, that he is where he is in the middle of the AFC quarterbacks already, which means, in my opinion, for the next however long he's going to play, barring injury, all he's going to do is improve. So to me, I'm pretty excited about it because I see.
I mean, that's like T-Mac. What young, good football player that had a good start to their career would you ever be like, yeah, it's going to slow down? Like, name a dude that started out on fire, and you're like, yep, that ain't going to last.
It's so hard because not many guys do. Did Caleb Williams start on fire? I don't know where that career's going. I mean, everybody likes Drake May here, okay, but that might just be a lousy team, guys, and he might not ever have a shot. I mean, that's where that might go.
Mac Jones was the same. Mac Jones had a great rookie year.
But again,
that's a good one. That's a good one.
It goes back to what I said a number of times. This was the perfect coach for that player, for Bo Nix. I don't think he'd have had the year he had this year if he'd have gone to any of the other AFC teams.
If the Broncos do beat the Bills, Scotty,
I think there's a chance.
Will you stop being a hobo at that point?
No.
That's insane. That's crazy.
Why?
That's bananas if the Broncos pull that off.
I'll be fired up. I can be a fired up hobo.
If the Broncos, this is a lot of ifs or negatives. This is a positive one. If the Broncos beat the Bills and Josh Allen and all this stuff with a rookie quarterback, how could you not be like completely bought into this guy for the long haul? I'm serious.
Because I'm not a follower.
You don't have to be a follower. You just kind of.
I'm just going how I feel. I listen. I hope he does.
I hope he does too. We all hope he does.
Oh, and I hope it's a 10, 12-year run, and it's going to be awesome. Freaking awesome.
Okay. Tyler, you're with me on this, aren't you?
Oh, I'm way closer to you than I am to Scott. But I mean, you're asking me right now, am I confident? And I'm telling you, no. I know that sophomore year is a struggle for a lot of players. Trevor Lawrence is a good example. Zach Wilson is a good example. Justin Fields is a good example.
Okay.
I mean, I could go down this list of quarterbacks: Mac Jones, Robert Griffin, C.J. Stroud, of these dudes that looked like they were the deal in their rookie year, and all of a sudden it slows down. So I have no compelling evidence to tell me it's going to slow down.
All right, the Broncos are back. No, yeah.
Hobo.
All right. Well, let's football go. We have a firing. If you missed it, there's another NFL coach who's been canned. Details next.
All right, guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor and go check out the best car dealership in Colorado. My friends over at Phil Long Ford, you're going to love them. When you go to Phil Long, you'll become a customer for life. I've been buying cars there since my rookie year in the NFL, and I keep going back because I've got a long-term relationship, and I want you guys to have that same experience. When you go there, you're going to be respected. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. You're going to get the best service, and you will find the vehicle of your dreams. They've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on that lot right now. So whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, we're talking about one-stop shopping. No reason to drive all over the state of Colorado. Go to Phil Long Ford and find the vehicle of your dreams. With an award-winning service department, Phil Long Ford is going to keep your car beautiful for a long, long time if you keep it serviced there. So feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over, and find them online at phillongdenver.com.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. I got to mention, talk about feeling big time, Michael Spencer from Channel 4. The big news guy here in studio. I can't even believe it.
Michael called me the other day, and I'm like, what's this dude called me for anymore? He doesn't do sports.
Was there a car crash or something?
Certainly, right? Like,
there had
something happened in my neighborhood.
Why is Michael Spencer calling you? Is there a politician in Lockport that's in trouble?
Yeah, so
I don't even know what you talk about on the news.
The idea is they're doing where are they now with Super Bowl 50? Well, I moved from Cherry Creek High School to Boulder, back down to Denver. I moved about 6 miles south to Parker. And I'm still here.
Yeah, somehow the most boring life ever is somehow interesting on Channel 4.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. All right. I'm glad we're covering that.
Yeah,
all right.
but they'll talk to Ryan Harris too. So
well, Ryan Harris did not go to Cherry Creek High School.
No, but he was Super Bowl 15.
Dude,
15?
50.
Dude, you can't. Here's the secret sauce. You can't get rid of these ex-Broncos here in Colorado.
Especially if you
can't get rid of them. How many Buffalo Bills are still hanging out in Buffalo?
And they never won a Super Bowl.
All right, Dan, what's the first story? See, there's your news story. We took care. You guys can leave now. No, I'm joking. Go ahead, Dan. What's the first story?
All right, let's hear from Colin Cowherd. He was talking about he's buddies with Sean Payton. I cut out the first part of this, but he was basically saying that Sean Payton is the Gordon Ramsay of the NFL, the famous chef. But he talks about in this clip how it didn't work with Russell Wilson, and the way Sean Payton turned the Broncos around so quickly was not being nice like Nathaniel Hackett, but being sort of an a-hole.
And there's an argument that if you look at the dead cap money with the Broncos, when Sean took that job, I was disappointed. I didn't think he could fix it. I thought it was that big of a mess, and I knew he and Russell would not get along. One is the eternal optimist. One is brutally blunt. One, some could say, is a little less than authentic. The other one is completely authentic. So I didn't think it was going to work, but Sean Payton works. And he can be caustic, and he is blunt, and he makes people uncomfortable. But when you have to turn around a mess, being precious and PC, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's why so many places in corporate America are so hard to turn around, because, you got to make sure you don't offend. Sean Payton offends. Sean Payton's outspoken. And it is amazing what he did with his team.
What do you guys think about that? Is that why Sean was able to turn it around so quick, being kind of a jerk and honest?
Well, we needed a hard cultural reset, right? And that's what worked for Dan Campbell out there in Detroit. There was like that's what the New York Jets need, right? There's not an X and O solution to solving the New York Jets, and that's where the Denver Broncos had got to. So, like Rex Ryan says, I'm going to get rid of the country club vibe for Aaron Rodgers. That's exactly what Sean Payton did for Russell Wilson.
But can you get hardcore New York? You know what I'm saying? Can you get hardcore New York? Can you get in there and be that nasty guy? Was Rex that nasty guy that first time around?
I think so. Yeah.
I think the secret with Sean Payton is he's just who he is. And he's
blunt and arrogant.
Serves him well. Listen, there's a certain degree
how can you coach in the NFL without having both of those?
I agree.
Like you have to have a certain level of arrogance to be an NFL head coach. You have to be blunt and upfront to be an NFL head coach.
I don't know if you have to have arrogance, but then now we're quibbling over semantics. Confidence and arrogance. To me, arrogance goes over to the negative side. That all of a sudden, if you're too arrogant, you can change things, but it ain't lasting forever.
I'll tell you this:
a confident guy can last for 5-10 years.
You can call it confident or arrogance, but I don't think Gary Kubiak was second guessing himself about many things.
I agree. Would you call him confident?
I'd call him both.
But would you call him arrogant?
The guy bleached his hair dark in his 60s. There's a certain amount of arrogance and confidence that goes in
coaching when he was 60.
Well, yes, he was. How old do you think Gary was
last
year?
60s, then was he?
Guy didn't have a pinch of gray hair.
It was 2015, so that's 10 years ago. So he'd have been in his 50s.
I'd be stunned if Gary has a speck of gray hair now.
Gary's 63 right now.
Yeah, so he would have been 53.
Okay.
Yeah. Quit making stuff up.
I'm not making stuff
What
up.
do you know, the hairdresser or something?
I'm telling you.
How do you know that? Vic Lombardi dyes his hair.
No
although not
kidding.
anymore. Actually, I don't think
Have
he
you
does
seen,
anymore.
have you seen Keith's blonde hair lately? Come on, man.
I'm just saying when a dude.
Hey, Michael's 72. Look at him.
When a dude dyes his hair, there's a certain amount of I want to look a certain way. There's a certain confidence, arrogance that you carry yourself
Look,
with.
Scott is right, and I've always said this about players in particular. You can never have too much confidence, but you can 100% have too much arrogance. I mean, confidence is a belief in yourself of something you have earned, and arrogance is not necessarily something you have earned, right?
I'll tell you this about Sean Payton. The guy's a great NFL coach. Kind of the end, Tyler. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's all right.
But to me, this is kind of a moot point. Colin Cowherd's right on this. The dude knows how to coach in the NFL.
Well, it's the first coach they've had in here that has coached in the NFL since Gary.
If
we're being real
totally
honest.
agree.
It's the first NFL coach. If we're being super honest,
yes.
No knock on all the other guys that were in here. He's the first coach they've had here since Gary.
McDaniels was a disaster for a million
Wasn't
reasons.
a coach.
Fangio didn't want to be a coach, but he couldn't turn down the money. VJ, kind of the same thing. And they set him up to be a co-coach with Mike McCoy anyways, under John Elway's thumb. Hackett was a joke, as we all know. You're right about that.
First coach.
First one we've really had.
So the last two coaches the Broncos they've had have gone to the playoffs.
And he was the third choice. And by the way, the other two choices have been doing just fine. Harbaugh's doing great with the Chargers, and DeMeco Ryans doing great with the Texans. So, you got the third choice, but it worked out just great.
Yep.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, let's hear from another team that might need a big-time culture reset, the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, for some context, fellas, this is a conference call, a Zoom conference call with Shad Khan, the owner of Jacksonville, and their GM, Trent Baalke. Now, here is the interaction with Trent Baalke on the meeting and their owner, Shad Khan.
I'd actually like to go back to John's first question, Shad, back to you. I know you noted that if this head coaching candidate was to say, hey, I think the medical needs to be reevaluated, the health and wellness, if they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it, okay?
That's pretty amazing. The GM sitting on that call with them. They're both sitting there, answered questions, and your owner saying, yeah, he's got the job for now.
Next question should have been to the GM goes, how does that make you feel? But Baalke, I read a couple articles today about it. Everybody was just shocked he wasn't fired anyway.
Yeah.
In fact, they were saying, listen, Peterson may have slipped there, hadn't done as much, but he's better than the guy you've got bringing in the town and the drafts and the free agency.
All right, Dan, we got one more there. We got Antonio Pierce, perhaps. Hit us with that one.
Yep, the Las Vegas Raiders have officially fired Antonio Pierce as the head coach. Pierce was in his first full season as head coach after replacing Josh McDaniels during the 2023 NFL season. By the way, guys, just a side note here. The Raiders will retain their GM, Tom Telesco. So Tom Telesco will be in charge of finding the Raiders' next head coach.
Ooh.
And quarterback.
I don't know Tom Telesco's history. I'd have to look that up a little bit.
I don't know. Is he best used with Deion Sanders?
Yeah, that might help.
That's obviously going to be the storyline.
Yep.
The Raiders will covet Deion Sanders. I don't know if Deion will have interest in it, but if they come up with a game plan to say, hey, we can jump from number 6 to number 2, we've got the ammunition to go up to Cleveland and say, we're going to give you an offer you can't say no to. Now, I don't know what Cleveland would say yes to, because I wouldn't say yes to anything if I'm Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
But if they come up with a plan, I don't know why Deion wouldn't be interested in the job.
All right, good stuff. Hey, Michael Spencer, come here, brother. Pull up a microphone. We have an active microphone. It's great to see Mike. Michael's a great dude who's made that Tom Green transition into Ron Zappolo, Tom Green, some of the legends of broadcasting.
Jim Beneman, the guy who I replaced.
Jim Beneman is fantastic.
I'm going to tell you right now, your Twitter account is way more boring than his, though.
Oh, for sure.
He was
I mean, he is like a plus Twitter follower.
You know, Jim had that veteran presence to where he could do some things that, coming in as the rookie on the anchor desk, I maybe need to be a little bit more reserved.
Okay.
So maybe one day, when I got 20 years under my belt, I can start doing that.
I love the premise because it's like where are they now, right?
Yeah, so we're looking back at like where the Super Bowl 50 players are now. Obviously, everybody knows it's been a long time since the Broncos were in the playoffs, let alone the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And so where are they now? And Tyler was nice enough to pick up the phone call. There's a couple guys that are in coaching, a couple guys that dip their toe into politics a little bit.
Who are you talking
about? Politics
leading up to the most recent election? Well, I mean, he didn't run for anything, but Derek Wolfe was very active leading up to the election.
Gotcha.
And so, just kind of looking back at where they are now and kind of where this led them. And one of the things I'm going to ask Tyler is like,
Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to ask him on TV too, but would you be in this spot if you hadn't won the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to be a former player. It's another thing to be a Super Bowl champ.
So not that you're just a Bronco if you didn't win the Super Bowl.
Or how did that change things for you? And so that's something that we're looking into.
Yeah, the answer to that is no, I don't think I mean, look, I wasn't Derek Wolfe. I wasn't like a lot of those guys. I mean, I had a nice career as a starter, but I wasn't a starter on that team, right? And if it were not for the fact that I were a hometown kid that got to play here twice and walked out with the Super Bowl, who the hell is Tyler Columbus, So absolutely, I think that leveraged me into this career.
Yeah, we're not going to have the Michael Schofield show.
No.
That ain't gonna
SHD.
The ring makes a little bit of a difference.
The SHD show.
Well, that's what other kind of that's an interesting concept. See, I think Tyler's a little bit different. That Tyler's a local legend.
Tyler's got a lot going for him. There's
Yeah,
no doubt
yeah.
about that.
I mean, there's not a lot of stories like yours, Tyler.
But and then there's linebacker Brandon Marshall, who was doing some media stuff, still is, and then ended up coaching, and the team that he was coaching won the state championship in Nevada this year. And
nice.
C.J. Anderson, the running back, he got into some coaching too out there in California. T.J. Ward, who's now
C.J. was trying to get that San Jose State job.
Yeah, I don't think it went his way, unfortunately, for C.J.
Well, it did not. They hired someone else, but
we were thinking about like how many guys on that team are still in the NFL, and we came up with 5, but 3 of them are special teamers.
Right.
Aaron Brewer, long snapper, Matt Prater, and Brandon McManus. It's only Vaughn, and I didn't even know about Shaquille Barrett.
Shaq Barrett, yeah.
I guess that's it. So I guess I would just ask Tyler, does that time seem like it's gone quickly or it's taken forever?
Man, I just think about all the things that have happened in my life since 2015, and it is a lifespan, There are aspects of it that I still feel like I could put the cleats on one day, which obviously I couldn't, but you'll never lose that mindset.
You will lose it, but you'll be gray-haired, and something will happen where you're going to do a step back and show some young kid a fight,
right,
and you're going to go,
oh no,
and then you go, I can't
actually,
play anymore.
I got that today when I got out of my car and I slipped, and my back like pretty much threw out on me on a little slip. Yeah, I felt that one.
Yeah.
The crazy thing about that crew, though, your crew, it's not just like it's the Super Bowl. It's like the Broncos haven't been back to the playoffs since they won a Super Bowl. Like, that's weird. Like, usually you'd win a Super Bowl, and that did happen in 98-99. They missed the playoffs. They went 6-10, but they weren't back in the playoffs
But they went
the year after.
And that was after winning 2 straight Super Bowls.
Right, you won 2 straight. You have a down year. You're back in the playoffs. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
That the last time you were in the playoffs was the Super Bowl?
No, I got a 14-year-old kid who was 5 years old when we were in the Super Bowl. I got a 12-year-old and I got an 8-year-old. And none of my kids. I've got one kid that is a teenager, one that's on the verge of becoming a teenager, and they don't have a real-life memory of the Denver Broncos being in the playoffs. I've got a 14-year-old kid that was at the Super Bowl, and if it weren't for all the photos and videos and all the cool stuff that he got to experience being on the field, and he probably feels like he remembers those things through photos. If it weren't for any of that, he does not have a 14-year-old kid, not a single memory.
Now, here's the big question. The Bills went 17 years without making the playoffs after they had an unbelievable, they didn't win one, but of course they're the Buffalo Bills. They've been in the playoffs. Now that they made it back, they're in there year after year after year. Is that the Broncos? Will the Broncos now that they win a span like the Bills did, will it be repeated year after year after year after year after year?
You're the only one that wants to answer the question. You want to answer it. So,
well, I'm asking it before I answer.
Well,
what do you think?
it certainly seems like.
What do you think?
It seems like this is the first of a stepping stone, right? And I'm not saying that they're gonna beat Buffalo on Sunday.
No. But is this the beginning of this story? Won't matter anymore. There won't be when was the last time the Broncos were in the playoffs? That won't happen anymore because they'll be in there repeatedly.
I think in this town it'll always be they haven't won the Super Bowl since the 2015 season.
Right.
But I do think that they are certainly for the first time since they won the Super Bowl, feels like they're on a track to put themselves back in the playoffs year after year.
And if they don't, then you'll sit here and admit it too, then Bo Nix wasn't the guy.
I will admit that. If they're not going to the playoffs repeatedly. Now listen, Joe Burrow's not in the playoffs, but whatever. He'll be back.
But he just won his first 5 years.
Right. You don't have any doubts about him and whatever. I will tell you that.
I understand the question, but how many playoff games has Justin Herbert played?
I don't even know.
This will be his third one.
Is it? I thought it was his second, but maybe it's third. I thought he played in one wild card game. I mean,
that might be right,
dude. It's freaking hard. Like this league is freaking hard. So yeah, I know we all feel great, but man, we had to grind it out this year, and we got a lot of luck. We did. We got the NFC South. Everything went perfect this year. I feel great about having a competitive franchise for a very long time. I do.
All right.
The idea of never missing the playoffs, though.
Well, this is the standard now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't miss the playoffs, it's going to be a disappointing season moving forward.
Oh, I would be devastated if the Broncos don't make the playoffs next year.
Yeah.
To me, that would be inexcusable. In 2 years, if they're not talking about winning the Super Bowl and being in the position of the Lions, I'd say that's a disappointment too. But I think that is what they're going to do. I think this is the beginning of a run. I think this where are they now story will be irrelevant next year.
And aren't we all tired of talking about it anyway?
Well,
not tired of talking about Tyler and all the success that he's had. But I'm tired of talking about how long it's been.
I'm like Eric Dickerson, who did not want Saquon to break that. I don't want the Broncos to ever go back to the playoffs.
Well, it drove some sports guys in the news. That's how bad it was to talk about it.
It was a long time in those locker rooms and waiting after games. D-Mac knows in that tunnel.
Well, what year did you move? What year did you move here?
My first day was at the White House. 2016,
right?
My first day on the job was at the White House with the Super Bowl 50 team.
No way.
When they celebrated within President Barack Obama.
That was your first day?
My first day on the job. I didn't even have my furniture in my apartment yet. And so I come in and I'm like, hey, this is cool.
Yeah.
I can do this. And then the next year they missed the playoffs, have a winning season.
Whatever, right?
But then, you're sitting through a lot of 5-11 and you're like, man.
So this is your first playoff?
Yes.
It feels like you've been, okay. Now that feels weird because it feels like you've been here forever. And this is your first playoff. Oh, that is weird.
Yeah.
That is strange. All right. Well, welcome to it. It's the playoffs.
Thanks.
Usually, you know what usually today is? If we're just thinking about today.
Tuesday?
The Tuesday after the season over tends to be the this was our year Broncos press conference. The year that was. It's usually the final wrap up,
The one I was at last year.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
That's usually today. That's not what we're talking about today.
BK be passing out thank you cards today.
Michael, good to see you, pal.
Thanks for having me on.
Good to see you. Anything else you need from? Are you going to get him for a little?
Yeah, maybe a little quick interview.
Quick thing. He got his haircut just for you.
He looked good. He cleaned up.
Yeah, looks all right.
I was actually just on CBS last week.
Aren't you going to be on again this
looking
week?
like a werewolf. Yeah.
Now you're bragging. It's PHC on 92.5. What's going on, C-Mac, for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Getting excited for the Broncos in the playoffs. That's easy to do. But if getting excited hasn't really been part of your love life because of erectile dysfunction, that sucks, man. And it doesn't have to be that way. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for the new year of 2025. This is a resolution that will make such a huge difference in your life. And the place to go is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, okay? Their success rate's well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. They're on the front range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men, and this could be your story. It'll bring love back into your life and satisfaction where you didn't think it was going to exist. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. You take the consult, the visit's $99. If things don't work out in the office, the visit's free, but things will probably go your way like it does for tens of thousands of men here in Colorado. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Tonight at Ball Arena, get ready for three-point shooting as the Boston Celtics come to town, and all these annoying jerks from Massachusetts who live out here, and it's a lot, invade Ball Arena cheering like a bunch of drunk lunatics because they realize Boston is a crap place to stay, just like Buffalo. Man, I got it down. And they'll be there to watch their Celtics. So if you're going to this game tonight, as a Nuggets fan, step up a little bit, okay? They're going to need you tonight because there's nothing more of a bummer than being at Ball Arena and you feel like you're at a freaking away game. No, down. That's good. Enough of the Dropkick Murphys. I love them. Enough.
So someone on Twitch said we got Nug Life versus Mathketball tonight. That's really what it is. Basketball's turned into Mathketball.
I mean, it's 50. You just start with 53 pointers and you go from there, and let's see how the rest of it goes. But that's how the Celtics play. The number. It's a fun example. It's two elite offenses. It's two elite offenses. They are. Nuggets are an elite offense, but it's the most 3-point attempt team, if that's a word, Celtics, against the least, Nuggets.
Yeah.
How many possessions are in a game of basketball?
Oh, that's a fun question.
Well, teams want to get about, if they can, 85 to 90 shots a game. So does that equal 85, 90?
A few turnovers. If you round it up.
Probably 100 and some.
So, over 100?
Probably because you got free throws.
All right. So 50% of the time we're taking a 3-pointer on our possessions.
Well, that is the Celtics. That's and the Cavs.
At least every other possession we're shooting.
Yeah, they'll get like 96 shots and 51 of them will be threes.
Yeah.
Yeah. You like that kind of style? You like that NBA?
You know, Steph Curry was fun. It was different. And you know what? I guess it's true back in the day when you said, man, Steph Curry's going to change the youth basketball for the worse. And, all the kids, they're going to start shooting all the 3-pointers. And all those kids grew up and they're in the NBA. And that's what it is. Like Steph Curry literally, maybe he did change the NBA and it just took a few years. Maybe. How long has Steph been in the league?
Oh, I don't know, 15 years?
Yeah. So, I mean, that's a generation.
I'm guessing.
Right? Like that's a generation of hoopers that have now evolved. And it was fun to watch Steph when he did it. But when everybody's Steph, no, I don't think it's fun.
Well, to me, here's the bad thing. Because when I got in the league, you need to shoot 39% for you to be considered a good 3-point shooter. Now, I leave here, Chris talking about it, he goes, hey, he's not a bad shooter, 34.5. And I'm like, the old John Wooden there, if you ain't shooting 50%, you ain't supposed to shoot the ball.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. If you ain't, there's an old story, I don't know if it was Washington or if it was Johnson that was playing for him. And he goes, Coach, can I shoot it? He goes, no. He said, Coach, come on. He goes, if you make 10 in a row, it's like an 18-footer. He made the first 9, missed 10. He goes, Coach, can I shoot it? He goes, no, you didn't make 10 in a row.
Okay.
If you couldn't make a shot 50% of the time, you should not shoot that shot. That's the old adage.
Steph Curry's first year was 2009. So he's in his 16th year.
Yep.
Wild. I hate it. I'm bored by it. It does nothing for me. It's boring. I thought one of the most boring games of the year, and I'm at all the home games at least, was the Cavs Nuggets 149-135. I was bored to tears by that one.
And on one hand, you think that should be great. If it was 83 or 86, it probably would have been a great game because it probably would have been 50 layups. And
I'm not a big, all defensive sort of thing either. I find that kind of, slugging it out sort of thing, whatever. But the sweet spot to me, listen, high scoring, I think super high scoring games like that are just that. They're boring. There's not a lot of defense. And here's the truth about games like that. It's impossible to come back in those games. You cannot come back. The game is over. And that's what makes a game boring, when there's no shot for the other team to win the game.
I remember back when people used to really complain about the ISO basketball in the NBA. And LeBron just ISOing it up and giving it to him. Everybody spreads it out. Give LeBron everything. Give him the lane and let him go to work, right? but at least you saw two people competing there. You know, you saw a dude on defense, you saw a dude on offense that was driving and working. It was different.
I will say this, though, when the Celtics come to town, a lot of it does have to do with the crowd. The intensity of the game just goes way up, and that's cool.
And that's always fun.
And this will conclude a very interesting stretch in Denver sports where you're playing the defending champions in 3 different sports on 3 different nights. So for that, I'm all about, because you realize what tomorrow night is, the stupid Clippers that we need to see a Nuggets-Clippers games like we need a hole in the head,
Right.
you know? So at least tonight is an interesting night, and we'll have the game for you right here on
I saw an
92.5.
interesting stat popping up and didn't think about it. The Denver Nuggets are the only team the Celtics have not beaten in over a year.
Is that right?
They were 0-2 against Denver last year.
Okay. All right, that's one of those okay
Yeah,
stats.
one of those.
Like, we haven't beaten the Saints in Denver in 17 years. Well, you played twice in 17 years. It's like
That's why you
it's
said tell everybody
relative.
about it was somebody. You haven't won in Orlando in like 17 seasons. I go, you get one shot at it.
Yeah, how about the one that go, you haven't beat him in 472 days? Well, 165 of those days were summer break. You know, there wasn't.
Yeah.
We're counting days now. All right.
Hey, when do we do the mock MLB free agent draft thing?
MLB free agent draft?
Free agent draft.
That's
board.
Sunday morning.
Oh, okay.
Before
on
our
that show you do?
Before that show.
Oh.
All right. Are the boys here? Are we Nate
Yeah,
Andy
they're
here?
here.
They're
They're
here. We got him here. Dan Tanner, good to see you, pal. Nate
Andy's
Andy.
rocking the Zoo Crew jacket.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I brought a banger. I brought my old BPI jacket.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, because now I'm not embarrassed to say I once worked at KBPI. Oh, I think that because I saw you wearing your KOA stuff.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, if Scott's going to wear that, I'll wear my old BPI stuff. In radio, we used to get free stuff, Tyler.
I actually
I don't
bought
think
those
I
jackets.
own an Altitude Apparel. do you guys have it?
Well, not only did
do you guys have a shirt that says Altitude Sports Radio?
It was back in the day, boy. This is a little back
That
in
is
the day.
actually crazy. I don't own a single item that says this radio station.
Okay, Nate and Andy are.
Hey, you brought it up, not me.
I'm going to go put on my $300 jacket that I got back in 2000. Nate and Andy coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yeah, that was some goaltending going on there last night. Some real goaltending, Andy. A goaltenders duel. 3-1, Avalanche beat the Panthers last night, 7-0-1 over the last 8 games. Andy, look out here, but the Avalanche started the year 0-4. 0-4, remember that?
Oh, yeah.
That was
not fun.
That was really something. They are 11-2-1 over their last 14 games. They're up to 25 wins in their first 41. We are exactly at the midway point. This was an Avalanche team that diagnosed a problem. They underwent major reconstructive surgery to address the problem. And look at where they are now. They have recovered nicely, and they look like a team that is fully capable of, making a deep playoff run. And hey, you get deep in the postseason in that sport. Who knows what kind of trophy you could end up picking up at the end of the whole thing?
Yeah, hopefully the cup that you can ding again.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find the save percentage. I know Blackwood is nearing 95%. Basically,
pretty good.
It's
pretty
unbelievable.
Good. They were sub 900 with the other dudes in there. It was bad.
He was the reason they won last night. I'm comfortable saying that. They weren't winning that kind of game earlier in the year because they were going to give up one of those things. So there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. It's good times again, Nate. I think they might be the ones to watch to have the parade the most
nice,
right now.
Yeah, nice victory last night. So Taves, a couple of goals. He's got 4 in the last 4 games, 5th of the year last night. Nice screen there. Parsonen, nice job by him. Mikko scored again last night. That's 24 for him, empty netter, but you take it. McKinnon got the assist. He is on pace, by the way, for 104 assists on the year, which would be the 15th 100-assist season in NHL history and the first for an Ab, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good season that he is having for himself right now. Mikko, obviously, is on a 48-goal pace as he stands there right now, so 50 is very realistic for him. And again, they found goaltending. Blackwood was great last night. Bobrovsky was great on the other side. Avalanche couldn't solve him for the better part of 30 minutes of that game before Taves got that first one off. And really, I mean, they only scored because they put it in off his derriere, off the crossbar. Nice shot by Taves. Avs kept ringing posts last night. They weren't going in, but they got the victory. And yeah, Andy, as we sit here right now, I agree with that take. The old classic sports radio standby. Who's the closest to being able to win a title right now? I got to put the Avalanche at number 1 when I'm looking at the way that they are playing, the issues that they addressed, and kind of looking around the rest of the NHL. You have 2 of the very best players in the entire sport absolutely in their prime. You got another, top 10, top 15 guy in Mikko Rantanen, and you have goaltending. Put it all together, even in a world where you don't have Gabriel Landeskog, this team is poised to go deep in the postseason.
They still don't have all their dudes.
Don't.
Still waiting on Miles Wood. They have at least 2 forwards every night that I'm like, who's that guy? Are we just doing cap gymnastics? I don't understand. Why is this guy playing? But good for them.
Yeah.
Had a lot of guys playing their first one, so we got a lot to look forward to. Now again, boy, if the Broncos, do you realize if the Broncos would go to the Super Bowl? Just go to the Super Bowl. Let's not even skip who they would play.
Okay.
Your for sure path would be Buffalo and the Chiefs, with likely the Ravens at the end of that rainbow in the AFC Championship.
That's called earning it.
That would be That would be the greatest Broncos Super Bowl run ever.
Yeah, you didn't skate through anything if you get there. If you're a 7 seed in either conference, if you get there, you did something impressive.
Yeah, and none of those would be home games, mind you. Those would all be on the road.
Yeah, you are not qualified to play a home game against anybody.
And you'd probably, if you go against percentages, it'd either be the Eagles or the Lions to top it all off.
For just the sake of the conversation, it would go Nuggets, Broncos, and obviously the baseball team.
Okay.
Would you?
I would. Yeah, I'd like some baseball to talk about in June. I'd be cool with that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I mean, we could if you wanted to.
Yeah. Wouldn't hate it.
I mean, we always could. If we needed to.
People need to join in.
The Nuggets, the team. Do you agree with me? By the way, number 2 Nuggets.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. As long
they've got Nikola Jokic.
As long as Jokic is around.
frankly, until the Avs did the goaltending thing, I still had the Nuggets #1 because they've got Nikola Jokic.
Right.
And as great as Nathan McKinnon is, he plays a sport where his substitution is necessary, whereas Nikola, some nights, when they get to the playoffs, I'm convinced at one point in his career, he may just play the whole game.
Yeah, you could just keep him in. But by the time they get into the playoffs, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be 45 minutes a night.
Yeah.
You get...
when they make it to the 6.5 mark in San Antonio or something, you're not doing that again.
No. That's
not in the playoffs anyway.
That's not a good idea. He's going to be basically playing entire fourth quarters is the life you're going to be leading by the time you get to the postseason. They play the Boston Celtics tonight. So we got the last two NBA champions go head-to-head this evening. 8 o'clock is the tip time. Kaz has the call right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Don't look at the board. It's not going to help you right now.
It's not there. Yeah, no, it's interestingly, it's not
It's
there.
clear. I guess it's better the wrong times aren't up there.
How are you feeling about this one tonight? Where are you at on a Nuggets Celtics matchup here on the 7th of January?
I feel. Have we heard about Gordon? Is Gordon a go? We don't know. I don't. Mark's like, quit looking at me.
I don't believe
know.
so. Yeah, but
they're like 5-point home dogs, so no.
It's a substantial line right there when you're a 5-point home dog. You got to remember the Celtics just lost the other night.
But wasn't it bad? Didn't you tell me it was like 27 points?
They scored 27 points in the second half against OKC. They don't lose 2 in a row very often. In fact, basically never. They're playing a Denver team that was the only team in the NBA that swept them a year ago when they won an NBA championship. Spoiled their unbeaten home mark. So I think you have a motivated Celtics team showing up tonight, both in the fact that they, lost the other night. So they're going to be pissed. And then it's the Nuggets who beat them last year, so they're going to be pissed. So that team is walking in the door. Oh, there's also that thing where they shoot 53s every single game. And when the Nuggets typically play those kind of opponents, and I'm thinking of the Cleveland Cavaliers right now, the math problem thing comes into play big time.
Yeah, I just feel like now. When was the last time we had to see this? Maybe it was the OKC win. I do feel like the Nuggets still rise to the level of their opponent, especially at home. Now I don't know. This could be a Boston heavy. We're gonna see a lot of We're gonna hear a lot of Celtics fans there tonight.
Yeah, they'll.
Will Vic be on the radio, big mad in the morning?
Yeah,
too many Celtics fans are in the building.
Every Affleck in Denver is showing up tonight for that game, going full chowderhead. They're all going to be doing it. That's going down tonight. So there's going to be a lot of green and a lot of noise. That's just always a given whenever one of those teams shows up here. So you got that going on a little bit. And also there's just like that thing where, when you subtract Aaron Gordon, Celtics coming in this game basically healthy. So they got all their pieces, plus they bring Peyton Pritchard off the bench who just bombs away. They'll put Horford in there. He'll be bombing away. But they come into this game basically healthy right now. There's a lot of tough matchups in that. Here's honestly something, and I heard this suggested, and I don't think it's the worst idea. Should they start Peyton Watson tonight? Why not? Put him on Tatum and then put CB on Brown and
see what happens?
Yeah, and see if
who's coming out.
See, I would probably bring Westbrook off the bench then in that situation. You'd probably...
Okay, but if I need the good D...
Mm-hmm. Peyton Watson style.
Well, then Jamal may have to rest a little more than he's accustomed to.
You're saying put Jamal on the bench.
Well, listen, dude. I told you over and over again.
Yeah.
I like Jamal a lot. He's one of my favorite players on this team.
Uh-huh.
But you got to get right. You weren't right both games. Like, you did better the second night against the Spurs, but still, last time he was at home, it was a clank fest. And if that's going to happen, then I got to at least get the guy that brings me a little bit of that dog if we're going to try to do this.
Okay.
Well, you're grinning. Do you hate the idea? I'm not saying don't play Jamal, but is Jamal not in a point right now where I got to get a little feel for how it's going tonight? Is that not fair?
Okay.
We're talking about the world champs.
So this brings us to another conversation that I wanted to have today on the show.
You didn't expect to get here?
And
do
that
you want to pause it?
I wasn't ready to get here.
I got
this
a question
quickly.
for you. We can pause it if you need to.
I wasn't ready to get here this quickly, but that's okay. I'm glad. This is what you do.
Hey,
sometimes you're an envelope pusher. You're just pushing envelopes all over the place.
This is like your teenage something. You didn't expect to get here, but here you are. That was quick.
What was that? What was that thing that just?
Wow, it's over. It's all done.
Why is there curly hairs down there? What's going on? Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Is he a starter? Is he a guy that when they do the introductions every single night,
all right,
they should be saying Russell Westbrook out of UCLA?
How about this? I'm going to change your question a bit.
All right.
And I'm going to use Malone's word against you, not to dodge you.
No, I like this.
Is he a finisher? Because remember, Malone says all the time, I don't care who starts.
Right.
You should be the one that you want. You want to be in my final 3-minute rotation.
He often is.
Well, yeah, because of the defense.
Because he defends. Yes, because he defends, because of the playmaking, because he can get to the free throw line. He's valuable in those spots.
But I will say, and this is where I was disappointed with Jamal a little bit Friday, but he wasn't feeling it, so what are you going to do?
Yeah.
But Jamal's usually the only other guy not afraid to take a shot other than Jokic. You know, again, you cannot underestimate the value of the fact that Jamal is not afraid to take the big shot, whether it goes in or not.
Much more of this discussion over the course of the next 3 hours. We got NFL Power Rankings today, which we will dive into. But after the break, I want to talk about the two guys that will play quarterback on Sunday over there at Highmark Stadium, whatever that is.
High marks for the stadium.
DeBo Nix and Josh Allen have more in common than you realize. That's one Altitude Sports Radio. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Craigman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are live in the Backus and Shanker studios today. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Broncos don't have a lot of seriously injured guys going into this game. Riley Moss is doing much better. That has certainly helped things for this defense. It's critical to have two working and ambulatory cornerbacks out there, so that is good for the Broncos. There's two quarterbacks that will go head-to-head on Sunday. Even though everybody always says quarterbacks don't actually go head-to-head, they're actually going against the opponent's defense, so it's not actually that thing at all. All right. This is Bo Nix versus Josh Allen. And Andy, to me, these two have more in common than maybe you'd realize. And I just sort of mean, on the eye test, you look at these two guys, they don't exactly look the same. You look at the arm strength, not exactly. Skill set-wise, not a ton of similarity here. But Josh Allen does something, and he's evolved into this player over the course of his career that really Bo Nix has done kind of from the jump. And that is Josh Allen does not make negative plays. He does not get sacked. Lowest sack rate in the NFL this year, 2.6%. He does not throw a bunch of interceptions. He only had 6 on the year, an interception rate of 1.1%, fourth lowest in the NFL. He fumbled. He had the 5th lowest fumble rate in the NFL, 0.8%. That was the 5th lowest among QBR-qualified quarterbacks. This is what we're looking at with Josh Allen. He doesn't take sacks. He doesn't turn the ball over often. And it's a huge reason why this Bills offense, despite losing talent, took a big step forward this year. No more Stephon Diggs, no more Gabe Davis. Hey, they got better. Now, James Cook was a big part of that. He had a great season. But they got better. Now you go and take a look over at Bo Nix. And he didn't make those mistakes either. 5th lowest percentage of turnover-worthy plays, according to Pro Football Focus. Sack rate, 6th lowest in the NFL, only at 4%. Bo Nix doesn't make a bunch of mistakes that are going to kill you either. He's not fumbly. He will throw the occasional pick. He had 14 on the year, but also, rookie. Rookies are going to do that stuff, but largely, why has Bo been successful? He avoids negative plays. Even when they go 3 and out, it's like, punt the ball away and let the defense go do its thing. Avoids negative plays. This game very well could come down to who makes fewer mistakes. And honestly, I think Bo's got a puncher's chance to be able to hang in that matchup against a quarterback that is one of the very best in the world.
Yeah, but again, I don't disagree with any of your points. Here's my thing, where you got my hackles up.
Ooh, let's get those hackles going.
This should not be, I don't think, a Bo Nix game in this thought.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to our buddy Rob Trigilio, who fills in on the air sometimes, big Buffalo guy, as most people know. And Rob said point blank, and I talked to someone else today that confirmed this, Buffalo is a smaller defense, okay? Smaller linebackers, smaller defensive linemen. They spread. You need to run the football this week, okay? You got the big back in Estime. You got the linemen that I do believe can go forward. I just don't think they get a lot of opportunities to do it. I don't think you should throw this on the rookie Bo Nix right now. Now, again, ask him to make some plays. Absolutely.
He's going to
throw
have
a few of the screen passes.
Yeah.
Pop one of the long ones. All about all that. But you need to come out with the Chargers game plan in quarter 1 and keep it going the whole game.
Yeah.
Because this is not a very big Buffalo defense that you're dealing with here.
The challenge that you run into is you're not wrong. You need the game script to stay in control, though. And that's where Denver runs into problems. The Bills pretty much score 30 every week. That's just something they go and do. And you might go, Denver's defense. Well, gave up 30-plus to the Chargers. They gave up 30-plus to the Bungles. They gave up 41 points to the Ravens. I mean, when they go against the elite of the elite, teams score points on them. Because it's the NFL in 2024, or 2025, I suppose. Still getting used to
Nah,
that.
it's 2024.
Okay, good. Yeah,
We'll
stay there.
concluding the 2024 season. This will be the 2024 champ. And to your point, team scored points this year.
Yes, they did when they needed to, and it's like, okay, if Denver can kind of keep this thing tight and Sean stays in his pocket, then yes, they have a chance to be able to hang with it. You down 10? We all know what Sean Payton's going to do to that play sheet.
Yeah.
He's going to set it on fire.
Right.
And he's going to start chucking the ball.
But
and that's where you worry about those turnovers. It's like, okay, I think really what we're saying is we're kind of making the same point just in different ways. You have to stay within the game plan to take advantage of not giving the ball away.
No, you're right, but that's also
you do
gonna
that,
fall,
you're screwed.
It's going to fall on both running backs. Funny enough, remember James Cook fumbled the ball 3 times last year in that game that Denver won.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't quit fumbling the football, and Audric Estime, who I think should be the back leaned on in this because he's a brute to bring down.
Sure should be.
He had a little of the fumbling problems at Notre Dame, and then we saw a little of it earlier this year. He hasn't done any lately. I also feel like he hasn't gotten a lot of carries.
Yeah.
But you got to keep this thing balanced coming up this week. Here's the thing. We were talking about this a little bit earlier. And I remember this. I want everyone to go back, everyone that can, go back to the time, and even Elway dealt with this a little bit early in his career. But we talked about this yesterday. This is what you turn against Buffalo. This, to me, is your greatest weapon. You have all the pressure and all the national expectation to possibly be a Super Bowl team.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, the nation's probably rooting for Buffalo before all others to go and take down the Chiefs. I think the nation has made it clear they really just don't want to see the Chiefs in the Super Bowl again because that's where you get when you're the bully on the block, and that's what the Chiefs are.
Sure.
They're the new Patriots, and there's some fatigue there.
Everyone wants the new blood.
Yeah.
Yes.
They enjoyed the Chiefs, and they were new. They're not new anymore.
And Allen and
Allen's
Lamar
a fun story.
are the two MVPs
Right.
that one of them has got to go and get it done.
Right.
Yeah.
But Buffalo's living with that. I mean, again, I was lucky enough to be the sideline guy for the entire run with Peyton Manning. And all I can remember is just almost being bored with the regular season, if you will, in this respect. We know you're going to get to the playoffs when you start the year. It's about getting to the playoffs and not choking it, not pulling a Baltimore, not pulling what you did against the Colts when you lost to them in 2014, even though you were the better team. Buffalo is living with that pressure. You said a key thing there. Keep this game close.
Yeah.
The longer the game is close, the more that stadium and that team is going to tighten up a bit because they've not had all the playoff success they've wanted. Now, they've not been ousted in the first round a lot, obviously. They usually handle the first round just fine. But the point is, they are living with a much greater pressure than anything. Nobody, I watched Good Morning Football did their playoff rankings as far as wild card teams and what wild card team can make a run. Only team that they really, truly believed in as a group from the AFC were the Chargers.
Yeah.
Nobody thinks the Broncos. Now, Peter Schrager thought that the Broncos could win a game. A lot of the national media are giving the Broncos a chance in this one as far as interesting games this weekend, but nobody's saying they're going to win. The pressure is all on the Bills.
8.5
well,
point dogs.
Hey, have you seen the Steelers-Ravens?
Yeah.
Spread? That's
Yeah.
10.
Mm-hmm.
There's less belief in the Steelers than there is the Broncos.
I mean, this game opened at 7.5. The Sharps immediately bet it up to 8.5. Like it got there in a hurry. People look at this and say, okay, there's a Bills team that's going to take care of their business at home. They have won in the wild card round now 4 years in a row. This is not the stage where that team typically chokes. But to your point, Andy, yes, that's a fan base that's starting to get a little bit nervous. They've been in a championship window now for, I don't know, what, a solid 3 years?
Yeah.
Would you say probably?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, this fan base thought they were right there to knocking off the Chiefs since Josh Allen lost the coin flip to the Chiefs inside that building.
Oof. Yeah.
Which changed the overtime rules.
Pretty good game. Yeah, that was a pretty good game that day. Yeah, can you keep this game tight? Can you stay reliant on the run game? Can Sean Payton admit that maybe the run game could possibly be effective and help them win a game on the road in
Hey,
the
and
postseason.
maybe that's Bo running a little bit more too. Maybe Bo's back to running Bo like we saw middle point of the year.
Yeah, it's you started to see it a little bit last week against the Chiefs. Now again, like teams sort of did they did a good job of kind of hemming Bo in over the last few weeks of the season. When it was time for the Chiefs backups to go and play, like, no, those guys all sucked. So that wasn't really, Bo got loose in that game a few times. But that's going to be the Bills' game plan. You know that is try and keep him under control, keep him in the pocket. That's where he can make his mistakes. If Bo can avoid all that, you're gonna be in this game.
But
can you be in a one-score game in the fourth quarter? Then something funny can happen.
Here's the other thing, though, I do think is interesting. Because you're right, teams did a better job of how they were rushing Bo.
Yeah.
But they also saw some teams that had already seen Bo. I think Bo's athleticism surprises people. His burst surprises. So Buffalo didn't get a chance to.
Why
they
do you
haven't
think that
played him
is?
yet. Well,
it's a real heads-up runner.
it's the same reason as to why everybody can't quit talking about Riley Moss. What a surprise.
Real son of a coach runner.
They seem to share the same skin.
Surprising
I don't know what to tell you.
athleticism.
No, but I'm just saying, I don't think teams are ready for. First off, he didn't run the 40. Remember, he didn't run the 40 at the combine. I don't know if they have the scouting report on him.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody really knows how fast his 40 time is, but we saw a bunch of teams, and especially the first 6-7 games of the year, guys coming off the edge, hell-bent for election. He also sturdier when you get to him than I think people give him credit for, because he's not a 6'7" Ben Roethlisberger or whatever Ben was. Bo doesn't look like a guy that's tough to bring down, yet he shed, 4 or 5 guys with clean shots at him this year? I just think he surprises people. They're not ready for what he brings to the table.
Is there any reason for any quarterback to ever run the 40?
No, it's a great question.
Isn't that one just purely like put on the tape?
If you think you're going to be like the king of the 40 at the draft, then sure, why not get those free shoes or whatever they give out?
For a quarterback
but other than
or
that,
something
you're
like
right.
that.
Why? Why do you need to know? Linemen should say the same thing.
Yeah. Just put on the film and like you can figure out, does a quarterback have solid scrambling ability or not? Because really, like, is Patrick Mahomes fast? No. He's a great scrambler. You just got to be a little bit faster than the guy trying to catch you and know how to play angles and have a sense of the field. And Bo has all of that.
No, listen, the 40 is like the Christmas Story on TBS on Christmas all day. We don't need it anymore, but apparently it's just what we're going to do.
How many did you watch it this year? No, I don't think I've watched that movie in a decade.
I catch a little bit, because the thing about it is I don't know what. I know it's nostalgic for people, but look, I was born in the mid-'70s. I grew up in the 80s where we were getting G.I. Joe and Star Wars toys. I don't know what we weren't doing the BB guns. Like the closest thing to what he was looking for was laser tag. And laser tag was rad for a longest time. Then unfortunately someone mistook it for a real gun and a kid got shot, so that was the end of that. But
you put your eye out.
No, yeah, that wasn't a good story. But
did you not have a BB gun as a youth?
No.
Yeah.
No, I would. No, I had. You know what I had? My version of my Christmas story that would have been like his.
Yeah.
I got the ad. And again, don't anybody write me that it's AT-AT. I'm going to send you the damn commercial from YouTube because I've seen it all over the place. You don't question me. In 82, we had a big blizzard, and I got the ad, the big walker for those nerds not baptized, which I don't know who you'd be anymore.
The 4-legged one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got that toy as my Christmas gift, and I took it out in the snow because we were like Ice Planet Hoth. I remember we were going to church that day. We had to ride on sleds. There was no driving. Like the city was shut down. We were snowed in. My dad's dragging us on sleds. I'm sure it was miserable. We should have probably just skipped it. But I get back, and it had a clear gun underneath because it was clear, and it would shoot under the chin, but there was a red light that would light it up. The damn clear gun fell in the snow the day that I got it, and I could not find it until the thaw of the spring.
Wait, you went back and found it?
Oh, it was in my yard, luckily.
Okay.
But I was, like, heartbroken because I was, like, at the time, it was, like, the ultimate toy. Someone texted me with the aircraft carrier. That wasn't out yet. But because the dang clear gun under, like, I was walking around with, like, one tooth. I had a one-tooth ad basically. And because it was clear, I could not find it in the snow. I was so mad. So mad. So.
My kid got a Mandalorian ship for Christmas.
Yeah, all right. The ship or the Legos?
The ship, the
okay,
toy.
The toy that
and it
doesn't break.
It's got the it can break. But it had the little green missiles.
Yeah.
Inside, and you put it in, you push the button, and it shoots or whatever. It's much safer than it was when we were kids. They used to make those things like they would use artillery for those things. Until some kid would sue the company. Some idiot kid would take one in the eye. But we got one of those. We lost the missiles within the first 45 seconds. Yes.
You know what I saw?
They're somewhere under the couch. I'm not moving the damn thing.
Someone put it out here today. I can't. Because one of my friends, they put out there the Thing toys. Remember the Nightmare John Carpenter movie?
Oh,
The
sure.
Thing?
Yeah.
Where it rips open and things literally... Other things come out of the thing and human heads or legs. And they had a toy series of that.
Of the Thing?
We complain about the violence now. And I'm like, hold on a second. You had a toy of the Thing and it literally rip in half and something pops up. I'm like, what nightmare fuel? What do you think? What kid was playing with this?
Yeah, who's the
I
kid
didn't know one kid that had the Thing toys.
Who was the kid that asked
they were
for
like,
that?
It's from Hasbro. And then the dude with the beard comes running in. He won't let the Thing get away. And in the commercial, something like pops up and eats the guy. I was like, what the hell? What is this toy?
Did they ever
There was
make
no Freddy Krueger toy that I remember.
I was going to say
Jason toy.
like an Exorcist action figure, just spinning head, vomiting pea soup.
Yeah,
Can we get one of those?
everybody?
Yeah. The Broncos.
What was your coolest Christmas toy? You had to have had one. Or you two, or you were probably, did you get to the Ninja Turtle phase or they just weren't fun anymore?
No. I got the one that I think I was most excited to receive. Do you remember Talking Pee Wee Herman?
Yes. We had a lot of weird talking dolls.
He had the string that you pulled on the back.
Yeah.
And he would just be like, I know you are, but what am I?
That he got caught pulling his own string.
Hey.
That Teddy Ruxpin. Do you remember My Buddy?
My grandparents had Teddy Ruxpin. Yeah,
Did
that thing
anybody
was
have
weird.
My Buddy?
I never knew anyone that had a My Buddy. The commercial was everywhere, and yet I didn't know
Nobody
anybody.
wanted it. Who bought My Buddy?
It was just a doll.
It's why Chucky. Yeah, I don't need that thing. That's why Chucky came about.
Yeah,
Wasn't
exactly.
Chucky a My Buddy?
I believe he was.
Yeah.
Something along those lines.
That ain't your buddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Talking Pee Wee Herman, though, he was a joy to have around. Yes. I remember I got that in a scooter in the same year. It was a big year.
What kind of scooter?
Like you know how now they have like razor
Yeah,
scooters?
they got the cool ones.
When we were kids, they had like big tires on them.
Yeah,
and
they were
everything.
sweet. You
Yeah.
could get pegs and do tricks on them if you wanted to.
Exactly. So I got one of those.
They
with
were
my
beefy.
Talking Pee Wee, just scooting around the house and the thing.
Did you ever have the big wheel where you hit the brake and it was supposed to
do spin outs?
Yeah, but all it would end up doing is ejecting you.
I think the only
you go skidding on the pavement.
The only big wheels I ever got were like my brother's hand-me-downs that had like cracks in the plastic by the time they got to me.
They were ruined.
So if you didn't like sit properly on it, you'd get like cuts on your ass. It's horrible. Anyway,
we used to be a proper nation with dangerous toys.
Glad you just tuned into the Craig and
we'll
Lindahl
get back
show
to the
today. But we got to talk about somebody that grew up a Raider fan, a die-hard, lifelong Raider fan. I'm willing to bet he's probably not a Raider fan anymore. We'll tell you about that guy next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. So I've told you I've been working with these guys since 2019. They've done a lot of stuff to my truck, added the bed cover, the step rails, the floor mats, the mud flaps, did a lift and raise, got it leveled out, new shocks and struts, and the remote start kit. I mean, they've done a lot of work to my truck. So I'm confident telling you how great they are if you're looking for truck or 4x4 accessories. The work is always great and done in a timely fashion. It's snowing again. It's January. More's coming. My end of town, we didn't get as much as they promised, but good time to have a bed cover to keep all that junk out of your bed. And great time to have a remote start kit, something I highly recommend if you're looking for one of those. They can do it there. Matter of fact, they might even be able to do it if you even have just a vehicle, something that, a car, maybe something that you want to call Jerry about. But look, Jerry and Wendy Jones have been running this great business. I believe it turns 25 this year. I'm going to have to go confirm that with Jerry, but they've been around a long time. Great Colorado business. They know the stuff. They know the kind of products that'll work best for you. Go ahead and give them a call over there, 303-761-1264. Find them at cooffroad.com or go and visit the showroom. They're just 3 blocks south of downtown Littletown, Prince Street. It's Colorado Off-Road.
we got another coach opening. That's right. Antonio Pierce. No year number 2 as the actual head coach of the Raiders. He got the interim role last year after the firing of Josh McDaniels. They gave him 1 full season in the big chair, and at the end of it, they said, nah, we don't want you to continue coaching our football team. After a 4-13 campaign that included terrible quarterback play from basically everybody that played the position, be it Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell or Desmond Ridder, Antonio Pierce was shown the door. All right, Andy, that team had the 13th overall pick in the draft.
They do, or they did?
They did.
Oh, when they got my guy, Bowers.
We knew they needed a quarterback.
Yeah.
They didn't bother to trade up or do anything aggressive to go and get a quarterback.
Well, according to Sanford, I trust Sanford. They wanted Nick or Penix.
Yeah.
And
he was gone.
Nobody saw the Falcons grabbing Penix.
And
so
Antonio Pierce claimed he was hot to trot for Jaden Daniels. He was obviously going to be long gone by the time that they were drafting.
No, he's hot to trot for the Daniels family.
One bad year of 4-13 football, and he gets shown the door. The part that I had to chuckle at a little bit was the Raiders put out a statement about Antonio Pierce and about their decision to fire Antonio Pierce, and I found the statement a little bit comical. Let me just give this to you, Andy. So here we go. The Las Vegas Raiders have relieved Antonio Pierce of his duties as head coach. We appreciate Antonio's leadership, first as an interim head coach and then his past season as the head coach. Antonio grew up a Raider fan and has silver and black roots that run deep. We are grateful for his ability to reignite what it means to be a Raider throughout the entire organization. We wish nothing but the best for Antonio and his family in the future.
Not true. Don't say that. Just took the guy's income away.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say he's probably not a Raider fan anymore.
Yeah.
Probably leaving that one in the past, I would say.
Yeah, that would stink. I mean, Tyler's talked about it. Remember, Tyler got cut from the Broncos.
Yeah.
And, he talked about it. It took a minute for him to. Yeah. Matter of fact, if he didn't have the old repeat, I wonder where he'd be.
One year. And then you get
brutal.
canned?
That's just brutal.
It's tough.
It's the same thing as Gerard Mayo.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
He was a Patriot forever.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
This also tells you got to be careful of the old interim coach bump, right?
It almost never works.
It doesn't, because usually the interim coach is the guy that breathes fresh air into the locker room.
He's
Whether
also,
you had
this was a guy in Peter Sandy. Like, you're right. Once that, because that doesn't last forever.
No.
Like, obviously everyone's going to be in a better mood because Josh McDaniels is gone.
Right.
That's only going to
saw it
improve at everybody's mental health when that guy disappears. Okay. Well, then you're taking a guy that's never been a coordinator at the NFL level. Never been a head coach at any level, and being like, go run the show for us, guy. And it turns out when you're hiring Luke Getsy to be your offensive coordinator because Cliff Kingsbury doesn't want anything to do with the situation, you're probably screwed from the get-go. I don't know if Antonio Pierce ever had much of a shot. Also, I don't know if he was ever the right coach in the first place for them to go and hire. But Mark Davis fell in love with a guy that was like, he's a Raider, and that the Davis family has always fallen for that crap.
Here's my thing: if you're gonna give a guy nothing better than Gardner Minshew as the quarterback, you're gonna have to live with it for a year.
Yeah,
you're clearly in rebuilding mode.
So now the Raiders move on. They got the number 6 overall pick in the draft. Andy, you think they've called Dion yet?
You know what, man? I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
Now, is Dion? It's really a tough question, Nate, for this reason. Those kids are on campus. See, to me, everyone, all the kids are committed to Dion. Dion could go to a different college.
Sure.
They could all come with him.
Yeah.
Right? That's not. And I do think he cares about the kids. You can say whatever you want to about Dion. I think he does have a lot of the best intentions. Now, he may be rough and gruff and raw and say things to some guys they don't like, but I get it a little more because I came from that era where we've talked about it before. Coaches rarely said anything nice to you when I was coming up. Now he needs, maybe need to, evolve and all that, whatever. if he goes and takes the Raiders job now, because remember, during the bowl practices, you had these guys on campus.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean they can't leave. Didn't some of the Alabama players do this, where as soon as Nick Saban retired and Kalen DeBoer came in, they've just upped and left right away?
Yeah,
right?
pretty much. Yeah.
They're not stuck here necessarily.
Yeah, you can make it happen in college football anymore, especially when the coach bails. The transfer portal rules then sort of evolve based upon that. If the Raiders were to say, okay, first off, Dion could just put out the APB of like, Shedeur ain't going there. Okay?
Right.
He very simply could tell Cleveland, Shedeur ain't going there. Okay? He could very easily, he could tell the Giants Shedeur ain't going there with them back at number 6. Maybe they would trade with New England at number 4 because the Patriots already have a quarterback. Maybe they could trade up to Jacksonville at number 5. Again, they got a quarterback that they paid. But the first 3 teams in the draft, Tennessee, Cleveland, and the Giants, you would all assume are going to be in the quarterback market. This would take them, kind of pulling an Eli Manning situation and being like, Shedeur ain't going there.
Well, I got a little nugget for you to drop here in a second, but Dion did tweet out. He quote tweeted the Titans' announcement of parting ways with Rand Carthon, their GM today. If you missed that,
yeah,
he gave it a wow in all caps with the old looking eyes. I don't know if that means he's upset. I don't know what that means. But
okay,
maybe if he is upset, we may get the Eli thing going to Tennessee. I have talked to some people, and not even talked. Mark Johnson sent me this tweet of like, do you buy this, from Tom Pelissero, where he said both Cam Ward and Shedeur, but Shedeur in particular, there's some teams don't have a first-round grade on these guys.
Yeah.
And I think holding the ball after what we saw to Caleb Williams, taking a lot of sacks after what we saw to Caleb Williams, that could work against these guys in this draft cycle. And I bring this up because maybe that is where, if Shedeur's not, and I don't know if he makes it all the way to 6, you and I know quarterbacks are overdrafted all the time.
Yeah.
And Ward and Shedeur and who is it, Jackson Dart, those are going to be the guys? Are those the 3 we got to get ready for?
I can't imagine
that they'll build the draft program around?
I can't imagine a world where Cam and Shedeur both don't go in the top 5.
I'm with you.
I'd be floored if that happened.
But I was surprised to see Pelissero say that he's got enough NFL people telling him neither guy could be a first-round pick in the real world.
Right.
I don't think it works that way anymore.
I mean, did Bo Nix, besides Sean Payton, did Bo Nix have a first-round grade from anybody?
Not according
really.
to Todd McShay.
Yeah.
So,
And it's going to come down to fit and everything. Now, if you're Dion, automatically you're going to think, well, Shedeur playing for me is the best fit humanly possible.
Right.
So,
and look, it doesn't, all I'm saying is if there's a chance that he gets to 6 and you don't even need to make a trade.
Yeah.
I don't know. I do think this makes it more interesting for CU fans that want to see Dion stay, which right now feels like all of them.
Yeah,
so,
that opening, the Giants aren't making the change. Shane and Dable are going to stay. Tom Brady is said to, he's going to be one of the leaders of this coaching search.
And he's tight with Shedeur.
Yeah,
Shedeur's
for the
talked
Raiders
about how they've worked together for a while.
He's tight with Dion. He's tight with Shedeur. Could that be something that Brady wants to go and do? And you might look at it and go, we don't know how the Dion thing will play in the NFL. Guys won at every level that he's coached at, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, what you have to do is get the right coordinators, I think. I think Dion really is the perfect college coach because I think he comes at these guys with it's more of a fatherly. Now, sometimes it's a rough fatherly, but it's a fatherly approach of just telling you what you need to hear, whether you want to hear it or not.
Yeah.
I don't know how that plays in the NFL. But that doesn't mean he's not willing to go give it a try.
I mean, he's also one of the greatest NFL players of all time.
Yeah, but I also
I'm pretty sure he could figure out how to coach pro.
I'm sure he could, but you got to. But again, I think you got to get the right coordinators.
Sure, of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. This makes it all very, very interesting.
Something
I would say
to keep an eye on.
And
for
if
you
the Raiders
folks.
trade up, then I think it makes it even more interesting.
Power rankings coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Should the Denver Nuggets make a change to their starting lineup? We'll talk about that next. All right, it is hour number 2 of the show. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, NFL Power Rankings. We rank the power. Final time this year we get to delve into the power rankings, by the way. One notable website already said, screw it, we're not doing it anymore. So we're down 1. We only got 7 rankings to go off of this week.
Should we rank the Broncos for them?
We will. Show them what's up. Power rankings coming up at 4:20. Nuggets tonight, Andy. They take on the Celtics. Kind of a big game. Denver's a 5-point dog against the defending champion Celtics. Celtics, by the way, take an NBA high 53s per game. Nuggets take an NBA low 31 threes per game. Celtics make an NBA high 18. Nuggets make 12 a game, which is 27th in the NFL. Now, percentage-wise, Nuggets are 4th. Celtics are 37%. That puts them 14th in the NBA. But again, you're talking about, on average, plus 18 from behind the arc in terms of points per game that Boston is going to put up. And again, as we have seen this year, when Denver plays one of those teams that just likes to bombs away, a la the Cleveland Cavaliers, that's been tough for them. The math gets a little bit tough for the Nuggets. Celtics can shoot 1 through 5. The Nuggets have 3 shooters in their starting lineup, and they, I guess, kind of bring one off the bench. Bit of a mismatch there.
It's crazy, though, because they score a lot for a team that doesn't
They do.
shoot threes.
Yep. They are the best 2-point shooting team in the entire NBA.
Run them and take the legs away.
They've kind of solved that part of it. But yeah, the thing with the Celtics are going to take 1,000 threes tonight. We just know that is going to happen because that's the game that they play. They take 8 more threes per game this year, by the way, that being Boston, than they did last year when they won the NBA championship. So analytics ball all day long out of the Celtics. We were talking before, earlier in the show, about the play of Russell Westbrook, how good he has been, how good he's been playing with Jokic, the part where he makes Nikola Jokic better.
The overall game.
Yeah.
The shooting is still a little hit or miss, although it's been better, I feel, of late.
Yeah.
Hit a few threes against San Antonio, making more layups, more free throws.
Go to the rim. Get to the line. That's what Russ does. He's there to be a playmaker. He's there to facilitate. He's there to create.
He's there to bother people, which he's done very well.
And he's
His
done that.
Defense has been great. He had Wemby more worried about him than Jokic at times.
Yeah. Yeah. He has been everything that you hoped he was going to be. It's been a great acquisition for the Nuggets, and honestly, it's been a cool redemption to see for Russ, especially as bad as it went for the Lakers. It also, it wasn't great with the Clippers. It was pretty bad with the Rockets. It's been good to see you can put Russ in a situation and you don't have an entire fan base pointing the finger at and saying, this is the guy that ruined us. Like it's good to see, and it's cool that Jokic wanted him and it's worked out the way that it's supposed to. Now here's the question. Are the Nuggets a better team when he's on the floor? And could there be a world where they would say, let's put this guy in the starting lineup? We think that we're a better team with this guy, the more time he spends on the floor, maximizing his time with Nikola Jokic from the jump, that we're a better team. All right, let's kind of start here, Andy. I got some lineup stats. This is the best I can do in terms of putting any kind of statistical analysis to it. Let's start here, all right? So the starting lineup of late, with AG out, has been the Russ, Jamal, CB, MPJ, Jokic lineup. On the year, that group has played together 111 minutes, third most highly used lineup on the team. Offensive rating 136, phenomenal. Defensive rating 120, not great, Bob, but you're at plus 16 right there.
Let me ask you this. What would be a good defensive rating for those of us that don't? Where's the median? Are they below the median at 120? Like, what are you looking to be at?
If you could be down in the 115s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, somewhere
Gotcha.
around there,
Right.
you're in pretty good shape
Gotta think
right there.
golf, not something else. So
Yeah.
120, okay, I see.
120 quite bad.
I gotcha.
Yes. That's points allowed per 100 possessions. 120 is pretty bad. That's a high number. Net rating, though, plus 16. That's great.
You're winning most games because of your offense.
Absolutely. Which there's nothing wrong with that. That's okay. But plus 16 is pretty good. Now I got another lineup here for you. All right? Because that's the lineup right there that doesn't have Aaron Gordon. Now, I can't imagine a world in which Aaron Gordon wasn't starting when he returns.
Because of the defense, in a way, and also the rebounding.
He's AG. You put him on the floor. Here's another lineup for you, all right? This one, Russell Westbrook, Christian Brown, MPJ, Aaron Gordon, Nikola Jokic. This is no Jamal Murray.
This is when Jamal's been hurt so far this year.
98 minutes together that lineup has played. Fourth most highly used lineup on the team. Offensive rating, 128. Exceptional. Defensive rating, 100. Phenomenal. Plus 28.1. You're winning 100 possessions by 28 points. Now, again, 98 minutes, you could argue small sample size, but that's pretty damn good. That's no Jamal Murray.
What's the record, too?
I can't give you a record because that's just lineup based. So there's so many different lineups that are used over the course of a game. You can't really assign a record to it. But I can tell you, you win by 28, you're going to win basically every game you play. If that's your group. Now, let's step back for a second. Is there a world where Jamal Murray would come off the bench for the Denver Nuggets?
Okay, when you talk about coming off the bench, when are we talking about putting him in the game?
I'm assuming
he's first sub in, right?
Yeah, 6-minute mark. You take CB out, you put Jamal in the game.
He probably comes in and gets some of that like bridge time with the starters. Do you know what I'm saying? Because Malone doesn't just do the full in and out. It's not a hockey line change with him.
Right.
So you get Maul back in there with some of the starters.
Basically, it's you would put him in at the point where you put Russ in the game when the starting five is healthy.
Right. And then whoever, like you said, CB, whatever, comes out.
Yeah.
You know, maybe in this world, if Jamal's got the three-pointer going, you put him in and pull MPJ out. MPJ helps anchor that second unit a little bit later in the quarter.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there could be a world where this all works. How does the contract math right now?
See, that's.
I think this is.
You said the magic word.
I'm just going to say this though. Worried about you got paid. There's a part of me with any player, not just Jamal, any player. You've got your money. That is your respect. If your respect is doled out in dollars, they've given you your respect. Now, in a new year, and you still not looking quite as right as you once did, I am allowed, after I've shown you the respect, to use you how I need to use you until this thing is right. And this wouldn't be forever. Who's to say this is forever?
Sure.
If you round back into the Jamal Murray we all know and love prior to the playoffs last year, guess what? We go back to the way things were. But unfortunately, every time I keep waiting for all the time old Jamal Murray to be out there, and we only get spurts of it.
It's funny to look at the numbers, right? Again, plus 28 net rating.
Yeah, that's nothing to ignore.
And you'd go, wow, look at that. Here's the problem, okay? You said contract, but you left out one key detail. Who's the one that signs that paycheck?
Mr. Kroenke.
Could you imagine giving a 9-figure deal to a championship-winning point guard? Wouldn't you at some point be buzzing downstairs and being like, "Hey, why did I? Why am I
do this?
That many zeros for a reserve guard? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
What are we thinking here? That's when you mention contract right there. That's the part of it that I think becomes the sticking point.
Well, what if you're still winning? Like, again, I don't think Josh has a problem with it if you're winning.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Kroenke has never shown that I can see. You can help me if I'm missing an example where he's going to fiddle with something, where he meddles, where he Jerry Joneses a thing. Now, again, if you're doing this and it's not working, then I think the call, it may not even be a call. I may show up at practice the next day and we'll discuss this in person as to what's going on. But when you've got those numbers staring you in the face, are you going to argue with that if that's what you roll with?
This is a move where if you run it up the flagpole, I'm betting you wouldn't be popular. Now...
But if we get back, look, they're already, what are they, still in fourth? I got to go look at the standings. But if you're all of a sudden in number 2 in the West, set to host a lot of playoff games, help you earn some of that contract back, maybe it becomes a little more popular.
Here's the reality, okay? Because these are fun conversations. Here's the reality. If Russ were put into the starting lineup, it would be to put Christian Brown on the bench.
Right.
That's the move. That's what you do right there. You put CB on the bench and say, okay, Russ and Jamal are now our backcourt, and Christian Brown, you come off the bench. Now, you take a hit defensively. You take a big hit defensively if you make that move. So that's another one where I don't think it happens. Like, this is all fun chatter.
Do we have numbers of with what you're describing with CB out and the other 5 the same?
The sample size is so small it's
Not
damn
worth
near
reporting.
negligible.
All right.
Yeah. He doesn't run that lineup very often. Because, again, you want Christian Brown's defense on the floor. You want his intensity. Even in the shooting slump that he is in right now, Christian Brown still gives you so much defense. There's also the part where he's what is CB, third-year guy now?
Yeah,
and
he'll be up for an extension soon.
In the starting lineup. Don't go messing with the development of a young player like that.
I'm with you, but
he's in this spot.
I would look. You could play with both of them in the starting lineup, though, if this is what you went to.
Yeah.
Now, what would you do tonight?
Okay, so tonight I would start Peyton Watson. Just because of the matchup, I would put Peyton Watson in the starting 5. No.
Are you
Russ
looking at D or are you looking at O?
Don't accuse me of the first. What I'm talking about here is tonight I would go Christian Brown and Peyton Watson in my starting 5 because I can put Watson on Tatum. I could put Christian Brown on Jaylen Brown. And then after that, offense just has to be offense. Like, you got to have Jamal Murray out on the floor. Take the chance that he's going to have one of those nights. This is maybe a night where he steps up and plays great. And he's played a lot better of late.
No, he really
has. I know he had one
but
crap game against the Spurs, but he's been much, much better of late.
Look, he really has. But the reality is the numbers are the numbers. Do we want to compete for titles or do we just, again, by the way, the Nuggets sit in 4th right now, but basically it's because they have 1 less loss than the Lakers.
Yeah.
And 2 less losses than the Mavericks.
They're good. They're
in Clippers.
Decent enough shape.
They are, but there's a whole lot of muddle in their spot. I mean, the Grizzlies have 4 games on them. The Rockets have 3. The Thunder already have 10 wins on them right now. You don't need to go chasing down the Thunder. We've talked about this in the past. But the reality is, Nate, if you have a lineup that's 28 points differential better, that's the one that needs to be playing, period. I'm sorry. You're making your money. You're making your money.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were here to win. You're getting rich and you're winning. Are we not good?
I wouldn't do it.
Why?
Because you won an NBA championship with Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic.
Okay, who's to say that we don't change this by the playoffs, though? Nothing has to be forever, Nate. We're not getting married to this lineup.
There's a lot of collateral damage to a decision like this.
Then play better. Just play better. Look like yourself again.
Yeah, NBA coaches are more psychologists than anything else. And that's again, Jamal has played really well. Again, he had 1 garbage game last weekend. Other than that, he's been closer to being back to what he needs to be than he's ever been. That's why I wouldn't mess with this.
But if I need defense, I'm not going to ask you to go test this calf that we're apparently trying to get right.
If I was going to make the change, it would be to put Christian Brown on the bench. But honestly, I wouldn't even make the change. When Aaron Gordon is healthy, I put him back in the starting 5, and Russell Westbrook is my 6th man. And that because that's the deal that he signed up for, and that's the reason why you brought him here. He is your sixth man, and you just don't mess with
That's
it.
fine. I'm giving you 3-4 minutes every game to figure out if you got it tonight.
Okay.
At least in the early going.
Okay. The bench Jamal crowd, led by the parade of Andy Lindahl.
No. You stop. You're the one that brought all the math to the table, not me.
I'm just out here
if you're telling me one team is a 28-point differential better than the other,
I'm
rolling with that lineup.
I didn't know a 98-minute sample size would entice you so much, but I'm excited about it. This is good.
Well, but we keep saying they need defense. That is not Jamal's forte right now. Now, he can dig in at the end of the game, and maybe that's the guy. Listen, at the end of the game, I want him out there. Are we done with the trade talk, by the way? Are we never going to hear about a trade again?
I'm not done with it.
Okay, well, what? Well, I haven't heard anything about it. What brought all this up, and now it's just kind of disappeared?
I'm still very much interested in the trade conversation.
Are they?
By the way, according to assorted different local reporters, the Nuggets are not in on Jimmy Butler. According to assorted individuals around town. Now, that's not to say back channeling or anything else. It could be that it's just not public yet. But it doesn't sound like the Nuggets are really in on Jimmy, which I'm actually okay with. And I say this as somebody that Jimmy Butler is one of my all-time favorite basketball players. I love the guy. I don't think he's a good fit here. And one of the biggest reasons why is you would have to move Porter to go and get a 35-year-old that doesn't want to play in the regular season.
Yeah, who's gotten a little, when it's like the fourth stop, he's gotten a little tired of it.
Oh,
he just kind of gets burned out on plays. He's a little, he's like another guy there, Tyreek Hill. I've had my fun, now I want to leave.
It's always going to end poorly with Jimmy. That's not to say you can't get a bunch of good stuff on the front end of it. I mean, the Heat went to the finals twice with Jimmy Butler. So there's you don't dismiss it immediately out of hand, but also, again, you're talking about a 35-year-old that doesn't want to play in the regular season.
By the way, Mark writes in, Beal, ? Did you hear Beal's media availability? I think it was from last night.
No.
Where they talked about, would you, something about a trade, this or that? And he basically said, well, they better come talk to me because I hold all the cards because he has that no trade clause.
The
Suns thing is not working out so well, is it?
No.
We go back to those standings. Where are the Suns? Ooh, the Suns are at 12.
Isn't that the risk you run, though? And this, seriously, like this, bringing it back to the trade conversation here for just a second. A part of the Nuggets' greatest strength when they won an NBA championship was the continuity of it all and building up and getting to the place where they are right now. Hell, that's kind of what Cleveland is right now. That's a continuity organization of just like you stayed together and you developed and you got better. That's why that team is so damn good right now. OKC is kind of the same thing. They added some dudes on the, Caruso and Hartenstein, and you had some guys on the periphery, bringing them off the bench or whatever. But you want that continuity. But there's a huge risk to run when you just start messing with your core. And that's where the trade conversation is really dangerous with Denver. And I say that as someone that's an advocate for getting Zach LaVine. But I do acknowledge that it's not a perfect situation. Good conversation right there. Bench Jamal Murray. Should they do it? Andy says yes. I say, hold on. Kreckman and Lindahl. Oh, it is a Tuesday afternoon. That means it's power ranking time here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Who's jacked? Who's pumped for the final power ranking segment of the year? Andy, you ready for this?
Hold on. Why is this the final?
There's no more power to be ranked.
Will
We're in
they
the playoffs.
rank it when the season's all done?
I guess they could.
What are you going to do without He-Man yelling he's got the power?
I don't know. My life is going to be hollow and empty. What was up with He-Man's clothes? Why was he wearing such tight clothing? Didn't he ever get cold? Did He-Man have a sweater?
You don't pump for the gun show and
He
not
never-
show everybody the goods.
He never got chilly or anything
No,
like that.
no. He lived in the South. Wasn't that just kind of a
Maybe that's all it
Yeah.
was. See, I like a nice hoodie.
doing
myself.
shirtless and all that?
Right. I like long sleeves. I like being cozy. Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
What animal did he cut up for his free bikini thing?
He rode a tiger.
Yeah.
A green tiger. It's not advisable. Are we ready for this, Spring? Yeah, we are. Power Rankings brought to you by Safeway. Shop Safeway's Winter 4 times points event. Earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter. I said it like that because it was all in caps. Whether you're hosting or cooking dinner, Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. Yes, it is time for Power Rankings. Let's start here. ESPN. Andy, ESPN.
Yeah, was there a glitch? Isn't that the one?
Turn your mic on.
It is on. Wasn't that? There was a glitch, though, wasn't there?
There was. I don't think ESPN actually did Power Rankings today. I scanned through the entire damn thing.
Great for you to go on vacation.
I couldn't find them anywhere. They're too busy reporting on the coaching carousel. On Black Monday and all of that, they didn't bother to do Power Rankings this week.
Oh, hell no.
So I assume that moves the Broncos up to 3 or 4 or something like that. Let's just assume.
Broncos at 5.
Yeah, it sounds good
They
to me.
didn't win a division, so they're there at 5.
Last week, by the way, last Power Rankings we got from ESPN, they had the Broncos at 15. Well, they beat the Chiefs, right? So that has to move them way up.
Bam! There it is. They're 1.
NFL.com. Fine website, NFL.com. Last week, they said the Broncos were the 13th best team in the NFL. Then they went out and blew out the defending Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs, 38-0. I don't need to add any further context to that final score. It was simply a blowout of the Kansas City Chiefs. Andy, the Broncos launch ahead 2 spots to 11.
11!
11.
Please go to 11.
Damn
Says
right.
NFL.com. 2-spot jump. The Athletic. Fine website. TheAthletic.com. Nick Kosmider and company over there. Last week, they had the Broncos at number 14 after back-to-back losses to the Chargers and the Bengals. This week, after the Broncos blasted the back-to-back Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs 38-0. What feels like only their second win over the Chiefs this decade, because it actually was. Andy, the Broncos skyrocket 1 spot to number 13. Boom! 13.
Yes.
The Ringer.
They're ringing stuff. The doorbell.
They are. They've been down on the Broncos all year long, as we've discussed.
We've had to call them into the office.
We've had issues with the fine folks over at the Ringer. Screw you, Bill Simmons. So last week they said the Broncos were the 15th best team in the NFL. 15 last week. After the Broncos scored touchdowns on all 3 of their first opening possessions of the game to take a 21-0 lead, leading 24-0 at the half, cruising to a 38-0 victory with Bo Nix throwing 4 touchdown passes against the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. No further context required. The Ringer says you're still the 15th best team in the NFL.
See, I mean, again, how is that possible?
How is that
There's
possible?
14 playoff teams.
And yet,
can you at least do the math? Even if you like them as the least of the favorite playoff teams,
and yet,
you can't put them at 14?
The Ringer rates the Bengals at 12.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. Well, screw you guys.
Where do they put the Steelers?
11.
What? They've got the Steelers ahead of the Bengals? Who is this guy? You're fired.
Who is this guy?
Yeah.
What's your deal, guy? CBS. Spring.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so CBS last week, they said the Broncos were 13. They had them rated 13. And then the Broncos go out and absolutely just run up the score, embarrass the defending Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. Can't tell me they're not the Chiefs if Mahomes and Kelsey are in the building.
Took their candy and their girlfriend.
That's right.
You notice I've not heard any Kelsey Swift stuff since that game.
The Broncos.
I'm just saying.
Did she dump him?
Maybe.
Like you losers lost to the Broncos.
A single coming out soon, talking about the whole experience.
I'm going to go date Nate Adkins now.
Yeah.
So screw you.
Talk about 38-0. My 38 special.
One of those hot Denver tight ends.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Do we have one?
Sure.
It's going to go full Lucas Kroll.
Yeah, CBS said that the Broncos ascend one rung on the ladder to 12.
Okay.
12, Andy, 12.
12.
Yeah. Pro Football Talk.
They talk pro football.
They do.
And lawyering.
Both of those things. Florio, impeccable hair. Pro Football Talk said the Broncos were the 12th best team in the NFL after a brief 2-game skid to the Chargers and the Bengals. But after the Broncos
forced the breakup of Kelsey and Swift.
As far as we know. We haven't heard anything.
Yeah, nobody's denied that.
Not that we're following it, but we haven't heard. Andy Reid, humiliated, embarrassed. Had to have been a rough handshake with Sean Payton at the end of that game. After the Broncos blew out the Chiefs, Denver, Andy, scaled 2 spots to number 10.
That spot! A lot of fighting in that one.
It was real grunty.
Yeah, it was like one was taking the other guy's wallet or something.
It was tough.
It was a refusal.
No means no, okay?
Yeah.
USA Today. You can get it in a Marriott, maybe in an airport. It's a newspaper.
I'm not even sure the Marriott's carrying it anymore.
They may
some
not.
of what they've done this year.
They may not. Who knows?
You may be lucky to find it at an actual. Do they have newsstands anymore?
It's a great question. Yeah, we covered that. They do it at the King Soopers.
No, like an actual stand-up, standalone newsstand, like in New York. They still doing newsstands? No one Men in Black where they go to get the papers?
Sure.
Yeah. Is there an acquirer anymore? Is all that gone?
Weekly World
just
News.
Americana from a time gone by?
Batchild.
Yeah, Batchild.
Man, I used to love Weekly World News. So good. That and Soap Opera Digest. Those were the two. Like waiting in the checkout line at the local grocery store, bored out of your mind. Man, what are they up to on Days of Our Lives? I got to find out.
Let me read this and not buy it. Put it back.
Did anybody ever buy a Soap Opera Digest? I don't think so. USA Today said the Broncos were the 15th best team in the NFL. But then, after Denver goes out and just absolutely slobber knocks the Chiefs, winners of back-to-back Super Bowls. I don't know if you've heard, Andy. They're going for a three-peat. I don't know if they'll recover in time after getting absolutely mollywopped by the Broncos. Is that the expression?
Sure.
Why not?
They broke up Kelsey and Swift. Let's go.
USA Today says that the Broncos launch into the orbit 1 spot to 14.
All right.
Hey, 14. That gets you in the playoffs. And finally, Andy, Yahoo Sports. The good old folks over there at Yahoo. Led by Frank Schwab, who we're technically not allowed to call. They said that the Broncos were the 13th best team in the NFL, but after an absolute destruction, I mean a behind rear kicking of the Kansas City Chiefs, who, by the way, have won back-to-back Super Bowls. Mahomes and Kelsey were there. I don't care what you say. Yahoo Sports says that the Broncos go all the way up to 12.
12!
12! That's a rise of one spot for you right there. The Broncos, on average, Andy, finished the season at 12. That is an average of the 7 rankings that were available to us this week. On average, they moved up one spot this past week, did the Denver Broncos. Congratulations, the Broncos, the 12th best team in the NFL in the 2024 season. Not bad.
They're in the dozen.
Not bad.
You know what? That means if somebody goes to pick out a dozen donuts, you're one of the donuts. You're not getting left in the cabinet. To
Absolutely
get stale.
not. You're not
going home.
You're not a weird lemon custard or whatever everyone's leaving behind.
You're not some oddly long cream-filled donut that I'm not sure anybody really eats anymore. What are the Long Johns? Is that what they call those things?
Long Johns, yeah.
Do you like an apple fritter?
Yeah, but like it's low on the power rankings. Like apple fritter is one of those things. You get to the dozen and you're like, you don't start with the fritter, but if there's only like 3 left and one of them's a fritter and one of them's like that weird blueberry cake.
Yeah.
And one of them's like that.
You're definitely going for the fritter then.
The maple glazed or whatever. I'll take the apple fritter then at that point.
What about a cinnamon twist donut? It's like a cinnamon roll, but it's twisted, and glazed.
Yeah. Again, it's lower on the ranking
Just give me all the chocolate frosting. Do you ever go for the strawberry one?
Like a jelly donut?
No, the strawberry frosting.
Oh, like the pink frosting?
Safeway, who sponsors our Twitch feed, they quite often give you a strawberry selection.
A pink frosted?
Yeah, doesn't taste too bad.
If I go frosted, it's got to be chocolate.
Chocolate with the cake or the raised?
I go with the raised then at that point. I like a cruller. I'm a big jelly donut guy too.
Yeah, you like the jelly.
I do. I'm a huge jelly donut enthusiast. But I don't want it with like too much frosting on it. I need the granulated sugar, not the powdered sugar, because that's just a mess. I need the granulated sugar with a good jelly inside.
You like a bite with the hot, warm stuff bursting into your mouth?
I'm going to go ahead and say yes. Yes, I do.
That's your deal?
Yes, I do. I absolutely do.
But it's got to be jelly?
But it's got to be jelly.
What about the German chocolate or whatever?
German chocolate?
You never had the chocolate?
I have chocolate. I have American chocolate, though. Back-to-back World War champs, baby. Power Rankings brought to you by Safeway. Shop Safeway's winter 4 times points event. Earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. Save big on the season's hottest items this winter, including donuts. Whether you're hosting
Get a dozen tomorrow.
Cooking dinner, have donuts for dinner.
They do fresh daily.
Be a cool parent and bring home donuts for dinner. Safeway is there for your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about maybe checking out your testosterone levels. Have you made a resolution to get more done, have more energy, maybe get the workouts in a little more consistently? Well, you can lose motivation for that if you're not seeing the same gains in the gym, or maybe you don't feel the same energy you once did. Maybe that's happening because your sleep sucks. If that's the case, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, see if you have low T. You can start feeling the effects of low T as early as your mid-30s. As a matter of fact, that's when guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year. If you want to get that old feeling back, maybe you don't have the same sex drive you once did. That's not fun. Go on over, get your low T levels, or get your T levels tested, see if you have low T. You can schedule an appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or you can even take their low T quiz if you want to investigate it further before making that appointment. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers, and it takes 2 minutes. Then you schedule that consult. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You'll get advised by a Colorado licensed medical provider as to what you can do. You can make the decision as to what to do. Cost of the appointment's only $99, but if you do start on testosterone the day of your appointment, that Visit is free. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including Fort Collins and the Springs. Go for the higher energy levels. Go for the better gains in the gym. Go to feeling like yourself again. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, it's Nate and Andy. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hope you're having a delightful Tuesday afternoon. Broncos and Bills coming up here on Sunday. This is a Bills team, by the way, Andy. So taking a look at their weapons, we were throwing it around yesterday. Amari Cooper, is that just the obvious go-to? That's who Patrick Surtain is going to spend most of his time on in this game? Because really, you look at Cooper's run since he's been a member of the Bills, and he's had a couple of good games, a couple of notable performances, and then really caught on, which you kind of wonder, like, okay, is Amari Cooper just old? Is that's what happening now? He's on the wrong side of 30 and he's going downhill? Or is he just not completely comfortable with his new team, new receiver? You don't get a chance to go through training camp. It gets a little bit tricky since he got traded from Cleveland.
I don't know. Like the few games that I've seen, I can't tell you I've taken in a lot of Bills action since they made that trade, but they do feel a little bit off. Mm-hmm. I feel like Amari went through this when he was traded from the Raiders to the Cowboys. Who was the quarterback then? Was it Dak right away?
I think so, yeah.
I feel like it took a second. Like, I don't know if Amari's faster than guys think or maybe not as fast, but it feels like he always has an adjustment period with his quarterbacks, right? Yeah. Then Cleveland was the stop after that, correct?
Yep.
And I mean, look, I don't even remember who the quarterbacks were half the time while he was there.
Deshaun Watson.
And remember when Joe Flacco took over last year, it felt like he had more going on with Njoku maybe than what he had going on with Amari Cooper. So
Cooper's got 2 touchdowns since he's come to Buffalo.
How tough? Let me ask you this. Is it an adjustment period by him too where I got to imagine it's going to take you a second to get used to how strong Josh Allen's arm is?
I just think in general, like you any new offense, you've got to figure out route tree terminology and chemistry and all that. And when you don't have it, an entire offseason to be able to work through those things, it's a little bit tricky. You're probably right about that too. Josh Allen, he hums that sucker in there.
I do remember
Allen. Mm-hmm.
Tim Patrick talked about it when Drew Lock got in after dealing with Brandon Allen and Joe Flacco. Remember, he said, you got to remember there's parts of the field Drew could throw to that the other two couldn't. Right. So don't stop your route or run the route faster because the ball's going to go a little bit farther to get there than the other two did. And I just wonder maybe there's some of that going on.
I mean, if you're looking at their pass-catching weapons, like Khalil Shakir's had a very nice season. Keon Coleman's a rookie. I feel like you can trust McMillan and Riley Moss with those kind of covers right there. I think you would look at it and say, okay, don't let Amari Cooper beat us. That's their number one target. I say number one target, maybe not necessarily in terms of pure volume, but he's the best pass catcher.
He's the name you know.
Most accomplished one that they have on the team. Obviously, Knox and Kincaid have had nice seasons at the tight end position, but you cover them as tight ends, and maybe this becomes more of an Amari Cooper thing going on right now. By the way, some numbers here on Patrick Surtain and the number and the season that he had. Our buddy Eric Schubert tweeted this out today. You sent this over, Andy. This is good stuff right here. This is just more, quite frankly, confirmation bias that this guy should absolutely
be DPOY.
Broncos have faced 5 Pro Bowl pass catchers this year. Zay Flowers, Jerry Jeudy, Jamar Chase, Travis Kelce, Brock Bowers. When Surtain was in coverage against them, 92 routes run, 16 targets, 6 catches, 56 yards, no tutties, 2 picks, 8.3 passer rating throwing to those dudes. Against all others, 155 routes, 52 targets, 38 receptions, 606 yards, and 5 touchdowns, a 143.6 rating right there. God, how much of that damage did Jerry Jeudy just do by himself? I guess Bowers had that huge touchdown as well the first time that they played. But it just goes to show you, like, when that guy is going to lock somebody down, they don't show up. And, again, Surtain probably is going to spend most of his time on Amari Cooper in this game. When it's a man coverage situation, that's what you do.
Here's my concern right now for their game plan going off of what we've seen in the past.
Mm-hmm.
My concern is, do you try to go zone? Because I feel like Sean Payton does have a philosophy he's talked about at times. This is a man team.
Yeah.
Just play man.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, when they talked about it, and they did talk about it on Good Morning Football, Peter Schrager in particular was making the case for how the Broncos could be a real problem for the Bills, and he said it's because they are good in man coverage.
Yeah.
But I feel like this year, and it started with Lamar Jackson, and help me out if you could think of another one that maybe, But when you've got a mobile quarterback that could run on you, they've tried to employ zone because I don't think I get the vibe Peyton doesn't like his DBs risking not seeing the quarterback leave the pocket.
Right.
But they're not that good in zone. So don't cost yourself yardage and points because you're forcing zone when you shouldn't be in.
They're okay in zone against Anthony Richardson. They're not as good in zone against the Lamar
Not against
Jacksons
Josh Allen,
and
right?
yeah, and then probably Josh.
You probably have to put a spy on him.
Yeah.
Although I don't know who that's going to be. Is Barton quick enough to keep up with him? I mean, Josh is another one that's probably faster than he gets credit for.
Yeah, it's going to be about playing angles and doing everything you can just to keep him inside the pocket. Because, if he gets out on the edge and turns upfield, it gets pretty damn dangerous. Guy's pretty good at that stuff. You got to be who you are. You got to play with your personality.
Yeah, because
in this
every
game.
time you tried to do this, the first disaster of it was against Baltimore.
Yeah.
You just were not who you were.
And they destroyed you. Now
they did.
James Cook is pretty good. Back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons. God, the guy scored 16 touchdowns on the ground this year. He's pretty good. He's not Derrick Henry. Okay? Not quite there. And I mean that as no diss to James Cook. He's a top 10 back in the NFL. But with Baltimore, like they had that guy to be able to lean on a little bit as well. So, yeah, do your thing. Do your thing and man up as much as you possibly can.
All right, I have a question for you.
All right.
Because I don't know when else we'd get to this.
All right.
Saw a tweet today, and I sent it to you guys. It comes from the account of Bill Belichick, North Carolina football coach, all right?
Okay.
Go ahead and pull it up if you can. I'm going to read you a few tweets. Is this the real Bill Belichick? Because, again, we're living in a world that I didn't think we'd see. The tweet that I first sent you is, who said recruiting wasn't going to be fun? North Carolina pork barbecue, Lexington style. And he shows apparently his favorite barbecue restaurant in North Carolina or whatever.
Okay, so the Twitter account, it says Coach Bill Belichick.
UNC Chapel Bill.
At UNC Chapel Bill, head football coach, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, joined December 2024. Following 113 accounts, he's got 10,100 followers.
And a lot of the followers are people that I recognize from the media.
Okay.
Now, his next tweet, this is where I was like, this might actually be Bill. Someone named Jacob Turner on the 28th said, gonna stop tweeting about this game because it's genuinely not worth my time. Bill quote tweets that and says, what a pro. Not. Players are not the only ones who need to hit the portal. I haven't heard anyone drop the not on anybody in quite some time.
The old Wayne's World joke?
Yeah, so that's where I feel like. Then there's another one on the 20th where he said, would be nice to add this guy back via the immortal portal. And I don't even know who the player is. Number 22 in the black and white photo. Do you know who that is?
No idea. This is not really Belichick.
Do you think that's him?
Let me tell you the biggest reason I don't actually think this is Belichick. Joined December 2024. So let's see. His first tweet would have been back on December 11th.
Okay.
So he's damn near a month on Twitter. And he's got 10,000 followers.
Well, I didn't know this. This is the first tweet I've seen from him.
Yeah, I feel like if this was real, he'd have like 6 figures worth of followers, right?
But didn't Brady, someone help us out, 303-504-0925. I thought Brady and Gronk were laughing about the fact that he had joined Twitter.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if that means he's got a snap face or a Instabook or whatever else he was saying back in the day.
Uh-huh.
But I'm so thrown off. It's the one where he goes, not, that makes me think it might actually be Bill Belichick.
Very well could be. That could be his style of
Because that is
burn.
an outdated reference. Is he going to throw what's up in there at some point too?
The Borat scene with the not jokes is one of the all-time great scenes in the history of comedy. Let's see. Again, the latest, who said recruiting wasn't going to be fun? North Carolina pork barbecue, Lexington style, # Carolina football. But it's just like a picture of a sign outside a barbecue place. Like Belichick's not in the picture.
But he's in none of the pictures.
It's true.
Hey, I'm kind of that way. I'm not showing you my mug.
Trying to keep that follower count up. Is Bill Belichick actually...
Dave Galen, former PR guy's following it. A bunch of our Denver media types are following it. Dick Vitale is following it.
Nothing you're saying is helping.
You think everybody's fooled by this Belichick account?
I'm gonna hold off on this one. I'm never quick to follow.
See, I'm not
anybody.
going to go all in on telling you you're wrong. That's the problem. I really don't know what to think.
Yeah.
Because there is somewhere you're like, well, anybody could be tweeting that.
Right, exactly.
But he probably does need to have one now that he's a college coach.
Do you think his 23-year-old girlfriend, do you think
She runs this?
Did she approve the not joke that he dropped?
See, that's just it. She's not tweeting that. I don't think she's ever heard that. What was she, 10 when that thing was hot?
Didn't Wayne's World come out in 1992?
No, you're right. She might not have been alive.
I don't think so. Mm-hmm.
She's an 01 baby if she's 23.
We have got NFL news all over the place. Much more coming out of the coaching carousel. Oh, it's flying around. Plus, the Chargers made an interesting addition to their practice squad. We'll tell you who that is ahead of their matchup against the Texans. It's all coming up next. We got football news. Let's get right after it. Mark Springer, what's going on in the old coaching carousel?
Let's find out in the High Five, brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. We have another head coaching vacancy in the NFL. It is the Las Vegas Raiders, as they have fired Antonio Pierce after one season.
Yeah, Antonio Pierce canned after his first season. He was the interim coach following the firing of Josh McDaniels midway through last season. They finished 5-4 under Antonio Pierce. Victory cigars and all of that. Highlight, of course, was the Christmas Day win over the Chiefs. So he gets the full-time gig. How'd that turn out? Not good. 4-13 on the year. Tom Telesco, the GM, will maintain in his role. That's always an interesting situation, by the way, when a team cans the coach but keeps the bad GM. Look at the Jags right now and Trent Baalke. But yes, Antonio Pierce is out. Andy, since they've moved, by the way, to Vegas, they've had 5 head coaches.
Yeah, that's quite a few. By the way, you've got me obsessed with we found the real Belichick account. Unfortunately, UNC Bill isn't it, but I might follow it just for fun.
Yeah. It's a better account than his actual account.
Well, yeah, his actual account is exactly what you think it was. I just wish he was using the joke, not like Wayne's World. I don't know what the Raiders think they're doing. I don't know what the destination is. Quite honestly, Nate, I don't know how they have the money to pay all these coaches. And it's funny because we got a text earlier when we were discussing the Raiders situation, and someone wrote in, and it's a thought a lot of people think that they're just going to go hire Vrabel.
Yeah.
Okay, but the Patriots probably can pay more money than what Mark Davis can. I know Mark Davis has been up there a little bit, but people have to remember Mark Davis, he's still a little bit old school. He's not throwing around the cash that a lot of these newer owners are. So I'm not so sure the Raiders win a bidding war if that's what it comes down to with the Patriots for Vrabel.
Well, also, if you're Vrabel and you have a chance to go to New England where there's
you got a QB.
I know the
At least it
Krafts
appears you do.
have been a little bit shaky over the last couple of years, but still, it's a solid organization. You know exactly what you're getting. You spent years there. You know the culture inside and out. You know what the Krafts are looking for. And to your point, you get a quarterback. You get Drake May. That's a good situation to walk into. By all accounts, the Patriots is probably the most desirable opening that's out there right now. Now, the Raiders thing, yeah, Brady's in the building. But you don't know if that's a good thing or not. It's a brand new concept.
And is he there every day? The guy's still working for Fox.
Exactly. That's just it. So you're going to go work for Telesco. You walk into a building that doesn't have a quarterback at all, going into a draft with Shedeur and Cam Ward, who are far from sure things when you're looking at what their prospects are in the NFL. If I was Vrabel, I would take the Patriots job number one.
Look, you enjoy Vegas as much as any person that I know. Now, more for the sports betting and whatever else, right? I'm not saying that you love a good Vegas show, but maybe you do. I don't know. Do you think...
I like Cirque du Soleil.
You know the town. My point is you know the town. You got friends that work at VEASAN. Does Vrabel scream Vegas to you? You know what I mean? Like, to me, this is a guy that said on a podcast famously he'd cut his manhood off to get a Super Bowl.
Right.
Don't you think coaches that grind like that... I don't have some concerns about the city itself.
I don't even know if it's a Vegas thing, Andy, so much as it's a Raider thing.
Fair enough.
Like if you're willing to chop that off to win a Super Bowl, you don't go work for the Raiders.
Right. You go back to New England where you can be your own style of Belichick, and you know it'll be accepted, and you just do your thing.
Yep. I completely, absolutely, 100%. I don't see why we're going to work for Mark Davis screams, I'm serious about winning anything. Now, maybe you're the guy that can change things. Maybe you're the guy that can take advantage of the, the hospitality of Vegas, so to speak, that guys would actually want to play there and play in a warm climate and all those kind of things. Maybe you're the guy that can take advantage of it. Hell, Barry Odom finally got UNLV football to be able to win something. You would think the Raiders would eventually be able to win. You'd think eventually they'd stumble ass backwards into a good coach that actually run the thing. Who knows?
Miami hasn't been able to figure it out, though.
But I wouldn't go jumping at it.
Yeah.
That's just it. Again, if I'm ranking openings that I would want to take, New England 1, probably Chicago 2 because you got a quarterback in a huge market.
Don't underrate Jacksonville. That division sucks.
And Trevor Lawrence I think he's a good player waiting to get
You got to get the
unlocked.
right guy with him.
The Shad Khan thing is a little bit weird. Hell, I'd even take the Jets job probably before I took the Raiders job. I'd let Brick Johnson tell me what to do. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Yesterday, the Bears requested to interview Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. 24 hours later, the Bears have still not gotten a response to their request, per Adam Schefter.
Yeah. So I don't think McCarthy's going anywhere. And unless Jerry has a real obvious target that he's after, my assumption is he brings McCarthy back on another 1-year deal.
Let me ask you this, though. Does Mike want to be there? And a lot of people are starting to question because remember, so for people that don't know, his contract is up a week from today.
Yes.
So in part, the Cowboys don't even necessarily need to answer this because he'll become a free agent in a week, and then he could just go interview anyway if the Bears really want to talk to him.
Right.
A lot of people are starting to speculate on the national level. Is Mike McCarthy had enough of this?
He said at the end of the year he wants to be back.
Sure. But does he? But now that he's this close to not having to deal with the circus.
Sure.
I mean, if I'm Mike McCarthy, I may let the contract expire and at least go talk to a couple places. And maybe ultimately you end up back in Dallas.
Okay. So let's think of it this way. Who was the last coach that we saw leave a really high-pressure gig and jump at a chance to go work for the Chicago Bears?
Well, all right. Odd we'd be talking about this. We can go back to that in a second. Adam Schefter, our insider here, just tweeted the Cowboys have, in fact, denied permission for this interview.
So he'll stay.
So, yes.
Yeah.
That must mean they had some kind of productive talk today.
Okay.
Because Schefter was saying it's about length of contract, how long is assistants going to stay around, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
If they're denying it, probably they're about to get something worked out. Who was the coach you were thinking of that went to John Fox?
It was John Fox.
There you go.
There you go.
All right.
Sometimes it's okay to get out of the meat grinder a little bit. And it's not to say that there's not a huge spotlight on you and a ton of pressure when you're in Chicago, but nobody actually expects you to win anything in that place.
But did Mike McCarthy have Jay Glazer say he was interested in the job before a playoff game?
Can't believe they played a playoff game and everybody already had their next job lined up. Oh, my God. That season was such crap. They won a Super Bowl the next year. Unbelievable. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Mike Vrabel will interview with the Patriots for their head coaching opening on Thursday.
That one, this feels like fait accompli to me.
Yeah, he's done other interviews to let Kraft know you're going to have to pay me because I'm a wanted guy.
Exactly. But it just, to me, it makes all the sense in the world that would be his next landing spot. And quite frankly, if you're Kraft and company, okay, you tried to give Gerard Mayo a shot. That didn't work out. You had huge issues behind the scenes. So you bring in Mike Vrabel, and you basically walk back into a competent head coach. Again, an owner with deep pockets. You walk in the door, and there's a quarterback. Vrabel would have a great chance to be able to win there right away, and he knows the town immediately.
Yeah, I assume this is about what number do you want? Okay, let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, I think, remember, Vrabel came from Tennessee where they could not really fix the quarterback thing after Tannehill fell off.
Right.
You know what you have there. I think any job where you know what you have there is probably pretty attractive.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Chargers have signed running back Ezekiel Elliott to their practice squad ahead of the Chargers playoff matchup on Saturday in Houston against the Texans. Justin Herbert was talking to the media today, and he revealed something about Jim Harbaugh. Apparently, Jim Harbaugh remembers the day he was born.
I've heard this before.
Justin Herbert was asked this when he revealed that anecdote.
What was the first time, maybe during off-season workouts or something that Jim said where you were like, this guy's definitely different?
I think when he talked about remembering the day that he was born was probably the first day that he kind of told us the whole story and how he remembered looking out the window, and I think it was a cold, snowy day. And I really hope he does remember that. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, so I've heard Harbaugh has bragged about this in the past to people, that it was a cold, snowy day, and he has a memory of it. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, you may remember that day. That wasn't your birthday, pal.
you may have an early memory
Sure.
of a cold, snowy day.
It seems likely that day occurred in your life.
Yeah.
But it wasn't the day you were brought into the world. And maybe it was, but you don't remember it.
You don't. You've maybe been told about it. Maybe you've seen photos of the day or something like that. No, he doesn't remember the day that he was born.
How often does the baby get a peek outside a window? I've had 2 children. I was there for their births.
Yeah.
It was a whole lot of doctors smacking butts. It was the middle of the night for both of them. There were no windows for a while.
There were windows in the room where my kids were born. There were windows, but also babies can't actually see.
Well, there.
Everything
There's
is
all of that.
Everything is just a blur to them. Harbaugh
They're
didn't
not real
roll
sure
out.
what's going on.
Harbaugh didn't roll out like perfect 2020, looking at the eye chart down the hall and like reading the 4th line or something like that. He wasn't doing any of those things.
Did Harbaugh hit up the nurse for a PB&J? And a glass of milk.
Need a glass of milk.
It's a PB&J.
I don't want this crap from Mom. I need some solid 2%.
Yes, I need a metal gold. And I need the Jif peanut butter.
And
you pick the jelly.
Finally, spring.
High five. A couple of notes from a couple of NFC playoff teams. First, the Lions, the 1 seed. They have a bye, and then for whoever they host in the divisional round, the Lions expect running back David Montgomery to return from injury and play in that game. For the Vikings, who fell into wild card position and will go to LA to play the Rams, they are waiving one of their backup quarterbacks, Brett Rippon. They still have Nick Mullins as a backup quarterback. They are officially elevating Daniel Jones to the active roster.
How did Vic Fangio pronounce Brett Rippon's last name again?
Ripien.
There we go. Mm-hmm.
By the way, for those that I told this to Nate, it was interesting. They signed Daniel Jones to the active roster because now if he signs with another team, they get a compensatory pick.
Brilliant.
Yeah, good move.
Yeah, savvy move right there. Also, I mean, clearly the Lions want to have everybody back that they possibly can, but let's just take a moment and acknowledge Jahmyr Gibbs rules.
Oh, yeah.
That guy is awesome.
Really good.
Yeah.
Remember they said they shouldn't have drafted him? By the way, looking at a mock draft, they've got Genty all the way down at 12.
Going to Dallas.
You buy that?
Every mock that I've looked at has Genty going to Dallas at 12. Like, I think I clicked on 3 of them today, and they all have Dallas going running back and going with Ashton Genty. There must be some loud chatter going on here because some really well-educated draft nicks are out there thinking that this is a distinct possibility. Broncos getting ready to take on the Bills, Nuggets, and the Celtics tonight. Huge win last night for the Avalanche. We're talking about all of it next. Tonight, 8 o'clock, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets, Celtics, TNT affair. Past two NBA champs going head-to-head. Oh, we know the Celtics are going to be bombing away. Can the Nuggets hang with these dudes and have a chance to be able to keep this a fourth quarter game? Boston coming off a loss the other night against OKC. The Nuggets coming off of the weekend split against the Spurs. This is a really good Celtics team, 26-10, walking through the door. They take more threes than anybody in the NBA. They make more threes than anybody in the NBA. And Michael Malone said yesterday, just point blank, like they're going to take 50 threes. That's what they're going to do. The Nuggets are going to have to try and do what they do and hang in this game. This is a tough opponent that the Nuggets got coming in here, although they were the only team in the NBA to sweep Boston last year. So they've got that going for them. They have a psychological edge over this team. I mean, honestly, Andy, like a big part of my disappointment from the Nuggets getting bounced in the second round last year, I would have loved to have watched a Nuggets-Celtics NBA Finals.
Oh, I think everybody would have.
I mean, a couple of years ago, remember, it was the 7-game series with Miami and Boston, and it was 3-0, and then Boston came all the way back, and then they got blown out in Game 7, and Miami ended up getting through, and the Nuggets stomped them in 5 and won an NBA championship. Ironically, now Jimmy Butler is out on the market. I did see today ESPN on Insider, they started kicking around what a trade would look like to acquire the services of Jimmy Butler here in Denver. It's everything. It's exactly what you would think it would be. You would have to be trading Michael Porter Jr. and trading Zeke Naji and probably moving picks and moving Dario Saric and all that good stuff to get Jimmy Butler in here. By the way, I love Jimmy Butler. I don't think he would work here.
No, I'm with you. Where does he play? Well, I guess you're without MPJ, so maybe that just answers itself.
Yeah, he would be your starting 3.
I keep forgetting MPJ would be out of the thing.
Exactly. Look, there's a lot of good things about Jimmy Butler, okay? He's an excellent scorer when he's engaged. He's big and tough and nasty. Him and Westbrook would probably they'd be bros, and I'd even be willing to bet you that Jokic would like playing for him. One of the things, though, that I think would be weird, like as a culture move, like think about that. If you were to move MPJ out and bring in a guy like Jimmy Butler, or in this case, exactly Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler running into issues with Miami and Pat Riley and butting heads because he don't want to play in the regular season. He wants to be paid max dollars, but he doesn't want to play in the regular season. He wants to play, his 50, 60 games a year or whatever it is and get himself fresh for the postseason. And he thinks, that should be cool and he should be able to do that. You'd be replacing a guy in Porter. And MPJ is playing really well right now, but also he played 81 games last year. He doesn't miss time. MPJ has had 1,000 back surgeries, all the leg injuries, everything else that he's dealt with, Andy. He doesn't miss time. Like, MPJ is a really good culture guy in addition to being a good basketball player. Like, there's something to be said for Porter and his toughness and battling through and doing anything he can to be out on the floor and the amount of work that he has put in. Is Jimmy Butler, is that, when you talk about that 1-for-1, what does that do to a locker room?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's really what it is, right? Because Zeke Naji just feels like he's out of the mix here. So
they'll do anything they can to get that out.
Yeah, I don't know. Do guys change when they get here? Jimmy still needs the title, right?
Yeah.
We could be doing a lot of Jimmys, so
Yeah.
maybe all of a sudden I'm in favor of
That'd be
this.
kind of fun.
Jimmy is sweet. There we go.
Yeah, but no, 2 trips to the finals with Miami, but they didn't get it done.
You feel like, how about I put it to you this way? Because some of what you described isn't totally Russ.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, Russ was an interesting case in the locker room and such before he got to Denver and some other stops. Doesn't feel like there's any of that going on here because Russ feels like he's locked in and about winning a title, and I think enjoys playing with Jokic. Does Jokic look? Jokic is the most superstar there is in sports.
Yeah.
He is about everybody else, literally about everybody else.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't care. He does the interviews because he knows it's part of his responsibility. He's not seeking it out. He doesn't care how much credit you give him. He doesn't care if he ever raises another MVP trophy. He just doesn't care.
Yeah.
All he asks is you play basketball the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Would he have that effect to get Jimmy Butler back to playing basketball the right way?
I think he would. I don't doubt that part of it, and I think a new environment and a shot at a title, I think that would all invigorate Jimmy Butler. But
it's a risk.
Well, it's funny, too. As you started talking about that and you brought up the name Westbrook right away, it was like, oh, okay. So, again, one of the things that you have to have on the floor with Nikola Jokic is you need floor spacing, all right? And Russell Westbrook is not a floor spacing player. Right now, quite frankly, Christian Brown is not a floor spacing player. Teams are just kind of ignoring him offensively because he's in a pretty bad shooting slump. But CB, we know all the other things that he gives you. But Jimmy he's an okay 3-point shooter, but he's not a terribly willing 3-point shooter. If you were to put him in the mix, you'd gain a lot of other things. You would gain more toughness. You would gain probably some more defensive intensity. I'm not saying those things wouldn't benefit the Nuggets, but you would give up some floor spacing.
Well, and then you lose your most willing 3-point shooter in MPJ.
Right.
What? Butler's contract.
You already don't make threes.
Right. Butler's contract's already ridiculous, right?
I feel like if you got Jimmy, that's a pure rental.
Let me ask you this then. I ain't giving up Porter for that. If you're going to trade MPJ, it better be an Aaron Gordon-like deal with someone who's going to stick around a bit.
Or think, I guess also, but think of it this way, though.
Just to free up the money to be able to do something else.
Exactly. The flexibility that you would gain out of it for next year.
All right, I can't argue that. But how about I counteroffer with this since we're car negotiating here?
This is fun. I like it.
How are you allowed to eat money in the NBA the way you do the other sports? I'm so confused about this league's salary rules. Like, could the Heat keep some of his salary?
No.
Like we did with Von Miller just to move him? Can't do that. The money's got to line up.
Money's got to match up. Yeah.
Well, then never mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
My point was going to be, could you trade some lesser players for them to get rid of the headache if they kept the salary?
Money's got to match up. That's why it'd be Zeke and Saric and boom, that would be that.
You're right.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Well,
I say this as
how much do you need the flexibility next year? Like, what's the class look like? Who are some guys you could talk about signing all of a sudden?
Oh, you're a player. You're in the game. Okay, you can
but
mix
who's
and
up?
match
Who's
and
available?
start to.
You know what I mean?
Right. Sure.
I'd like to know what I've all of a sudden freed myself into.
There's always going to be players you want. Put it that way. That flexibility could be enticing, and you could say, okay, how do we rebuild the rest of the roster around Nikola Jokic, knowing Jamal Murray's not going anywhere, knowing Aaron Gordon is not going anywhere.
So is this the last year of Jimmy's deal?
Yes.
See, we can't quit saying Jimmy.
I know. It could be enticing.
Well, now knowing that, now you got me a little more intrigued.
But are you a better team right now with Jimmy Butler as opposed to MPJ? You're a very different team.
I don't know what it looks like because you just described it. They're different players. You're not subbing a one-for-one player. You're not getting a guy that's the 3-point shooter that MPJ is. So, that concerns me.
You got a tough bucket getter.
Who's
right
going to
there.
make the threes? Someone needs to make the threes, but if you can – look, if Jamal gets his 3-point shot back and all of a sudden you add some more defensive help for Aaron Gordon, they need some rebounding. Again, maybe you trade different problems.
Okay. Again, we're just throwing things at the wall.
We're just talking
right now.
this out. We're just spitballing here.
This is another thought that popped in my head as you pontificated all of that.
On.
I appreciate that. Is the Nuggets are not a good defensive team.
They are not. Your numbers say that.
Yeah, they're not. And they're an excellent offensive team, as they have been throughout Nikola Jokic's tenure and as they will always be as long as Nikola Jokic is playing here, right? And, we have these conversations like, Jimmy Butler would make you better defensively, okay? And, Zach LaVine would guard a different kind of player, but as a non-ball defender against wings, maybe be a little bit better than MPJ, okay? You have those kind of conversations, you're like, is there incremental defensive improvement to make right there? Just when you're talking about other guys you could bring in. There's also this. What about a world where we just accept that this team is going to be bad defensively and that the Nuggets' way to win basketball games is just to be the best offensive team humanly possible and hope that they can out-execute down the stretch in tight playoff games, recognizing that this is never going to be a top-tier defensive team.
If you can promise me that MPJ, because I thought about this the other night, you promised me that MPJ is going for about 26 a night and fine. But too many guys, Jamal and MPJ chief among them, have the three-shot kind of go in and out.
Up and down.
And I can't trust it because what happened last year? In the 2 games they needed to win to knock Minnesota out of the dang thing, nobody had a 3-ball going.
Yeah, couldn't hit
and
a
so
shot.
that's where we already saw it be a flawed strategy last year.
Mm-hmm.
Since we're just throwing things out there.
Keep throwing things.
And we're talking about trading with teams in Miami.
Okay.
I saw something today that said Denver had the 7th best odds of acquiring Tyreek Hill.
Okay.
We're talking about locker room risks. I think with the presence of Nikola Jokic, I don't care who you bring in, I think everyone's going to know who the big dog in the room is, and you're not going to push the big dog.
I agree with that.
Okay?
The Nuggets have a very good culture in place.
They do.
Yeah.
So bring away Jimmy Butler, because if you don't want to go along with the Nikola plan, you can move on.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Is a Tyreek Hill consideration? This team needs speed on that offense
Sure
to go
do.
with Marvin Mims.
Sure do.
Is that too scary a move for young Bo to try to? Now I think Bo's a leader now. I think Bo's a leader. Again, the 5,000 college starts and all that stuff.
I would take Tyreek Hill here in an instant. That dude that guy changes the algorithm of everything for what you are offensively when you put that kind of speed out on the field. Absolutely, I would take Tyreek Hill. Now, you have to do so understanding that guy's, again, as we always say with receivers, on the wrong side of 30. And that window's not going to stay open all that terribly long. But, I would take Tyreek Hill in a second. Can you imagine Sean Payton scheming up bubble screens to that guy? We like a Marvin Mims bubble screen. Can you imagine getting the ball to Tyreek Hill and just watching him make plays in space? Yeah, that'd be an awful lot of fun. Now,
are you taking Tyreek Hill rather than, see, to me, I think I'd still lean T. Higgins. And I understand what you're saying about the speed.
Sure.
But I just like, there's something about T. Higgins with Bo's style. T. Higgins he's tough to tackle.
Yep.
You saw him make hand catches.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't let contact bother him.
Yep.
If this offense stays in that, because they're still living heavily off of the 10 yards from the line of scrimmage window a lot of times.
Yeah.
Now, Bo's hit some big plays to change how you cover it a little bit. You better not let one of those get open. But for the most part, this is still, I would rather save my money, I think, for T. Higgins than trading for Tyreek Hill.
Yeah, I can't go with you there. I would love to see T. Higgins in a Bronco uniform too. Like this team needs an upgrade at receiver. Again, the mock draft that I clicked on today, again, had them going wide receiver with the kid from Missouri.
I got the Penn State tight end in this one.
Yeah, Broncos need pass catchers, right? Absolutely they do. But I would take either one of those guys. Now, Tyreek Hill, to me, that's generational speed, so you don't pass up on that, but I'll take either one of those guys. Yeah.
But aren't you worried about the
gladly.
turd factor, which I don't think exists with T. Higgins, unless I'm missing some stories I haven't caught. But
in year one, knowing that the twilight is near, and this is sort of a, one more shot at going to get another ring for Tyreek Hill, I don't worry about it that much in year one. I'm not that concerned about it. And also, like Sean Payton, all those years of dealing with the headaches down in New Orleans, I think that Sean Payton has a good sense of how to keep those guys happy. So I don't worry about that. Again, I don't want this guy here for 6 years where it's eventually going to grow stale, but he wouldn't be. In a 1 year kind of thing, maybe a 2 year kind of window, I think Sean Payton could appeal to a guy like that.
So obviously in that scenario, you're not giving up a high pick then. You're just helping them get rid of their headache. Now, people should know there's a story that apparently the GM and Tyreek met and they cleared the air and everyone's kumbaya for the moment. But we'll see how that goes.
Looking at the situation, first off, knowing how much they're going to need to keep that guy around. Now, maybe McDaniel with, Tyreek benching himself in the second half of that game, maybe he's just like, screw this guy. I can't stand him. I need him out the door. But that guy's kind of one of one when it comes to just unbelievable. The closest thing that I can see to him coming into the NFL right now is Travis Hunter. Like, that to me is the closest thing to Tyreek Hill.
How much fun would that be?
Yeah. Again, I'm not looking for anything long-term out of Tyreek Hill. I'm looking for how do we squeeze one last good year or two out of this dude.
Yeah, I think I'd be going Higgins. I'm not spending that kind of money.
Okay.
I just don't know I think that's too much for the locker room to take on just yet. I think it's a good locker room without a lot of headaches for Bo.
Yeah.
Don't give him any headaches.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, they're both pretty good answers.
What about Alvin Kamara? We're about to be beset with Alvin Kamara questions. Would you take a look at him?
Didn't he just get extended?
He might have been, but remember there was the alleged "come get me" at the end of the handshake of the Saints game.
Yeah.
Everybody's wondering. To me, go find a young Alvin Kamara. What the Broncos have done a good job of, frankly, is finding a young version of what they need, like
that's
the draft
just
pick or something. It's not go loading this up with old guys right now.
And that's just it. Like, you still got another year to get rid of the rust dough. You got to deal with it. You got to pay. There's a number of guys that you got to pay that are already here on your own roster. Like, just keep loading up through the draft. They're in a pretty good place right now. Again, I don't hate any team that has Tyreek Hill. I don't hate any team that has T. Higgins. Like, that's not a bad situation. It's just the Broncos, like, they can keep building this thing. A part of what I think is going to be enticing both for this front office, certainly for this coach, and for all of us around the thing is to be like, oh, look at the Broncos. Let's remember, they're ahead of schedule right now.
Yeah, by a lot.
And progress is not always necessarily linear in the NFL. Like, they're a couple of years of building away. This is great that they're in the playoffs right now and a chance to play a road playoff game. And like we said, they could go ahead and steal this thing, right?
You exercise some demons.
Yeah, that's fantastic. But also, like, you're probably a couple of years away from being a real threat. So keep building it up. Keep putting a good base of young talent, young cheap talent in place. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yeah, big one tonight for Denver. It is basketball season. It is hockey season. You know, a great way to be betting those sports is offered up by our friends over at Sport Trade. They give you an option to be able to view odds as probabilities. You know, you open up your app, you see plus 115, you see minus 140, and you think to yourself, the hell does that mean? Doesn't make a ton of sense, does it? Money lines are a little bit confusing. Well, on Sport Trade, they offer up the opportunity for you to be able to view odds as probabilities. So, for example, you can bet Denver to win pregame at, let's say, 40% odds. You can sell your bet at 65% odds when they take a lead by the end of the first quarter. For first-time bettors out there, again, no more having to understand confusing money lines, odds like plus 115. Just buy low, sell high. Real simple. We can all follow that, right? Download Sport Trade today. You can use the code NATE. It's a great first name, Nate, and earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem, you call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. It is the Craigman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Good Times Bambino burgers are legendary in Colorado. In fact, they're so popular, Good Times has decided to up their Bambino game with an all-new Bambino, the Bambino Supremo, with bacon, melted white American cheese, and, of course, all natural beef. The new Bambino Supremo for a limited time at Good Times. Taking a look at this postseason, Andy, you got a Broncos team heading into the playoffs. 5 wins in their last... 5 wins in their last 7 games. Lost to the Chargers and the Bengals, but don't forget there was a 4-game win streak that happened before that. Crazy victory against Cleveland on Monday Night Football. Kind of a, let's be honest, a crazy victory against Indianapolis. That's what's funny about that game, Andy, about the Colts game, is we'll look back on it at the end and be like, hey, 31-13. They just blew out the Colts.
No, they didn't.
No, they really didn't. That game turned because Jonathan Taylor decided to open up his rear end and insert his own head into it, and that opened the door for the Broncos to be able to turn that thing around and get a victory. But the Colts were about to be up 2 scores in the second half of that game.
Bad vibes in that stadium.
Yeah, would have been tough, but instead got real bad, and then one of the worst trick plays you'll ever see was called. Nick Bonito touchdown, boom, things ended up being pretty fun. But overall, again, you got a team that has gone 5-2 down the stretch. By the way, I was looking at this today. Did you realize, and I know what they did against the Chiefs B team helped an awful lot, but the Broncos finished the year with a plus 114 point differential, best in the AFC West. Best in the division. Chargers at plus 101. The 15-2 1-seed Chiefs were plus 59 this year.
Yeah, the defense didn't show up the same way. That's a huge credit to, I think, VJ, first off.
Yeah.
For turning this defense around. But then Sean and the offense got it cranked up after about the first 4 games. After that Jets game, what was that, game 5? They kind of got it going.
Yeah, plus, wasn't the Jets game, was that game 3?
Game 4.
Game 4, yeah. It was after the Tampa Bay game. By point differential, Broncos were technically the 3rd best in the AFC. Buffalo and Baltimore tied at plus 157 on the year. Denver then at plus 114. Yeah, it certainly helps beating the Chiefs, 38-0 in Week 18. But still, that's something to hang your hat on right now. This is a Broncos team that generally, when they played good teams outside of the Baltimore game, they generally were able to keep it close. And when they played bad teams, they usually beat the doors off those guys. Again, that is a hell of an accomplishment for this Denver team this year. I think there's something to be said for not losing against crappy teams. Buffalo, obviously, at plus 157. Now, in terms of teams that are hot coming in, Bills have won 10 of 12, 10 of 11 in games they actually tried to win. Their only loss down the stretch, again, in games where Josh Allen played, 44-42, that game at the Rams.
That's right. That was crazy.
That was a crazy
no one saw
game.
That coming.
The next week, they beat Detroit in Detroit. That was that 48-42 game, I think was the final score.
Listen, you're gonna hear a lot of positivity, I think, on this station about what the Broncos can do, because I think the defense is good enough. You can't count them out.
Yeah.
But logic tells you, and so does the point spread, that this is probably not going to be the Broncos' weekend. But we'll see. We've seen plenty of crazy things in the playoffs, and like you and I started the show with, keep this game close, and the pressure falls all on them come fourth quarter.
Yep. That's going to be the key. Run the ball, win the turnover margin, get to a fourth quarter game, and like you talked about to start the show off, Andy, maybe some of that playoff tightness comes into play a little bit for the Buffalo Bills.
I watched it happen with the Broncos twice, both against the Ravens and the Colts in 2012 and 2014.
Mm-hmm.
So, frankly, they got a little tight, but their defense was able to they were real close to blowing the Pittsburgh game, if you remember, in 2015.
Yeah.
Probably was a self-sack that wasn't called that allowed them to come off the mat of that one, if you remember.
I do remember that, yes.
Where even I thought he was sacked, and I couldn't believe they allowed him to get up and throw the ball to Emmanuel Sanders.
All right, I got a fun NBA story before we get out of here.
I like fun, and so does the Bambino burger.
That's right, it sure does. So J.J. Redick, first-time head coach of the L.A. Lakers. At the start of the year, J.J. Redick had to assemble a coaching staff. And one of the things that he and Rob Pelinka talked about with the Lakers was, well, you've never really coached before, so let's get you some good experience here on your coaching staff. So their first 2 hires that they made for J.J. Redick's coaching staff, one was Nate McMillan, 19 years of NBA head coaching experience. The next one was Scott Brooks, 12 years as an NBA head coach. A couple of NBA veterans, and a couple of guys that have been head coaches in the league, combined for 1,281 wins as coaches, Nate McMillan and Scott Brooks. That makes a lot of sense, right? You've never been a head coach before. Get a couple of guys that know what the hell they're doing inside the building, a couple of guys that have won a lot in the NBA. Savvy move, right? Maybe not as savvy as you would have thought, because J.J. Redick didn't know everything before he made these 2 hires. And according to a story today in The Athletic by Jason Quick, somebody let JJ know as soon as he made those 2 hires. He was not aware. 1993 playoffs, Game 5, Houston-Seattle. Nate McMillan and Scott Brooks got in a brawl.
They went after it.
That led to a bench-clearing fracas between the Rockets and the Sonics. That's right. Nate McMillan, Scotty Brooks at each other's throats. McMillan elbowing Brooks in the jaw as he drove baseline. Brooks then grabbed McMillan by the jersey, launched him into the basket stanchion. Bench-clearing brawl, third quarter, Game 5, Sonics and Rockets. Both McMillan and Brooks were ejected and later fined